At the outset, the system generously bestows upon me an astronomical sum of 100 billion. What does this entail? Importantly, spending money also requires earning points. For every 100 million spent, 1 point is awarded as a bonus. These points can be utilized to purchase a variety of skills within the system. This includes, but is not limited to, medical expertise, culinary arts, martial arts, and genetic potions. Chapter 1. A balance of 100 billion. In Nanjing City, by the Lover's Lake at Nanjing University, the verdant grass flourishes and the water glimmers like jade. True to the name of this artificial lake, the scenery is delightful, with gentle breezes whispering like lovers' soft serenades. Not far from the lakeside lies a grove of trees. I summoned you merely to inform you, not to consult with you. Gao Changming found himself surrounded by 7 or 8 members of the Taekwondo club. The leader among them was Huang Zicheng, the vice president of the Taekwondo club at Nanjing University, who had one arm wrapped around a delicately featured girl while menacingly threatening Gao Changming. Yet, Gao Changming did not spare him a glance. His gaze was fixated on the girl and Huang Zicheng's embrace as he asked, Shan, are you truly certain you wish to break up? Damn! Huang Zicheng, feeling disregarded, erupted in fury, prompting his entourage to clamor and prepare to attack. Gao Changming instinctively took a step back. Although he harbored no fear, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Huang Zicheng and his cohorts. The girl, sensing the impending violence, quickly interjected, Yes, it was my decision. Why? A flicker of anguish crossed Gao Changming's eyes, yet his countenance remained stoic. He yearned to understand the reason. He and Lu Shanshan had been together since high school, and it had been 4 years. Initially, he had resolutely forsaken the opportunity to attend a prestigious university in the capital to accompany Lu Shanshan to this second-rate Nanjing University. Yet today, Lu Shanshan had arrived with Huang Zicheng, declaring her desire to end their relationship. Gao Changming pondered how he had treated her well. Lu Shanshan appeared somewhat embarrassed, but glancing at Huang Zicheng beside her, she stated, It's because you are poor. Just look at this dress. It cost over 8,000, and it was a birthday gift from Zicheng. And you. As she spoke, Lu Shanshan retrieved a lipstick from her bag and tossed it to the ground, saying, A $300 lipstick. Can you truly compete with that? We are already in our 3rd year. I must plan for my future. With you, I see no prospects. Upon hearing this, Gao Changming felt as if struck by lightning. He could no longer absorb Lu Shanshan's subsequent words, his mind consumed by the singular thought, so she despises me for my poverty. In the end, Huang Zicheng, like a triumphant rooster, wrapped his arm around Lu Shanshan's waist and arrogantly threatened Gao Changming. You had best not pursue Shanshan anymore. Otherwise, I will deal with you every time I see you. After uttering this, he suddenly shifted his gaze, released Lu Shanshan, stepped closer to Gao Changming, and whispered with a sinister smile. Last night, she was with me, you. At these words, Gao Changming was engulfed in rage. He and Lu Shanshan had been together for nearly 4 years, yet they had never even kissed, for Lu Shanshan had always insisted on waiting until graduation and marriage. Yet, at present, it is merely an 8,000 yuan dress. Ha! Gao Changming suddenly felt a stroke of fortune, for he had discerned Lu Shanshan's true nature well in advance. Observing Lu Shanshan's bewildered expression beside him, Gao Changming contemplated their 4-year relationship and thus kindly cautioned, You should inquire further about Huang Zicheng. During his 3 years in university, he has changed girlfriends over 20 times. You need not sow discord between me and Zicheng. Lu Shanshan interjected sharply, stating, Zicheng has already promised me that he will treat me well from now on. Very well. I wish both of you a harmonious union for eternity. It is often futile to advise the incorrigible, and with a sigh, Gao Changming collected his thoughts and prepared to depart. To be honest, despite the years they shared, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no pang of sorrow. However, one cannot force sweetness from a reluctant fruit, and Gao Changming lacked the disposition of a sycophant. Since separation was inevitable, he preferred to embrace it with grace. At that moment, a sudden dizziness enveloped him, and a voice resonated from the depths of his mind. Ding, the godly wealth system has been successfully bound. Immediately thereafter, a semi-transparent panel materialized before Gao Changming's eyes. User, Gao Changming. Physique, 7, average being 10. Spirit, 6, Average being 10. Skills, none. Points, 0. Balance, 100 quintillion. Note: for every 1 billion yuan spent, the user will earn 1 point, which can be utilized to upgrade physique, spirit, and skills. Donations, gifts, borrowing, and lending do not count as expenses. The abrupt emergence of the system left Gao Changming momentarily stunned. Fool! Huang Zicheng and his companions, witnessing his reaction, grew even more smug. Lu Shanshan cast a glance at him. Though a twinge of guilt flickered within her, she steadied her resolve for a better future, linking her arm with Huang Zicheng's and flashing a sweet smile. It is not that I am materialistic. I merely lament your poverty. A group of individuals strode away, leaving Gao Changming alone in a daze. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his senses, smacking his forehead and exclaiming, "What the heck?" The system. Gao Changming's family was not particularly well off. Both parents were ordinary laborers, and aside from him, there was a younger sister in her final year of high school. To alleviate the financial burden on his family, he had earned every penny of his living and tuition expenses through part-time jobs over the years. Consequently, the gifts he offered Lu Shanshan were seldom extravagant, typically small tokens worth a few hundred yuan. Thus, when he unexpectedly acquired the system, his heart surged with exhilaration. However, as he scrutinized the system's requirements, his mind buzzed with confusion. This system, dubbed the Godly Wealth System, bore no peculiar tasks or remarkable rewards. Its sole function was to grant points upon expenditure, which could then be used to enhance one's physique and spirit. It was straightforward and unrefined. The thrill of having acquired the system utterly overshadowed the melancholy of his recent breakup. Once he regained his composure, he realized that Huang Zicheng and the others had long departed. A glance at the time revealed that over half an hour had elapsed. Goodness, it's already past midnight, he lamented, realizing that the cafeteria would likely have nothing appealing left at this hour. Damn it! Just as he contemplated the painful decision to dine at an off-campus eatery, two individuals emerged from the woods. "Lao San, are you all right?" Upon recognizing his dormitory mates, Wang Ding and Lu Fei, Gao Changming felt a flicker of relief. However, what did their words mean? What did they mean by asking if he was all right? Wang Ding's name might evoke the image of a brawny giant, yet in reality, he was a lanky, bespectacled fellow. He inquired with evident concern, "We just saw on the forum that Lu Shanshan dumped you." "Ah," Lu Fei chimed in, nodding fervently. "They say you were so devastated that you were left here in a daze." What the hell? Gao Changming was taken aback, realizing that Huang Zicheng's group was spreading nonsensical rumors in the campus forum. Nevertheless, at this moment, he was unconcerned. Armed with the system and nearly limitless wealth, he dismissed such ludicrous gossip. The reason Huang Zicheng could behave so arrogantly at school was merely due to a bit of family wealth. Chapter 2. 10 million, a membership. After explaining everything clearly to Wang Ding, Gao Changming ventured outside the campus for a meal. Typically frugal, today he resolved to indulge himself at the opulent Mingyue Hotel, the most luxurious 5-star establishment in Nanjing City. The Mingyue Hotel boasts an enviable location by the seaside in the southern part of the city, standing a towering 68 stories high, from the 10th floor and above. One can gaze out at the sea. Unsurprisingly, the costs at Mingyue Hotel are unparalleled in Nanjing, with dining expenses starting at a minimum of 10,000. At this moment, Gao Changming was determined to revel in the experience. Having thoroughly studied the Godly Wealth System, he felt it was the perfect time to put it to the test. Upon exiting the school gates, Gao Changming hailed a taxi and provided the destination, while he discreetly pulled out his phone to do some research. He had never been to the Mingyue Hotel before, and wanted to prepare himself to avoid any embarrassing moments when ordering. The taxi driver glanced at him with a hint of surprise, noting his ordinary attire, and speculated that he was likely going there for a part-time job. Coincidentally, a charity event in the entertainment industry was being held at the Mingyue Hotel today. The driver thought it plausible that this young man, looking rather handsome, was going to serve as a waiter. After a journey of over half an hour, the taxi stopped at the entrance of the Mingyue Hotel. Gao Changming paid the fare and walked straight into the hotel. One could not help but marvel at the grandeur of the Mingyue Hotel. The entrance featured a vast plaza with a magnificent fountain at its center, flanked by an artificial mountain nearly 10 meters high, etched with the hotel's name in large characters. As Gao Changming strode forward, he paid little heed to the array of luxury vehicles parked outside. In a 5-star hotel, the presence of such cars seemed quite normal. However, unbeknownst to him, the hotel was currently hosting a star-studded charity gala. with several A-list celebrities in attendance, including rumors of the renowned diva, Ming Chi Yu, making an appearance. The charity event would not only attract stars, but also numerous corporate magnates. Gao Changming, preoccupied with his part-time job, had not kept up with recent news and was unaware of this grand affair. As he walked into the plaza, a security guard promptly approached and stopped him. "Good day, sir. May I inquire what brings you here?" Gao Changming was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself that one either dines or lodges at a hotel. Surely he was not here for any other purpose? Puzzled, he replied, "I'm here to eat." The guard scrutinized him, harboring skepticism. With attire worth no more than 200 yuan, could this young man really intend to dine at the Mingwe Hotel? "Are you joking? I just saw you arrive in a taxi." Though the security personnel were well-trained and maintained their composure, they politely replied, "I apologize, sir. But we are hosting a charity gala today, and only members are permitted entry. We are not open to the public." "Is that so?" Gao Changming felt a twinge of disbelief, suspecting the guard was trying to deceive him. However, upon seeing the guard nod earnestly and gesture towards a banner outside the lobby that read, "A little love illuminates the world, charity gala," he began to feel somewhat disheartened. He had made the effort to come here specifically for a meal, only to learn that the establishment was closed to the public today. The guard, recognizing the situation, politely added, "I truly apologize, sir," while gesturing for him to leave. Feeling a bit disappointed, Gao Changming waved dismissively and said, "It's all right. You mentioned that only members are accepted, so I can simply apply for a membership." The guard was momentarily taken aback, realizing this statement had merit. Before he could gather his thoughts, Gao Changming had already marched into the lobby. The interior of the Mingwe Hotel's lobby could only be described as resplendent, exuding an air of grandeur. To avoid seeming out of place, Gao Changming suppressed his urge to gawk and promptly made his way to the opulent service desk. Addressing one of the attractive receptionists, "I would like to apply for a membership." The receptionists were momentarily stunned, given that a charity event was taking place. There were few patrons, and most guests had already proceeded directly to the gala on the top floor. Noticing their astonishment, Gao Changming lightly tapped the marble counter and reiterated his request. The beautiful receptionist soon regained her composure and smiled, saying, "Certainly, sir. Please present your identification." Gao Changming handed over his ID. The receptionist continued, "Hello, Mr. Gao. We operate on an annual membership system. If you wish to apply for membership, you will need to pay the annual fee." "Very well, how much is it?" With the godly wealth system at his disposal, Gao Changming was not concerned about finances. The receptionists exchanged glances, astonished at his nonchalance. As front desk staff at the Mingwe Hotel, they frequently interacted with affluent and influential figures, and it was clear to them that Gao Changming's attire was rather humble. One of the receptionists patiently explained, "Mr. Gao, our membership is divided into 5 tiers. A 1-star membership requires an annual fee of 300,000, with consumption calculated separately." Gao Changming listened intently, gasping in disbelief at the exorbitance. "This is outrageous. A 1-star membership costing 300,000 a year, not to mention additional consumption fees. The 2-star membership demanded 500,000 per year, the 3-star 1 million, the 4-star 3 million, and the 5-star a staggering 10 million annually." Had this been just an hour prior, he would have thought it impossible to afford even the 1-star membership after working for a decade. However, with the system now at his disposal, he waved his hand and declared, "Then I shall opt for the 5-star membership." If he was to apply, he would naturally choose the best. He even felt a slight tinge of frustration. After all, the godly wealth system required a minimum expenditure of 100 million to earn a single point. The receptionists exchanged incredulous glances, their mouths agape as they asked, "Mr. Gao, the 5-star membership requires an annual fee of 10 million. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" "Yes, I am certain. How do I make the payment?" Gao Changming was not inclined to engage in further dialogue and promptly retrieved his phone, asking, "Can I pay via QR code?" "Of course." The receptionist quickly handed him the payment device. Once Gao Changming completed the transfer of 10 million, an electronic notification chimed from the machine. Upon hearing this sound, the receptionists collectively gasped, realizing that despite his modest attire worth merely 200 yuan, he had effortlessly acquired a 5-star membership. Seeing their astonished expressions, Gao Changming could not help but chuckle. "Global warming. You all bear some responsibility, you know?" The receptionists blushed, recovering from their astonishment. "Now can I dine?" Gao Changming inquired, brandishing his exquisite membership card. "Yes, of course." One of the receptionists quickly nodded. "This way, please." She promptly led him away with enthusiasm. As Gao Changming entered the elevator, the security guard approached the other staff, asking, "What just happened? How did he get in?" "Mr. Gao just signed up for a 5-star membership." The staff remained in disbelief, as though they were still dreaming. Upon hearing this, the security guard's eyes widened, secretly relieved that he had not offended Gao Changming earlier. Simultaneously, He could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Observing his reaction, several waitstaff could not help but chuckle. Global warming, you share some responsibility too. What does that mean? The guard was momentarily perplexed, unable to comprehend the connection between himself and global warming, thinking, I am merely a security guard. Meanwhile, Gao Changming, guided by a young waitress, ascended to the 68th floor of the hotel via the elevator. This floor was divided into two sections, a vast hall exceeding 3,000 square meters, where a charity gala was currently taking place. And around the corner lay the second section, comprising 8 luxurious private rooms primarily catering to the hotel's 5-star members. After escorting Gao Changming to room number 8, the waitress presented him with a tablet designated for ordering, respectfully stating, Mr. Gao, please place your order. Being unfamiliar with such matters, Gao merely glanced at the menu and replied, no need, just bring me a few of your signature dishes. I have no dietary restrictions, and a bottle of good wine. Perhaps some red, as I have class this afternoon. The waitress, upon hearing his words, felt a wave of confusion wash over her, realizing he was a student. However, she maintained a composed demeanor, nodding in agreement. Understood, Mr. Gao. Once the waitress exited the room, Gao Changming exhaled in relief. To be honest, it was his first time dining in such an upscale establishment, and he felt somewhat out of place. Now alone, he rose from his seat and approached the expansive window to gaze out. The view revealed an endless ocean, which instantly filled him with tranquility. Before long, a waitress entered with a pot of brewed tea. Unfortunately, Gao was unacquainted with the art of tea and drank solely to quench his thirst. A few minutes later, the dishes he had ordered began to arrive. Mr. Gao, the wine has been decanted. After confirming, the waitress poured him a glass of red wine. Once she completed her task, she stepped aside, yet Gao felt uneasy with her lingering presence, prompting him to request her departure before he could indulge in his meal. Indeed, the culinary offerings lived up to the reputation of a 5-star hotel, the flavors exquisite. Gao savored his food with fervor, silently vowing to dine here every day henceforth. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he set down his chopsticks and walked to the washroom attached to the private room. Just as he was about to call for the bill, the door swung open unexpectedly. Initially thinking it was a waitress, he heard a middle-aged woman's voice filled with reproach. Aishio, how can you be so willful? Mr. Bai is an investor. If you offend him now, what will you do if he withdraws his support? Huh? Gao Changming halted, feeling embarrassed to emerge from the washroom. A sweet voice followed. Sister Jiang, I want to compromise my principles for a role. What's the matter? Sister Jiang counseled. Mr. Bai merely wants you to have a meal with him. A meal? The sweet-voiced girl retorted coldly. Do you truly believe that? Eating in his room? Oh dear. Sister Jiang sighed, her tone softening. Aishio, this industry operates this way. Look at today, ostensibly a charity gala, yet isn't it just a marketplace for fame and fortune? Everyone is here to attract investment and cozy up to the wealthy. Now that you've entered this circle, you must brace yourself mentally. You lack connections, and after 3 years of hard work, you finally made a name for yourself. If you offend Mr. Bai, with a single word from him, all your efforts could come to naught. Aishio fell silent, contemplating for a long moment before finally speaking. Does this film absolutely require his investment? Not necessarily. Sister Jiang replied. The crux of the matter is that only with Mr. Bai's investment can you secure the role. Do you understand? He is the investor. Aishio was rendered speechless, fully aware that Sister Jiang's words rang true. Having navigated this industry for several years, she was familiar with its unspoken rules. Sigh. Aishio sighed, ultimately resolving. Regardless, I will not agree to accompany him. He could be my father. Besides, he is so overweight. I cannot accept it. Sister Jiang laughed. Do you truly think this is a romance drama? Where in reality do you find a domineering CEO? The genuinely wealthy are often these middle-aged, greasy uncles. Even those young heirs, while they might easily part with a few $100,000. To expect them to invest billions in a film? They'd likely be grounded by their parents. Gao Changming, eavesdropping in the washroom, felt a wave of realization wash over him. Indeed, investing in films is the fastest way to spend money. Billions can vanish in an instant. I invest 1,000 to 800 million every year. After Sister Jiang and Aishio had conversed for a considerable time, the atmosphere finally relaxed. And only then did they suddenly notice that the table in the private room was laden with leftover dishes. Cheese and matsutake baked lobster, orchid bear paw, rock sugar bird's nest, safflower shark fin rice. Sister Jiang gasped as she recited the dish names, unable to contain her astonishment. These few dishes alone must cost over 300,000, not to mention this bottle of wine. Who was dining here earlier? Such a meal must have cost at least 500,000. Upon hearing Sister Jiang's exclamations, Aishio momentarily forgot her troubles, curiously asking, did someone eat here just now? Sister Jiang shook her head. Moreover, this person is quite wealthy. Just look at the tableware. Only one person. Generally, even the wealthiest would not dine alone on a meal worth tens of thousands unless treating someone. After a moment of astonishment, Sister Jiang returned to the matter at hand, saying, Aishio, for your own sake and the company's, you cannot refuse Mr. Bai. Later, I will speak with him, accompany him for a meal to placate him. Chapter 4. Recharge another billion. Gao Changming initially planned to wait for the two to leave before emerging, yet they began conversing once more. Checking the time, he felt exasperated as he realized he was about to be late. He cleared his throat and opened the washroom door to step out, offering an awkward yet polite smile to the two women. Sister Jiang and Aishio were momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared to find someone in the restroom. Sister Jiang felt a wave of embarrassment, then noticed Gao Changming's attire, secretly looking down on him. Thinking he was clad in low-quality goods and had likely been lurking in the restroom to wait for leftover food. However, she realized that he must have overheard her conversation with Aishio and worried about him spreading their discussion. Aishio, on the other hand, did not think much of it, assuming Gao Changming was merely hotel staff cleaning the restroom. While Sister Jiang scrutinized him, he too was evaluating the two women. Sister Jiang, in her 40s, looked well-preserved, exuding a certain charm, while Aishio was none other than the rapidly rising star, Morong Xiao, who had recently captured the limelight. Feeling awkward, Gao Changming returned to his seat and decided to pick up his chopsticks to sample a piece of shrimp, politely offering, Would you like to join me? EW. Although it was a delicacy, Sister Jiang, a prominent agent at Huafeng Entertainment, had not fallen to the level of eating someone else's leftovers. Seeing Gao Changming actually consuming the remnants made her feel nauseated, prompting even Morong Xiao to find his actions distasteful. However, her inherently kind nature prevented her from voicing any disdain. Sister Jiang, let us depart, murmured Morong Xiao, yearning to leave. Jiang Jie cast a disdainful glance at Gao Changming before turning to follow Morong Xiao. Just then, a knock resounded from outside the private room, causing both women to momentarily panic. After all, they were in the Mingyue Grand Hotel. Although they held some status, sneaking into a private room on the 68th floor could lead to an embarrassing situation if discovered by hotel staff. However, Gao Changming suddenly interjected, Come in. The door to the private room creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a suit, accompanied by a hotel attendant. Upon entering, they were momentarily taken aback at the sight of Morong Xiao and Jiang Jie, but quickly regained their composure. The middle-aged man, beaming with a smile, extended his hand towards Gao Changming respectfully, introducing himself, Mr. Gao, I am Zhang Wei, the general manager of Mingyue Hotel. It turned out that after Gao Changming extravagantly spent 10 million to become a 5-star member, the front desk staff had promptly notified the hotel's general manager. It was noteworthy that while the hotel boasted numerous members, fewer than 5 held 5-star memberships, as not everyone possessed the financial means to expend 10 million annually without hesitation. Hello, Manager Zhang. Gao Changming replied with a smile, rising to shake Zhang Wei's hand. The attendant stood to the side, offering a friendly smile to both Morong Xiao and Jiang Jie. The two women were utterly perplexed. What was happening? Was this seemingly ordinary man not here for a clandestine affair? Their eyes met in realization. They had misjudged the situation. He was not there for illicit purposes, but merely to use the restroom, while they had unwittingly intruded and caused an awkward moment. Mr. Gao, were you satisfied with your meal? Zhang Wei inquired politely. Gao Changming nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming that in his 22 years of life, he had never tasted such exquisite cuisine, leaving no room for dissatisfaction. I plan to dine here for both lunch and dinner starting tomorrow. He mused on the lavish lifestyle of the wealthy, but soon recalled the considerable distance from the school, needing half an hour by taxi to reach the hotel. After a fleeting moment of regret, he devised a solution. He could simply purchase a residence nearby, for the coastal villa district of Nanjing City was not far off. Welcome indeed, Zhang Wei responded eagerly. Gao Changming continued, By the way, I still have classes. Could we settle the bill? The previously mentioned 10 million was merely the annual fee for the 5-star membership and did not include any consumption charges. The attendant promptly stepped forward, pulling out an electronic menu. Mr. Gao, your total expenditure amounts to 668,000. As a 5-star member, you enjoy a 20% discount. Gao Changming interrupted her. No need for a discount. Charge me the full amount. By the way, since I will be dining here daily, let us preload some funds to avoid the hassle of swiping my card each time. Certainly, certainly. Zhang Wei chimed in, smiling. How much would you like to preload, Mr. Gao? Let us start with 100 million. Gao Changming said nonchalantly, eager to test the waters of accumulating points with a lavish prepayment. While he spoke with ease, the 4 individuals present were left utterly stunned. It was merely a meal. Even if he dined extravagantly at 660,000 daily, that would only total over 10 million a month. Why preload 100 million? Is that not excessive? Gao Changming assumed their silence indicated concern. Zhang Wei quickly nodded, of course. Of course. Our motto at Mingyue Hotel is to provide excellent service to every guest. You are now our esteemed patron. Oh. Zhang Wei's statement sparked a realization in Gao Changming. Indeed, how costly could dining truly be? Why not purchase the hotel itself? This establishment must be worth at least several billion. With that thought, a joyful smile spread across his face as he inquired, by the way, Manager Zhang, is your hotel for sale? Zhang Wei's eyelids flickered in surprise. Had he woken up this morning with a misaligned posture? How was it that he encountered a seemingly unassuming tycoon intent on purchasing a hotel merely to enjoy a meal? Zhang Wei felt a mix of difficulty and astonishment. He had no doubt regarding Gao Changming's purchasing power, but was simply taken aback by the notion that someone willing to preload 100 million for dining would consider buying a hotel for leisure. However, making such a decision was far beyond his authority, as he was merely an employee. I'll need to consult the owner. Gao Changming acknowledged that acquiring a hotel was not as simple as picking up a bottle of water from a supermarket. Yet he insisted, all right, but the sooner, the better. He then pulled out his phone to initiate the payment. Ding. Payment successful. Amount, 668,000. Upon hearing the successful transaction notification, Gao Changming continued scanning the code, declaring, regardless of whether your owner is selling the hotel or not, I'll still preload 100 million. Moments later, another notification chimed. Ding. Payment successful. Amount, 100 million. The four individuals present felt as though they had become numb from the shock. Chapter 5 not enough? Then let it be 2 billion. Gao Changming, undeterred by their astonishment, announced, all right, I shall take my leave. Rising to depart, he caught sight of the still-stunned Jiang Jie and Murong Xiao and suddenly remembered their earlier conversation regarding film investment. He halted and asked, you must be Sister Jiang, correct? Yes, that's me. Hello, Mr. Gao. Jiang Jie, no longer feeling repulsed by Gao Changming, beamed with enthusiasm. Gao Changming nodded at her, inquiring, I overheard earlier that you were seeking investment for your film? Jiang Jie's heart raced at his words. What did this affluent individual mean? Was he interested in Murong Xiao? Beside her, Murong Xiao blushed, contemplating the implications and silently questioning whether she should agree should he express further interest. At least he was younger and far more handsome than that director by. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in their minds, Gao Changming pondered briefly before stating, in truth, I have always enjoyed Sister Xiao's works. Here it comes, here it comes. Jiang Jie felt a surge of excitement, her gaze fixed intently on Gao Changming. If Murong Xiao could capture the interest of this individual, her future in the industry would be assured. With the right maneuvering, she might even marry into wealth and ascend to great heights. Gao Changming continued, if possible, I wonder if you would accept my investment? Although she had prepared herself mentally, Murong Xiao could not suppress an excited gasp at Gao Changming's proposition. Seeing her reaction, Gao Changming suddenly recalled their earlier conversation in the restroom and panicked internally, fearing she might misconstrue his intentions. Before he could clarify, Jiang Jie chimed in with enthusiasm. Certainly. Certainly. Of course we can. Mr. Gao, do you have time now? I can have Xiao explain the film's plot to you. I assure you it will be a profitable venture. Additionally, she added, I can promptly summon our finance team and director. No need, no need. Gao Changming quickly waved his hands. I have classes this afternoon. I don't want to trouble everyone. How much do you require? Is 10 billion sufficient? 10 billion. Jiang Jie shuddered involuntarily, feeling as though she had reached a new threshold. This film was merely a youth idol drama, with an expected investment of around 3 billion. How could this tycoon propose investing 10 billion? Now, she worried whether her company would even agree to such a proposal. If Gao Changming directly invested 10 billion, it would exclude any other potential investors, and given her deep understanding of the entertainment industry's unwritten rules, Jiang Jie was acutely aware of the implications. Gao Changming observed that both Jiang Jie and Murong Xiao remained silent, mistakenly interpreting their reticence as a sign of inadequacy. His heart surged with delight. He believed he had ensnared a significant opportunity. Thus, he inquired, is that insufficient? Would 20 billion suffice? No. Jiang Jie, regaining her composure, shook her head repeatedly. That's more than enough. In fact, just 1 or 2 billion would suffice. Gao Changming felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that they were merely astonished by the magnitude of his proposal. Alas, the prospect of investing only 1 or 2 billion seemed paltry. Better than nothing, he mused. Lacking further interest in banter, he stated, very well then. Should you wish to proceed, do not hesitate to contact me. Here is my number. It's the same for WeChat. As he spoke, he displayed the QR code on his phone, prompting Jiang Jie to hastily scan it and add him as a friend. After exchanging brief pleasantries, Gao Changming turned and departed, leaving behind Manager Zhang, the waitstaff, and the bewildered Jiang Jie and Murong Xiao amidst the swirling winds. After leaving, Gao Changming did not return directly to school, but instead sauntered towards the nearby villa district adjacent to the Mingwe Hotel. He intended to purchase a residence, and the seaside villas appeared quite appealing. Additionally, he aspired to acquire a vehicle. In essence, he was eager to indulge in consumption. Having just settled a 1 billion yuan bill for the meal, he received a notification from the system confirming the addition of 1 point to his account. As he strolled, General Manager Zhang Wei of Mingwe Hotel had already returned to his office and contacted his superior. What did you say? Someone wishes to purchase the hotel? What amount are they offering? He inquired, surprised. The price wasn't he mentioned. Manager Zhang replied. The hotel is valued at over 13 billion. Are you certain he can afford it? By the way, what is his name? Zheng Huan, the hotel's major shareholder, was not short on funds, but felt a spark of curiosity. He is a young man. He seems to still be in school. However, he directly acquired a 5-star membership today and spent nearly 700,000. Moreover, upon leaving, he mentioned he would dine with us regularly. So he topped up his dining account with another billion. Zheng Huan inhaled sharply, despite his wealth. He marveled at the speed at which this young man spent money. He sensed a potential opportunity. Someone with such spending power likely hailed from the upper echelons of society. With this thought in mind, he instructed Zhang Wei. Please arrange a meeting with Mr. Gao for me, perhaps tomorrow at noon. Additionally, subtly disclose the price to gauge his reaction. Understood, boss. Zhang Wei readily accepted the task, while already contemplating how to curry favor with his prospective new employer. Meanwhile, Murong Xiao and Jiang Jie had left Mingwe Hotel early and contacted the major shareholder of Huafeng Entertainment. Mr. Lin, here is the situation, Jiang Jie recounted nervously, awaiting her boss's response. On the other end of the line, Mr. Lin pondered for a moment and mused. Gao, you say? I'm not familiar with that name. Jiang Jie refrained from interrupting, listening as Mr. Lin continued, agree to his proposal, and ensure Murong Xiao maintains contact with him. Having resolved to purchase a car and a house, Gao Changming decided to forego his classes that afternoon, promptly calling his advisor to request a half-day leave. Simultaneously, driven by curiosity, he activated the system as he walked. User, Gao Changming. Physique, 7. Average person is 10. Mentality, 6. Average person is 10. Skills, none. Points, 1. Balance. Previously, upon examining his attributes, he felt inadequate, realizing neither his physique nor mentality reached even average levels. With the recent addition of a point, he promptly allocated it to his physique. In an instant, he felt a delightful tingling sensation coursing through him, as if he were infused with vitality. Upon inspecting his attributes again, he noted his physique had increased to 8. Impressive. Gao Changming was elated. Now, he needed to carefully strategize how to spend his newfound wealth. Chapter 6. The most expensive villa. Jiang Nanyunyuqing. This was the most luxurious villa in Nanjing City. When it first opened, the crowds were overwhelming, yet very few buyers emerged. Rumor had it that the starting prices ranged from 3 to 4 million. The prime location, coupled with breathtaking scenery and convenient access, ensured that traffic congestion was virtually non-existent. Due to the limited land area, only 8 villas were constructed, with the smallest units measuring at least 1,500 square meters and the largest around 3,000 square meters. This was genuinely a gathering place for the affluent. Any car valued under 10 million would feel out of place within its confines. Gao Changming made his way directly to the sales office of Jiang Ninyun. The interior was spacious, with music wafting through the hall. A few sales representatives chatted idly at the bar, seemingly indifferent to Gao Changming's entrance. Having been on the market for 5 years, Jiang Ninyun had yet to sell out due to its exorbitant prices. A single square meter could cost upwards of 100,000, making it unaffordable for most. This reflected the mindset of the general populace. Those who could buy properties had already done so, while those who could not would find no solace even if prices dropped. Moreover, this was not merely a high-end community but a distinguished villa area, where prices were exceedingly rarefied. The few staff members remaining from the initial launch were dwindling. Some had departed with substantial commissions after selling a villa, while others lingered, content with a base salary. Recognizing that Gao Changming's attire did not suggest he could afford a villa, they paid him little mind. After wandering around the hall for a couple of laps without anyone approaching him, Gao Changming felt increasingly awkward and unsure of how to initiate a conversation. At that moment, a salesperson laden with refreshments approached the front desk, wiping the sweat from her brow as she began distributing drinks. Zhang Lin was a recent recruit, having secured her position through familial connections and a bribe of 20,000 yuan. Her colleagues were unkind, often relegating her to menial tasks. Having hoped to turn her fortunes around by joining this establishment, she found herself disappointed, as the few customers she encountered were quickly whisked away by her more experienced co-workers. With no clients to engage, selling a villa seemed an unrealistic aspiration. Upon entering, Zhang Lin noticed Gao Changming perusing the models and approached him with a determined attitude. Sir, are you interested in viewing the villas? She inquired. Yes. Zhang Lin's heart leapt with joy. Finally, she had an opportunity to showcase a property. What type of unit are you looking for? What options do you have? Gao Changming asked, glancing at the models on display. Zhang Lin elaborated on the various available layouts. Although some villas remained, they were in limited supply. Ultimately, under Zhang Lin's guidance, Gao Changming chose a villa measuring 1,200 square meters. She retrieved the keys from the front desk and led him to view the property. As they exited, whispers erupted behind them. Is he serious? Dressed like that and looking at villas? He'd be lucky to get noticed in a more upscale community. This is clearly a waste of time and energy, right? He probably just came from the countryside, hasn't he found a job yet, and is merely here to broaden his horizons. You remain oblivious to the current trends. The contemporary crowd has certainly mastered the art of social display. They frequent upscale venues, capturing photographs to share on social media, proclaiming their residence in such luxurious locales as a means of flaunting wealth and attracting potential partners. It is indeed a rather disconcerting phenomenon. Just consider the price of our villa. Even the cost of properties in high-end communities would require a lifetime of toil to attain. It is only newcomers like Zhang Lin who would venture here. I wonder how he will fare upon his return. A few individuals exchanged words, evidently awaiting Hai Changming's arrival to witness his embarrassment. Approximately 3 hours later, Hai Changming and Zhang Lin re-entered the lobby. Mr. Gao, how do you feel about the villa we just viewed? Zhang Lin wiped the beads of perspiration from her forehead, her heart fluttering with trepidation. This was her inaugural transaction in this establishment. If she could seal the deal, she would no longer be subjected to the disdain of her colleagues. After a moment of hesitation, Hai Changming replied, I am not entirely satisfied. The location feels somewhat lacking. Is there a superior option available? Zhang Lin pondered for a moment, her mind racing, before guiding him towards an independent model. This particular estate stood alone, the grandest of them all, spanning 3,000 square meters across 3 floors, boasting all the amenities one could desire, earning it the title of mansion. Hai Changming believed that if he were to invest, he ought to procure the finest, especially for his own residence. After all, considering the hardships he had endured over the years, it was time to reward himself. Could you escort me for a closer inspection? He inquired, for a mere model could not reveal the true essence of a home. Of course, but before Zhang Lin could finish her sentence, Hai Changming interjected. Then let us proceed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Lin retrieved the key from the front desk. Sister Wang, a veteran employee, observed Zhang Lin leading Hai Changming to the most expensive villa and cautioned, Lin, let me offer you a word of advice. Do not waste your time. Does he strike you as the type to purchase a property here? Sister, I believe Mr. Gao is not that sort of person, Zhang Lin replied confidently. Oh dear, Lin, it's not that I wish to dissuade you. It's just that the interior design is all executed by top-tier designers. What if something were to get damaged? Do not worry. I will exercise utmost caution, Zhang Lin assured her. Seeing her determination, Sister Wang relented, saying, very well, but do take care. When you return, ensure the room is spotless. No trace of dust should remain. Understood. Zhang Lin took the key and led Hai Changming to view the property. Along the way, she elaborated on the many features of the villa, emphasizing its grandeur and luxury. As it was not only the largest villa in the area, but also held the title of King of Villas, the residents referred to it as such. Numerous affluent individuals had previously visited, yet none could afford to negotiate a price. The entire estate was equipped with smart technology beyond one's imagination. Hai Changming, both intrigued and enamored, realized that he now possessed ample financial resources. Lifestyle quality need not only match, but also align with that of the elite, thus enabling him to draw closer to their echelon. He was convinced that this place would soon present lucrative business opportunities. As the saying goes, to ascend to success, one must first penetrate their circles and then follow in their footsteps, thereby embarking on the path to triumph and the pinnacle of life. Chapter 7. The King of Villas. Upon entering, Hai Changming was astounded, particularly by the vast expanse of the 1,000-square-meter living area, which was merely the living room. Even the corridors and staircases were impressively spacious. The decor was exquisite and opulent. No wonder so many were unable to afford it. Hai Changming finally grasped the magnitude of the situation. Mr. Gao, this is our King of Villas. The floor-to-ceiling windows before you are smart-enabled, offering a breathtaking view of the entire city of Nanjing, Zhang Lin explained with patience. Standing before the 10-meter-high windows, the stunning cityscape unfolded before Hai Changming's eyes. Indeed, this was a residence of extraordinary distinction. Mr. Gao, allow me to provide you with a brief tour. Zhang Lin continued. Here is the kitchen, fully equipped with Xiaomi smart technology, allowing remote control of meal preparation even in your absence. This is the study, the gym, and the restroom. Hai Changming was utterly mesmerized. From the moment he stepped into this residence, everything operated via intelligent remote control. Ascending to the third floor, Zhang Lin exclaimed, Xiaomi, I wish to swim. Understood, master. Commencing water filling. Enjoy your swim. To Hai Changming's astonishment, he watched as a swimming pool of approximately 100 square meters began to fill with water. The practicality of the smart technology left him utterly speechless. Moreover, he discovered a grand walk-in closet on the third floor. Anyone fortunate enough to marry Hai Changming would undoubtedly be the most exquisite and contented woman in the world. Noticing the smile on Hai Changming's face, Zhang Lin inquired, Mr. Gao, are you satisfied with this villa? Yes, it aligns closely with my expectations. Zhang Lin beamed. The total cost of this villa is 300 million. Do you have any questions? Seeing Hai Changming's prolonged silence, Zhang Lin felt a pang of disappointment, but understood that 300 million was not a sum everyone could bear, especially given Hai Changming's attire, which suggested otherwise. Mr. Gao, please take a moment to rest in the sales office while I tidy the area. With that, she picked up a cloth to clean. There's no need. I will take this villa. The phrase echoed in Zhang Lin's ears. Had she truly heard him correctly? Had the villa genuinely been sold? Perhaps Hai Changming was merely jesting. She sprang to her feet and exclaimed, Mr. Gao, are you indeed saying you wish to purchase this villa? Suddenly, she found herself at a loss for words. Indeed. Let us proceed with the paperwork. Very well. Zhang Lin was momentarily flustered, while Hai Changming had already moved ahead. Along the way, Zhang Lin pinched herself, grinning in disbelief. This was no dream. Reflecting on it, 300 million meant a commission of 3 million. She would never have to worry again. In truth, it was Zhang Lin's struggle to rise from humble beginnings that made her trust Hai Changming's words implicitly. Someone else might have disregarded such an opportunity. Her attentiveness to client satisfaction was precisely what led to this moment, reaping the rewards of her diligence as Hai Changming became her first significant client. Upon arriving at the sales office, the news of Hai Changming's intention to purchase spread like wildfire, prompting whispers and gossip among the onlookers. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin hastily called the manager to prepare the contract. It was only when the manager arrived with the finance team that the chatter subsided. By the time all formalities were completed, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Yet, none of the staff had departed. No one could fathom that Zhang Lin had managed to sell the king of villas. They eagerly awaited confirmation of the transaction. And only when the manager enthusiastically bid farewell to Hai Changming did they begrudgingly accept the reality. Sister Wang, unable to contain herself, reflected on the previous year when she sold a villa for 10 million, the smallest in the area, and had endured a month-long ordeal with an unseemly client. The thought was nauseating. She had barely earned a modest salary, while Zhang Lin had secured 3 million in a single afternoon. Regret gnawed at him like a ravenous beast. Had he known that this young man was so affluent, he would never have allowed Zhang Lin to take precedence in serving him. After departing from Jiangningyuan, Gao Changming dined at the Mingyue Hotel, subsequently visiting an Apple store, where he extravagantly spent over 10,000 yuan on the latest model of smartphone, discarding his previous device into the trash. Upon returning to the villa at Jiangningyuan, he collapsed onto the sofa, contemplating the extended period he would reside here and pondering the opportune moment to inform his parents, with the intention of bringing them over as well. Gao Changming called his teacher to request a few days off. The news of his breakup had stirred quite a commotion at school. The teacher, perhaps recognizing the emotional toll it had taken on Gao Changming, refrained from probing further, merely offering a few words of concern before ending the call. During this time, Gao Changming harbored no desire to attend school. Even if he did, the inevitable rumors would only exacerbate his discontent. It was far more appealing to seek solace at home for a couple of days. The thought of Lu Shanshan abandoning him for a mere dress worth a few thousand yuan, and engaging in acts she had never partaken in throughout their years together, ignited a smoldering anger within him. Tomorrow, he planned to visit a car dealership. He envisioned himself driving a luxury vehicle to school, eager to witness their astonished expressions. Stretching languidly, he opened WeChat, where a friend request from Zhang Lin awaited. With a click of acceptance, his phone fell silent. Gao Changming had always been somewhat introverted, with few contacts on his phone. Upon seeing his second aunt's name, his eyes dimmed. Had it not been for her, his parents would not have returned to their hometown to live out their days. His parents, both elementary school teachers, had always maintained commendable academic performance and enjoyed a comfortable lifestyle until the arrival of his second aunt, who, claiming financial losses in stock trading, implored for a loan of 100,000 yuan, promising to return it after a brief period. In a household like Gao Changming's, such a sum was unattainable. His father found himself in a quandary, while his mother remained silent, and his second aunt wept bitterly, recounting years of misfortune. She assured them that she would not gamble again once she got through this tough time. Reluctantly, his father produced the property deed, mortgaging it to his second aunt, only to discover later that this would lead to their financial ruin, with creditors soon arriving at their doorstep. The mere thought of it filled Gao Changming with disdain for his second aunt. Reclining on the sofa, he glanced at the interface before him. Host, Gao Changming. Balance, 9. 999, 999, 999, 998, 765 yuan. Physique, 8, average is 10. Spirit, 6, average is 10. Points, 3. Skills, can be freely increased, requiring the expenditure of God of Wealth points. Today, he had spent 300 million yuan on a house, earning 3 points in return. Without hesitation, Gao Changming allocated all points to his physique. In an instant, a delightful tingling sensation coursed through his body, followed by a surge of strength. Checking his attributes again, he noted that his physique had now elevated to 11. Chapter 8. Is the quotation too high or too low? A physique of 11 exceeded that of a typical adult. Although it was only a single point above the norm, Gao Changming distinctly felt the change within him. Tomorrow, after purchasing a car, he intended to acquire a gym membership to test his newfound vigor. Gao Changming glanced at the clock, astonished to find it was already 6:30. He had squandered an entire afternoon in his languid state. This would not do. He sprang up from the sofa, inwardly chastising himself. Dressing quickly, he returned to the Mingwe Hotel. The extravagant dining expense of 100 million was not merely for indulgence. The culinary offerings at Mingwe Hotel were indeed delectable, allowing him to earn points while enjoying a meal. Upon his entrance, the front desk staff greeted him with genuine warmth. Mr. Gao, welcome. Another staff member promptly guided him to a private room arranged specifically for him by Manager Zhang that afternoon. Thank you. Gao Changming smiled, internally reveling in the privileges wealth afforded him. As he entered the elevator, the front desk attendant swiftly dialed Manager Zhang's office. Manager, Mr. Gao has arrived. After hanging up, her gaze remained fixed on the elevator, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Though Gao Changming had yet to learn her name, it did not diminish her burgeoning infatuation with the young, wealthy gentleman. Led by the attendant, Gao Changming entered a private room spanning approximately 100 square meters, furnished with a grand round table, an adjacent desk, and a high-end laptop with an impressive 80-inch television mounted on the wall. How would you like to arrange your dinner? Mr. Gao? The attendant inquired respectfully. Gao Changming waved his hand dismissively. Let us keep it simple tonight. You may arrange it as you see fit. Understood, Mr. Gao. As the attendant prepared to leave, Gao Changming suddenly added, by the way, that large lobster from lunch was quite good. Let us have another. The attendant, slightly bemused, thought to herself, is this what you call simple? Nevertheless, she maintained her smile and acknowledged his request before exiting. Upon receiving the call from the front desk, Manager Zhang immediately set aside his tasks, carefully adjusting his attire before hastily making his way to the private room where Gao Changming awaited. After all, this young gentleman might very well become his new employer, and Manager Zhang felt compelled to serve him with utmost diligence. Soon, Manager Zhang arrived at the door of the room and gently knocked. Come in. Gao Changming responded casually, resembling a seasoned official surveying his domain. Manager Zhang cautiously entered. Mr. Gao? Manager Zhang. Good to see you. Gao Changming nodded in greeting. Although Manager Zhang was not well acquainted with Gao Changming, he was aware of the latter's immense wealth. Mr. Gao, I have contacted the owner today, and he wishes to discuss the potential purchase of the hotel with you. Really? Gao Changming's interest piqued. He paused and turned to inquire, is he willing to sell? Manager Zhang replied. Our owner expressed a desire to meet with you tomorrow at noon to discuss further. Sounds good. Gao Changming replied with a smile. So, as long as the price is right, we have a deal? He was currently lacking in nothing but finances, and due to the system's requirements, he even hoped for a higher price. Additionally, Manager Zhang ventured, our owner has proposed a price of 130 billion. As he spoke, he carefully observed Gao Changming's reaction. However, upon hearing the figure, Gao Changming frowned. Only 130 billion? I initially thought acquiring the Mingwe Hotel would cost 10 billion or so. I later discovered how naive that estimation was. The construction alone cost over 100 billion, not to mention the myriad of equipment and renovations. I had anticipated a minimum of 200 billion. To his astonishment, Manager Zhang mentioned that the asking price was merely 130 billion. Gao Changming nodded thoughtfully. All right, let us arrange to meet with your owner tomorrow. As they conversed, the attendant began serving the dishes. Manager Zhang, have you eaten? Would you like to join me? Gao Changming inquired as the sumptuous dishes were laid out before them. Manager Zhang quickly smiled. Please enjoy your meal. I'll go report to the owner. Very well. Gao Changming sincerely felt a twinge of loneliness dining alone and extended an invitation. Yet, to his surprise, Zhang Wei hesitated. Unperturbed, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. The cost of the meal remained a mystery, but he had charged a staggering 100 million. After finishing his meal, Gao Changming did not summon a taxi. Instead, he leisurely strolled home. The Mingwei Grand Hotel was not far from the Villa District, and a 20-minute walk would suffice for a bit of exercise. Since he was in no rush, he took over 30 minutes to return home, arriving just before 8 o'clock. With time on his hands, he retrieved a notebook and began to chew on his pen, contemplating his forthcoming expenditure strategy. Naturally, the first item on his list was to purchase a car. The villa garage had 7 parking spaces, thus he resolved to buy 7 vehicles, alternating his rides daily, ensuring a different car each week. Then, what else should he acquire? A property in a school district? Ah, splendid. He could become a landlord. Speaking of which, he decided to seek out a real estate agent the following day to assist him in purchasing a property. What a brilliant idea. As he envisioned his golden path ahead, he couldn't help but chuckle. Tossing the pen aside, he sprawled back on the sofa, pulling out his phone to investigate the more renowned real estate agents in Nanjing City. Just as he unlocked his phone, a group notification popped up. He had numerous WeChat groups, all silenced, so he typically paid them no heed. However, in one group, someone had tagged the administrator, prompting the alert. Gao Changming had initially intended to look for real estate information, but this notification disrupted his plans. The group was named the hope of the entire village. Lulu the goddess has spoken. I'm off to brush cat beans. Suddenly, he remembered why he had joined this group. The hope of the entire village was Wang Ding's WeChat name. About a year ago, Wang Ding had asked for his help to boost the popularity of his goddess, Lulu, leading Gao Changming to follow her on Cat Tooth Live. According to Wang Ding, Lulu was the belle of the Nanjing City Arts College. Chapter 9, Cat Tooth Live. Once Gao Changming pieced it together, he hesitated to leave the group, instead scrolling through the screen to read the message that tagged all members. Lulu the goddess is currently engaged in a PK on Cat Tooth against an opponent who is resorting to underhanded tactics, having enlisted the assistance of a guild to shower her with gifts. Brothers, let us go? Below was a link. Gao Changming's mind raced. Gifting? Gifting costs money. Oh my. I've stumbled upon another avenue for expenditure. With that thought, he could hardly contain himself, muttering, this is it. Tonight, I'm going to shower her with rewards. Easily spending several billion. Haha. He clicked the link, only to be met with a prompt indicating that the Cat Tooth app was not installed on his phone. Having never engaged with live streaming before, he nevertheless downloaded the app without hesitation. The Cat Tooth Live app was swiftly installed, followed by registration and phone number binding. After completing the necessary steps, Gao Changming re-entered Lulu the goddess's live stream. Inside the stream, a young girl, around 20 years of age with an endearing appearance, was singing. Gao Changming reclined on the sofa, clicking his tongue, and remarked, no wonder that Wang Ding is so infatuated every day with looks like that. She could charm multiple kingdoms in ancient times. However, he was not overly concerned with Lulu's beauty, even if he had never participated in live streaming. He understood the industry well enough. The waters ran deep. Even if a gorgeous goddess appeared on his screen, once the broadcast ended and she removed her makeup, she could very well transform into an ungainly man. Moreover, with the myriad of beauty filters available, even a pig could be made to look like a stunning beauty. Therefore, one must be cautious when gifting. Of course, Gao Changming's intention was not to receive sweet nothings from a beautiful live streamer. His aim was to spend money. At that moment, Lulu was singing at the behest of her fans. Gao Changming took his time before deciding to explore the Cat Tooth platform further. Cat Tooth Live was a rising star in the Chinese live streaming industry, yet the app essentially employed the same few strategies. He was not concerned about Cat Tooth standing in the industry. What mattered was how to gift. His research left him somewhat speechless and disappointed. The gifting system comprised 6 tiers, with the cheapest option being cat beans, which cost 1 dime each and could be obtained for free simply by logging into the system daily. Next was the 1 yuan cat food, where each portion equated to 1 yuan in Chinese currency. The third tier was 10 yuan, followed by 100, 1,000, 10,000, and finally 100,000 yuan. In other words, a single gift could not exceed 100,000 yuan. Gao Changming felt disheartened. How much would he need to gift to reach 1 billion? Forget it, he thought, feeling bored. After some contemplation, he decided that even the tiniest mosquito is still meat. Having grasped the rules, he re-entered Lulu's live stream, where she had just finished singing and was now speaking. Dear cuties, I know you've all done your best. It's alright if we lose, but we'll always be together. Lulu will now perform a new dance for everyone. Gao Changming glanced at the barrage of comments, finally grasping the situation. It turned out that Lulu was competing for a monthly ranking, but many other streamers were playing unfairly, as most had signed with guilds that assisted them in boosting their rankings. Lulu had not joined any guilds, leaving her without support, which meant that despite her beauty and talent, she was languishing at the bottom of the rankings. Currently, she had fallen to over 500th place. With no time to waste, Gao Changming initiated a recharge. To his dismay, He found there was even a limit on recharging. He had intended to recharge 1 billion at once to gift liberally, but the backend notified him that he could only recharge a maximum of 100,000 at a time. Frustrated, Gao Changming sat up from the sofa and began recharging 100,000 at a time. After a considerable duration, by the time Lulu had finished her dance, he had recharged over 10 million. Annoyed, he mused, perhaps I should hire someone specifically to help me recharge and gift? Stretching his sore wrists, Gao Changming prepared to start gifting. The screen was flooded with comments. Lulu, YYDS. Wow, my wife dances beautifully, gifting 10 cat food. With Lu, together forever. Gifting 100 cat beans. Those other streamers are utterly shameless, having their guilds boost their rankings. Too bad I'm broke, otherwise, Lulu should join a guild. Relying solely on us, it's tough for her to make a name on cat tooth. Get lost. You don't understand anything. Signing with a guild is akin to signing a contract of servitude. My Lulu must remain pure forever. As Wang Ding had said, Lulu was a sophomore at the Nanjing City Arts College. Since gaining admission, she had been elected one of the top 10 campus beauties. A feat not easily attained in an institution teeming with handsome men and beautiful women. Lulu's selection as a campus beauty attested to her extraordinary looks and figure. However, in stark contrast to the depictions found within novels, the alluring school belle does not necessarily hail from a prestigious lineage, often portrayed as the daughter of a prominent family. Lulu, on the other hand, was born into an ordinary household. Her foray into live streaming was primarily motivated by a desire for independence and to alleviate her parents' burdens. Initially, she had planned to seek part-time work off campus, but after just 3 days, her striking beauty attracted quite a few complications. Thus, at her roommate's suggestion, she ventured into the world of live streaming. This endeavor extended for over 6 months, during which her captivating looks quickly garnered her a modicum of fame. Several agencies expressed interest in signing her, yet the onerous contractual stipulations deterred her, leaving her as an independent streamer. Generally, she relied on fan donations, earning a modest income of 1,000 or 2,000 each month, sufficient for her living expenses. Consequently, she maintained a laid-back approach, refraining from competing for monthly rankings. However, circumstances compelled her to strive for recognition, as last week, her mother informed her that her father had suddenly fallen gravely ill, necessitating a substantial sum for surgery. Sighing after finishing a dance, Lulu lamented that today's donations totaled a mere 3,000, and after the platform's share, she would receive less than 1,000. With her current savings, her entire net worth barely reached 10,000, leaving her a staggering 100,000 short of what her father required for his medical expenses. Yet, during the live broadcast, she masked her emotions with a smile, expressing her gratitude to her generous fans. Thank you, dear fans, for your kindness. I shall conclude today's stream here. With a heavy heart, she resolved to seek out her top donor. A month prior, this individual had gifted her 10,000, earning the title of her #1 supporter. Lulu had proactively added him on WeChat to express her thanks, only to be taken aback when he inquired about her fee. This left her feeling embarrassed and indignant, prompting her to block him immediately. Now, with no other recourse available, she steeled herself, determined that if he were willing to offer 500,000, she would reluctantly acquiesce. Chapter 10, A Lavish Outpouring of Wealth. No, Lulu, my dear. I haven't had my fill yet. Huh, is this an admission of defeat? There's still over half an hour until the leaderboard refreshes. Why are you ending the stream early today? Upon hearing Lulu's intention to conclude her broadcast, the chat room erupted in chaos. Since she had not signed a contract, the hundreds of fans in her chat were primarily genuine supporters. Although not everyone was spamming the chat, the screen was still overwhelmed with messages. Lulu smiled, but internally, she felt desolate. Having navigated the streaming world for nearly a year, she was well aware of its underbelly. This was the primary reason she had steadfastly refused to sign with any platform or agency. Yet, she had not anticipated that life would force her down that path. From now on, she would have to become the very person she once despised. Sighing again, Lulu returned to her computer, refraining from exiting the stream immediately. Instead, she clicked on the profile of her top donor on the leaderboard. Previously, she had blocked him on WeChat, but now she had no choice but to re-add him. As she contemplated this, tears of indignation threatened to spill, but she had no time to waste. Her father's illness could not wait. Initially, her top donor had proactively messaged her with his WeChat ID. Lulu sent a new request to connect, raising her head to prepare for the stream's conclusion. She was taken aback by the sight that greeted her. The entire screen was ablaze with fireworks. Her fans had gone wild. Foodie, gifting Lulu a Dream Castle X1. Foodie, gifting Lulu a Dream Castle X1. Foodie, gifting Lulu a Dream Castle X1. In that moment, Lulu was left speechless. The Dream Castle was the most expensive gift on the platform, valued at 100,000 Chinese yuan. having streamed for almost a year. The most lavish gift she had received was a princess set worth 1,000, which had come from her top donor, who was no longer in that position. Accompanied by the gifts from the foodie, the screen was awash in celebratory confetti, transforming her stream into a festive spectacle. The chat erupted with excitement. Wow, what a generous tycoon. A dream castle? I've been on this platform for 2 years and never seen one before. It's absolutely stunning. Of course, it's stunning. It's worth 10,000. Is she signed with an agency? Lulu signed with an agency? Are you foolish? I've seen it. The foodie is just a level 1 account. Your agency's account is only level 1? I've seen it too. This is a wild fan, a tycoon. Now they're already at level 97. I'm going to pull people from other streams. This person has already spent over 2 million. This is incredible. Although I have no money. Watching others spend makes me feel wealthy. Lulu sat before her computer, utterly astonished. She was acutely aware that no one from an agency would be helping her climb the rankings, and any contributions from agency members would need to be refunded. After a while, she regained her composure, her voice trembling with excitement as she quickly donned her headphones. Thank you, foodie. Thank you for the dream castle. In her exhilaration, she momentarily lost her words, while the foodie continued to shower her with gifts. Foodie, gifting Lulu a dream castle X1. Foodie, gifting Lulu a dream castle X1. I just counted. Over 50 have been sent, totaling over 500 million. I'm losing it. Is tonight the night Lulu ascends? Foodie, I seek your embrace. Foodie, do you need any charms? I can sing and dance too. Do you like men? If not, I can undergo surgery. Is it too late? Grateful to the foodie, Lulu resolved to sing another song, Thank You, as a token of her appreciation. Taking a deep breath, she began to sing, while the foodie remained undeterred, continuing to shower her with gifts. The viewers were in a frenzy. Even those who typically enjoyed Lulu's singing were too absorbed in the spectacle to listen. They flooded the chat with updates on the foodie's contributions. Wow, 630 million. I just arrived. I heard there was a tycoon here. Did he really donate over 600 million? It's already 700 million. I've been on this platform for 4 years, and this is the first time I've seen such a godly tycoon. The last time I saw someone gift a dream castle was 2 years ago when Honga did it. That guy is still ranked 5th overall, and now he seems to have dropped to 6th. The foodie is now 3rd. Lulu, singing while watching the chat, felt tears welling in her eyes. Her father would be saved. As her song concluded, the foodie also ceased gifting. The viewers had begun tallying the total. Wow, I counted. The foodie has sent 100 dream castles, each worth 10,000. It's a million. No need to count. Just look at the leaderboard to confirm the 10 million. I never expected to witness this historic moment. The foodie and Lulu are both reaching new heights simultaneously. Wow, based on what you're saying, it sounds like the foodie and Lulu are in a dual cultivation. What a vivid image. Meanwhile, Gao Changming set down his phone, massaging his left hand with his right, his brow furrowed. Damn it, spending money is exhausting. I've only donated 10 million, and my hand is nearly broken. Forget it. I might as well hire an agent to help me buy a house. Complaining to himself, he rubbed his hand as he walked into the bathroom to prepare for a shower and sleep. However, the events transpiring in Lulu's live streaming room began to quietly ferment under the enthusiastic promotion of numerous netizens. After concluding her broadcast, Lulu opened the profile of her current #1 supporter, Gone Fan Run, and sent a private message. Hello, Fango. This is my WeChat ID. I truly appreciate your support today. Thanks to the substantial assistance from Gao Changming, Lulu dramatically ascended to the top of the monthly rankings, akin to a rocket, outpacing the 2nd place by over 8 million points. What delighted her even more was that Gao Changming had generously rewarded her with 10 million, from which she would receive at least 3 million, more than sufficient to cover her father's surgical expenses and even allow her to purchase a home in her hometown. All of this was thanks to that benefactor, Gone Fan Ren, which prompted Lulu to feel an inexplicable urge to add Gao Changming on WeChat. Regardless of the circumstances, someone who spent 10 million deserved at least a meal as a token of gratitude. Of course, if they resided in different cities, making a friend first would suffice. But what if he were to suggest such a meeting? Should I agree or decline? Chapter 11, Young Master Zeng. After sending the private message, Lulu began to feel a twinge of regret. In her mind, those capable of bestowing a million as a reward were predominantly greasy middle-aged men. Much like her previous top supporter, Xiao Zhuanfeng, Lulu had perused his social media, revealing a portly, balding figure typical of such individuals. However, after his generous donation, Gao Changming had exited Cat's Tooth, leaving his phone abandoned on the sofa as he headed straight for the shower. Lulu anxiously sat in front of her computer for over half an hour, only to find that neither her back-end messages nor WeChat had seen any activity. Just as she was mulling over this peculiarity, a notification chimed, a WeChat alert. Her heart raced. Finally, in addition, she quickly grabbed her phone, only to be greeted by a name that made her stomach churn, Xiao Zhuanfeng. It turned out that, in a moment of desperation, she had re-added her previous top supporter, and now he had accepted her request. Feeling somewhat deflated, she initially considered blocking him again, but realized that she had been the one to initiate contact, making it somewhat unreasonable to block him now. Thus, she opted to ignore him altogether. Ding! Another notification sounded. Xiao Zhuanfeng had sent a message. Lulu, have you come to your senses? Lulu glanced at the message, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. Frowning, she replied, sorry, I added the wrong person. Xiao Zhuanfeng retorted. Are you kidding me? You added the wrong person? Stop wasting time. Just quote me. 500 for a session, 3,000 for the night. Go away. Lulu, without a moment's hesitation, sent a single word in response before blocking Xiao Zhuanfeng once more. Meanwhile, Gao Changming reclined luxuriously in the opulent bathtub of his villa, half closing his eyes in sheer enjoyment. After some time, he emerged from the bathroom, donned a bathrobe, and retrieved his phone from the sofa, returning to his room. His hands finally feeling less fatigued, he was ready to resume his phone activities. However, he refrained from reopening Cat's tooth, as he had suddenly remembered his original intention to consult a real estate agent. Unbeknownst to him, his extravagant display in the live stream had already caused a stir across the internet, trending on social media, albeit not at a particularly high rank. Relaxed, he settled into a rocking chair on the expansive balcony outside his room, browsing through real estate listings in Nanjing City. After some time, he discovered that many listings required real name registration for access, disinclined to deal with the hassle of registering. He was also wary of the incessant stream of advertising calls and spam messages that would undoubtedly follow. Thus, he resolved to personally visit a real estate agency the next afternoon to inquire further. Additionally, he needed to purchase a car and secure a hotel. Alas, how could having wealth still be so exhausting? What a nuisance. With a sigh, Gao Changming snapped a few photos of Nanjing City's nightscape and the villa's interior, sharing them on social media before charging his phone and drifting into slumber. Though his physical constitution surpassed that of the average individual, his mental state lagged behind. Nonetheless, it was of little concern. After purchasing a hotel, which would surely cost over 10 billion, he would accumulate enough points to level up to a minor superhero. The night passed without incident. When Gao Changming finally opened his eyes, it was already past 10 in the morning. Having taken a week off from school, he felt no urgency and lazily lingered in bed before starting his morning routine. By the time he finished his personal hygiene, it was already 10:30, and he figured he could head to Mingyue Hotel just in time for lunch. Nice. Gao Changming felt quite pleased with his time management. As he exited the villa area, the security guard looked perplexed. Why was the owner of the villa not driving? It had been 2 days, and he had taken a taxi each time, leaving them utterly baffled. Upon arriving at Mingyue Hotel, he was warmly greeted by a server eager to assist him. Zhang Wei, having received word, quickly joined him, and the two met in Gao Changming's exclusive private room. Mr. Gao, President Zheng will be here shortly. Zhang Wei smiled, adding, he specifically rushed over from the capital this morning. No problem. Gao Changming waved his hand, saying, let's wait to order until President Zheng arrives. Understood. Zhang Wei responded cautiously, aware of Gao Changming's preferences and anxious not to offend his future boss. After a brief wait, a knock at the door announced President Zheng's arrival, allowing Zhang Wei to finally breathe a sigh of relief. He hurried to open the door. Gao Changming rose as well, and in walked a man in his 30s, exuding an air of confidence and sporting a broad smile, followed closely by a similarly aged woman dressed in professional attire, her face adorned with a polished, corporate smile. Zhang Wei bowed respectfully, saying, President Zheng, please, come in. Zheng Huan nodded and strode over to Gao Changming, grinning as he remarked, you must be Brother Gao Changming. Truly impressive for someone so young. Hello, President Zheng. Gao Changming replied, feeling slightly awkward, yet reminded of his vast fortune, which likely far exceeded that of President Zheng. Instantly easing his tension, he added, we haven't ordered yet. I was just concerned about any dietary restrictions you might have. Oh, I'm easygoing with food. Zheng Huan replied, turning to Zhang Wei. Go fetch that bottle of wine I've stored. And let me introduce you to my company's legal director, Lin Jing. Hello, Director Lin. Gao Changming greeted with a smile, then turned to Zhang Wei, saying, please, take care of the ordering. This meal is on me. Absolutely. Zhang Wei thought to himself, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the luxury of it all. He knew well what kind of wine Zheng Huan had mentioned. He had even flown to France to procure it. A bottle worth over 300,000, and only 200 bottles existed worldwide. And Gao Changming was no slouch either, casually suggesting they order whatever they liked. After all, Mingyue Hotel had a minimum dining expenditure of over 10,000. A casual meal would surely rack up to 1 million. After Zhang Wei left, Zheng Huan, Gao Changming, and Lin Jing took their seats. Zheng Huan laughed heartily. Brother Gao, you haven't even bought the hotel yet. and you're already acting like the host? Is President Zeng not willing to sell it to me? Gao Changming replied, chuckling. As for the price, I'm open to negotiation. Feel free to state your terms. And I shall not haggle. How generous. Zeng Huan exclaimed. To speak frankly, the hotel's construction cost 8 billion, and with renovations and equipment, the total comes to around 11 billion. Give or take. He chuckled. However, I find that brother Gao and I share a good rapport. Thus, previously I quoted 130 billion. Today, as a gesture of friendship, let's settle at 110 billion. What do you think? Chapter 12. The hotel has changed owners. The hotel has indeed changed ownership. Zeng Huan was not a fool. How could he simply let go of 20 billion? The primary reason was that upon receiving Zhang Wei's notification, he immediately conducted an investigation into Gao Changming. To his astonishment, the results were astonishingly simplistic. Both of his parents were common folk, with a monthly family income of less than 8,000. How could this be? Surely, someone had deliberately altered Gao Changming's information. In Huaxia, the forces capable of manipulating an individual's information so flawlessly could be counted on one hand. Consequently, Zeng Huan concluded that Gao Changming must hail from some formidable family, undergoing training. Thus, he chose to cultivate a connection, reducing the price by 20 billion as a show of goodwill. However, upon hearing this, Gao Changming was utterly taken aback. What? A discount of 20 billion? My goodness. That means I would lose 20 points. This simply cannot be. He promptly composed himself, waving his hand. Zeng, our friendship is one thing, but business is another. Since you consider me a friend, how could I take advantage of you? Zeng Huan was left bewildered. The server pouring tea for Gao Changming couldn't help but tremble, nearly dropping the teapot. Lin Jing, who accompanied Zeng Huan with the task of drafting the contract and assisting in negotiations, had previously agreed that the lowest price would be 100 billion. But what was happening now? Lin Jing had participated in no less than 100 negotiations. Yet she had never encountered a situation like this. It was 20 billion, not 20 yuan. Zeng Huan and Lin Jing exchanged glances, both reflecting a state of utter disbelief. The private room fell silent for a few seconds before Zeng Huan finally said, It's all right. 20 billion shall be my gift to a brother. All right. Gao Changming laughed. Since you put it that way, I shall not be polite. I accept your 20 billion as a gift. Upon hearing this, Lin Jing inexplicably sighed in relief, only to be jolted back to reality, gasping in horror as she realized that this Gao was a master negotiator. Zeng Huan laughed heartily, just about to speak when Gao Changming interjected with a smile. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. I shall return the favor with an additional 40 billion. Let us sign the contract for 150 billion. I shall take the hotel. What kind of trickery was this? Zeng Huan was nearly choked by Gao Changming's words before he could erupt in laughter. Lin Jing was once again in a state of confusion, just moments ago. She thought Gao Changming's initial demand of 130 billion was a negotiation tactic. Yet now, what was this? The server, overwhelmed, felt her legs weaken, her hand shaking as the teapot finally fell to the floor with a crash. I'm so sorry. Mr. Zeng, Mr. Gao? It's quite all right. Gao Changming chuckled, delighted at his own cleverness, realizing that with just a few words he had managed to extract an additional 20 billion. Though the tea was of exceptional quality, Zeng Huan was hardly concerned at that moment. He raised his hand, looking at Gao Changming with a bemused expression. Brother Gao, I genuinely wish to befriend you, with no ulterior motives. Having navigated the business realm for over a decade, he instinctively felt that Gao Changming looked down upon him, which left him somewhat displeased. Gao Changming returned the smile. Yes, Mr. Zeng, I sincerely wish to befriend you as well. Zeng Huan felt it odd that he was now being addressed as Brother Zeng, adding to his confusion. Then Gao Changming continued. I simply cannot bear to see a friend suffer losses. Since you are willing to let go of 20 billion, how could I allow you to make a loss in our dealings? Zeng Huan, having been in business for years, found himself at a loss in this peculiar situation. After a moment of silence, he finally said, Well then, let us stick to the initial agreement of 130 billion. Fearing that Gao Changming might pull another stunt, he quickly turned to Lin Jing. Director Lin, please assist in drafting the transfer contract. Oh, of course, Mr. Zeng. Lin Jing, still in a daze, snapped back to attention only upon hearing Zeng Huan's command. She cast a complex glance at Gao Changming before retrieving a tablet from her briefcase to begin drafting the contract. The contract had already been prepared. It merely required slight modifications, which were completed in just 3 to 5 minutes. Once finalized, Lin Jing handed the tablet to Gao Changming. Mr. Gao, please have a look. As a liberal arts student, Gao Changming had little understanding of contracts, yet with his immense wealth, he secretly hoped someone would take advantage of him. Glancing at the tablet briefly, he said, Although this is our first meeting, I trust that Brother Zeng would not deceive me. Let us proceed with this contract. I have no objections. Lin Jing felt like a mere tool, having had no opportunity to showcase her capabilities during this visit. Frowning, she moved to a nearby computer desk to print the contract. This private room had been specially arranged by Zhang Wei for Gao Changming, equipped not only with a computer, but also a printer. The contract was soon printed in triplicate, one for Gao Changming, one for Zheng Huan, and the last for the relevant departments to retain. After signing the contract, Lin Jing stood to take her leave. Gentlemen, I shall proceed with the transfer process now and will not accompany you further. Zheng Huan seemed accustomed to Lin Jing's working style, nodding in agreement. Director Lin, Sister Lin, let us have lunch first. There's no rush on my end. Gao Changming stood, attempting to keep her from leaving, but Lin Jing glanced at the time and said, It's 11:20. We have just enough time. With that, she smiled at Gao Changming, turned, and walked away. Gao Changming hadn't anticipated that she was such a workaholic. However, they were not well acquainted, and he thought they might not meet again, so he refrained from insisting further. Before long, Gao Changming received a text message from the relevant department confirming that Mingyue Grand Hotel had officially changed ownership to him. He promptly transferred 130 billion to Zheng Huan. The swiftness of the payment once again reshaped Zheng Huan's understanding. Such a substantial transaction rarely occurred with immediate payment, typically requiring a round through the company's financial department. Yet Gao Changming was so audacious, directly handing over the money in private. Zheng Huan was left speechless, resorting to writing a handwritten receipt for Gao Changming. The meal concluded with merriment, while Zhang Wei stood anxiously to the side, carefully maintaining a smile. Now that the hotel had changed ownership, he was uncertain about his job security, especially at 50 years old. Finding another position with such generous remuneration would be nearly impossible. Most importantly, he preferred the familiar over the unknown. Having worked at Mingyue Grand Hotel for so long, he wished to avoid upheaval. Chapter 13. In reality, I came to buy a car. After the meal, Zheng Huan and Gao Changming exchanged contact details before Zheng prepared to return to Kyoto. Gao Changming also intended to find a nearby real estate agency to commence his property acquisition plans. Manager Zhang, what brings you here? Just as he was about to leave, he noticed Zhang Wei cautiously trailing behind him, appearing as though he had something to say but hesitated. Zhang Wei felt a twinge of anxiety. Although the two stood at the entrance of the hotel, he mustered the courage to address Gao Changming, saying, Mr. Gao, I would like to inquire if you have any suggestions or requirements for improvements regarding our hotel. Suggestions? Gao Changming stroked his chin thoughtfully. He had no real suggestions, but he felt the need to feign consideration. After a moment of deliberation, he responded, Actually, there is one thing. Instantly, Zhang Wei's heart raced with tension. However, Gao Changming continued, As the new owner, I believe it's essential to introduce a fresh perspective. Therefore, starting this month, all hotel staff will receive a 20% salary increase. Zhang Wei let out a deep sigh of relief, realizing he had been unnecessarily anxious. He had feared that with a new owner, his position might be jeopardized. Yet, upon hearing the news of the salary increase, a wave of joy washed over him. After wrapping up all necessary matters, Gao Changming departed from the Mingyue Hotel. His next destination was to purchase a car, as commuting had become quite inconvenient without one. He took a taxi to Daming Square, where all the renowned 4S dealerships were located. The journey was fraught with traffic, and he later learned that it was the day of the annual auto exhibition. No wonder there were so many people, he mused to himself. Upon arriving, the exhibition was already in full swing. Driven by curiosity, Gao Changming squeezed through the crowd. He discovered a car model promoting a new pink Ferrari 488, which exuded a youthful charm. It would undoubtedly captivate anyone who purchased it as a gift for their girlfriend. Noticing the dealership's name on the car, Gao Changming decided to venture inside. It was a Ferrari-exclusive dealership, which explained the array of stunning models on display. The highlight was indeed the 488, showcased in pink on one pedestal and a deep blue version in the main hall. Unable to resist, Gao Changming gently ran his hand over the sleek surface. Since entering, the sales staff had hardly paid him any heed. They occasionally glanced his way, but showed no inclination to offer assistance. Gao Changming was unfazed. He recalled a similar lack of attention when he purchased a villa. The vehicle not only appeared grand and aesthetically pleasing, but also spared him the need for an additional car wrap. He was eager to open the door and experience it firsthand. Just then, a saleswoman approached, her high heels clicking against the floor. You can admire, but please refrain from touching or opening the doors. Such an expensive car. Can you afford to pay for any scratches? She said with a tone of impatience. Indeed, she continued, her disdain palpable. Have a look in the mirror and consider your own situation. What are you doing here? Hey Juan, what if he is a live streamer here to shoot a video? Why do we need to be so harsh? Another sales staff member interjected. Come on, Fong Fong. You're young and unmarried. You don't understand the nature of men these days, the first woman retorted. They may appear charming, but often they are merely hollow shells, relying on their silver tongues to deceive various women. Choosing to ignore the exchange, Gao Changming decided he would not make a purchase here if he was not welcome. After all, Nanjing City had more than one dealership. Exiting the Ferrari store, he ventured into the neighboring Maserati showroom, which also featured sports cars. Upon entering, he was greeted by a young man in a suit, whose smile quickly shifted from warmth to surprise, and then to elation. "Changming, is that you?" he exclaimed, his voice ringing with familiarity. Recognizing the expressive salesperson, Gao Changming realized it was his high school classmate, Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei had not been accepted into university and had entered the workforce immediately after graduation. To his astonishment, he found himself selling cars in Nanjing City. "Zhang Lei," Gao Changming exclaimed, genuinely pleased to meet a familiar face in an unexpected place. Zhang Lei, dropping his professional demeanor, casually threw an arm around Gao Changming's shoulder, asking, "Aren't you in university? Are you on break today?" "But it's not Sunday." Gao Changming chuckled. "I have no classes today, just out for a stroll." Before he could finish his thought, Zhang Lei interjected, "I get it, working while studying." Having known Gao Changming for 3 years, Zhang Lei was quite familiar with his family's circumstances. "Leave it to me. I'll mention you to the manager and ensure I assist you." However, Gao Changming felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched his nose, about to speak when a heavily made-up woman approached. Casting a disdainful glance at Gao Changming and quickly concluding that he was not a serious buyer, "Zhang Lei, it's working hours," she remarked, her dismissive gaze lingering on Gao Changming. "If you want to chat, do it after hours." Zhang Lei felt awkward and glanced apologetically at Gao Changming. The woman, interrupting him, continued, "Don't make excuses for failure. Just look at your performance." She pointed to a wall displaying sales statistics. "You've been at the bottom for 3 consecutive months, still unaware of the need to improve?" Zhang Lei opened his mouth, but no words came out, his expression one of embarrassment. The other salespeople watched in trepidation. Some reveled in Zhang Lei's misfortune, while others felt pity but dared not intervene. After reprimanding Zhang Lei, the woman turned to Gao Changming. "I'm sorry, sir, but it's working hours. Please wait. My friend is here to apply for a position." Zhang Lei interjected. Feeling a loss of face, Gao Changming, too, felt increasingly awkward, rubbing his nose, just as he noticed several Ferrari sales staff outside the large glass windows, watching them with amusement. The woman scoffed, "Zhang Lei, I just received a message from one next door, saying he is a live streamer. Now you expect me to believe he is here to buy a car?" Upon hearing this, Gao Changming understood the situation all too well. He felt exasperated and interrupted, saying, "Actually, I am here to purchase a car." Chapter 14. My family only has 7 parking spaces. The woman stared at him, dumbfounded, while Zhang Lei was equally bewildered. Buy a car? This was a Maserati dealership, specializing in high-end models with starting prices exceeding $1 million. Could Gao Changming truly afford such a luxury? Yet, an idea struck Zhang Lei. Gao Changming must have concocted this excuse to avoid being reprimanded. He quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, Ms. Mi. My friend is indeed here to purchase a car." He thought to himself that once the initial shock wore off, he could let Gao Changming claim dissatisfaction and walk away without making a purchase. However, Ms. Mi was sharp-witted. "You're dressed in clothes worth no more than 500. Are you really here to buy a multi-million-dollar sports car? Do you think I'm foolish, or are you the fool? First, you said you were here to apply, and now you're saying you're here to buy a car." Gao Changming was utterly speechless. What was wrong with this world? It seemed that one's appearance and wealth dictated acceptance. He sighed, realizing he would need to acquire more upscale attire in the afternoon, lest he continue to face such condescension. How utterly frustrating. "Are you Zhang Lei's supervisor?" Gao Changming inquired, disregarding her taunts. Zhang Lei quickly clarified, "No, Ms. Mi is our top salesperson." "Oh." Gao Changming nodded slightly, observing the woman's haughty demeanor, mistakenly assuming she was a manager or a superior, only to discover she was merely a sales champion. Had she sold a handful of cars to earn that title? Her brash manner of speaking irked him, and he chose to ignore her, turning instead to Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei felt a tightening in his chest, hesitant to speak, while the proud Mi Jie declared, "It's not too much. My sales last month totaled 3,700,000, and we're only halfway through this month. Yet I've already surpassed 120,000. So, are you genuinely here for an interview?" "No, I'm here to purchase a vehicle," Gao Changming emphasized, then shifted his focus back to Zhang Lei. "Zhang Lei, please recommend some options for me." Zhang Lei was momentarily taken aback, but he had already formulated a plan in his mind to feign recommendations for Gao Changming, intending to let him leave after Mi Jie departed, even if it meant enduring her wrath later. Thus, he quickly stood up and said, "Let me take you to see the cars, and I'll explain as we go." "All right." Gao Changming nodded and followed Zhang Lei to the vehicles. Mi Jie, observing this, sneered and trailed behind them. Zhang Lei felt a pang of despair at her presence. However, with her arms crossed and following closely, He steeled himself to introduce each car to Gao Changming. This Maserati Quattroporte is a sports sedan featuring a sleek overall design. This Maserati Ghibli, he focused solely on the presentation, disregarding any concerns about pricing. In his mind, he was merely acting alongside Gao Changming. But Mi Jie's constant following made him anxious, fearing that their performance would ultimately falter. After a series of introductions, Gao Changming was somewhat astonished. Zhang Lei, who had once struggled with reciting texts in school, now effortlessly recited statistics about luxury vehicles, which made him want to chuckle. Zhang Lei, noticing Gao Changming's amused expression, felt speechless and gestured for him to contain his laughter. Can you not find this amusing at a time like this? Just as he was about to continue, Mi Jie interjected. Enough, Zhang Lei. Is this your attitude? I don't have time to indulge you both. Once work is done, you will write a self-critique for the supervisor, and you, friend, should leave promptly to avoid disrupting our work. Gao Changming, upon hearing this, turned to Mi Jie and said, That's not the case. I find his attitude quite agreeable. It's yours that leaves much to be desired. Is this how you treat clients? Haven't you heard that the customer is king? Mi Jie was infuriated, pointing at Gao Changming and retorting, Fine. If you truly purchase a vehicle, I'll immediately apologize to you and Zhang Lei. Otherwise, I'll fire Zhang Lei. Our dealership has no need for such employees. Gao Changming chuckled, dismissing her words. He had come solely to buy a car and turned to Zhang Lei, saying, Let us do this. Prepare 2 sports cars, 2 sedans, and 2 SUVs, 6 vehicles in total. As he spoke, he stroked his chin in contemplation, realizing he had 7 parking spaces available, not counting the open area in the front yard. I still need at least 1 more vehicle. Let us add the most expensive car you have in stock. Let us leave it at that. I only have 7 parking spots at home. Zhang Lei stood there in bewilderment. Brother, we're acting here. You're really getting into character. He hesitated, his expression a mix of confusion and frustration. Mi Jie, overhearing Gao Changming's words, felt even more convinced that he was merely putting on airs. The most expensive car in the dealership? You must not be aware of the MC-12, of which only 50 units exist worldwide. She scoffed, turning to Zhang Lei. Did you not hear the king's words? Hurry up and finalize the order. Zhang Lei, feeling the weight of the situation, set aside the act and, with a furrowed brow, replied to Gao Changming, Expensive? How much are we talking about? He hesitated before stating, The priciest car we have is the MC-12. With a final price of 20 million. Gao Changming waved his hand with a smile. No worries, just fulfill my requests. Ensure all are high configurations. Calculate the total, and I will pay in full. At that moment, a salesperson from the neighboring Ferrari dealership entered, as all the nearby high-end dealerships were bustling with activity. And no one wanted to miss such an exciting scene. Hearing Gao Changming's words, they couldn't help but laugh. I just calculated. He wants 7 cars. And even at the lowest prices, that's over 50 million. Exactly. He is going to make me laugh to death. Another chimed in. I've never seen someone so shameless. Mi Jie's face soured, her gaze icy as she glared at Gao Changming and Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei sighed, pulling out his phone, tapping away before stating to Gao Changming, The total comes to 43 million. Before he could finish, Mi Jie interjected. How did you arrive at that figure? Didn't your friend say he wanted everything top-notch? I just calculated it again, with all the highest configurations. 7 cars would total 72 million. At this point, aside from the sales staff, Gao Changming was the only customer, and with the 4 from the neighboring Ferrari dealership, there were barely a dozen people present. All right, Gao Changming nodded, retrieving his phone. Let us use Alipay. He then turned to Mi Jie and added, Since you've been following us, doesn't that mean you'll get a commission from my purchase? If that's the case, I might reconsider buying. Mi Jie, utterly unconvinced that he would actually purchase a vehicle, retorted with a scoff, Rest assured, I'm not like some people. I still have my dignity. Zhang Lei stared at Gao Changming, his expression a mix of disbelief and admiration. Are you serious? 72 million is money I could never hope to earn in 10 lifetimes. Gao Changming nodded confidently. Mi Jie, impatient, called out to her fellow sales staff, Someone come over here and bring the QR code. Typically, whether through Alipay or bank transactions, there are daily limits. However, Gao Changming's funds came from a system, effectively bypassing those limitations. Mi Jie, being the long-standing sales champion, had garnered respect from her superiors, and thus the other staff generally avoided crossing her. Upon hearing her command, a female salesperson quickly approached with the Alipay QR code. Typically, the car buying process involves signing contracts and viewing vehicles, but Mi Jie, doubting Gao Changming's intentions, skipped straight to the payment step. Gao Changming, uninterested in further dialogue, simply scanned the code with his phone. The atmosphere instantly quieted. Despite no one believing he would actually make the payment, everyone instinctively leaned in to listen. After mere seconds, Gao Changming successfully completed the transaction, yet the cashier had not announced the receipt of funds. Mi Jie, with a derisive laugh, taunted, "Insufficient balance, huh? Go on, keep pretending." The others began to murmur amongst themselves, but before they could continue, the cashier suddenly announced, "Ding! Alipay has received 72 million. A stunned silence fell over the room. Everyone exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. Mi Jia was left speechless, her words caught in her throat. As she gaped at Gao Changming in utter disbelief, Zhang Lei remained at the scene, his tongue tied and his mind a blank, mechanically uttering, "Thank you." Gao Changming raised an eyebrow at him and replied, "What are you stammering about? Hurry up and get me the contract, prepare the invoice. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. We can dine together in a couple of days." Zhang Lei gazed at Gao Changming, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind, yet at that moment, he could muster no inquiry, and instead dashed to the manager's office to secure the contract. The 4 Ferrari sales staff standing at the door were ashen-faced. Just moments ago, Gao Changming had entered their store first, only to be unceremoniously dismissed by them. In the car sales business, such an incident could not remain concealed from their superior. They even vaguely heard the thunderous roar of their boss echoing in their ears. A multi-million-dollar deal had just been squandered due to their blunder. Sister Mi took a while to regain her composure. Her complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white as she watched Gao Changming stride leisurely, her heart a tumult of frustration and trepidation. She yearned to apologize to him. Yet her previous words had been so assertive that now, in the presence of a dozen onlookers, she felt too embarrassed to voice it. Gao Changming, however, paid her no heed, meandering over to the lounge area and casually sinking into a sofa. Almost instantly, a young lady approached him eagerly, presenting a cup of coffee, and cheerfully said, "Sir, please hold on a moment. We will promptly assist you with the necessary documentation. By the way, sir, could you kindly provide your ID and driver's license?" Gao Changming nodded and reached for his wallet, only to suddenly freeze, a look of dismay crossing his face. Damn it! He had acquired a staggering fortune in the blink of an eye upon receiving the system, accumulating an unfathomable sum of wealth, and had been preoccupied with spending and earning points through consumption, followed by purchasing real estate and hotels. In the frenzy of such overwhelming activity, he had overlooked a critical reality. He had yet to obtain a driver's license. While many classmates had acquired theirs in the second semester of their freshman year, he had been too busy working to buy gifts for Lu Shanshan, neglecting to take the test. It struck him like a bolt of lightning that he was, in fact, unlicensed. How foolish of me. Gao Changming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After his overnight transformation into affluence, he had been solely focused on indulgence, completely disregarding the necessity of a driver's license. The young lady, noticing his change in demeanor, mistakenly assumed he had simply forgotten it, and quickly reassured him, "No worries, sir. You can bring it tomorrow." Gao Changming awkwardly raised his head and replied, About that. I don't actually have a driver's license. Can I still buy a car?" The young lady paused, taken aback. "You came here to buy a car without a license? And you're looking to purchase 7 vehicles? I would like to interview you. Do you intend to display them for show?" Naturally, she would not voice such thoughts aloud. Regaining her composure, she explained, "It's all right. You can buy them, but you won't be able to drive them. However, you may hire a chauffeur." Gao Changming's face darkened at the thought. While a sedan could be handled by a driver, how could he possibly hire someone for a sports car? Would he sit in the passenger seat? That spot was meant for the lady. Sister Mi, overhearing their exchange, was rendered speechless. Good heavens. He's here to buy a car without a license? I suspect he's come solely to embarrass me. Yet, I have no evidence. A bitter smile crept onto her lips. This only served to further illustrate that he was a uniquely extravagant individual with a distinctive taste in attire. He bought what he fancied, license or no license. Clenching her teeth, she realized that this was no time for pretentiousness. Such a wealthy person was not someone she could afford to provoke. Thus, she approached Gao Changming without hesitation and bowed deeply, her face brimming with sincerity. "Mr. Gao, I apologize. I was mistaken in my judgment." Gao Changming instinctively looked up and was met with a vast expanse of white. He swallowed hard and waved his hand, saying, "In the future, do not judge a person through a crack in the door." As he spoke, he handed his ID to the young lady beside him, adding, "I suppose I'll find time to take the driving test in a couple of days." "Certainly, Mr. Gao, please hold on." The young lady awkwardly glanced at Sister Mi, who had just apologized. This lady, who was accustomed to being the top salesperson every month and often looked down on others, had now encountered a formidable challenge. Just as Gao Changming finished dismissing Sister Mi, the 4 employees from the neighboring store approached with equally awkward expressions. Although they were all in the car sales business, Gao Changming had already made his purchase, and the Maserati staff had no suspicions of them attempting to poach business. The 4 employees stood in front of Gao Changming, treading carefully, and said, "Sir, we sincerely apologize. It was our fault." "It's no matter. Gao Changming replied with a cheerful smile. I actually intended to shoot a short video when I visited your store earlier. He jested casually, but this only deepened the awkwardness for the four employees. At that moment, Zhang Lei, having prepared the documents, approached with a face full of excitement, completely ignoring the four employees. Upon seeing Gao Changming, he couldn't help but exclaim, wow. Gao Changming understood Zhang Lei's excitement. With sales in the tens of millions, his commission was bound to be substantial. As he pondered this, Zhang Lei exclaimed, my commission is 10%, over 70 million. I'll earn at least 700,000 this month. 700,000, enough to buy an apartment back in Gao Changming's hometown. Seeing Zhang Lei so animated, Gao Changming smiled in understanding. He handed the untouched coffee to Zhang Lei, saying, hurry and finalize the paperwork. I have matters to attend to later. Contact me in a couple of days. Sure. Zhang Lei, trembling with excitement, began explaining the process step by step. Before long, the paperwork was completed, and as Gao Changming stood to leave, he realized he couldn't drive without a license. He would have to entrust Zhang Lei to deliver the car to his villa later. As he was about to depart, a pang of guilt struck him. In the whirlwind of his newfound wealth, he had neglected to consider his parents. Yet, with all these purchases looming, revealing the source of his funds to them would be quite the challenge. Thus, before leaving, he specifically instructed Zhang Lei not to disclose anything to his parents. Although Zhang Lei found Gao Changming's actions somewhat perplexing, he agreed wholeheartedly. With the enthusiastic send-off from all the Maserati staff, including the manager and supervisors, Gao Changming climbed into a taxi. The taxi driver, equally bewildered, couldn't fathom why the entire luxury car dealership had emerged to bid farewell to this particular passenger. In Nanjing City, taxi drivers typically remained reticent, and throughout the journey, he refrained from voicing his questions, quietly delivering Gao Changming to the doorstep of a real estate agency. Gao Changming had already researched this agency, known as Hejiahuan, the largest real estate agency in Nanjing City. Its headquarters was situated in the city center, precisely where Gao Changming had arrived. The main office of Hejiahuan bore little resemblance to smaller agencies that merely rented storefronts with a couple of salespeople. Instead, it resembled a legitimate company. Upon entering, Gao Changming was greeted not by sales personnel, but by a receptionist at the front desk. Hello, sir. How may I assist you today? I'm here to look at properties, Gao Changming replied. Certainly. The receptionist politely escorted him to a conference room measuring approximately 7 or 8 square meters and poured him a glass of water, stating, please hold on. Our property consultant will be with you shortly. In Gao Changming's perception, real estate agencies were akin to sales offices, yet he was pleasantly surprised by the professionalism on display. Within 2 or 3 minutes, a young lady, clad in a fitted suit and short skirt, entered, carrying a folder. She appeared to be around 22 or 23 years old. Gao Changming was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that she would be such a stunning beauty. In this age of advanced networking, although Gao Changming had always been an ordinary individual, he had encountered numerous beautiful women online. Nonetheless, this young lady's appearance left him utterly mesmerized. He would graciously award her a score of at least 9 out of 10. Secretly, he marveled at her beauty. The young lady, seemingly accustomed to the attention of others, maintained her radiant smile and inquired, may I ask your surname, sir? I am Gao Changming. Greetings, Mr. Gao. The young lady replied with a warm smile as she seated herself across from him. I am He Meng, a real estate consultant at Hejiahuan. You may call me Xiao He. Gao Changming chuckled inwardly, thinking, I'm just in my 3rd year of university and barely 20. Calling you sister would be more appropriate. Xiao He. Oh, He Meng observed Gao Changming's expression and, unfazed, replied with a smile, my apologies, Mr. Gao. It's simply a habit. You may call me Hejia. Hello, Hejia. Gao Changming managed to suppress his laughter as he shook her hand, noting its delicate softness and the slight chill it emanated. Such an exquisite sensation. He Meng, holding a pen, smiled and asked, Mr. Gao, are you looking for a marital home or something else? Gao Changming shook his head, replying, I am interested in investment. Oh, He Meng's interest was piqued. Typically, properties purchased for investment purposes were located in prime areas, naturally commanding higher prices, which would, in turn, increase her commission. However, observing Gao Changming's youthful appearance, she wondered if he might be a second-generation affluent individual. Yet, his attire did not suggest such affluence. With curiosity, He Meng opened her folder and pointed to a property, stating, Mr. Gao, what do you think of this one? Its location is exceptional. Merely 10 minutes from the center of Nanjing City. As He Meng presented the property, she leaned in slightly, allowing Gao Changming to catch a whiff of her enchanting fragrance, which he could not help but inhale gently. His intentions were purely innocent, a natural admiration for beauty. He Meng, noticing his behavior, felt her cheeks flush a deep crimson. Gao Changming snapped back to reality, silently reciting a prayer and quickly saying, Hejia, I apologize, it was unintentional. What I meant to say was no problem. Let us focus on the property. He Ming interjected. What do you think, Mr. Gao? The price for a school district property is relatively high, approximately 80,000. Gao Changming furrowed his brow. It was only then that he noticed the property He Ming had indicated was labeled as Unit 1, 3rd floor, Apartment 3. Only one unit available? He gazed at He Ming in confusion, asking, is this just one property? How much can one unit cost? However, He Ming assumed the price was too steep for Gao Changming, and with a smile, she reassured him, of course not. She flipped a page and continued, Mr. Gao? Look here, this is located near the number 3 subway station. Upon seeing it was still only one unit, he interrupted, saying, Hijia. What I meant is that I intend to purchase more than one unit. He Ming was taken aback. Do you mean you wish to buy several? Gao Changming nodded. The more, the better. His objective was to spend money. The actual value of the investment was inconsequential. He Ming gazed at him in disbelief. The more, the better? She paused momentarily before adding, however, Mr. Gao, the government has purchase restrictions. Local residents can buy only 2 units, and non-local residents can purchase only 1. Gao Changming had never considered buying property and was completely unaware of such regulations. He had just acquired a villa and was not a local resident of Nanjing City, which meant he could not purchase further properties. So, I can't buy any more houses? Oh, I already own one. He asked, somewhat disheartened. He Ming nodded and explained. If you wish to buy another property, you must wait 2 years and pay a 50% down payment. All right, Gao Changming said, feeling a sense of disappointment. In his plans for spending, property acquisition was undoubtedly at the top of his list. Other investment avenues were not on his radar. Just as he was feeling disheartened, He Ming suddenly remarked, however, if Mr. Gao is looking to invest, I believe investing in commercial properties may be more advantageous than residential ones. Are there no restrictions on commercial properties? Gao Changming inquired. He Ming proceeded to elaborate, and Gao Changming finally understood that residential properties had strict limits, whereas commercial properties were unrestricted. Indeed, with commercial properties, you may purchase as many as you wish and simply pay the corresponding taxes. There are no issues otherwise. He Ming stated. Very well, please recommend some of your best commercial properties, Gao Changming thought, considering that the returns on commercial investments could rival those of residential properties. He envisioned himself as a landlord in the future, relishing the thought of spending freely with his future girlfriend. What a delightful prospect. He Ming opened her tablet and conducted a brief search before looking back at Gao Changming. Currently, there is a newly completed commercial street, and the developer is the owner. We are assisting them with sales and leasing. As of today, 3 units have been sold, with approximately 100 more available, including commercial spaces on the 2nd and 3rd floors, totaling around 200 units. How many would you like to purchase, Mr. Gao? Gao Changming, upon hearing commercial street, did not rush to respond. Where is this location? It is situated in the city center of Nanjing, adjacent to Daming Square. To the left of Daming Square is a pedestrian street, and to the right were previously residential buildings, which have also just been completed, He Ming explained. Gao Changming considered this. He recalled that upon arriving there by taxi, the area had appeared rather desolate, which caused him to hesitate momentarily. However, he quickly reminded himself that his ultimate goal was merely to spend money in exchange for points. I am not lacking in funds. Even if this area does not develop, it is of little concern. Seeing his expression, He Ming assumed he was worried about the future development affecting his investment, and with a smile, she reassured him. You're overthinking it. Mr. Gao, are you familiar with Nanjing? It is an upscale community, and these commercial properties will sell without a hitch. An upscale community. Gao Changming mused. Indeed, with such a community nearby, there would naturally be no shortage of potential customers. All right, please take me to see the properties. Gao Changming promptly agreed, thrilled at the prospect of investing profitably while also enjoying the process of spending. What a double delight. He Ming, holding the keys, drove her modest QQ, valued at a few thousand. Mr. Gao, please hop in. To his surprise, this young lady was quite capable. Although her car was inexpensive, it still served as a symbol of status. Throughout the drive, He Ming narrated the overarching details of the newly constructed commercial street, known as Mingxiao Street, which spanned approximately 20,000 square meters, with a total build area of about 50,000 square meters. The primary structure consists of 2 stories, with some areas extending to 3 stories, and 2 underground levels designated for parking, accommodating 400 vehicles. The main entrance is adjacent to Daming Square. When the developers designed Mingxiao Street, they meticulously followed the model of premier commercial streets, ensuring a well-thought-out layout that encompassed retail, dining, children's entertainment, fitness, and other recreational facilities within a semi-open, street-style commercial complex. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. The entire street was located in the latter half of Nanjing, with half the street remaining vacant. The sold commercial units were already undergoing renovations, and upon seeing He Ming, The proprietors greeted her enthusiastically. As they strolled, He-Ming explained, "Mr. Gao, the overall layout is as such. You may design the renovations as you please. As long as you pay your taxes on time, there should be no significant issues." As Gao Changming surveyed the surroundings, it became evident that the area was predominantly filled with unfinished commercial properties, with the smallest units exceeding 100 square meters, suitable for dining establishments or similar ventures without any issues. "How much would these cost?" he inquired. "It depends on which unit you're interested in. Prices vary," came the response. "If you venture further ahead, you'll notice that the spaces are considerably larger. Additionally, most of the buildings here are 2 stories tall, with some reaching 3. Mr. Gao, would you like to take a closer look?" He-Ming, having delivered her spiel in one breath, glanced at Gao Changming's expression, anxious that he might not have grasped her words. "There's no need to select. Let us proceed with this," he declared decisively. "Please inquire about those 3 shops that have already been sold. I wish to purchase them all for easier management in the future." "Understood, Mr. Gao. Excuse me, did you just say you wish to acquire the entire Mingxiao Street?" He-Ming was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at Gao Changming. Buying an entire street? What kind of outrageous notion was this? Although this area had only recently been developed, its commercial potential was undeniable, with the smallest shop valued at nearly 10 million and the most expensive surpassing 100 million. To buy the entire street would require several billion. Despite 3 shops already being sold and around 10 leased, none had officially opened yet, resulting in a scarcity of foot traffic. As He-Ming and Gao Changming arrived, the owners of the few shops could not help but approach to greet them, particularly a few who were notably enthusiastic. Lu Tong, having mortgaged his parents' home a fortnight prior to secure over $1 million for his entrepreneurial endeavors, had been assisted by He-Ming when he was looking to rent a space. That day, he felt as though he had fallen in love. He frequently sought her out on WeChat for casual chats. Today, with He-Ming personally bringing someone to view the property, he disregarded his renovation duties and hurried over, intending to ask her out for a meal. However, upon approaching, he overheard Gao Changming's audacious claim about buying the whole street. He scrutinized Gao Changming, who appeared to be just a scruffy youth, likely not older than 25. "You must be joking. Even if you are the heir of the Wang family, the wealthiest in Nanjing City, I refuse to believe your father would hand you billions at such a young age. Tungu, this kid is trying to pull a fast one on you," murmured Ma Hao, another tenant, to Lu Tong. Lu Tong was suddenly alert, realizing that this young man was indeed attempting to flaunt his wealth to impress He-Ming, who was so innocent and charming. He felt compelled to protect her from deception. "Regardless of what others believe about Gao Changming, I, for one, am not convinced," Lu Tong declared loudly, scanning the surrounding tenants. "Is this a rental property or a grocery store? Does he think he can just buy out the entire street? Young people often boast. It's normal." Ma Hao chimed in, attempting to placate the situation. Chapter 18. The irritating target of unfounded hostility. Though Lu Tong was not a millionaire, he had substantial capital, over $1 million. Ma Hao was also a tenant, but he had to share a 200 square meter shop with several others, partitioning it into 4 smaller spaces. "Indeed," echoed other tenants, incredulous. "I've heard of purchasing shops, but an entire street? This must be a joke at He-Ming's expense." Due to He-Ming's youthful and attractive appearance, many tenants were concerned for her safety and began to voice their worries. "Manager He, there are many con artists nowadays. You must be vigilant." "Old Wang is right. I was still working at your age." Another added, "Buying an entire street, over 100 shops? You probably can't even afford half of it." Seizing the opportunity to fan the flames, a nearby tenant named Lu Lu knew of Lu Tong's affections for He-Ming and thought it prudent to curry favor, hoping to borrow money in the future. "Ming Ming, you've just graduated. This world is not like school. There are many fraudsters. Don't let yourself be deceived." In Lu Tong's eyes, Gao Changming had transformed into a fraudster, attempting to ensnare He-Ming, whom he regarded as prey. He felt compelled to play the role of the hero. "Get rid of that fraud," Ma Hao exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront the supposed scammer. He-Ming, witnessing the escalating situation, was flustered. Although she found it hard to believe Gao Changming could truly afford an entire street, she recognized that he was still her client. And if he were harmed, she would undoubtedly face repercussions from her company. As for Gao Changming's intentions, she was not overly concerned. If he was indeed using the pretense of purchasing properties to approach her, she was no fool. She could simply decline. Surely, in broad daylight, she had nothing to fear from him. "All right, How Gu, you all can go back to your tasks." "It's not what you think, Mr. Gao merely wishes to buy a few shops," she interjected. "Buy shops? This kid?" How Gu shot him a disdainful look, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "If this fellow could afford it, I'd walk on my hands." Lu Ting shot a disdainful glare at Gao Changming. In recent days, Gao Changming had found himself inexplicably targeted due to his unremarkable attire. This time, the absurdity was overwhelming. What did it matter to them if he could afford to buy? Their incessant chatter suggested that this was their family's South Commercial Street. Enough is enough. He was thoroughly exasperated. Turning away from the group, he addressed He Meng directly. Please calculate the total cost for me. He Meng was momentarily taken aback. Under these circumstances, if Gao Changming were indeed a fraud, he surely wouldn't ask her to continue quoting prices. However, prompted by his insistence, she quickly began to tally the figures. In truth, there was no need for complex calculations. When the developers had entrusted their company with the leasing and sale, the pricing had already been established. She merely needed to add the company's commission and some necessary expenses. Soon, she reported, Mr. Gao, there are a total of 125 shops on the first floor of Mingxiao Street. Excluding the 3 already sold, there are 122 remaining. The second floor has 51 shops, the third floor has 19, and there are 397 parking spaces on the basement level. The total price amounts to 2,963,050,000. She stated the figure in one breath, looking up at Gao Changming. Those nearby were taken aback. While they had anticipated a hefty sum, they had not expected it to approach 30 billion. Gosh, I estimated it might be around 10 billion. But 30 billion? Huh. I'm curious to see how this kid will act now. Ma Hao jeered at Gao Changming. If you actually buy it, I'll livestream myself eating dung. Gao Changming paid them no mind, turning directly to He Meng. Please contact the 3 owners of the sold shops and inquire if they are willing to sell. He Meng was taken aback, surprised that he remained unfazed at this moment, feeling an inexplicable sense of anticipation. If he truly managed to buy them all for 30 billion, how much would her commission be? Manager He, is it inconvenient? Gao Changming, noticing her lack of response, urged her gently. Oh, yes, I'll call right away. He Meng snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing as she realized she had zoned out. She pulled out her phone, opened the Mingxiao Street documentation, found the numbers of the 3 owners, and dialed. Hello, is this Mr. Yu? Gao Changming stood quietly with his hands in his pockets, waiting for He Meng to contact the 3 property owners. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he was surprised to see Zhang Lei calling. It reminded him that he had previously arranged for Zhang Lei to deliver 7 cars to the villa. He answered the call, and Zhang Lei's voice came through. Changming, are you still not home? The security won't let me in with the cars. Gao Changming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had forgotten to inform the security at the villa after purchasing the vehicles directly from the Hejia Huan real estate agency. Oh, my apologies, I completely forgot. Please hold on. I will call the security right away to grant you access. He glanced at the time and felt a tinge of frustration. Despite it being nearly 7 in the evening, it felt as if it were still midday. No wonder Zhang Lei and the others had come to deliver the cars. Since Gao Changming had just moved to the villa, he had not yet changed the entrance code, allowing the property management to unlock the gate. Zhang Lei, on the other end of the line, felt speechless. You just spent several tens of millions on cars, and then forgot to inform the security? That's quite an oversight. After hanging up, Gao Changming promptly called the property management to notify them to let Zhang Lei in and assist with the vehicle delivery. Following this, he called Zhang Lei again, and as soon as the call connected, Zhang Lei said, All right, they've let me through. I'll park the cars in your yard for now. You can move them into the garage later. Great. Gao Changming responded. I've been a bit busy lately. Once things settle down, I'll reach out to you for a drink. Hee, then I'll take advantage of you. Zhang Lei, ever carefree, seemed oblivious to the disparity in their circumstances, continuing to speak and act as he always had. This familiarity brought a sense of warmth to Gao Changming. After ending the call, He Meng reported that she had successfully communicated with the 3 owners. How did it go? Gao Changming inquired. Noticing He Meng hanging up, she nodded and replied, Mr. Gao, I have spoken with the 3 owners. They are willing to proceed. But the price might be a concern. Never mind. Gao Changming waved his hand dismissively. Would he be intimidated by a price increase? That was the least of his worries. What are they asking for? He Meng replied, an additional 1,000 per square meter. Before she could finish, Gao Changming interrupted. Just tell me the total amount. Oh, He Meng, seeing Gao Changming's unfazed demeanor and confident air, felt increasingly hopeful as she quickly calculated the figures. Mr. Gao, the total comes to 2,937,800,000 yuan. After verifying the calculation twice, she presented the figure. Gao Changming nodded. Very well. Let us proceed with the contract. By the way, how does the rent for the already leased properties factor in? He Meng was taken aback. We're signing the contract already? This is a deal worth tens of billions. It feels rather hasty. Yet, despite her surprise, she quickly responded, the rent will, of course, be accounted for you, Mr. Gao. Upon hearing this, she began to believe that Gao Changming was genuinely intent on purchasing an entire street. Gao Changming nodded. Let us finalize the contract. It's already past 7, and I have other matters to attend to. At that moment, He Meng's astonishment was palpable. her expression truly embodying her name as she stared wide-eyed in confusion. Ming, you can't possibly believe him, can you? Lu Tong, observing He Ming's demeanor, couldn't help but interject. Before He Ming could respond, Gao Changming asked, "What's wrong? Did you not bring the contract?" No. The contracts are templates. I have one in my notebook. It's in the car." He Ming stammered. "However, we need the finance department's confirmation for the payment. Have they finished work?" Gao Changming inquired. He Ming glanced at her phone's clock. "It's already past 7. They haven't left yet. We finish at 8. That's good." Gao Changming retrieved his phone and said, "Have your finance department send over a payment code or add me on WeChat. I can transfer the funds now while we wait for their confirmation." Isn't this appropriate? He Ming had not anticipated that the client she was assigned would be so extravagant, wanting to transfer 30 billion on the spot. Gao Changming, puzzled, asked, "Why wouldn't it be?" No, it's just that." He Ming felt flustered. Despite having graduated only a year ago, she considered herself composed and aloof. Yet today, Gao Changming had repeatedly caught her off guard. "I just think that for such a large transaction, we should have some sort of ceremony to mark it." Gao Changming was at a loss for words. "Ceremony? I haven't even finished my dinner yet." He waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. Just contact your finance department and have them confirm receipt of the funds. Also, please arrange for the invoice to be issued." "All right then." He Ming felt something was lacking in this transaction. Completing a deal worth tens of billions felt too abrupt, leaving her feeling unfulfilled. "Damn my obsessive perfectionism," she thought to herself, while Lu Tong, anxious, quickly reached for the phone to contact the company's finance team. The other tenants, including Ma Hao, exchanged peculiar glances, falling silent. They were not naive. The fact that he asked them to contact finance indicated that he was indeed a formidable player. This young man would soon become their landlord. They all began to reflect on whether their previous remarks had been overly harsh. Ma Hao's expression soured. In an attempt to ingratiate himself with Lu Tong, he had spoken quite harshly. Lu Tong, still unable to comprehend the situation, believed Gao Changming must have ulterior motives. And Ma Hao, feeling apprehensive, refrained from offering any advice, standing helplessly to the side. Soon, He Ming successfully contacted the finance department. After hanging up, she informed Gao Changming. "Mr. Gao, Sister Qin asked you to add her on WeChat." She then relayed a series of numbers to him. Gao Changming took out his phone, added Sister Qin from finance on WeChat, and confirmed with He Ming. Sister Qin quickly sent a payment code from the company, and Gao Changming scanned it to transfer the funds. After completing the transfer, he handed his phone to He Ming, saying, "Please confirm the amount as well. Once everything checks out, we can sign the contract." He Ming, still in a daze, took Gao Changming's phone and began counting. 1. 10 billion. 10 billion. It's truly 2,937,800,000 yuan. Just as she confirmed the amount, Gao Changming's WeChat received a video call request. He Ming instinctively accepted the video call, and as the others heard her confirm the transfer, they were taken aback and stared at Gao Changming in shock. Although he wore the same outfit worth merely 300 yuan, in their eyes, he now appeared as a giant. Lu Tong and Ma Hao's faces turned pale. They had initially thought him a mere novice, only to realize he was a true heavyweight. He Ming, oblivious to the astonished expressions of those around her, connected the video call and asked, "Sister Qin, the money has been transferred. Have you received it?" On the video, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, still possessing grace and poise, appeared with a look of astonishment, nodding. "Yes, I have received it. 2,937,800,000 yuan. I await your return to the office for the invoice." Her primary reason for initiating the video call was to confirm the receipt of funds with the buyer, Gao Changming. And He Ming. Although the audio from the video was not loud, it reverberated in the ears of those nearby like a thunderclap. 30 billion had vanished just like that. "I possess an astonishing 3 billion. What need have I for a commercial street? I shall indulge in life's pleasures instead." After hanging up the video call, He Ming clutched Gao Changming's phone tightly in her hand, still feeling as if she were in a dream. A year post-graduation, she had spent over half a year working as a real estate agent. Despite successfully closing a dozen deals, most were rentals, with only 2 or 3 sales. And those were modest transactions in the range of 1 to 2 million. Yet, astonishingly, she had just landed a deal worth tens of billions. Was this year's sales championship truly within her grasp? Noticing her dazed expression, Gao Changming couldn't help but remind her, "Manager that phone belongs to me. Shall we proceed to sign the contract now?" Oh, He Ming snapped back to reality, nodding eagerly. Yes. Let's return to the office to sign the contract." After contemplating that he needed to go back to collect the invoice anyway, Gao Changming agreed. With a throng of astonished onlookers from the commercial street bidding them farewell, he and He Ming drove back to the headquarters of He Jia Huan Real Estate Agency. Upon receiving the funds, Sister Qin immediately rushed into the general manager's office to relay the news. Thus, when Gao Changming and He Meng entered the company, all the employees of He Jiahuan stood in formation at the entrance to welcome them. Chapter 20. Have I set the price too high? To Gao Changming's surprise, the general manager of He Jiahuan was a stunning young woman in her 20s. As he walked in, she greeted him with a bright smile and offered her hand for a handshake. He Meng quickly introduced, Mr. Gao, this is our general manager, He Xian. Hello. General manager He. Gao Changming replied with a smile, eager to collect the invoice and depart. Hello, Mr. Gao. He Xian returned the greeting promptly. Shall we discuss this in the conference room? She then called to the receptionist, Xiao Zhang, please prepare a cup of coffee for Mr. Gao and fetch the one from my office. Yes. The receptionist hurried to comply. Seeing He Xian's enthusiasm, Gao Changming, albeit reluctantly, agreed. He Xian dismissed the other employees, leaving only Sister Qin and He Meng to accompany them to a conference room. Sister Qin promptly handed over the invoice and payment receipts to Gao Changming, who glanced at them casually before stowing them away in his bag. He Xian then spoke, Mr. Gao, congratulations on acquiring Mingxiao Commercial Street. Congratulations indeed. As a student, Gao Changming could only mimic the social pleasantries he had observed on television, asking, if there's anything you wish to discuss, General Manager He. Please feel free to be direct. Surprised by his straightforwardness, He Xian chuckled and decided to be forthright as well. Mr. Gao, Mingxiao Commercial Street boasts 400 parking spaces and nearly 200 storefronts. What are your plans for its management? Gao Changming looked at her in confusion, replying, what else is there to do but rent it out? To be candid, Mr. Gao, aside from our real estate agency, we also possess a property management company. If you trust us, we can handle the property management and leasing for you. Although He Xian was only in her late 20s, her experience was evident, and she got straight to the point. However, Gao Changming's mind was occupied with the prospect of dining at Mingyue Hotel. Having spent 130 billion on the hotel and nearly 30 billion on the street, accumulating a total of 160 points in the process. What a lucrative venture this was. Thus, before He Xian could finish her proposal, he interrupted with a smile. All right, I prefer to avoid complications. So let us entrust this to you. How much do I need to pay? He Xian hesitated for a moment. Although Sister Qin had already mentioned that this wealthy individual was exceedingly straightforward, she had not anticipated such readiness. Negotiating with him seemed to be to her disadvantage. Nevertheless, she quickly replied, Mr. Gao, you misunderstand. You won't be paying us. Rather, we will be paying you. In essence, we will invest in managing the property of Mingxiao Commercial Street. Upon hearing this, Gao Changming immediately grasped the situation, nodding without hesitation, no problem. He Xian realized that this was perhaps the most difficult negotiation she had ever encountered, and thus, she took the initiative to ask, we can offer you an annual fee of 1,500,000. Sure. Did Gao Changming need the money? Not at all. He was indifferent to how much Mingxiao Commercial Street could potentially earn him. He Xian's proposal saved him time and effort, so he readily agreed. He Xian's rhythm was completely disrupted. A dark cloud hung over her as she thought, have I set the price too high? Wasn't it possible to negotiate down to 500,000? However, there was no turning back now, so she quickly instructed Sister Qin to prepare the contract. Both parties joyfully signed the agreement. Mr. Gao, to celebrate our collaboration, today I shall treat you. He Xian exclaimed with delight, as today's business volume had far surpassed that of previous years. She waved her hand toward He Meng. Meng, please call Mingyue Hotel and reserve a business suite. Sure. He Meng quickly pulled out her phone. Gao Changming hesitated for a moment. He had initially intended to decline He Xian's invitation. However, upon hearing the venue was Mingyue Hotel, he decided against refusing, smilingly acquiescing. He had already planned to dine there, and rejecting the offer would only lead to potential awkwardness later should they cross paths. Soon, He Meng secured the reservation. The four of them, Gao Changming, He Meng, He Xian, and Sister Qin, set out together. At this moment, Gao Changming felt slightly out of place. Three women each drove their own cars, while he stood at the entrance of He Jiahuan Real Estate Agency. Curiously, He Xian asked, Mr. Gao, did you not drive here? Coughing awkwardly, Gao Changming explained, I haven't yet obtained my driver's license. He Meng promptly opened the passenger door, inviting him, Mr. Gao, please ride in my car. All right, thank you. Gao Changming had previously ridden in He Meng's car when he went to view properties, so he felt no embarrassment now. The trio of vehicles quickly arrived at Mingyue Hotel. After parking, He Xian led the way, walking alongside Gao Changming while Sister Qin and He Meng trailed a few steps behind. As they reached the lobby, a server at the front desk suddenly brightened. Hastening over to Gao Changming, Mr. Gao, this afternoon, Lawyer Lin left some documents for you at the front desk. Upon hearing this, Gao Changming remembered that after purchasing the hotel at noon, Lin Jing had gone to handle the transfer paperwork. and what was left at the front desk must be the transfer documents. He felt a wave of annoyance at having forgotten. However, maintaining his composure, he nodded. Please keep them at the front desk. I will retrieve them after my meal. Certainly, Mr. Gao. The server then noticed that Gao Changming was accompanied by 3 women, leaving him momentarily perplexed as he inquired, will you be dining in your usual private suite today, Mr. Gao? Not today. Gao Changming glanced at Xin and replied, today. General Manager, he is treating us. Oh, I see. The server exchanged looks with Xin before departing. Observing this scene, Xin felt somewhat bewildered and asked, Mr. Gao, do you frequently dine at Minghua Hotel? Gao Changming nodded. Indeed, I have all 3 meals here. Upon hearing this, Xin thought to herself, the minimum expenditure at Minghua Hotel is over 10,000. This gentleman is indeed extraordinarily affluent. However, she gleaned certain insights from this statement, such as the fact that Gao Changming was not a local resident of Nanjing City. If he were, why would he not return home for a meal? It was likely that he was also staying at the Minghua Grand Hotel. These matters were of no concern to Xin, who did not require a server to guide her. She simply led Gao Changming directly into the private room reserved by Meng. After inquiring whether Gao Changming had any dietary restrictions, she promptly instructed Sister Qin to place the order. Before long, Sister Qin returned to the room after finalizing the meal selection, but just as she was about to close the door, a figure blocked her way. Frowning slightly, she saw a young man with slicked back hair and a painted face grinning as he entered, addressing Meng with a cheerful, Meng, you're dining here too. Sister Xin is here as well. Chapter 21, Transforming into a Boss. Meng and Sister Xin exchanged slightly startled glances as they turned towards the voice. Meng's expression gradually darkened. The intruder was none other than Wang Yuan, the persistent client who had been relentlessly pursuing her. Last month, when someone sought to rent a shop, Wang Yuan had come with friends, and Meng had been the one to attend to them. From the very first moment he laid eyes on her, he began inquiring about her contact information. For the next fortnight, Meng's life had been anything but peaceful, inundated with flowers and invitations to meals, rendering her attempts at explanation utterly futile. Consequently, her normal life was severely disrupted as she became increasingly distracted at work, a situation that soon came to Xin's attention. Meng, Xin's younger sister, had dropped out of school for personal reasons and was taken in by Xin to work here, where she was imparted with valuable professional experience and life lessons. It was Xin who intervened in the matter concerning Wang Yuan, though the specifics of their conversation remained a mystery. Since that encounter, Wang Yuan had ceased his harassment of Meng, until today. Gently patting Meng's shoulder, Xin whispered, don't worry, it's all right. I'm here. With that, she approached Wang Yuan with a friendly smile. Oh, isn't this young Master Wang? What a coincidence to run into you while dining. It must be fate. Wang Yuan chuckled. I'm just here dining with a few friends and happened to see you, so I thought I'd come over to say hello. With that, he casually pushed the door open and found a seat. Soon, he spotted Gao Changming not far away. Who is this? Wang Yuan inquired, slightly puzzled. The young man appeared to be in his 20s and yet had been brought to such a place by Xin, suggesting his status was not ordinary. Oh, this is our esteemed client, Mr. Gao. Esteemed client? Inviting him to dinner? Wang Yuan found himself momentarily bewildered. Yet Xin's demeanor suggested that this individual held significant standing. After all, who was Xin to casually bring such a crowd together for a meal? With a smile, Wang Yuan raised his glass. Mr. Gao, it's a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to toast to you. Gao Changming accepted the gesture, drinking from his glass as he began to assess this Wang Yuan. The young man exuded an air of sophistication, befitting the heir of the Wang family. Please, continue your gathering. I have friends waiting for me, Wang Yuan said, turning to leave. Sure, Xin replied with a smile, seeing Wang Yuan off. As the door closed, Wang Yuan pondered. Xin was a fiercely capable woman, and her evident respect and warmth towards Gao Changming piqued his curiosity about the man. Returning to the private room, Wang Yuan's friends clamored, where have you been? We've been looking for you. Come, let us toast 3 rounds. This gathering comprised Wang Yuan's friends, a group of affluent second-generation heirs who had convened for leisure, unexpectedly encountering Xin and her companions. Wang Yuan smiled. I just bumped into a friend and shared a drink. Contemplating Gao Changming, Wang Yuan hesitated to bring him up, feeling he lacked sufficient understanding of the man and swallowed his words. Meanwhile, Gao Changming, feeling slightly dazed from the drinking, decided to step outside for some fresh air. He concocted an excuse to visit the restroom and settled into the lobby to gather his thoughts when, unexpectedly, a familiar figure entered the room. Oh, hurry up. Do you not see what time it is? Lu Shanshan exclaimed, her lips pouting as she reproached Huang Zicheng. Wait, isn't that Gao Changming? Am I mistaken? As she uttered this, she even rubbed her eyes for clarity. Ah, Perhaps this fellow is working here, taking a break on the sofa. Lu Shanshan approached. Gao Changming. What are you doing here? Gao Changming glanced at Lu Shanshan, but chose to ignore her. To his surprise, she grew even more animated. I never imagined that after leaving me, you've ended up in such a situation. How pitiful. Just then, a group of people approached, laughing and chatting. Today, no one can compete with me. I'll cover the bill. Wang Yuan's voice rang out. Huang Ziqing immediately walked over. Brother Wang, you're dining here too. What a coincidence. Who are you? Wang Yuan asked, somewhat bemused as someone inexplicably obstructed his path. I'm Huang Ziqing. You might not recognize me, but I know you. Oh, what can I do for you? Although Wang Yuan felt a tinge of annoyance at Huang Ziqing's interruption, he maintained a polite demeanor. Oh, it's my birthday today, and I'm here for a meal. If Brother Wang has time, let us sit down and have a drink together. No wonder Lu Shanshan had been chattering since they entered. The day was Huang Ziqing's birthday. Wang Yuan assessed Huang Ziqing. Though he had consumed some alcohol, he remained lucid and was certain he did not know Huang Ziqing, thus replying with a smile, I'll pass on the meal. I have plans with friends. Oh, Huang Ziqing felt awkward. He was accustomed to being pampered at school, and now being outright rejected by Wang Yuan left his face slightly flushed. However, given Wang Yuan's status, he dared not exhibit any dissatisfaction. The entourage accompanying Huang Ziqing, upon realizing he was acquainted with the esteemed Wang family heir, felt a surge of pride, including Lu Shanshan, who believed her discerning eye had led her to a superior social circle since joining Huang Ziqing. Yet, the situation grew uncomfortable, as everyone present, having gained admission to Nanjing University, were no fools and recognized that Wang Yuan did not actually know Huang Ziqing. This created an awkward atmosphere. Meanwhile, Gao Changming waved to Wang Yuan from the side. Young Master Wang, finished so soon? Following his gaze, Wang Yuan noticed Gao Changming sitting on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, prompting the wealthy heirs to exchange puzzled glances. When had young Master Wang become acquainted with a mere server? Wang Yuan chuckled, indeed. Mr. Gao, what brings you here? Just feeling a bit dazed, so I stepped out for some air. At that moment, Manager Zhang entered the lobby. Manager Zhang, this table's bill is on the house. Understood, boss. Instantly, the surrounding wealthy heirs were left in stunned silence, including Wang Yuan himself, who struggled to comprehend. What? On the house? Boss. So he is not the server, but the owner here? The wealthy heirs scrutinized Gao Changming from head to toe once more. What did you say? He is the boss? Huang Ziqing could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Manager Zhang, are you mistaken? Zhang Wei cast a sidelong glance at Huang Ziqing, finding his manner of speaking rather peculiar. I am the manager here. Who the owner is, do you suppose you know better than I? Huang Ziqing resembled a duck with its neck grasped, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed. Chapter 22, Lu Shanshan's Resolution. Manager Zhang, wasn't the owner previously Huan? How did the ownership suddenly change, and when did this occur? Wang Yuan inquired, his voice tinged with astonishment. Zhang Wei chuckled lightly. It was just changed today? Wang Yuan's curiosity about Gao Changming intensified. Running a hotel is not an endeavor easily accomplished with a mere few hundred million. No matter how affluent a family may be, such expenditure is not made lightly. Before long, Wang Yuan produced a business card from his pocket and handed it to Gao Changming. Mr. Gao, here is my card. From now on, let us be friends. Feel free to reach out whenever needed. Wang Yuan found Gao Changming's character immensely appealing. He was not only generous and composed, but also exuded a certain grandeur, perhaps hinting at the potential for a lasting camaraderie. Excellent. If there's nothing else, I extend a warm welcome to young Master Wang and his companions to visit us. Huang Ziqing and his companions observed Wang Yuan's demeanor towards Gao Changming, filled with envy. It was well known that Wang Yuan's connections were affluent, and for Huang Ziqing, establishing a link with him had long been a dream. He never anticipated Gao Changming would reap the benefits. Witnessing Gao Changming's smug expression only fueled Huang Ziqing's resentment. What had transpired? Particularly for Lu Shanshan, her mind was a whirlwind of questions. Just days prior, Gao Changming had been a penniless youth. Yet he had now transformed into the owner of a billion-dollar hotel. Manager Zhang, this is my ex-girlfriend. It's a rare occasion for her to dine in such an upscale venue. Please present her with a fine bottle of wine. Understood, boss. Gao Changming tidied up the business cards and proceeded towards the private room, only to be met by He Meng, who emerged from within. Mr. Gao, where have you been all this time? Just stepped out for some fresh air. By the way, where are Xine Jie and the others? Huang Ziqing noted the flirtatious exchange between He Meng and Gao Changming, and when he glanced at Lu Shanshan, the comparison was stark. Lu's appearance and figure paled in comparison. We were chatting in the room and preparing to head back. He Meng glanced past Gao Changming. Mr. Gao, is that person behind you your friend? Those two have been watching you since just now. Gao Changming smiled. Yes, Old classmates, we just exchanged greetings. Let us head inside. He Ming did not press further, instead opening the door to allow Gao Changming to enter, while Huang Ziqing and Lu Shanshan remained rooted in place. Excuse me, are you still dining? The bar attendant, slightly impatient, especially upon realizing that the woman was their boss's ex, couldn't help but feel something was off. Oh, we have reserved a private room. Huang Ziqing finally registered the situation. Throughout the journey, Lu Shanshan felt a tumult of emotions. How had Gao Changming changed so dramatically in just a few days? She felt a deep sense of regret, yet an inexplicable excitement flickered within her as she recalled Gao Changming's previous kindness towards her. Perhaps, she mused, there was still a chance to salvage their relationship. Based on her experience, if a woman initiates a breakup, the likelihood of reconciliation is significantly higher. Lu Shanshan firmly believed that her years of understanding Gao Changming would ensure he would not easily forget her. Thus, she resolutely resolved to win him back. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Hello, this is a bottle of wine from our boss for you. All right, thank you. Huang Ziqing felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. Although his companions had remained silent, it was evident that they were all aware of the gravity of the situation. Who in the Taekwondo club did not know Gao Changming? Their attempts to undermine Huang Ziqing had failed miserably. Yet, out of respect for him, no one dared to speak up, as he was the vice president of the club. Not someone easily offended. Once the server departed, Huang Ziqing discovered that the wine was none other than Wulianya, which explained its exquisite packaging. To his astonishment, it was an 86 vintage. Upon opening the packaging, the seasoned drinkers around him exclaimed, "This is Wulianya, a premium spirit." It seemed Gao Changming was indeed quite generous. As the conversation subsided, Lu Shanshan couldn't help but feel increasingly discontented with Huang Ziqing's plight. She regretted her impulsive decision to break up with Gao Changming. What if she had never uttered those words? Would the outcome be different now? After a considerable ruckus, the gathering finally concluded. Xin and her employees emerged. I had such an enjoyable time today. It's been ages since I've felt this carefree. Ming, I'll trouble you to take Mr. Gao home. I can just have Qin Jie take me home. All right, Xin Jie. Gao Changming hurriedly interjected. Ming, why not take Xin Jie home? I'd like to take a solitary stroll. I feel a bit restless, so there's no need for you to accompany me. Seeing Gao Changming's insistence, Ming refrained from further discussion. Watching them depart, Gao Changming glanced down at his attire. It was high time he seized this opportunity to purchase some decent clothes. Otherwise, he would continue to be judged by his appearance. Those who knew would assume he was merely modest, while those who did not would view him as a financial failure. It was now 8:30 in the evening, and the mall was still open for business. The most renowned large shopping center in Nanjiang City, Sanwei, is located near Mingwei Square. He had previously taken Lu Shanshan there, where even a simple camisole was priced at 3,000 to 5,000. She had complained about it for several days. Now that he had the means, he was no longer restricted to merely considering the price of meals. Sanwei Plaza, situated east of the Mingwei Hotel, is a grand commercial complex comprising 6 floors, the first dedicated to wholesale, the second to retail, the third to boutique items and accessories, the fourth to menswear, the fifth to womenswear, and the sixth to children's clothing, gaming, and various dining establishments, all conveniently gathered in one place. Gao Changming had never shown much interest in wholesale or retail. Upon reaching the accessories section, he was surrounded by a dazzling array of jewelry. However, as a man, he was not particularly fond of adornments, but he did have a keen interest in watches. As soon as he stepped into the watch area, he spotted a Patek Philippe. He had previously learned that this esteemed brand was founded in 1839 and was among the top 10 watchmakers in the world. Being one of the last remaining truly independent Swiss watch manufacturers, owning such a timepiece was a symbol of status wherever one went. Gao Changming glanced down at his attire, determined to avoid a repeat of the previous embarrassing encounter. Thus, he strode directly into the store and addressed the attendant. "Excuse me, please bring out your most expensive watch. Can I pay via WeChat?" Chapter 23, Shopping Spree. The attendant, engrossed in a casual game, was startled by Gao Changming's sudden presence and looked him up and down in surprise. From an outward appearance, he seemed to be merely in his 20s. Yet his commanding presence rendered the server hesitant to be careless. Flustered, she quickly plastered on a smile and exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Handsome sir, please wait a moment. I will fetch it right away." Soon after, she emerged from a secluded display case at the back, presenting a deep blue velvet gift box before Gao Changming. Upon opening it, he was instantly taken aback. A Patek Philippe 5002p. "Sir, this watch." Gao Changming gazed at the timepiece with fascination, unable to tear his eyes away. As he donned it, he felt an immediate transformation and abruptly interrupted the server's introduction with a question, "How much does this cost?" The server, caught off guard by his direct inquiry, momentarily faltered but swiftly recovered, responding, "Sir, The current market price for this watch is 18 million. After speaking, she anxiously glanced at Gao Changming, pondering that 18 million could purchase a house. Wasn't he that more appealing? Although her profession involved selling watches, she honestly could not fathom how such items could command such exorbitant prices. If it were up to her, she would undoubtedly prefer to invest that sum in real estate. All right, we chat. After the server quoted the price, she observed Gao Changming, who, without a hint of hesitation, pulled out his phone to scan the payment code. Elated, the server couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking, this man is a true tycoon. Hello, WeChat has received 16 million. She exclaimed. Sir, would you like me to wrap it up for you? Despite her internal musings, the prospect of a hefty commission was quite enticing, prompting her to display exceptional enthusiasm towards Gao Changming. No need, Gao Changming replied, admiring the watch with great satisfaction. As he carelessly tucked the invoice into his pocket, he turned and left the store. Once the server watched him depart, she suddenly snapped back to reality, exclaiming, oh no, I forgot to set him up with a membership card. Thankfully, she had collected his phone number and name while processing the invoice. Grabbing her phone from the table, she decided to forego games and promptly saved Gao Changming's number before adding him on WeChat through his phone number. Though she had previously mocked him as a wealthy patron, she recognized the allure of his affluence and thought, let me add him on WeChat. Perhaps I'll have a chance to turn my fortunes around. While the server entertained such thoughts, Gao Changming was already indulging in a shopping spree, acquiring clothing, shoes, hats, and glasses in abundance, all from prestigious brands. As he opted for nothing but the best. This is exhilarating. No wonder women love shopping so much. Am I about to transform into a fashionista? He chuckled. After his shopping spree, he splurged over 3 million more, instructing the various stores to deliver his purchases the following morning. Most thrillingly, his expenditures thus far had accumulated to nearly 100 million, yielding him a staggering 160 points. What a day! I'm in for a major upgrade tonight. With this thought, he quickened his pace out of the mall. Although his home was not far, he chose to take a taxi. In less than 10 minutes, the cab delivered him to the entrance of his villa. Good evening, Mr. Gao. The security guard greeted him promptly as he exited the vehicle. You all are well? Gao Changming replied cheerfully. As he walked away, one guard remarked, this Mr. Gao is quite peculiar. He either walks or takes a cab, never buys a car. Haha. Another guard scoffed. You missed work this afternoon. Does Mr. Gao look like someone who has short on cash to buy a car? What do you mean? The first guard asked, intrigued. The second guard, brimming with pride, replied, this afternoon, the Maserati dealership delivered 7 cars, totaling over 70 million. No way. The first guard exclaimed in disbelief. Is he planning to switch cars every day of the week? Mind-blowing, right? I can't even afford one. While the two guards chatted, Gao Changming had already returned home. The time was nearing 9:30. Initially, he intended to accumulate points right away, but upon reviewing his spending records, he noted that purchasing the Mingyue Grand Hotel had cost him a staggering 130 billion, earning him 130 points. His car purchase, totaling over 70 million, had not reached 100 million and thus did not yield any points. Subsequently, acquiring a commercial pedestrian street had set him back 29,635 million, netting him another 29 points. His expenditures on watches and clothing amounted to nearly 20 million. Overall, he had amassed 163 points today. And with the previous small purchases, he was just 2 or 3 million shy of achieving another point. Time to check out some live streams and reward a lovely lady. Gao Changming flopped onto the large sofa in the living room, pulled out his phone, and logged into the Maoya live streaming platform. Upon logging in, he was astonished to find his notifications displaying 999 messages. What is going on? Gao Changming was momentarily bewildered. He had only begun live streaming yesterday and had no friends. How could there be so many messages? A moment of realization struck him. It must be the result of his 10 million reward yesterday, prompting a flood of attention. Unable to resist his obsessive tendencies, he clicked on the notifications. Scanning through, he found that 80% contained trivial remarks, merely lauding him as a tycoon or impressive. The remainder included numerous streamers inviting him to their channels, most of whom had left their WeChat IDs. Had there been only 1 or 2, he might have added them, but overwhelmed by the volume, he chose to ignore them. The first message caught his eye. It was from a familiar name, Lulu from Maoya. She had also left her WeChat ID, expressing her gratitude to Gao Changming. This is perfect, he thought. Having generously tipped her 1 million, adding her on WeChat for a casual chat seemed reasonable. He swiftly copied Lulu's WeChat ID and sent her a friend request. Once that was settled, Gao Changming exited and turned his attention to topping up his account on Maoya. He calculated that he still needed over 12 million to reach 100 million. Upon recharging, he was taken aback to discover he had achieved the title of Emperor. This title was a special designation for users who had tipped over 1 million on Maoya Live. Such users enjoyed certain privileges, like increased limits on recharge amounts. Filled with joy, Gao Changming realized that while he had previously only been able to recharge 10,000 at a time, he could now recharge 1 million in a single transaction. Chapter 24. A New Battle on Maoya. Previously, he had to spend half an hour just to recharge 10 million. Now, with the limit raised, he only needed to recharge 10 times. Before long, Gao Changming had recharged 20 million into his Maoya account and opened the live streaming interface. Familiarity breeds ease. He directly entered Lulu's room, ready to reward her, only to find that she wasn't currently broadcasting. The room was blank, suggesting she might have finished her stream for the day. Uncertain if he could still tip, he hesitated until he noticed that despite Lulu's absence, there were still a dozen individuals idling in her room. Are these people her loyal admirers? He chuckled to himself, preparing to exit, but to his surprise, after achieving the title of emperor, he discovered that he was granted special effects in any live room he visited. As soon as he entered the room, he stirred up the group of fervent admirers, diehard fans, surrounding Lulu. Instantly, the previously dull live stream ignited with excitement. Holy smokes! Fango has arrived. Goodness, a deity has appeared. I'm still reeling from yesterday's magnificent display, and he is back already. He has come, bringing with him a dreamlike castle. Fango, let the donations commence. Allow me to be the first to cast a stone to attract jade. Here is 10 cat beans. Scram! You dare to donate cat beans in front of my revered Fango? Gao Changming observed the incessantly scrolling bullet comments and curiously inquired, wait, can one donate even when the stream isn't live? Holy moly, Fango has spoken. His voice is truly melodious. Goodness, your flattery is painfully obvious, but indeed, Fanji's voice is delightful. I can't believe you sycophants. You're all utterly embarrassing. Unlike me, who acknowledges that while Fanji's voice is indeed pleasant. Have you not noticed the literary flair he exudes in his words? Gao Changming, is no one going to answer the question? This bunch of clowns. Indeed, Fango. Donations are possible. Just as Gao Changming's group was contemplating switching to a different streamer, the management of Lulu's live stream suddenly emerged, silencing the rowdy group and promptly addressing Gao Changming's inquiry. I immediately called Lulu to notify her to start the stream. After the administrator sent a couple of messages, she suddenly noticed Gao Changming had begun donating. Foodie, gifting streamer Lulu a dreamlike castle X1. Foodie, gifting streamer Lulu a dreamlike castle X1. Foodie, gifting streamer Lulu a dreamlike castle X1. At that moment, she finally exhaled in relief. If this wealthy patron left due to Lulu's absence, the loss would be substantial. The administrator of Lulu's live stream was her close friend from the dormitory, who was currently lying on her bed playing on her phone. Observing Gao Changming's donations, she promptly called Lulu. Lulu had taken a day off from school that morning because her father was hospitalized, and she flew back home early to care for him. The call connected quickly. Xian, what is the matter so late? Lulu whispered. Xian was the administrator of Lulu's live stream, and also her dorm mate. Upon answering the call, she excitedly said, are you free right now? If so, hurry and start the stream. The wealthy patron has returned and is donating in your live stream. What? Lulu, holding the phone, stood on the balcony of the hospital room and glanced back at her father lying in the hospital bed, hesitating as she replied. I'm currently at the hospital. Xian immediately realized and hurriedly said, I'll inform the wealthy patron. I hope he can understand. By the way, didn't you leave him your WeChat yesterday? He slipped away. Lulu also found it strange. She had waited all day and had not received a friend request. It was likely he hadn't checked the backend messages. Plus, he had directly donated 10 million yesterday, which had already trended online, so his backend messages were probably overflowing. I'll check the backend later. Lulu stated, if he adds me as a friend, I'll personally apologize to him. Alright. Xian responded. I'll hang up now. Take care of your uncle. Bye. After hanging up, Xian reopened the live stream, only to find it filled with donation notifications from the foodie. Recalling that she had just silenced everyone in the stream, she quickly rushed to unban them. While the wealthy patron was important, these ordinary fans were equally significant. Meanwhile, Lulu stood on the hospital balcony and opened WeChat, discovering that Gao Changming had already added her, causing her cheeks to flush. She understood some unwritten rules of the streaming industry. If someone was willing to donate such a substantial amount without any reason, could it truly be just because of her singing or dancing skills? Please. Those in the know understood. After a moment's hesitation, she opened the dialogue with the foodie and composed a message. Hello, Fango. I am Lulu from Cattooth. Thank you for your generous donations. I apologize for being unable to stream right now as I am at the hospital caring for my father. I hope you can understand. She sent the message but received no immediate reply. At this moment, Gao Changming was too engrossed in donating, watching his expenditure approach 100 million in the live stream. Once the viewers were unbanned, no one cared about being silenced earlier. They were all exhilarated by Gao Changming's donations. Holy smokes, who has counting? How much is it? Goodness. Just check the leaderboard. Why count? I suspect Fan Gu has ulterior motives for our Lulu. Nonsense. Even if Fan Gu truly wanted to pursue Lulu, spending millions is a sign of sincerity. Wow. I wish to encounter a man like Fan Gu who would lavish millions on me. The person upstairs, the assessment is complete. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream surged dramatically, reaching the top of the Cat Tooth homepage in just a few minutes. Countless netizens called their friends to witness the wealthy patrons' donations, with the online viewer count hitting 700,000. The most astonishing part was that the streamer was not even present. Gao Changming's hands grew numb from the relentless tapping as he finally finished donating a total of 13 million. Holy smokes. When will we be able to donate 1 billion in one go? That would be exhilarating. Gao Changming shook his hands and then exited the Cat Tooth live stream. Just as he laid aside his phone to start leveling up in a game, he caught sight of a WeChat message. Upon opening it, he realized it was from Lulu. No worries. He casually replied, intending to put his phone down, but to his surprise, Lulu responded almost immediately. Thank you for your understanding, Fan Gu. Where are you now? I'll treat you to a meal during the holidays. After all, the long night lay ahead. Gao Changming replied, I'm in Nanjiang City. How about you? What a coincidence. Lulu, holding her phone with her petite mouth agape in disbelief, quickly replied. What a coincidence indeed. I'm also in Nanjiang City, but my father is hospitalized, and I just returned home today. By the way, speaking of my father, I truly owe a debt of gratitude to Fan Gu. Had it not been for your donations yesterday, I wouldn't have been able to afford the surgery costs. Lulu typed rapidly. Had she not been in the hospital, she would have sent a voice message. No problem. Gao Changming simply replied with 2 words. Not out of indifference, but because he had never conversed with a girl in this manner before. Just as Lulu was about to respond, her mother's voice called from behind. Lulu, when can you withdraw that money? The nurse just called me to urge payment. We've already accrued several tens of thousands in hospital bills. They insist we must pay by tomorrow. How is it that your father, a perfectly healthy person, has suddenly fallen ill? In just a week, they had already spent over 100,000. Lulu could no longer continue chatting with Gao Changming and hurriedly exited WeChat, opening the Cat Tooth live stream, saying, I'll apply again. Withdrawals from Cat Tooth live stream could only be made on the 1st of each month. But Lulu had submitted an application for an early withdrawal. She just didn't know if it would be approved. Watching her mother sit by the bed, sighing in despair, she quickly contacted the official Cat Tooth account to inquire about the status of her application. Your application has been approved. However, due to the statutory holiday tomorrow and the day after, the earliest you can withdraw will be next Monday. What? Lulu felt a pang of disappointment upon receiving the reply. However, Cat Tooth livestream had already made significant concessions. If she pressed further, it could backfire. So she could only tell her mother, Mom, I just asked, and they said it will only be possible to withdraw on Monday. What? Lulu's mother immediately grew anxious. What are we going to do? The hospital has sent multiple reminders. Can't your company show a bit of flexibility? If the payment isn't made by tomorrow, they will cease my father's medication. What are we to do? I've exhausted all my relatives and friends. Lulu, observing her mother's anxious demeanor, felt a wave of sorrow, her delicate hands, resembling white lotus roots, tightly gripping her phone. Suddenly, she recalled the affluent benefactor. The fact that he was willing to bestow 1 million in rewards indicated his considerable wealth. With this thought, Lulu hesitated momentarily before picking up her phone to send another message to Gao Changming. Brother Fan, I have a favor to ask. My father is hospitalized, and the funds you previously sent can only be withdrawn on Monday, but the hospital insists we settle the bill by tomorrow, or they will cut off his medication. Could you possibly lend me 500,000? Rest assured, this amount won't be counted as a reward. I will repay you immediately after I withdraw on Monday. If you're unwilling, that is perfectly fine. Lulu sent the message, anxiously awaiting a response. Meanwhile, Gao Changming, noticing Lulu's silence, tossed his phone onto the sofa and headed to the villa's swimming pool, seeking solace. System, activate. A translucent holographic interface appeared in his mind. Host, Gao Changming. Balance, 99. 999, 983, 343, 364. 00 yuan. Physique, 11. Normal is 10. Mentality, 6. Normal is 10. Points, 164. Skills, freely upgradable, requiring expenditure of wealth points. Gazing at the displayed points and balance, Gao Changming felt inexplicably vexed. Today he managed to spend over 10 billion and earn a little over 100 points. What would tomorrow hold? He couldn't possibly continue purchasing hotels or commercial streets. If he dared to squander money in such a manner, he would inevitably attract undue attention. Even the relevant authorities might begin to investigate him. Sigh, while points are enticing, acquiring them is exceedingly difficult. He lamented. If anyone were to overhear his complaints, they might be unable to resist the urge to reprimand him. Spending money is hard. Having never experienced it, it was truly unbelievable how exhausting it could be. Gao Changming was not born into wealth. His exposure was limited, leaving him unaware of how to spend money. The only methods he knew involved purchasing properties and vehicles. Luxury items? How much could one really spend on those? Unless he were to buy an entire luxury brand. Otherwise, it was merely a drop in the ocean for him. He needed to find a way to befriend genuine wealthy individuals and explore investment opportunities. After some contemplation, he finally devised a vague plan. He knew two wealthy individuals, Zheng Huan, who sold him the Mingyue Hotel, and Wang Yuan, whom he met during dinner that evening. With this strategy in mind, Gao Changming ceased his internal turmoil and proceeded to the most anticipated part of his day. Increase points. With a physique of 11, let us aim for 51st. With this thought, Gao Changming promptly commanded the system, increase physique by 39 points. As soon as he uttered the command, a surge of warmth coursed through his body. A tingling sensation enveloped him, causing considerable discomfort that lasted over 20 minutes. Exhaling deeply, he stretched, hearing a series of pops. It was only then that he noticed his previously relaxed muscles had become robust and firm, and he could distinctly feel that this newfound strength was not merely aesthetic, but also imbued with incredible explosive power. Looking down, he was astonished to find he had developed a set of 8-pack abs. This is astonishing. Through careful introspection, he understood that his enhancements were not limited to strength. They also included resistance, speed, impact absorption, flexibility, and all attributes related to physicality. Moreover, his fingers, which had been fatigued from the earlier reward process, had returned to normal. Continue. Having just increased my physique, it's time to enhance my mentality, he declared. System, increase mentality by 44 points. Another wave of warmth enveloped him, but this time it concentrated in his brain, causing his face to flush and his eyes to redden. He realized that had he not upgraded his physique earlier, with his previous score of merely 11, he might have fainted. After another 20 minutes, the upgrade finally completed. Gao Changming felt a refreshing clarity in his mind. Though no extraordinary changes were apparent, only that his thoughts seemed significantly sharper. Checking the interface again, he saw that his points had increased to 81. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to retain his points for emergencies. It would be prudent to avoid panic in case of unforeseen needs. Perhaps my heightened mentality has made me exceptionally agile. I just remembered I still don't have a driver's license. An idea struck him, and he promptly instructed the system, exchange for driving skills. Ding. Basic driving skills successfully exchanged, costing 1 point. The panel displayed the successful transaction, and Gao Changming immediately felt an influx of knowledge regarding vehicle operation. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a novice with no license into an experienced driver. Level 1 driving skills? Does that imply there are level 2 and level 3? Gao Changming, with his agile mind, quickly connected the dots, reasoning, since it's affordable, I might as well upgrade a few levels. System, upgrade driving skills. Ding. Successfully upgraded to level 2, costing 2 points. The panel indicated the successful upgrade, and Gao Changming felt as though his driving skills now rivaled those of a seasoned veteran with a decade of experience, filling him with delight. Seeing that he still had plenty of balance, he continued to upgrade without hesitation. Before long, the system notified him of a successful upgrade. His driving skills had now reached level 3, on par with international racing champions. Just 4 points? How delightful. He relished the thrill of upgrading, feeling utterly unstoppable. Level 4, costing 8 points. Level 5, costing 16 points. Level 6, costing 32 points. Level 7 ding. Insufficient points. Only upon reaching level 7 did the system inform him of his insufficient points. Upon checking, he gasped. He was left with a mere 18 points. What a painful realization. Gao Changming lamented. At that moment, an overwhelming influx of driving techniques and experiences flooded his mind, leaving him astounded as he assimilated this newfound knowledge. Level 4 driving skills positioned him alongside the legendary drivers of Qiuming Mountain. Level 5 encompassed a myriad of specialized vehicle operations, including construction machinery. Level 6 was even more impressive, involving tanks, aircraft, armored vehicles, and battleships. Goodness! Gao Changming marveled at his current driving prowess, feeling as though he could soar into the sky. This was utterly extraordinary. In the midst of his astonishment, he contemplated the implications of level 7 or 8, or even higher levels. Would he be capable of piloting a spaceship, or perhaps a mobile suit? After a moment of disbelief, he accepted the reality that he had become an all-encompassing driving deity, yet he fell silent upon realizing he had only 18 points remaining. People often say that making money is challenging, yet no one seems to understand the sheer difficulty of spending it like I do. Sigh. Gao Changming emerged from the pool, pondering to himself, how could I have overlooked acquiring some swimming skills? It would be splendid to visit places like Hainan or Hawaii to admire the bikinis. Nevertheless, he decided against indulgence, his desire momentarily quelled by the sight of his points balance on the system panel. He resolved to bide his time until he accrued more points. Upon returning to the living room, Gao Changming glanced at his phone on the sofa and noted it was nearly 11 o'clock. He had been swimming for over an hour. Unlocking his phone, he opened WeChat and discovered a message from Lulu. This girl is quite audacious, he mused. She dares to borrow 500,000 from someone she has never even met? Yet, I find this amusing. It's as if she is offering me points. With a chuckle, Gao Changming, undeterred by the potential for deception, promptly transferred 5 million to her. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Lulu was far from elated. Since sending her message, she had been engulfed by anxiety, torn between the fear of rejection and the hope that Fan Ge would acquiesce. After waiting for over an hour, she chided herself for her naivety. Surely, even someone as wealthy as Fan Ge would not simply take her word for it and hand over 500,000. Reflecting on the matter, she realized that even her closest friends or relatives would hesitate to lend such a sum, let alone someone she barely knew. With a deep sigh, Lulu resolved to plead with the doctors the following day, asking them to grant her an extension of 2 days. Just then, her mother returned from making calls to relatives, hoping to borrow some emergency funds. Seeing her mother's disappointed expression pierced Lulu's heart, and she clutched her phone tightly. She bore no ill will towards her relatives. After all, they had lent money before. But what would she do tomorrow? Lulu had never felt so helpless, staring at her father, who lay unconscious on the hospital bed, occasionally furrowing his brow. In desperation, she clenched her teeth, contemplating a plan. At that moment, her phone vibrated, as she had set it to silent while attending to her father. It was Fan Ge. A sudden flutter of anxiety seized her as she opened the message. Upon reading it, her eyes widened in shock. 5 million. Fan Ge had indeed transferred 5 million to her. She felt utterly bewildered. 5 million was a sum that many might never earn in a lifetime, yet she had only requested 500,000. Hastily, she picked up her phone to respond, inquiring about the situation. Fan Ge, why 5 million? I only need 500,000. Gao Changming savored Lulu's response, feeling a surge of satisfaction. 5 million is hardly a concern. If I weren't worried about startling you, I would have gladly given you 500 million. He felt a rush of delight as he typed back. Oh, I accidentally added an extra 0. No worries, keep it for now. Your father's medical treatment is more important. Lulu, flustered, quickly replied. No, Fan Ge, you've already helped me enough. I'll transfer 450,000 back to you immediately. But as she attempted to act, she found herself dismayed to discover her daily transfer limit was only 50,000, and withdrawals via bank transfer were similarly restricted. Curiously, she wondered how Fan Ge could transfer 5 million. Perhaps, being a wealthy individual, he had already established arrangements for large transfers. In a flurry, she messaged him, Fan Ge, my limit is 50,000. How about I treat you to a meal when I return to Nanjing in a couple of days as a token of my gratitude, and then repay you? Gao Changming hardly regarded the money as significant, considering it a mere token of appreciation. However, since Lulu had expressed her intention, he could not refuse. All right, just contact me on WeChat when you return. The prospect of dining with a beautiful woman was undeniably delightful. One could only wonder what expression Lu Fei would wear upon discovering that Gao Changming was to meet his dream goddess. After exchanging a few more words, Lulu recalled her mother's anxious presence and informed Gao Changming of her need to speak with her mother. Did you manage to borrow the money? Who did you borrow from? Lulu's mother asked, somewhat taken aback. She was aware her daughter was involved in live streaming, but 50,000? Could that really be acquired simply by typing on a phone? I borrowed it from a friend. Lulu stammered, uncertain of how to respond. As she had never met Fan Ge in person, if she spoke the truth, her mother would surely misconstrue the situation. Lulu's mother, sensing her daughter's unease, pressed further, which friend? Lulu, are you borrowing from a loan shark online? I heard from Aunt Yang that there is something called campus loans. Ah, no, Mom. I'm borrowing from a legitimate friend. Lulu was nearing a state of panic as her mother's interrogation continued. I couldn't borrow anything, and now that I have, you're still worried. Yet, her mother remained unconvinced, demanding, then tell me, who is this friend? After a long night of calls, Lulu's mother had managed to secure just over 10,000, and the thought of her daughter borrowing 50,000 seemed implausible. In a moment of impulse, Lulu blurted out, I borrowed it from my boyfriend. Boyfriend? You have a boyfriend now? What does he do? Lulu's mother immediately became intrigued. Lulu, caught up in the moment, Henti anticipated her mother would take her word for it. Lulu, make sure to bring him around for me to meet. With the hospital bills resolved, her mother's concern shifted to her daughter's romantic life. Oh dear. Lulu felt a mix of embarrassment and urgency. Having spoken without thinking, she now found herself at a loss for explanation and retreated to the bedside, pulling the blanket over her head like an ostrich. Seeing her daughter's shyness, Lulu's mother refrained from pressing further. With the family's financial troubles resolved, and a promising young man willing to lend $50,000, her heart was at ease. With her worries alleviated, Lulu's mother lay back on the bed, a smile gracing her lips as she drifted off to sleep. This past week had truly been exhausting. The following morning, Gao Changming was awakened by an unfamiliar phone call. Groggily, he answered. Hello, is this Mr. Gao Changming? A woman's voice came through. Yes, who is this? Gao Changming rubbed his eyes as he sat up in his expansive bed. Hello, Mr. Gao. I'm from the property department of Samway Shopping Mall. You purchased some clothing yesterday, and the store has entrusted us to deliver it to you. Oh, I see. Gao Changming finally roused himself. Have you arrived? I'll call the property management right away. My apologies, I overslept. The woman on the line paused. Surprised by the politeness of a customer, such courtesy was rare. All right, thank you, Mr. Gao. After hanging up, Gao Changming quickly called the property department to explain the situation. He hurriedly got out of bed to dress, having not yet had the chance to wash up when the doorbell rang. Assuming it was the delivery, he instructed the smart home assistant to open the door and made his way downstairs. Although he purchased a considerable number of items yesterday, they primarily consisted of clothing and shoes, which were not particularly heavy. The delivery team comprised merely 3 individuals, 2 women and 1 man. The leader among them was a woman who, upon entering, courteously addressed Gao Changming, saying, Mr. Gao, hello. My name is Zhang Wei, and I am the supervisor of the after-sales service department at Samway Mall. Where would you like me to place your items? Zhang Wei. Gao Changming paused for a moment. Realizing that the manager of his hotel also bore the name Zhang Wei, what a coincidence. He replied with a smile, please place them on the sofa. I will tidy up later. Very well. Zhang Wei promptly instructed her team to deposit the items on the sofa in the lobby on the first floor. She then turned to Gao Changming and said, Mr. Gao, could you please confirm the receipt of the goods? No need, thank you. Gao Changming yawned and pulled out his phone to check the time. Goodness, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Zhang Wei hesitated for a moment before continuing. Thank you for shopping at Samway, Mr. Gao. We shall take our leave now. If you encounter any issues, please feel free to call our customer service hotline. All right. Gao Changming accepted the business card Zhang Wei handed him, glanced at it, and placed it on the coffee table. With that, Zhang Wei and her 2 subordinates departed, and Gao Changming followed them to the door. After they left, he stood at the entrance for a while, only to overhear their conversation from a distance due to his heightened senses after a significant upgrade the previous night. Goodness, Sister Zhang, is this place even habitable? It's like a paradise. One exclaimed. Indeed. I just took a look, and everything is automated. It's almost akin to Iron Man's villa. Zhang Wei marveled. The lone man scoffed dismissively and remarked, what does that even mean? When I arrived, I saw 7 luxury cars. They must be worth at least tens of millions. Is that true? The 2 women, who had perhaps not paid attention earlier, were now filled with envy and astonishment at the man's words. Gao Changming was taken aback. Shaking his head, he stepped out of the villa and glanced at the 7 cars parked in the courtyard. Zhang Lei had delivered the vehicles yesterday, but since he lacked the garage keys, they remained outside. Seeing the sports cars, he couldn't help but contemplate whether he should take one for a spin, having just upgraded his driving skills to level 6. However, the thought of not possessing a driver's license quickly quelled his excitement. Driving without a license was a perilous endeavor. It seemed he needed to prioritize obtaining his license. He would sign up today. Just then, his phone rang again. It was He Meng calling. Mr. Gao? Are you at home? Yes. Upon answering, Gao Changming had an inkling of the purpose of her call. Sure enough, He Meng continued, Mr. Gao? All the documents for the commercial street have been processed. I will bring them over shortly. Could you please wait for me? You all are remarkably efficient. Gao Changming replied, finding himself with little else to occupy his time. I'll wait for you. After hanging up, he found himself once more relying on the property management. Returning to the living room, he gathered all the clothes from the sofa and carried them to the bedroom's walk-in closet, hanging each item carefully before heading downstairs to wait for He Meng, settling onto the sofa to play on his phone. What was intended as a mere pastime turned into a surprise when he stumbled upon today's trending news. Astonishingly, he was the focal point of the top 3 headlines. The live streaming industry may be on the brink of a renaissance. A wealthy patron showers millions in rewards within 2 days. A legend in the live streaming realm. The feasting brother is here to stay. Millions in rewards solely for live streaming? The distorted values of the affluent. Gao Changming chuckled as he read the news, amused by the unexpected attention. Previously, he had only observed others trending online. Now, He too was experiencing his moment of fame. Chapter 28. I forgive you. You may leave. Opinions regarding Gao Changming's generous tipping were divided online. While some netizens questioned why someone with such wealth didn't contribute to charity instead of lavishing gifts on streamers, others speculated that it was merely a publicity stunt orchestrated by the platform. Nevertheless, many supporters rallied behind the feasting brother. However, Gao Changming remained unconcerned, thinking to himself, it's my money. I can spend it as I see fit. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Would donating to charity be considered a form of expenditure? That was worth exploring. If not, he could always emulate the unremarkable ancient figure and invest in building schools. As he daydreamed, He-Ming arrived at the door. Rather than entering directly, she gently knocked a few times. Mr. Gao. Gao Changming tucked away his phone and approached, saying, Manager He, please come in. Upon entering, He-Ming was struck by the 10-meter-high floor-to-ceiling windows, feeling a pang of envy. While her family's circumstances were not dire, the total assets of her sister's company barely compared to the value of Gao Changming's villa. Truly, comparisons could be disheartening. Despite her curiosity regarding such opulent surroundings, He-Ming refrained from gawking, fearing Gao Changming might perceive her as inexperienced. Instead, she maintained a serious demeanor as she handed him the documents, saying, Mr. Gao, here are the relevant documents for your commercial street. Gao Changming accepted the papers, carelessly tossing them onto the coffee table. He-Ming felt a twinge of frustration. After all, it was his property. Could he not at least glance at them with some enthusiasm? Her irritation grew the longer she observed him. Not wishing to linger any longer and risk further vexation, He-Ming stood up and declared, I've delivered the items, so I shall take my leave. Additionally, I would like to remind you, Mr. Gao, to keep these documents safe. Replacing them could be quite troublesome. Unaware that his casual actions had unwittingly hurt He-Ming's feelings, Gao Changming responded politely, It's nearly noon. How about I treat you to lunch as a token of appreciation for bringing these documents all the way? No, thank you. He-Ming immediately declined, incredulous at the suggestion. Why would she want to continue interacting with him? Surrounded by luxury villas and five-star hotels, he had discarded critical property documents without a second thought. In truth, Gao Changming had merely been extending a polite invitation. Seeing He-Ming's refusal, he didn't press further and smiled, saying, Since Miss He has other commitments, we'll let it be. However, I hope you will inform me of any good resources in the future. He-Ming paused, surprised by his inquiry. Are you interested in investing in real estate? Why not? I have great faith in the Chinese real estate market, Gao Changming replied with a grin. Miss He, just remember to contact me directly if you come across any good opportunities. At that moment, a bold idea struck him. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, Miss He, what if you resigned and focused solely on managing my real estate investments? He-Ming was taken aback. I merely came to deliver some documents. How did this turn into a job offer? Noticing her silence, Gao Changming chuckled, No rush. Think it over and let me know your thoughts later. With that, He-Ming hastily exited the room. Watching her leave, Gao Changming felt he may have been a bit too abrupt, perhaps startling her with his proposition. As He-Ming walked away from the villa, she reflected on Gao Changming's words, feeling a mix of intrigue and confusion. Gao Changming, after tidying up, headed to Minghua Hotel for lunch. Boss, shall we switch to a private room today? The receptionist asked cheerfully. Why would we need to change rooms? Was there a problem with the previous one? Gao Changming inquired, puzzled. Previously, you held the esteemed title of our highest member, enjoying the privileges of a private room. But now you have ascended to the position of owner, complete with your own exclusive space. The receptionist spoke earnestly. Very well, let us make the change. As the owner, one cannot be treated like a mere client, Gao Changming remarked as he walked toward the elevator. Just as he pressed the button to summon it, a familiar figure suddenly rushed to his side. Changming, I knew you would come. Lu Shanshan exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Lu Shanshan, what are you doing here? Gao Changming was taken aback, taking a small step back before realizing the person before him was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Lu Shanshan. With a pout that conveyed her grievance, she looked at him and said, I couldn't find you anywhere at school these past few days, so I had no choice but to wait for you here. Gao Changming found her words amusing. After all, it was she who had urged him to stop pursuing her. Now, inexplicably, she was searching for him everywhere? Nevertheless, he could surmise her intentions. She likely wished to rekindle their relationship upon seeing his newfound wealth compared to Huang Zicheng. After his recent enhancements, he felt invigorated, his mind particularly sharp. Although he understood Lu Shanshan's motives, he had no desire to reconcile. Feeling a tinge of annoyance towards her capricious nature. What are you waiting for? We have broken up. There is nothing more to say. As he finished speaking, the elevator doors opened, and he stepped inside. Lu Shanshan, in a flurry of urgency, blocked the doors, exclaiming, I really have something important to discuss with you. Gao Changming chuckled. Such simple tricks could no longer deceive him. Pressing the button for his floor, he replied, Forget it. I'm not interested. Lu Shanshan's expression fluctuated between frustration and determination. She realized she had already missed her chance with Gao Changming once and could not afford to give up easily. Resolutely, she stepped into the elevator with him. Gao Changming was left speechless. Lu Shanshan feigned a playful smile at him, sending shivers down his spine. Upon exiting the elevator, she continued to follow him closely. The attendant, curious about Lu Shanshan's presence, glanced at her, but, respecting her boss's silence, refrained from asking questions. Leading Gao Changming to the new private room. This room, designated for the owner, was not only suitable for dining, but also for meetings and entertaining guests. Once the attendant departed, Lu Shanshan took the initiative to close the door, surveying the expansive office with excitement bubbling within her. If she were to reconcile with Gao Changming, wouldn't this space essentially belong to her? Resolving to adopt a more contrite demeanor, she said, "Changming, will you forgive me? I was wrong before." "Huh, I forgive you. Now you may leave," Gao Changming replied, casting her a sidelong glance. Lu Shanshan was taken aback. She had anticipated a more arduous task. Yet he forgave her with a mere utterance. "Wait, if you've forgiven me, why do you want me to leave?" Chapter 29. Have you watched too many dramas? Lu Shanshan, having gained admission to university, was not foolish. In an instant, she understood that Gao Changming was merely brushing her off, igniting her anger. In the past, would he have dared to speak to her in such a manner? Feeling both humiliated and furious, she questioned, "What do you mean, Gao Changming?" While she could sweet-talk Huang Zicheng, with Gao Changming, she found it hard to relinquish her pride. Years of interaction had led her to perceive herself as the dominant one. "I mean no harm. You came to apologize, and I've forgiven you. No need to seek me out again." Gao Changming spread his hands, feigning ignorance. "Fine. If we're breaking up, then I demand 1,000,000 as a severance fee." Lu Shanshan bit her lip defiantly, asserting, "After all, I was your girlfriend for 3 years. Before she could finish, Gao Changming interrupted, "I'm sorry, but if that's the case, you can discuss it with my lawyer." What a joke, severance fee. 1,000,000? He thought to himself, she must still be dreaming. With the facade of civility discarded, Lu Shanshan no longer concealed her intentions. Yet, she was aware that her demands held no legal ground. Not only did she lack the funds for a lawyer, but she would undoubtedly lose any potential case. Nevertheless, she had a plan. Casting a cold glance at Gao Changming, she declared, "You've forced my hand. Since you are heartless, do not blame me for being ruthless." With that, Lu Shanshan ripped open her blouse and charged towards the office door, shouting, "Help! Help! I'm being assaulted." Seeing her words laced with resentment, Gao Changming was initially perplexed by her actions, but he soon found himself laughing at her audacity. "Look up there," he pointed to the upper corner of the office. "Did you know that camera can record audio too?" Lu Shanshan's startled exclamation drew the attention of onlookers, but upon hearing Gao Changming's words, she fell silent, her delicate features flushing a deep crimson. "You've got some nerve." Lu Shanshan fumed, realizing too late that she had overlooked the surveillance cameras. Stomping her foot in frustration, she seized her bag from the sofa and fled, head bowed. Gao Changming watched Lu Shanshan's retreat with a mix of amusement and pity. How had he never noticed her capacity for such schemes before? Had she been watching too many dramas? Shaking his head, he began to inspect his new office, which was undeniably more luxurious than the exclusive member room, equipped with every amenity, resembling a multifunctional workspace. At that moment, Zhang Wei knocked on the door, personally bringing in dishes for Gao Changming. This new boss is easy to please. "Hello, Mr. Gao," Zhang Wei greeted, his face beaming with joy. With the new ownership, he remained firmly in his position as general manager, and his salary had significantly increased. Gao Changming nodded, approaching the dining table to sit down. Just as he was about to speak, his phone rang. "Hello, Mom. Changming, have you eaten yet?" His mother's warm voice immediately filled his ear. Gao Changming's heart sank. She was likely about to ask something, as her enthusiasm usually indicated she needed a favor. "I was just about to eat. What is up?" "Mom, is everything all right at home?" He took a sip of red wine. "Oh, it's just that your cousin found a job in Nanjing, and the family is a bit worried. Since you're also in Nanjing, could you take her around when she arrives? We don't want her to be deceived." Gao Changming sighed in relief. "Don't worry, Mom. When my cousin arrives, she can just contact me." His mother chuckled. "All right, that puts my mind at ease." Unbeknownst to his family about his breakup with Lu Shanshan, Gao Changming feared his mother might pry further, so he quickly wrapped up the conversation. After hanging up, he reflected that he was no longer short on funds and should treat his parents well. But this raised a dilemma. Giving too little would be inadequate, yet giving too much would surely shock them. In the blink of an eye, Gao Changming's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Thanks to the remarkable mental enhancement he experienced after his recent upgrade, he set down his chopsticks and summoned the server. Within 2 minutes, Zhang Wei hurriedly entered, eager to personally attend to his boss. Mr. Gao, how may I assist you? Zhang Wei inquired as he entered the private room. Gao Changming wiped his mouth and addressed him. Manager Zhang, I would like to request your assistance with a favor. Mr. Gao, you're too polite. Please, just let me know what you need. I am more than willing to go to great lengths for you. Zhang Wei exclaimed, delighted at the opportunity to serve his superior. Gao Changming swiftly interrupted him. No need for that. I would like you to help me purchase a few lottery tickets. Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback. Buying lottery tickets? Is the boss in need of money? But wait, the grand prize, after taxes, is barely under 10 million. Moreover, winning is not as simple as it seems. As he pondered, Gao Changming spoke again. I just calculated that if I were to buy all the numbers for a single lottery draw, it would amount to approximately 35 million. Today is Tuesday, and the welfare lottery is about to draw. Please purchase all the numbers at 10 times the amount. Here, let me transfer the funds to you. Zhang Wei was utterly bewildered. He was aware that the welfare lottery's grand prize was 10 million, yielding 8 million after taxes, making it 80 million for 10 tickets. Yet, purchasing every number would cost over 35 million, and at 10 times that, it would total 350 million. Good heavens. No, boss, this is a losing venture. 350 million for 8 million. Even with the smaller prizes, it likely wouldn't amount to a billion. He struggled to comprehend this strategy, but sensed that his boss must either be financially secure or simply wish to engage in a charitable act. Please provide me with your account number. I will transfer the money now. Gao Changming felt a surge of satisfaction, thinking to himself how clever he was. He intended to send a few million to his parents, who might suspect something was amiss if they received the winning ticket. Ideally, they would claim the prize in person and perhaps even film a short video. Zhang Wei, still dazed, relayed his account details. Gao Changming promptly transferred 360 million to him, instructing, be sure to secure the tickets before the draw. Upon hearing the notification sound, Zhang Wei snapped back to reality, exclaiming, Mr. Gao, I will take care of this immediately. I will return any excess funds to you. No need for that. Any remaining funds should be submitted to finance. Our company should also engage in team-building activities each month. Gao Changming was unconcerned about the surplus millions. Zhang Wei felt a pang of envy, realizing the extravagant whims of the wealthy. Chapter 30, 100% chance of winning. That evening, Zhang Wei personally delivered a large envelope filled with lottery tickets to Gao Changming's office, who then took the tickets home. He had initially planned to watch a live stream and perhaps indulge in gaming, but unexpectedly received a call from Wang Yuan, the heir of the Wang Group. Hello, is this Mr. Gao? This is Wang Yuan. His voice carried a hint of hoarseness. Gao Changming was taken aback. Why was Wang Yuan calling him? Wang Xiao, what prompted you to reach out to me? Wang Yuan felt a bit awkward. After leaving the previous night, he had called Zheng Huan to inquire about the hotel sale. Zheng Huan, having already concocted an impressive background for Gao Changming, embellished his speculation when relaying the information to Wang Yuan. What started as mere curiosity turned into realization for Wang Yuan. Indeed, the leading families in Huaxiao would not arbitrarily grant their descendants billions to purchase hotels. Unless, of course, Gao Changming was indeed from one of those legendary hidden families. While the Wang family was the wealthiest in Nanjing City, their ventures were confined to domestic industries, primarily real estate, entertainment, finance, and stocks. In contrast, true influential families had already ventured into oil fields and banking. Such industries were inaccessible without the requisite status. Just as Huaxia currently controlled energy, even with immense capability, the Wang family could not penetrate this sphere. However, if Gao Changming were indeed from one of those hidden families, his lineage would surely possess the means. If oil fields were off limits in Huaxia, they could always explore opportunities abroad. Yet, entering foreign markets was not as simple as it seemed. Consequently, Wang Yuan resolved to cultivate a relationship with Gao Changming. Unfortunately, after a friend's birthday celebration in their circle, he had overindulged and slept until the afternoon, realizing too late that it was already dinner time. Thus, he made the call at this hour. Mr. Gao, please just call me by my name. Wang Yuan felt somewhat bashful, as the son of a city-level tycoon. It felt presumptuous to address someone from an elite background as Xiaoya. Unaware of Wang Yuan's internal musings, Gao Changming smiled. Very well. I shall call you Wang Ge then. And please, just call me by my name as well. Wang Yuan felt a surge of joy, replying, then I shall refer to you as Brother Gao. By the way, I almost forgot the main point. Let us add each other on WeChat. I'll add you to a group. It's a gathering of peers I get along with. Gao Changming was elated. He had been contemplating how to connect with these affluent second-generation elites for potential investment opportunities, and here was Wang Yuan offering that chance. Absolutely. I am eager to make new friends, and should any investment projects arise, consider me in. After hanging up, they exchanged WeChat details. And soon Gao Changming found himself added to a group named Gentlemen Like Jade. The title nearly made him laugh. These second-generation heirs were quite amusingly pretentious. At that moment, Wang Yuan spoke in the group. Welcome Brother Gao to the group. From now on, we are all brothers. Huang Shijun, Brother Gao? The one who bought Mingyue Grand Hotel? Wow, an idol. Over 100 billion. My monthly allowance is barely 1 million. Smiling, Bai Peng, 100 million? I overspent this month. Could you lend me some? Huang Shijun. Additionally, welcome Brother Gao. I'll be applying for a membership card tomorrow. Duan Xian, newcomer, share a photo. Hoping for a handsome face. Zheng Huan, Brother Gao. Nice to meet you. I'll be back in Nanjing in a few days. Let us all meet up. Gao Changming. Hello everyone. I'm the new guy here. Please take care of me. If any good projects arise, do remember to include me. Money is no object. Seeing the lively chatter in the group, Gao Changming couldn't resist joining in. Since everyone had their real names listed, he decided to change his display name to his actual name. Tycoon. Tycoon 11086. Brother Gao? Are you genuinely interested? I have a project. Gao Changming. The group was indeed filled with second-generation heirs, most of whom either assisted in their family businesses or spent their days indulging in leisure. However, there were also those unwilling to solely rely on their parents and sought to forge their own paths. Suddenly, a member named Deng Shuang tagged Gao Changming. Intrigued, he was unconcerned about potential losses. He was simply eager to earn points, although profits would be ideal. Of course, I am interested. Gao Changming promptly replied. Private message. Deng Shuang immediately added Gao Changming on WeChat, and they began discussing matters on the platform. Deng Shuang's family was engaged in the medicinal materials business, dominating both Chinese and Western medicine in Nanjing City, with assets exceeding 100 billion. Unfortunately, being the fifth son among many, he would likely inherit only a small stake and live off dividends after his father's passing. Deng Shuang is an individual brimming with ambition. With his father nearing 80, he feels compelled to embark on an independent venture. After persuading his boss, he secured an investment of 300 million yuan to launch his entrepreneurial journey. However, his aspirations lie within the health supplement industry. While 300 million is indeed sufficient for production and development, the challenge lies in sales. In Huaxia, carving out a niche in the health supplement market often entails relentless advertising campaigns, with expenses in this realm typically dwarfing all other costs by several or even dozens of times. Thus, the initial capital of 300 million appears rather modest. When Gao Changming heard Deng Shuang express that 300 million was insufficient, he was momentarily bewildered. How could one, upon venturing into business, lament a sum as substantial as 300 million? Ordinary individuals often toil for mere tens of thousands to secure startup funds. So, how much does Brother Deng require from me? Nevertheless, Gao Changming was unconcerned with such details. His only priority was to transfer the funds. Deng Shuang replied, of course. The more, the better. Let us arrange a time to meet in a few days, at which point I will present you with a detailed plan. And you can decide how much to invest. Sounds good. I usually have time, so just give me a call when you're ready. Gao Changming was not in a hurry. After their conversation, it had already passed 11 at night, and he lost interest in live streaming, opting instead to toss his phone aside, take a shower, and retire for the night. The following morning, Gao Changming rose early and checked the lottery numbers for the double chromosphere from the night before. Upon discovering his winning ticket, he left home, exhilarated, and hailed a taxi to the lottery center in Nanjing City. As a first-tier city, Nanjing allows for the direct exchange of special lottery prizes. Brother, you won? The taxi driver, upon learning their destination, asked excitedly, revealing himself to be an experienced lottery player. Gao Changming nodded with a smile. Indeed, I did. What tier did you win? The driver's interest piqued. I've been playing for over a decade and have only won twice, each time 3,000 yuan. Gao Changming smiled awkwardly, not wishing to dampen the driver's enthusiasm. Not much. The driver then began to share his insights on lottery strategies, discussing everything from algorithms to elimination methods. Gao Changming felt drowsy listening to the driver's fervent advice. If he was so knowledgeable, how had he only won 2 prizes of 3,000 yuan? His method, however, had proven to be unfailingly successful. According to lottery regulations, any winnings exceeding 3,000 must be claimed at the municipal lottery center. In Nanjing, both the municipal and provincial lottery centers are located in the same building. So the driver had no inkling that his passenger was a concealed magnate. As he was set to claim his prize, and with his mother having called to inform him that his cousin would be visiting today, Gao Changming had risen early and timed his visit to coincide with the start of business hours. This cousin brought to mind the image of a little girl, once snot-nosed and trailing behind him. Upon exiting the taxi, Gao Changming extracted his phone and activated the video recording function. Affecting a tone of excitement, he exclaimed, Mom, Dad, your son has struck it rich. The lottery ticket I bought yesterday has won. I'm on my way to claim the prize. He even angled the ticket toward the camera, declaring, Look, 10 special prizes, and 150 first prizes. After taxes, it's still over 100 million. Haha. His performance was a tad awkward. As for him, over 100 million was merely a nominal sum. Nonetheless, he exaggerated for the sake of convincing his parents. Recording the video, he strolled into the lobby, chattering away. Hey, who are you? No recording allowed here. A staff member from the lottery center approached to halt him. Gao Changming was taken aback, quickly saying into the camera, I'll continue after I claim the prize. Let me just turn this off for now. He then looked up and apologized to the staff member. My apologies. Guan shouting. Is that you working here? What a coincidence. He hadn't expected to run into an acquaintance while claiming his prize. Guan shouting, his high school classmate, was a delightful surprise in this moment. Guan shouting, possessing an astute glint in her eyes, paused for a moment, scrutinizing Gao Changming. Gao Changming, is that really you? I thought you were in university? Yes. I'm studying in Nanjing. What about you? Working here? The joy of meeting an old friend in an unexpected place filled Gao Changming's heart. Guan shouting chuckled. What can I say? I didn't get into university, and I didn't want to repeat a year, so I decided to start working. What brings you here? It's not because you won, is it? Gao Changming laughed heartily, revealing the stack of lottery tickets in his hand. Indeed, I'm here to claim my winnings. Guan shouting's eyes widened in astonishment. How much did you win? 10 first prizes. Gao Changming feigned exuberance. Guan shouting was taken aback. As someone who worked there, she kept abreast of the winning news. She had known that 10 first prizes had been claimed by a single individual, but had never imagined it would be her old classmate. You're the one who won 10 first prizes? Wow. Can I be your sugar baby? The first prize for the lottery is 10 million. Thus, 10 first prizes equate to 100 million, and even after taxes, it would still be 80 million. Guan shouting gazed at Gao Changming, her eyes sparkling with excitement. He had transformed into a millionaire overnight. Nearby staff members, arriving for work, overheard their conversation and couldn't help but glance over, their expressions brimming with astonishment and envy. Let us go. I'll take you to claim your prize. Guan shouting was equally thrilled. Although she was married, having a millionaire classmate was certainly something to boast about. Gao Changming followed her directly to the prize-claiming area. The staff meticulously checked the tickets he submitted. With each verification, their astonishment grew. 10 first prizes, 150 second prizes, over 1,600 third prizes, and countless smaller prizes. The staff at the prize-claiming center were on the verge of collapse, realizing why this individual had brought a large envelope filled with tickets. Ultimately, they had no choice but to report to their supervisor, who arrived on the scene and was equally stunned. He immediately called in 10 additional staff members for assistance. Gao Changming leisurely sat on a nearby sofa, sipping from a disposable cup, awaiting the proceedings. Just then, his phone rang. It was his cousin calling. Upon answering, he heard her voice. Brother, I'm on the bus. I'll arrive at 11:40. All right, I'll come to pick you up then. After hanging up, he glanced at the time. It was already past 10:20. He turned to Guan shouting, how much longer will this take? Guan shouting, also being called in to verify the tickets, shot him an incredulous look. I'm starting to suspect you've come from the future. How could someone win so much? Luck, just luck. Gao Changming awkwardly rubbed his nose. But how much longer will this take? My sister is coming today, and I need to pick her up by 11:30. Guan shouting cast a glance at the lottery ticket beside her and remarked, it's almost done, just half an hour at most. She paused momentarily before adding with a hint of annoyance, I don't care. You absolutely must treat me to dinner. Of course, of course. Gao Changming nodded eagerly. The situation was undeniably peculiar. The previous supervisor, upon learning of Gao Changming's substantial winnings, had even questioned whether the lottery system had been compromised. After arranging the ticket verification, he hastily departed, recognizing the gravity of the matter and the necessity of reporting it to his superiors. Upon receiving the news, the leadership was equally astonished, prompting them to escalate the report further up the chain. Consequently, chaos ensued at the lottery center, with one faction engaged in ticket verification while the leaders busied themselves scrutinizing the system and retrieving purchase records. The findings were startling, to say the least. As the group of executives reviewed the data in their hands, they were left dumbfounded. Is this person insane? No wonder he won so many prizes. Is he unwell? Spending over 300 million just to win over 100 million? Could this be money laundering? Money laundering, indeed. Have you ever seen such audacity? One person coming to claim the prize? This is hardly money laundering. It's a self-made trap. There's no laundering involved. We've already investigated, and his background is substantial. Just one hotel under his name is worth over 10 billion. Does he really need to launder money through lottery tickets? It's truly baffling. Why ponder so much? He has the wealth. Let him enjoy himself. Yes, as Old Yang said, as long as he hasn't violated any laws, we should proceed according to protocol. Chapter 32, The Arrival of My Cousin. Though the supervisor managed a team, He felt like a novice in front of the higher-ups, remaining silent throughout their discussions, which left him feeling both exhausted and overwhelmed. He soon realized that the fortunate winner, Mr. Gao, was not merely lucky. He had purchased every single number in one go. Half an hour later, everything was verified. The total amounted to 140 million, and that was the post-tax figure. Guan Xiaoding looked at Gao Changming with gleaming eyes, contemplating how she could cultivate a closer relationship with him, as he might just lead her to her first pot of gold. The supervisor approached, smiling and holding a placard with the amount written on it. "Mr. Gao, good day. Would you mind holding this placard for a photograph?" he asked, extending it to Gao Changming. "Of course," Gao Changming exclaimed, brimming with excitement, eager to send the photo to his mother later. With that thought, he quickly called for Guan Xiaoding to take a few pictures with her phone. The supervisor instructed Gao Changming to stand in front of a backdrop displaying the words welfare lottery and had a colleague responsible for publicity snap several photos. "All right, Mr. Gao, here is your check," the supervisor said as he handed over the check. Gao Changming glanced at it and thought joyfully, "This is it." After Guan Xiaoding returned his phone, they exchanged WeChat contacts. Noticing the time, Gao Changming thanked the lottery staff present and hurriedly left. In a flurry, he hailed a taxi and arrived at the high-speed train station. With only a few minutes to spare before his cousin's train arrived, he sighed in relief. "Thank goodness I'm not late." Seizing the moment, he called his mother. "Hello, Mom." After a lengthy pause, his mother's voice filled the line, accompanied by the sounds of cooking in the background. "Changming, what is up?" she asked. "Oh, did you see the photos and videos I just sent you?" Gao Changming feigned excitement. "I'm cooking and haven't had a chance to look yet. I'll check in a bit," his mother replied while stirring a dish. "By the way, has your cousin arrived?" "She is waiting at the station. Not there yet," Gao Changming casually replied, intending to steer the conversation toward the lottery, but unexpectedly. His mother exclaimed, "Oh no, the food is burning." With that, the call ended abruptly, leaving Gao Changming speechless. After hanging up, he promptly transferred 30 million to his mother, eagerly awaiting her response. Just a couple of minutes later, the phone rang again. Gao Changming grinned as he recognized it was his mother calling back, thinking smugly, "You hung up on me so easily before." He answered the call with a sense of pride, but before he could speak, his mother's trembling voice came through. "Did you really win? So much? I saw on the placard it said 140 million. Oh my goodness, how could it be so much? And why did you transfer me so much money? Save it for your future wife and a house. By the way, how are things going with Shanshan?" Initially amused, Gao Changming's expression soured as his mother suddenly shifted the topic to Lu Shanshan. At that moment, he spotted a lovely girl dragging a suitcase as she emerged from the arrivals area. Despite not having seen her for years, he instantly recognized her as his cousin, Lin Fong. He quickly told his mother, who was still rambling on the phone, "Oh, my sister has arrived. I need to go greet her. Bye for now." He hung up and hurried toward Lin Fong. Lin Fong, distractedly looking around, did not notice Gao Changming approaching her. "Hey," he called out cheerfully as he reached her. "Ah." Lin Fong jumped in surprise, and upon recognizing him, she rolled her eyes and said, "Brother, you're already with someone. Why are you still so childish?" Gao Changming thought it ironic that his cousin would call him childish. "Did you come alone? Where's my sister-in-law? I heard from my aunt that you have a girlfriend?" "We broke up," Gao Changming replied with a grin, taking the suitcase from Lin Fong's hand. "Let us go eat first." He deftly changed the subject. However, Lin Fong insisted. "I can't. My friend just called and said she arranged for me to have lunch with the manager of the HR department at her company." "So soon?" Gao Changming asked, surprised. "By the way, which company is it?" "It's a new company that deals with health products," Lin Fong explained with a smile. "I'm applying for a sales position. My friend said that if you do well in sales, you can earn more than sitting in an office." Gao Changming nodded in understanding. Lin Fong had not continued her education after high school, not due to poor grades, but because she fell ill during the college entrance exams. The family had initially planned for her to repeat the year, but the costs of tutoring and re-enrollment were too high, leading Lin Fong to abandon the idea. Despite Gao Changming and her parents' encouragement, she was resolute in her decision. For over a year now, she had been working in her hometown. "Oh, by the way, brother, am I interrupting your work by having you pick me up?" Lin Fong suddenly asked. Gao Changming grinned. "Of course it is. So you owe me." "All right, no problem." Lin Fong laughed. "I'll treat you to dinner once I get my salary." As they chatted, they reached the plaza outside the train station and quickly hailed a taxi. Gao Changming, familiar with the area, knew it would be a hassle to wait in line for a cab. Just as they settled into the car, Lin Fong's friend called. "Hello, Fong, where are you?" Lin Fong's phone was an older model with poor sound quality, but Gao Changming, with his heightened senses, could hear the conversation clearly. Lin Fong replied, "I just got off the train and am in a taxi." "Great. Hurry up. You're the last one we're waiting for." Her friend urged. "You know the address, right?" "I understand. I've received your message." After exchanging a few words, the two of them hung up the phone. Gao Changming then spoke up. Well, while you go to dinner, I'll take a stroll nearby and later escort you home. Why wander about? Let's dine together. I can treat you. Lin Fang replied nonchalantly. I have a great relationship with my best friend. It's no trouble at all. All right then. Gao Changming shrugged, as it was merely a meal, and he had already resolved to pay for it himself. The location Lin Fang had agreed upon was not far, merely a short 10-minute drive. After alighting from the taxi, Gao Changming proactively settled the fare and followed Lin Fang into a restaurant called Taste Source. Upon entering the reserved private room, they found a lively gathering of 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women, making a total of 7, including the 2 siblings, perfectly filling the table. Chapter 33, The Feast Without a Feast. Gao Changming followed Lin Fang into the private room, pulling her suitcase behind him. Among the 5 individuals, a sensually dressed woman immediately beamed and stood up, ready to introduce herself. However, upon noticing Gao Changming trailing behind with a suitcase, her expression shifted, and she frowned at Lin Fang, saying, Fang, have you got a boyfriend? I thought you said you were going for an interview. Why have you brought your boyfriend along? Gao Changming felt a twinge of surprise and awkwardness. However, Lin Fang, with her natural beauty, was indeed striking, and he himself was not lacking in looks. Their family's genes were commendable, producing handsome men and beautiful women. It was only natural to be misinterpreted as a couple. Yet, as he did not know any of these individuals, he opted not to clarify. Lin Fang found the situation somewhat amusing and glanced at Gao Changming, intending to explain. When a man in his 40s chuckled and said, It's fine, we're just having a casual meal. It's not an official interview. Gao Changming surmised that this gentleman must be the human resources manager Lin Fang had mentioned. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the woman shot a disdainful glance at Gao Changming and fell silent, instead linking her arm with Lin Fang's, proceeding with her introductions. Come, Fang, let me introduce you. Lin Fang offered an awkward smile to Gao Changming and said, This is my best friend, Ren Yu. Hello. Gao Changming greeted Ren Yu with a smile. Yet she merely rolled her eyes at him, leaving Gao Changming perplexed, as he believed he had not offended her in any way. Ren Yu pulled Lin Fang towards the dining table, disregarding Gao Changming, and continued her introductions. Fang, this is Manager Wu from our Human Resources Department. You must perform well today. As long as Manager Wu is pleased, tomorrow's interview will merely be a formality. Upon hearing Ren Yu's words, Gao Changming couldn't help but frown slightly, as the implication felt rather peculiar. Manager Wu laughed heartily, with a beauty like Fang wanting to join our Hong Health. I couldn't be more delighted. I hear you're interested in sales. As long as you learn to leverage your advantages, a monthly salary of 30 to 50,000 should be a breeze. Lin Fang felt exceedingly embarrassed, casting a glance at Ren Yu, but Ren Yu continued unabated. Introducing another man. This is Supervisor Huang from the sales department. Since you'll be pursuing sales, with Manager Wu's support, Supervisor Huang will surely take good care of you. Gao Changming placed the suitcase in a corner of the private room and directly sat down beside Lin Fang. Ren Yu shot him another disdainful look, ignoring him, though she harbored a grudge against him. Back in school, Lin Fang not only excelled academically, but was also beautiful and possessed a wonderful personality, making her well-liked by both boys and girls. Thus, Ren Yu had always felt envious of Lin Fang. After discovering that Lin Fang had not attended university and was working outside, she had reveled in her delight. Just a few days prior, while chatting online, she had boasted to Lin Fang about her current job at Hong Health, a subsidiary of the leading pharmaceutical company in Nanjiang, earning over 10,000 a month. Moreover, her boyfriend was in charge of the initial interviews for this recruitment. Initially, she had intended to use this to belittle Lin Fang, only to be surprised that Lin Fang also wished to apply. Being best friends, Ren Yu could hardly refuse. And having already mentioned that her boyfriend was overseeing the initial interviews, rejecting Lin Fang would make her seem incapable. To make Lin Fang feel that she was currently superior, Ren Yu had readily agreed and specifically instructed her boyfriend to ensure Lin Fang passed the initial interview. Lin Fang's boyfriend, indifferent to the matter, simply facilitated her initial interview and submitted Lin Fang's resume to Manager Wu. After a round of screening, Manager Wu's pile of resumes had dwindled to just a few, and upon casually glancing through them, he was instantly captivated by Lin Fang's photo. With decades of experience in navigating romantic entanglements, he recognized her as a stunning beauty. Thus, he inquired further, and upon learning that Lin Fang was Ren Yu's best friend, he began to entertain the idea of bringing her out for dinner, promising Ren Yu a generous 2,000 yuan bonus upon success, along with a promotion to sales supervisor. Without hesitation, Ren Yu agreed, realizing she had to do very little while relishing the thought of watching her former goddess descend into the mundane. And so, the dinner arrangement came to fruition. Ren Yu continued introducing the remaining individuals. One was her boyfriend, Chu Xiaoming, a junior supervisor in the Human Resources Department, while the other was Manager Wu's secretary, Guomin. After the introductions, Rinyu attempted to position Lin Fong beside Manager Wu, but Lin Fong preemptively sat next to Gao Changming. Upon witnessing this, Rinyu couldn't help but shoot Gao Changming another scornful glance. Manager Wu, too, could not suppress a scoff. Among the 7 present, he held the highest status, and it was unexpected that Lin Fong would dare to slight him in such a manner. Guomin, perceptive and astute, quickly discerned Manager Wu's sentiments. She raised her glass and stood up, addressing Lin Fong. Lin Fong, you arrived late today, and according to our tradition in Nanjiang, you must self-punish with 3 cups. However, seeing as you're a newcomer, I will graciously accompany you in drinking 3 cups. Lin Fong could not help but furrow her brow, having always been an academic achiever. She was no fool, and quickly sensed that something was amiss with this dinner. Meanwhile, Gao Changming, possessing a keen awareness far surpassing the average person, also recognized the underlying tension. As his mother had instructed him to take good care of his cousin, he was determined to adhere to her wishes. Thus, he promptly raised his glass and declared, Fong Fong cannot drink. I shall take her 3 cups on her behalf. Lin Fong smiled warmly at Gao Changming. Feeling a swell of affection, her cousin had indeed not changed and remained fiercely protective. However, Rinyu was less than pleased. Their plan was straightforward, to get Lin Fong intoxicated and then take her to a nearby hotel. Yet now, with Gao Changming accompanying her, this would surely hinder their scheme. Consequently, Lin Fong began to introduce Guomin. This is Assistant Gua. Before she could finish, Manager Wu interjected with a smile. It's quite noble for a boyfriend to shield his girlfriend from alcohol. That's commendable. Rinyu was rendered speechless. Nearby, Chu Xiaoming, fully aware of his boss's intentions, smiled and said to Gao Changming, Indeed, but since both Lin Fong and you arrived late today, you must also take 3 cups, making it a total of 6. Upon hearing this, Rinyu beamed with delight, understanding Chu Xiaoming's implication. If they wanted to intoxicate Lin Fong, they would first need to get Gao Changming drunk. For these seasoned professionals, getting someone drunk was a mere trifling task. Gao Changming nodded with a smile. All right. Chapter 34. I've truly never drunk before. 1,200 yuan for red wine. I've truly never had the pleasure. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Lin Fong hastily grasped Gao Changming's sleeve, attempting to intervene. However, Gao Changming merely swatted her hand away, signaling her to remain at ease. Though a flicker of concern lingered in Lin Fong's heart, she ultimately suppressed her worries. Reassured by her cousin's reliability since childhood, and quietly took a seat, refraining from further comment. Gao Changming lifted his glass and downed 6 shots of baijiu in swift succession. His constitution was 5 times that of an ordinary person, endowing him with an impressive tolerance for alcohol, while he was not invulnerable to inebriation. Consuming several jin was hardly a challenge. After finishing the penalty shots, the group began to indulge in the dishes and engage in casual conversation. Rinyu, seated beside Lin Fong, casually remarked, Fong Fong, you won't believe this. I only just learned today that our company, despite being new, has an astonishingly powerful background. Have you heard of Deng Pharmaceutical? It's the leading pharmaceutical company in Nanjing City, with assets in the tens of billions. Our Xian Hong Health is actually backed by the 5th son of the Deng family, Deng Shuang. The prospects are boundless. If you manage to join us, with Manager Wu looking out for you, promotions and salary increases will be a breeze. At that moment, Lin Fong had lost interest in continuing the interview, for she noticed an odd glint in Manager Wu's gaze directed at her, a look that made her exceedingly uncomfortable. Conversely, Gao Changming was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this a coincidence? The 5th son of Deng Pharmaceutical, was that not Deng Shuang? He had solicited my investment just last night. To think it would lead to this Xian Hong Health Company. He stroked his chin, glancing at Rinyu and the others, finding the situation amusing. Manager Wu laughed heartily, feigning modesty. Oh, come now. If Fong Fong were to join our ranks, it wouldn't just be here at Xian Hong. Even in the entirety of Nanjing City, I, Wu Dachong, have some influence. As he spoke, he raised his glass, ready to drink. Everyone quickly followed suit, yet Lin Fong did not lift her glass. Instead, she reached for a cup of tea beside her. Wu Manager's brow furrowed suddenly, and he slapped his bald head, exclaiming, how could I forget? Fong Fong's boyfriend just mentioned she doesn't drink baijiu. Assistant Gua, please fetch a few bottles of red wine from the manager. Chateau Margaux. The 12,000 per bottle kind. Assistant Gua immediately understood the implication. You don't drink baijiu? No problem, we'll switch to red wine. She smiled faintly and promptly stood to procure the wine. Soon, Assistant Gua returned with 6 bottles of red wine, accompanied by a server. And with a face full of regret, she said, Manager, the restaurant only had 1 bottle of Chateau Margaux left, but we have 7 people here. Manager Wu feigned indifference, while Chu Xiaoming quickly interjected, 6 bottles are fine. I see our brother Gao here has quite the capacity. Let him drink the baijiu. He turned to Gao Changming. Brother Gao, is that all right with you? Gao Changming was unfazed. He was acutely aware of his formidable physique. A single bottle of baijiu was nothing. Even 10 would not render him intoxicated. However, Lin Fong chimed in, but I don't drink red wine either. Not to worry. Gao Changming chuckled. I'll help you out. Upon hearing this, Rin Yu's displeasure flared. I doubt you've ever had red wine. Do you know how much a bottle costs? 12,000. Exactly. Chu Xiaoming shot a disparaging look at Gao Changming. Not only have you not tasted it, but I doubt you've even heard of it. Guomin's expression darkened as well. Yet, Manager Wu merely sneered. What does it matter? Let us drink. I'm eager to see how much you can handle. Rin Yu turned to Lin Fong, saying, Fong, I went to great lengths to arrange this meeting with Manager Wu. You wouldn't want to embarrass yourself by refusing even a single drink, would you? We've already gone out of our way to switch to red wine, which you probably haven't had the pleasure of tasting. Lin Fong's expression shifted, ready to respond, but Gao Changming interjected with a grin. Indeed. I've never had this kind of red wine. He recalled that the red wines he had previously sipped at Mingyue Hotel were worth over 100,000 a bottle. Although he typically consumed only a glass or two, savoring a bottle over several days, he did not particularly enjoy the flavor of red wine. It was merely an affectation he had adopted upon suddenly acquiring wealth, mimicking the pretentious behavior he had seen on television. Seeing Gao Changming's candid admission, Rin Yu's temper flared. I've never encountered someone so shameless. Coming here for a free meal is one thing, but now you want to mooch off the drinks too. Fong, I truly don't understand how you could be interested in such a man. Look at him, his attire screams poverty. Lin Fong, infuriated, retorted, what is wrong with being poor? I like him just the way he is. She resolved not to work for their company any longer, expressing her gratitude for the invitation before declaring goodbye. She was determined to sever ties with Rin Yu and was already preparing to leave with Gao Changming. Observing this, Manager Wu's eyes flashed with annoyance. But he maintained a congenial facade. Oh, come now. We're all friends here. It's merely a drink. Who hasn't had a drink? Fong, don't be upset. Let us do this for Wu Guo's sake. Please, sit down. Guomin, noticing Manager Wu's intent, quickly sought to mediate. It's all right. Since this handsome gentleman enjoys red wine, I'll give him my bottle. She was fully aware of Manager Wu's ulterior motives, to intoxicate Lin Fong and then whisk her away for a rendezvous. But now with Gao Changming present, the plan would shift to getting him drunk first, followed by Lin Fong. As she spoke, Guomin offered her glass of red wine to Gao Changming, eagerly pouring him a drink. Come, handsome, let me toast to you. Gao Changming smiled, clinking his glass with hers before taking a tentative sip of the red wine. Manager Wu discreetly exchanged glances with Chu Xiaoming and Supervisor Huang, who quickly understood the unspoken cue. Chu Xiaoming promptly raised his glass toward Gao Changming. Brother, I sincerely apologize for earlier. Let us share a drink. This one's on me. He downed a small amount of red wine in one gulp, flipping his glass upside down to signify he had finished. Gao Changming's glass was full, courtesy of Guomin. He chuckled, lifting his glass and downing the contents in one go. He had already surmised the intentions of these individuals, but felt no trepidation, bolstered by his exceptional physique. Just as he set down his glass, Chu Xiaoming rushed to refill it. Supervisor Huang promptly stood, addressing Gao Changming. Come, little brother. Since we're meeting for the first time, I'd like to toast you as well. Let us drink. Chapter 35. I will give you another chance. Subsequently, Rin Yu too raised her glass to toast Gao Changming. In the span of just one round, the bottle of red wine in front of him was nearly empty, while another bottle of Lin Fong's remained. Lin Fong looked on with concern, gently tugging at Gao Changming's sleeve, wishing to dissuade him. Yet, Gao Changming flashed her a reassuring smile. Meanwhile, Manager Wu watched in astonishment. This fellow was no ordinary man, downing a bottle of red wine without so much as a change in countenance. He poured himself a glass of baijiu and addressed Gao Changming. Little brother, now that everyone has toasted you, I certainly can't be the exception. However, let us stick to baijiu. Mixing drinks is the surest path to intoxication. And Manager Wu, well versed in the ways of alcohol, understood this well, hence his proposal to drink baijiu. He downed his glass of baijiu in one gulp and turned to Gao Changming. Since you are Fong's boyfriend, would you be interested in joining our company? Oh, Gao Changming smiled. I'm afraid I must decline, Manager Wu. I am still pursuing my studies. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, discovering that he was merely a student. Instantly, they resumed their attempts to toast Gao Changming. Just as Gao Changming lifted his glass, Lin Fong, unable to contain herself any longer, slammed her palm onto the table and exclaimed angrily, "What on earth is going on? Are you inviting us for a meal? Or are you merely intent on getting us drunk?" A hush fell over the room. Rin Yu was the first to regain her composure. Recalling her plans and witnessing Lin Fong's outburst, she realized that her chances of receiving the promised 20,000 yuan from Manager Wu, along with a promotion, were now dashed. In a fit of rage, she directed her ire towards Lin Fong and Gao Changming, saying, "Lin Fong, what do you mean by this? I kindly invited you to dinner. And you respond by banging the table and glaring? You two country bumpkins, this is not your rural hometown. This is Nanjing City. Offending Manager Wu here, I assure you, you will find it impossible to secure employment." Lin Fong. Manager Wu pondered for a moment, recognizing that the situation had escalated beyond control, and the original plan was no longer viable. With the facade shattered, he bluntly stated, "Let me speak plainly. With your educational background, you truly cannot enter our company, unless, of course, you agree to befriend me. In that case, not only will you secure a position with us, but I will also generously provide you with an additional 2,000 yuan monthly allowance. What do you think?" Though he did not explicitly mention keeping Lin Fong as a mistress, the implication was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Lin Fong was incensed, pointing at Manager Wu and Ren Yu. Speechless with fury, Gao Changming, too, could not suppress a derisive laugh, retorting, "Manager Wu, are you implying that in your company, you are the ultimate authority?" "You could interpret it that way," Manager Wu replied with a faint smile, lighting a cigarette. Nearby, Chu Xiaoming and others promptly began to flatter him. "You, a mere country bumpkin, know nothing. In our company, it is Manager Wu who calls the shots." "Indeed, Lin Fong, being chosen by Manager Wu is your good fortune. What are you pretending for? Do you think you are still the person you once were?" Manager Huang was even more brazen, rolling up his sleeves and standing at the entrance of the private room, sneering, "Let me be clear, now that you are here, do not think you can leave easily. Either pay for this meal or agree to Manager Wu's terms." Just the cost of that bottle of red wine alone was several thousand yuan. The crowd was convinced that Gao Changming and Lin Fong could not possibly afford such an amount, and they regarded them with mocking glances. Manager Wu looked on with a smug expression, intending to employ coercion, for in his eyes, Gao Changming, a mere university student, and Lin Fong, an outsider, were at his mercy. Suddenly, Lin Fong seized a cup of tea from the table and splashed it across Manager Wu's face. Gao Changming stood up, shielding Lin Fong behind him, and coldly declared, "What goes around comes around. Be wary of the consequences of your misdeeds." Wu's face darkened to an extreme as he wiped the tea from his face. Before he could respond, Guomin and Ren Yu sprang to their feet, resembling cats whose tails had been stepped on. "Lin Fong, how dare you be so disrespectful?" they hissed. "You filthy wretch, you actually dared to splash Manager Wu. You're finished. Both you and your boyfriend." Chu Xiaoming and Manager Huang rushed forward, ready to take action. Gao Changming, unimpressed by their aggression, felt a cold fury. His physical prowess was 5 times that of an average person, making it a trivial matter to deal with such lowly adversaries. However, Lin Fong, being unfamiliar with Nanjing City, was understandably frightened. As Chu Xiaoming and Manager Huang advanced, Manager Wu, now wiping his face, raised a hand to halt them. His gaze vicious as he turned to Lin Fong. "Lin Fong, I will give you one more chance. If you agree to be my lover, not only will I grant you a monthly allowance of 1,000 yuan, but I will also purchase you an apartment once you have pleased me." Ren Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for Lin Fong. Without lifting a finger, she could acquire an apartment, while she herself would only receive a mere 1 or 2,000 yuan in benefits. Guomin added, "Hurry and accept. Such a golden opportunity is rare indeed." Gao Changming's fury boiled. These scoundrels were utterly shameless, brazenly engaging in such coercive tactics in broad daylight. Just as he prepared to teach Manager Wu and his cohorts a lesson, his phone suddenly rang. Checking the screen, he noticed an unfamiliar number. However, with his heightened awareness, he recognized it as the number left by Deng Shuang the previous night. To his surprise, Deng Shuang was calling today, despite their agreement to reconnect after she finished her business. Without pondering further, he understood that Deng Shuang could undoubtedly handle these ruffians. A cold smile crossed his lips as he answered the call. "Hello, Brother Gao." Deng Shuang's voice was invigorated. "This morning, I secured agreements with 7 television stations. Along with those previously contacted, we've established connections with a significant portion of the provincial television stations in Huaxia. Even if a few provincial stations are unavailable, we can collaborate with local city stations. Everything is in place. We just need your support." Gao Changming replied cheerfully, "That's great. I have no objections." He was indifferent. His goal in spending money was merely to accumulate points, and even if Deng Shuang were deceiving him, it mattered little. However, based on their conversation the previous day and the ongoing search by Xian Hong Health, it seemed unlikely to be a scam. It was nearly lunchtime, and Gao Changming asked, "Where are you, Brother Gao? Name the place, and I will treat you." Deng Shuang felt particularly pleased by Gao Changming's generosity. Upon entering the restaurant, Gao Changming had noted its name and said, "I'm currently at Diyue Tower. Just come straight here." "Diyue Tower?" Deng Shuang hesitated, then remarked, "Perfect. It's south quite close to our company. Wait for me for 10 minutes. Chapter 36. Who did you just say to roll? Oh dear. Supervisor Huang, having been stopped by Manager Wu, had retreated to the side, arms crossed, blocking the entrance to the private room. Upon noticing Gao Changming on the phone, he couldn't help but chuckle in anger, stepping forward to address him. Calling someone, are we? Hee. As he spoke, he reached for his phone, intending to make a call. Manager Wu, smirking, once again intervened, suggesting, "We are civilized individuals. Just call the security department and ask Manager Xiong to bring some security personnel over." How considerate of Manager Wu. Supervisor Huang flattered him before making the call. "Hello, Manager Xiong. I'm at Dua Tower with Manager Wang. This little punk just called someone to confront us, and there are 2 ladies with us. Manager Wang wants you to bring some security over." "Got it. We'll be waiting for you." Lin Feng's face turned pale with fear. Though she possessed a strong spirit, she was still a girl, and at this moment, she felt guilty for dragging her cousin into this situation. Nevertheless, she would not yield. Turning to Gao Changming, she urged, "Brother, if a fight breaks out, don't worry about me, just run. I won tea." Gao Changming reassured her, patting her shoulder. He surveyed the faces of Manager Wu and his companions before stating, "Soon, I will make them kneel and apologize to you." He was incensed by the shamelessness of Manager Wu and his entourage. Initially, he thought Huang Zicheng and Lu Shanshan were already disgraceful, only to find that these individuals had no limits, engaging in such brazen behavior. Hearing Gao Changming's words, Manager Wu and his companions burst into laughter. Supervisor Huang scoffed, "Apologize to you? Kneel? You must have been dazed by that 12,000 yuan bottle of red wine." "Indeed. One ought to take a moment for self-reflection," Manager Wu remarked with a cold chuckle. "Well then, I await your efforts. Should you succeed in compelling me to kneel and apologize, I shall resign and serve as your subordinate." "Me too. Count me in." Hai Changming observed as they all vied to become his subordinates, chuckling as he added, "If I were to have grandsons like you, I fear I might be driven to madness." Lin Feng, initially tense, couldn't help but burst into laughter at Hai Changming's words. Meanwhile, the faces of Manager Wu and his companions turned crimson with rage, and both Chu Xiaoming and Supervisor Huang seized the wine bottles from the table, ready to strike. This time, Manager Wu made no effort to restrain them. He glared at Hai Changming, thinking him truly deserving of a beating. Although Guomin and Rinyu refrained from physical confrontation, they stood with hands on hips, hurling insults at Hai Changming. Just as the situation appeared to spiral out of control, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open. "Who dares to meddle with my brother Wu?" A burly, bald man clad in a security uniform stormed in, brandishing a rubber baton, followed by several other security personnel armed similarly. Lin Feng turned pale with fright, yet she pulled Hai Changming behind her, urging, "Brother, we must flee." Hai Changming, his patience wearing thin, thought to himself, his cousin was truly something else. With his extraordinary physique, he was confident that even without the imminent arrival of Deng Shuang, he could handle this group of security guards, along with Manager Wu and his cronies. Thus, he remained unfazed, reassuring Lin Feng, "Do not fear, trust in me." Though Lin Feng wished to have faith, the current predicament left her trembling. The bald security guard quickly assessed the scene, recognizing the adversaries. There were 7 people in the room, and only 2 were unfamiliar to him. They must be the so-called little nobody mentioned by Supervisor Huang. He tapped the rubber baton against his palm, chin raised with an air of arrogance as he addressed Hai Changming. "So, it's you? Are you blind? How dare you provoke my brother Wu? Kneel." With a sudden glare, the bald guard barked at Hai Changming, "Apologize, or I will make you utterly dependent on others." Hai Changming cast a disdainful glance at him. The group surrounding Manager Wu grew emboldened. "Are you not tough? Show me more of that bravado. Come on." Manager Xiong, upon entering, had clearly intimidated him. "Fool, how dare you act so high and mighty? Look where that got you." Manager Wu, appearing to be in control, leisurely sat down, raised a glass, and took a sip before addressing Lin Feng. "What say you, Feng Feng? Promise me your boyfriend exits unscathed, otherwise, both of you will face consequences." Just as Lin Feng prepared to respond, Hai Changming seized her arm and retorted to Manager Wu, "If this is the best you can do, it seems you have already secured your fate." Furious at being labeled a waste, Manager Xiong lifted the rubber baton and swung it towards Hai Changming's thigh, cursing, "I told you to kneel. Do you wish for your life to be forfeit? Brothers, attack." Lin Feng shrieked in terror, while Rinyu and Guomin exchanged excited glances. Supervisor Huang and Chu Xiaoming were ready to join forces with the security personnel to strike, but the cramped room left them hindered, with Manager Xiong blocking their way. Hai Changming sneered, extending his hand to seize the baton effortlessly, twisting it slightly to wrench it from Manager Xiong's grip. The latter felt a sudden lightness in his hand, and as he realized the baton had been taken from him, he paused, bewildered, just as a booming voice echoed from behind. What on earth are you doing? Everyone turned in surprise. In the corner, only Manager Wu remained seated, his view obstructed by the crowd, and he called out in irritation. Who dares to raise such a ruckus? Lao Xiong, tell him to get lost. His voice was loud, yet met with silence, inciting further frustration as he stood up, reiterating. Lao Xiong, are you daft? Do your job first. If that woman does not comply, make sure to thoroughly deal with that little nobody. Deng, Mr. Deng. A hush fell over the room as realization dawned on the attendees, all quickly offering their respects. Manager Wu now noticed Deng Shuang standing at the door, the entrance having been kicked open by Manager Xiong, rendering it unable to close. Manager Wu, Deng Shuang spoke softly, and the others hastily parted to reveal him, allowing Deng Shuang to step inside, fixing his gaze on Manager Wu. Who did you just say should get lost? In that moment, Manager Wu felt his tongue tie, utterly unprepared for the sudden appearance of the fifth son of the Deng family, head of Deng Pharmaceutical. Beads of sweat gathered on his forehead as he glanced around, then pointed an accusing finger at Hai Changming and Lin Fong, exclaiming, "It's them. I was referring to them." Yes, indeed, Manager Wu was asking them to leave. Mr. Deng, these two are utterly shameless. The young lady believes herself attractive and wishes to join our company, even demanding to be Manager Wu's assistant. Rin Yu, quick-witted, shifted the blame onto Lin Fong, flaunting her cunningness with a disdainful smile. Indeed, not only that, she even threatened Manager Wu, asserting that if he did not comply, she would claim he sought to exploit her. Chu Xiaoming, as expected of Ren Yu's boyfriend, eagerly joined in the slander. Yes, that's precisely it. Guomin, now fully engaged, chimed in. The man is even worse. When Manager Wu refused their demands, he attempted to summon reinforcements. Manager Xiong, eyes bulging, added, indeed. That's why Manager Huang hastily called me to bring a group here. Supervisor Huang quickly echoed in agreement. No, that is not true. Lin Fong, eyes reddening, desperately sought to explain, but surrounded by Manager Wu's men, her voice faltered. Rin Yu cut her off, asserting, "That's right, Mr. Deng. This woman is my classmate, and I know precisely what kind of person she is. I have no respect for such shameless individuals." Listening to his subordinate's words, Manager Wu felt overwhelmed, thinking, by heavens, they are all quite the talents. This is more unjust than Do Yi's plight. Regrettably, it seemed Lin Fong would no longer be attainable. Torn between relief and regret, he feigned a pained expression. Mr. Deng, I am truly wronged. I even kindly invited them for a meal, only to discover their true nature. Deng Shuang remained expressionless, his gaze sweeping across the room before settling on Hai Changming. Lin Fong quickly positioned herself in front of Hai Changming, defiantly meeting Deng Shuang's gaze. Please don't believe them. It's not as they say. Deng Shuang regarded Lin Fong and suddenly broke into a smile, addressing Hai Changming. Brother Gao, I must say, I envy you. Your girlfriend is fiercely protective. This is my cousin. Hai Changming awkwardly scratched his nose, chuckling. Brother Deng, you can't possibly believe their words, can you? Deng Shuang burst into hearty laughter and remarked, if they were speaking ill of others, I might have believed them, but when it comes to Brother Gao, I certainly cannot. In jest, he had taken the time today to investigate Gao Changming. To his astonishment, the findings were breathtaking. On the very first day, Gao had splurged 3 billion in cash to purchase a villa. The following day was even more shocking, as he spent a staggering 130 billion to acquire the Mingyue Grand Hotel from Zheng Huan, and without a moment's pause, he proceeded to a luxury car dealership to acquire 7 high-end vehicles, only to then invest billions more in a commercial street. Would such an individual stoop to having his cousin engage in such acts for a mere salary? Is he truly in need of such trifles? Furthermore, he was earnestly seeking investment in Xinhong Health. Once Gao became a shareholder, would he refuse to have his cousin appointed as a manager? Was it necessary to resort to such disgraceful measures to solicit a position as a mere HR manager? As the thought of enticing Gao Changming to invest crossed his mind, Deng Shuang was appalled that his subordinates dared to tarnish the reputation of his benefactor behind his back. His previously buoyant mood plummeted into a deep, wintry gloom. Meanwhile, Manager Wu and his entourage were rendered utterly speechless upon hearing the conversation between Deng and Gao. What did this mean? Was CEO Deng acquainted with this loser? Rin Yu panicked. She had always been a gold digger, and her relationship with Chu Xiaoming was primarily based on his position as the HR supervisor. As a gold digger, she keenly perceived that Lin Fong's boyfriend, no, Lin Fong's cousin, was able to converse with Deng Shuang as an equal. This was indeed a formidable individual. A wave of regret washed over her, swiftly morphing into resentment towards Lin Fong. She glared fiercely at Lin Fong, her mind swirling with venomous thoughts. Lin Fong, you wretched woman, with a cousin so impressive, how dare you pretend to be innocent? Similarly, Supervisor Huang and his colleagues were equally dumbfounded. They stared at Gao Changming and Lin Fong, their minds bombarded with a torrent of expletives. With such familiarity with CEO Deng, why had they been summoned? Was this not a recipe for disaster? Deng Shuang cast a glance at the lavish spread on the table before addressing Manager Wu. If I recall correctly, your annual salary is 500,000, which amounts to just over 30,000 a month, correct? Why yes, CEO Deng. At this moment, Manager Wu was acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation, unable to suppress the sweat trickling down his forehead. Then explain this to me. Deng pointed at the table laden with dishes. This red wine must be from Chateau Margaux, priced at over 10,000 a bottle. 6 bottles, no less. Impressive. And what about this baijiu? The guijiao, if I remember correctly, also costs over 9,000 a bottle. You just claimed you were kindly treating my brother Gao to dinner? This meal must cost tens of thousands, right? Quite generous. Deng let out a couple of cold laughs and insisted, now speak up. What on earth is happening here? Be honest. Although the air conditioning was on, Manager Wu felt an overwhelming heat engulfing him. His expensive Gucci outfit was drenched in cold sweat. He opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. If you prefer silence, then you needn't speak any further. Deng waved dismissively, turning to Ren Yu. Didn't you say you were a classmate of my cousin? You explain this. Manager Wu released a sigh of relief, grateful that he wouldn't have to disclose the sordid details himself. Ren Yu, with her exquisite features, appeared exceptionally pale, the makeup failing to mask her dread. Normally proud and disdainful, she now felt utterly insignificant in the presence of someone like Deng Shuang. When summoned to speak, her heart raced. She glanced at Lin Fong, who wore a bewildered expression while looking at the man beside her. Ren Yu felt a mix of envy and jealousy. This man was Lin Fong's cousin, not her boyfriend. Why had she always been the academic overachiever? Why had her classmates favored Lin Fong throughout their years together? Why was she always relegated to the role of mere support? Why was Lin Fong's cousin so closely connected with CEO Deng? Chapter 38. Kneeling in Regret. What vexed Ren Yu most was that prior to today's events, Lin Fong had been her closest confidant. Had today not transpired, she might have had the chance to meet Lin Fong's illustrious cousin. She was not foolish. Anyone who could be on such friendly terms with CEO Deng was certainly no ordinary individual. Now, it was evident that they had all misjudged him. He was not a loser, but rather a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. Lin Fong, that insufferable woman, had an influential relative and had the audacity to feign poverty. Ren Yu's heart brimmed with bitterness. Had she known Lin Fong's cousin was so formidable, she would have never pursued a relationship with Chu Xiaoming. Now, everything lay in ruins, and her recent actions had irreparably shattered her bond with Lin Fong. She had forfeited any chance of ever meeting that impressive cousin. This was not merely a mistake. It was a lifetime of regret. Overwhelmed, she succumbed to despair, breaking down in tears. Deng Shuang was taken aback, puzzled by her sudden emotional outburst. Was this woman unhinged? Was her composure so fragile? Gao Changming, with a keen perception that surpassed the average, had already surmised Ren Yu's emotional turmoil from her facial expressions and coldly smiled. Directly addressing Deng Shuang, Brother Deng, allow me to explain. Deng nodded and casually pulled out a chair, inviting Gao Changming to sit. Gao, showing no reluctance, first offered a chair to Lin Fong before settling down himself, succinctly recounting the entire sequence of events. Deng Shuang's fury ignited upon hearing the account. He glared menacingly at Manager Wu. Is this how you manage my company? Manager Wu, now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, dared not retort. He was oblivious to Gao Changming's affiliations, but was well aware of Deng Shuang's notorious reputation as a prominent figure in Nanjiang City. Any misstep that might provoke Deng could render him persona non grata in the region, as no company would ever hire him again. At that moment, Manager Wu hung his head, resembling a chastened child standing before a stern parent, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Supervisor Huang, Chu Xiaoming, and Guomin stood in stunned silence. The security personnel, too, recognized the gravity of their miscalculation, falling silent as they contemplated the magnitude of the influential figure they had inadvertently offended. While they initially entered with a sense of bravado, they now hoped that a sincere apology would suffice to appease Mr. Gao. What do you mean by what? Deng's ire surged. He had painstakingly secured Gao Changming's investment, only to have his subordinates undermine him. Though he possessed $3 billion in startup capital from his family, it was merely sufficient for research and production. In the health industry, while R&D and production were manageable, sales presented a formidable challenge. Unless substantial investments, beginning at a minimum of $10 billion, were secured, success was elusive. Despite Deng's confidence in the potential of the Chinese health product market, convincing others to invest remained a daunting task. As a second-generation elite in Nanjiang, he had access to ample resources, yet raising $10 billion was no trivial endeavor. Thus far, he had exhausted himself to the point of exhaustion, managing to secure barely 100 million in funding. This paltry sum was only procured due to the regard others held for him as the fifth young master of the Deng family. Consequently, Deng Shuang placed immense value on Gao Changming. To his dismay, before even meeting to discuss matters, his company's human resources manager had managed to offend the esteemed guest gravely. This infuriated him immensely. He could only wonder whether Gao Changming would still consider investing. Upon reflecting on the situation, Deng Shuang thought that if he were in Gao's position, he would certainly refrain from investing, even if he appreciated the industry. After all, with wealth at their disposal, why wouldn't they form their own team? His anger boiled over, and he felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Manager Wu. Sensing his employer's ire, Manager Wu trembled, his legs buckling as he collapsed to his knees before Deng Shuang, exclaiming, "General Manager Deng, I am blind to my own faults. I am a fool. He felt utterly helpless. If Deng Shuang decided to blacklist him, his career in Nanjing City would be over. Approaching 50, he had 3 children at home who needed financial support, not to mention the 3 women he was supporting outside, with his house mortgaged. Being dismissed would mean he could not meet his mortgage obligations, leading to chaos with the 3 women. At that point, not only would his career be ruined, but his family life would crumble as well. Most importantly, after toiling for half his life, he had finally reached this position. He was unwilling to let it slip away. Deng Shuang glared with wide eyes, interrupting him with a wave of his hand. "You think kneeling is enough? You have offended Mr. Gao. What good does it do for me to see you on your knees? Are you foolish?" Manager Wu, chastised, quickly crawled on his knees towards Gao Changming, his round face streaming with tears and snot as he pleaded, "Mr. Gao, I am no better than a beast. It was all my fault just now. Please forgive me this once." Gao Changming regarded him with mild curiosity, replying, "Are you truly that dim-witted? You have not offended me. You have offended my cousin." Manager Wu felt utterly dumbfounded, wondering if he was expected to kneel to each person individually. Yet he dared not show a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Hastily crawling to Lin Feng's side, crying, "Miss Lin, I beg your pardon. I was blinded by folly. I was wrong." As he spoke, he repeatedly slapped his own face. It was only then that Lin Feng snapped back to reality. A man old enough to be her father was kneeling before her, seeking her forgiveness, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. What bewildered her even more was the realization that her cousin seemed to have prospered, and it appeared to be no simple success. For a moment, her mind went blank. It was not until Manager Wu had turned his face a vivid red from slapping himself that she regained her composure, nervously saying, Please, get up." After all, she was just a girl who had barely turned 20. Although she had been working for over 2 years, she had never encountered such a dramatic scene. At that moment, Gao Changming turned to Rin Yu and the others, asking, "What did you just say?" Rin Yu and the others, standing aside with uncertain expressions, felt a shiver run through them when Gao Changming addressed them. Huang, the supervisor, faltered and, unable to resist, knelt down, mimicking Manager Wu by slapping his own face while repeatedly apologizing. Chu Xiaoming, Rin Yu, and Guomin, standing like statues, followed suit and knelt down as well. Gao Changming smirked dismissively. "Didn't you all say that if I made him kneel to apologize to my cousin, you would all resign?" Upon hearing Gao Changming's words, Manager Wu was overjoyed. As long as he wasn't blacklisted by Deng Shuang, he could afford to resign. He could always find another job given his experience. Thus, he quickly bowed and thanked Gao Changming, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Gao. I will resign immediately." The others, Chu Xiaoming, Rin Yu, and Guomin, exchanged speechless glances. They were merely employees with neither wealth nor power in Nanjing City, having secured their positions through Manager Wu at Nuhong Health. They were now unexpectedly being asked to resign. Moreover, they were far too junior to comprehend the true influence wielded by someone like Deng Shuang, a second-generation scion of Nanjing City. They all understood that even if they fought to stay, what good would it do? Having offended Deng Shuang, their futures were bleak regardless. Thus, Guomin was the first to speak. Her head hung low as she said, "General Manager Deng, Mr. Gao, I resign." Chu Xiaoming, though feeling disgruntled, had no choice but to echo, I also resign." Rin Yu, head bowed and eyes flashing with resentment, suddenly lifted her head, her expression morphing into one of pitiful desperation as she crawled to Lin Feng, pleading, Feng, please, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. For the sake of our past, please forgive me just this once. I've worked so hard to rise from the bottom. I beg you. My mother is counting on me to support the family." Lin Feng felt a pang of sympathy, yet reflecting on Rin Yu's past actions left her unsure of how to forgive. Gao Changming, unfamiliar with who Rin Yu was, recalled her earlier demeanor and stepped forward, pulling Lin Feng aside, coldly addressing Rin Yu, "Get lost." Perhaps intimidated by Gao Changming's status, Rin Yu recoiled from his shout, trembling and rendered speechless. Gao Changming turned to Lin Fong, saying, "You must never show mercy to such individuals." "I understand, brother." Lin Fong, who had just been soft-hearted, now resolutely decided to sever ties with Rinyu. At that moment, Deng Shuang spoke once more, addressing Manager Wu and his group, this time, on account of Mr. Gao and his sister, I shall spare you. This afternoon, you will resign from the company. He paused, then added, furthermore, after resigning, you are prohibited from engaging in related work for the next 10 years, otherwise. Yes, yes, yes. Manager Wu bobbed his head vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. The others, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly assured him of their compliance. Once Deng Shuang finished speaking, he waved his hand impatiently. Now be gone. Manager Wu and his group, as if granted a reprieve, scurried away. And you? Deng Shuang turned his gaze to Manager Xiong and the security personnel. Manager Xiong, trembling, quickly donned a smile, his round face beaming as he addressed Gao Changming. Mr. Gao? We are merely security personnel. The company's executives ordered us to come here. Enough. Gao Changming regarded him with a critical eye. He was not particularly magnanimous. But since he had not yet invested in Deng Shuang's company and so many had been dismissed, he felt a need to extend Deng Shuang some courtesy. Moreover, the security manager spoke the truth, even if he had been a bit arrogant earlier. Thank you, Mr. Gao. Manager Xiong sighed in relief. Though he was just a security guard, the salary for a security manager was substantial, and finding another managerial position would be difficult. Deng Shuang waved him off. You should leave as well. Yes, yes. Manager Xiong quickly bowed to both him and Gao Changming, saying, I will be on my way now. The group of security personnel, after offering respectful farewells, departed. Once everyone had left, Deng Shuang turned to Gao Changming with a smile. I truly apologize for the spectacle you had to witness. Gao Changming laughed. It's no trouble at all. By the way, didn't you mention an investment? Yes, yes. Deng Shuang felt a rush of excitement. Quickly producing several documents. Here is an introduction to the current situation of the company, and here is the market research report, and this is. Gao Changming accepted the documents and called out towards the outside. Waiter, clear this table and replace it with another. He then turned to Deng Shuang and said, Brother Deng, it is better to meet by chance than to be invited. Today, I shall treat you. Deng Shuang, not one to be overly polite, replied with a cheerful smile. Then I shall not hold back. At this moment, Lin Fong sat unusually quiet, her beautiful eyes glancing occasionally at Gao Changming. Her cousin had become increasingly inscrutable to her. The atmosphere of this meal was starkly different from the previous one, filled with joy and camaraderie. After finishing their meal, Gao Changming checked his phone and remarked, So, Brother Deng, I need to arrange some matters for my cousin in the afternoon. How much investment does your company require? As a descendant of the Huaxia people, who often discuss business over meals, Deng Shuang was accustomed to such an environment. He pondered briefly before responding. As for funds, who would ever think it too much? The more, the better. Gao Changming gazed at him with a smile, and Deng Shuang continued. However, our health supplement products are quite different. Renting a factory, finding a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to concoct a nourishing formula, and then researching mass production, these do not incur much cost. The only expenditure that truly burns money is in marketing and sales. With a sigh, Deng Shuang added, The 300 million yuan in startup capital my family provided is nearly depleted. Gao Changming raised his hand to interrupt, inquiring, So, the current investment is primarily for advertising? Indeed. Deng Shuang confirmed. I envision a brainwashing advertisement akin to that of Brain Platinum, saturating every television station, radio, and online platform across the nation for an entire year. Gao Changming stroked his chin, inwardly elated, though his outward demeanor remained pensive. That is quite a sum. Yes. Deng Shuang nodded. But if I invest this money, what will the ownership of the company look like? While Gao brother may not care for company ownership or share distribution, he would prefer not to spend money frivolously. Especially since you, Deng Shuang, are hardly a stunning beauty. Upon hearing this, Deng Shuang's eyes brightened, and he grinned widely. That will depend on how much you are willing to invest, Brother Gao. If it exceeds 500 million, you shall receive 51% of the shares. After all, he himself had only contributed 300 million. Gao Changming frowned. Only 500 million? According to your plan, Brother Deng. This will need to be broadcasted nationwide across all television and radio networks. Is 500 million sufficient? Deng Shuang replied helplessly. It appears we must first focus on Nanjing City and the 3 surrounding provinces to establish a solid foundation. Chapter 40. I shall invest 1 billion. Thus, Brother Deng, I will invest 1 billion, but I will not involve myself in the company's management. I only wish for dividends. Therefore, I require 60% of the shares. And we need not seek additional investors. Too many people complicate management. Gao Changming declared suddenly. What? Deng Shuang was taken aback. Wasn't it 500 million? How did it escalate to 1 billion? Goodness, he truly is affluent. His eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding repeatedly. As for the shares, he thought little of it, after all. He had only contributed 300 million, and acquiring 40% of the shares along with management was already quite reasonable. Deng Shuang, filled with exhilaration, could not help but express to Gao Changming, "Brother Gao truly is remarkable." He attempted to speak, but found himself at a loss for words due to his overwhelming emotions. Although he hailed from the illustrious Deng family, a leader in the pharmaceutical industry in Nanjing, he was overshadowed by 2 older brothers and 2 sisters. Unable to assert himself within the family's enterprises. With his father's passing, life would only grow more challenging, prompting him to step out of the family's competitive sphere and establish his own path. Thus, he approached this venture with a do-or-die mentality. Now, Gao Changming's willingness to invest 1 billion without meddling in management felt like an unparalleled opportunity for him. Taking a deep breath, Deng Shuang proclaimed, "Brother Gao, from now on, you shall be my true brother. Come, let me toast to you." Although their meal had concluded, a bottle of red wine remained on the table. Meanwhile, Lin Fong was utterly stunned. Her cousin had just invested 1 billion? Am I dreaming? Cautiously, she pinched her thigh. Ouch, this hurts. I am not dreaming. But it doesn't make sense. Lin Fong stared in bewilderment at Gao Changming and Deng Shuang, engrossed in their animated conversation. Having grown up together, they were practically siblings, sharing nearly no secrets. In contemporary vernacular, her cousin was a poor guy, though she was not far off herself. At that moment, she longed to pull Gao Changming aside and inquire thoroughly. Yet, she remained dutifully silent, understanding that this was not the time for questions. Soon, Deng Shuang summoned a lawyer from a collaborating law firm, and in front of both parties, they prepared various documents and agreements. By the time Gao Changming signed the papers, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. After signing the contract, Gao Changming promptly transferred the 1 billion yuan into the account designated by Deng Shuang. At that moment, Deng Shuang was even more astonished, a thought flashing through his mind. Could it be that Gao Changming is a scion of one of those reclusive, illustrious families sent to gain experience? Given his background, it was understandable for him to think so. As a young master of the Deng family, he had seen substantial investments. Typically, investors would divide funds into several installments to be deposited into accounts. At nearly 30 years of age, this was the first time he had witnessed such a large sum deposited all at once. While he was astonished, his confidence in his family's health supplement industry surged. 1 billion. It was enough to allow him to boldly pursue his ambitions. After bidding farewell to the lawyer, Deng Shuang originally intended to treat Gao Changming to dinner at the same restaurant, but Gao Changming declined, saying, "Brother Deng, my cousin just arrived. Let us save the meal for another day." Very well. Deng Shuang agreed readily, having anticipated that Lin Fong was here to visit his company. Now, technically, his and Gao Changming's company. Lin Fong had come from her hometown for a job interview, only to encounter manager Wu, who was quite troublesome. "By the way, cousin, weren't you here for an interview?" Deng Shuang chuckled. "As it happens, the position of human resources manager has just opened up. Why not take it on?" Gao Changming had no objections, turning to Lin Fong. She widened her eyes, shaking her head vigorously. No, I can't do it." She was acutely aware of her limitations, with only a high school diploma and 2 years of experience as a sales clerk in a small county. Being thrust into the role of human resources manager for a company valued at over 10 billion was not exhilarating to her. Rather, it filled her with dread. What if she mishandled something and caused her cousin to incur losses? Gao Changming smiled and suggested, "Why not start in sales?" "Yes." Lin Fong finally relaxed and nodded. She had indeed come to apply for a sales position. Deng Shuang was somewhat speechless, internally critiquing, "You are already so impressive. Yet you want your cousin to start as a sales clerk?" He mused that had he been in Gao Changming's position, he would have simply established a company for his cousin to serve as the chairperson. After a bit more casual conversation, Gao Changming rose to take his leave. Deng Shuang accompanied him to the door. Feeling a mix of emotions as he observed Gao Changming helping Lin Fong with her suitcase, and both of them getting into a taxi. Such a low-key demeanor. No wonder manager Wu had fallen into trouble. Once inside the taxi, Gao Changming provided the address for Minghua Hotel. The reason for declining Deng Shuang's dinner invitation was that Lin Fong had traveled a long distance, and he wished to properly host her. After Lin Fong entered the taxi, her mind was a whirlwind of questions, yet she prudently chose to remain silent. Before long, they arrived at the Minghua Grand Hotel. Gao Changming continued to assist Lin Fong with her suitcase, guiding her into the luxurious establishment. Upon seeing the towering, opulent hotel, Lin Fong couldn't help but marvel. In her 20-plus years of life, she had never encountered such grandeur. As they stepped into the lobby manager promptly approached them, extending his hand to help Gao Changming with the suitcase, and respectfully inquired, "Mr. Gao, what would you like to eat today?" "I'll arrange it immediately." "Mr. Gao?" Lin Fong glanced at Gao Changming in confusion. With a mischievous grin, he explained, I just acquired this hotel. Order whatever you fancy. There's no need for formality. Though Lin Fong was unaware of the astronomical cost associated with purchasing such a lavish hotel, she was certain that a mere billion would not suffice. Irritated by Gao Changming's smug expression, she turned to the lobby manager and declared, Bring me one of everything you have that's the most expensive. Humph. Today I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of my great-aunt. The lobby manager hesitated, glancing at Gao Changming, who waved her off, saying, This is my cousin. Do as she says. Just send it to my office. Understood, Mr. Gao. The manager suddenly comprehended the situation. She had initially thought Mr. Gao was dining with a girlfriend, only to realize it was his cousin. She hurried away to make arrangements, simultaneously notifying General Manager Zhang Wei, who had specifically instructed all hotel staff to inform him immediately whenever Mr. Gao was present. Gao Changming led the fuming Lin Fong into his office. It was only then that she pinched him hard and demanded, Now confess. What on earth is going on? Chapter 41. The Fabrication of Lies. Gao Changming grimaced in pain but wore a triumphant grin, his mind racing to concoct an excuse. The concept of the system was far too fantastical. Even if he revealed it, Lin Fong would surely disbelieve him, and it was his greatest secret, one he would never divulge to anyone. Fortunately, having upgraded his intellect earlier, he quickly devised a perfect alibi. Lin Fong narrowed her eyes and pressed, Be honest, have you done something illicit? How did you suddenly amass such wealth? Setting aside the billion you invested into that, Mr. Deng, this hotel must have cost a fortune. Feigning nonchalance, Gao Changming settled into his chair and began. Here's the story. When I first started university, my family was not well off. I earned my tuition through summer jobs, as you know. At that time, Gao Changming's family had faced a crisis, requiring a substantial sum of money, and Lin Fong's family had lent them funds. That year, they simply couldn't scrape together his tuition, leaving his parents distressed to the point of graying hair. Thus, Gao Changming took to working over the summer to gather enough for his fees. This was common knowledge among Lin Fong and Gao Changming's relatives. Nodding, Lin Fong focused intently on him as he continued. After that, I felt I had matured. So in the 3 years of my studies, I worked whenever I could to support myself. Lin Fong's expression shifted. It wasn't out of sympathy for Gao Changming. Her own circumstances were even more dire. Despite being a top student, she had been unable to attend university due to illness. Although she had chosen not to repeat a year, she couldn't shake the feelings of regret and loss. Gao Changming went on. My first job was caring for an elderly man. Although it was tough and dirty work, the pay was good, and I did it for 3 years. Just last month, the old man passed away. With a sigh, he added, Who would have known that the next day, a lawyer approached me, revealing that the elderly gentleman I had cared for, who lived in a dilapidated tenement, was actually a billionaire, and importantly, he had no children. Because I had devotedly looked after him for 3 years, he deemed me a worthy person and entrusted his lawyer to bequeath his fortune to me before he died. Lin Fong was utterly flabbergasted, her eyes wide with disbelief. The revelation was simply too incredulous. However, Gao Changming spoke with such conviction that she found it hard to doubt him, especially since she knew him so well. Aside from this explanation, she could not conceive of another. Gao Changming shrugged. Honestly, I was just as bewildered. You wouldn't believe it. The old man lived in a rundown tenement, the walls peeling. And he didn't even own a television. How surreal. Lin Fong exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Believe me, I still feel like I'm dreaming. Gao Changming offered her a glass of water. Unable to suppress a smirk, Lin Fong inquired, So, how much money do you have now? Feigning contemplation, Gao Changming replied, Probably several billion. Why? Lin Fong gasped. And how do you plan to explain this to my great-aunt and the others? I had intended to tell them the truth. Gao Changming sighed. But you know how my mother is. If I told her, she wouldn't sleep a wink. Therefore, I spun a little white lie. At this, he proudly pulled out his phone, showing Lin Fong the photo and video of his supposed winnings. Lin Fong marveled at the images and couldn't help but ask, Did you actually win, or is this photo edited? Of course, it's edited. Gao Changming would never be foolish enough to confess that he had spent money buying every number in the previous lottery draw. If he did, Lin Fong would certainly question him further. He couldn't possibly tell her it was for points, could he? I knew it. Lin Fong chuckled. If you told me you won the lottery, I'd start to suspect you were the secret offspring of the heavens. They chatted for a while until the waiter, led by Zhang Wei, began to serve the dishes. Zhang Wei, the hotel's general manager, typically remained in his office, only temporarily stepping in as a waiter whenever Gao Changming dined. Gao Changming introduced, Manager Zhang. This is my cousin Lin Fong. She will dine here free of charge from now on. Zhang Wei nodded with a smile and respectfully addressed Lin Fong. Miss Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Zhang Wei, the general manager of Mingwei Grand Hotel. Here is my business card. If you need anything, feel free to call me directly to place an order. Gao Changming was quite pleased with Zhang Wei's demeanor. But he suddenly remembered that he possessed a 5-star membership card loaded with 100 million for dining. However, now that he owned the hotel, the card was rendered unnecessary. He quickly retrieved his wallet, extracted the membership card, and handed it to Lin Fong, saying, "This is the hotel's highest-tier membership card, with 100 million on it. It would be a waste to let it sit unused. Here, take it." 100 million? Lin Fong felt as though her mind was reeling. A card solely for dining that contained such an immense sum was astounding. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei cautiously interjected, "Mr. Gao? This membership card is not actually the highest tier we offer." "Excuse me?" Gao Changming had essentially become a hands-off owner after acquiring the hotel, so he was unaware of this detail. Zhang Wei promptly explained, "We also have a card known as the Purple Gold Card, of which only 2 have been issued." Gao Changming was unconcerned, waving his hand dismissively. "Well, now there are 3. Please upgrade my card to that tier." "Of course," Zhang Wei responded eagerly. Zhang Wei nodded repeatedly. Naturally, there was no question regarding the boss's instructions. Lin Fong, card in hand, remarked, "Perhaps it's best not to, as I will be working at Director Deng's company, which is quite far." Speaking of this, she was just about to inquire about something. Gao Changming, stroking his chin, inquired, "If given the opportunity to continue your university education, would you be willing?" Lin Fong was momentarily taken aback. 2 years prior, she had faltered in the college entrance examination due to health issues, which remained her greatest regret. Hearing Gao Changming's words, her eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. Gao Changming gently patted her back, offering comfort. "Look, your brother is not lacking in funds now. If you wish, we can enroll you in a high school in Nanjing City, and then we can take the exam again. Is that even possible?" Lin Fong was elated. "Of course." Gao Changming chuckled. "You were the top student back then, first in your grade. As long as you can pass, I will cover all expenses. We'll leap straight to postgraduate studies." "What about my job?" Lin Fong's heart raced with apprehension as she replied, "I just committed to working for Director Deng." Gao Changming laughed. "Does such a large company cease operations without you?" "No worries. I will make a call to inform him." In truth, Gao Changming had inadvertently recalled Lin Fong's situation while reminiscing about his own post-examination days, and he had spontaneously decided to help his cousin fulfill a dream. "Thank you, brother." Lin Fong was overwhelmed with excitement. Having grown up closely with Gao Changming, they were akin to siblings, so she did not mind his willingness to finance her education. Feeling a sense of reassurance, she readily agreed, already contemplating how she would repay him in the future. Seeing her agreement, Gao Changming felt a surge of happiness for her and turned to Zhang Wei, who stood nearby, inquiring, "Manager Zhang, you are a local of Nanjing City. Do you have any acquaintances? Please help my sister find a school where she can enroll and prepare for this year's college entrance examination." With May already upon them, there was just over a month until the examination. He turned to Lin Fong and asked, "You are ready for this year's exam, right?" "Absolutely." Lin Fong replied with newfound confidence. "I have been contemplating earning some money to retake the exam for the past 2 years, so I have never ceased studying." "That's great." Gao Changming nodded approvingly. Zhang Wei quickly chimed in. "I have a childhood friend who works at the Nanjing City Education Bureau. I'll call him right away. Don't worry." "Director Gao? By the way," Gao Changming suddenly recalled something. "Manager Zhang, I have another favor to ask. I would like to obtain a driver's license. Do you have any connections for that?" Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback. He had never considered that his wealthy boss did not possess a driver's license. However, having hosted numerous second-generation individuals as the hotel manager, he quickly realized that it was not a matter of inability to drive, but rather a lack of a license. 2 entirely different concepts. "Yes, indeed. My brother-in-law runs a driving school. Then please assist me in enrolling." Gao Changming, being somewhat of an outsider in Nanjing City, found it much simpler to delegate such matters to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei readily agreed. After finishing their meal, Gao Changming called Deng Shuang to inform him of Lin Fong's decision not to start working. Naturally, Deng Shuang had no objections to such a trivial matter. Upon leaving the hotel, he hailed a taxi, taking Lin Fong back to the villa. Although the Mingyue Grand Hotel was quite upscale, and Gao Changming was indeed the owner, he preferred to have his cousin stay at the villa, as they were family, and it would seem distant to have her reside in a hotel. The villa was not far from the hotel. He usually walked home after meals to aid digestion, but with his cousin Lin Fong accompanying him today, walking was out of the question. A few minutes later, they arrived at the villa area. Gao Changming stepped out of the taxi, and the security guard at the entrance, already accustomed to his presence, greeted him with a salute. "Good evening, Mr. Gao." Gao Changming smiled in response and addressed the 2 guards. "By the way, this is my cousin. She will be living here from now on, so please assist her with the necessary formalities." "Of course, Mr. Gao." A tall security guard promptly stepped forward. "May I request this lady to present her identification for a brief registration? We will have her credentials processed by tomorrow morning." "Oh, certainly." Lin Fong quickly fished out her identification card and handed it to the guard. Before long, the registration was completed, and Gao Changming returned to the house with Lin Fong. Upon approaching the entrance, Lin Fong was left astonished, her eyes wide as she pointed at the opulent mansion. Do you live here all by yourself? Indeed. Gao Changming chuckled. There are many rooms inside. Feel free to choose one for yourself later. Don't you find that unsettling? Such a large house, and you're all alone, Lin Fong remarked as she followed Gao Changming into the front yard, only to be greeted by the sight of 7 luxury vehicles parked in the driveway. Are all these your cars? Though she was unaware of their prices. The sheer appearance of the vehicles suggested they were anything but inexpensive. Why would you buy so many cars? Lin Fong approached and examined each one closely. Gao Changming laughed. Do you have a driver's license? If so, feel free to choose one. Consider it a welcoming gift from your brother. Wow, Lin Fong exclaimed, her excitement leading her to utter a mild expletive. I don't want it. I'll earn my own money to buy one later. But I could borrow one to drive. You truly have a license? Gao Changming was somewhat surprised. Yes, Lin Fong replied proudly. I thought it would be beneficial to have additional skills for job hunting, so I went and got one. All right then, pick whichever one you like. And you can drive it. It's fine to switch cars. The keys are inside. We'll park them in the garage together later. Okay. Lin Fong nodded enthusiastically. Having obtained her license, she had not driven since, making her exhilaration palpable. The two joked as they entered the villa, which was fully equipped with smart technology, leaving Lin Fong in awe as she explored the interior. Gao Changming, however, was interrupted by an incoming phone call. The call was from the celebrity Murong Xiao. A few days earlier, while dining at the Mingyue Grand Hotel, he had coincidentally encountered Murong Xiao and her manager, Sister Jiang. They had exchanged phone numbers, and he even added Sister Jiang on WeChat. Gao Changming settled onto the sofa in the living room as he answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Gao? Murong Xiao's voice was crisp and melodious. Yes, this is Gao Changming. You must be Miss Murong Xiao? Murong Xiao softly affirmed. Gao Changming inquired. What can I do for you? After a moment's hesitation, Murong Xiao replied. It's about what you mentioned last time regarding investing in my movie. I was wondering if you were serious? Oh, Gao Changming recalled the conversation. Murong Xiao and Sister Jiang had barged into his dining room to discuss how Murong Xiao had fallen out with her investors. And he had indeed expressed interest in investing in her film. Of course it's true. Would Miss Murong be willing to let me invest? Gao Changming chuckled, delighted at the prospect of spending money, even if it was just a few billion. Murong Xiao's tone shifted slightly, sounding somewhat peculiar as she replied. Then Sister Jiang and I will come to Nanjing City tomorrow to meet with you in person. All right. Gao Changming considered offering to pick them up, but then remembered he lacked a driver's license. Although his driving skills had reached level 6, allowing him to maneuver even a tank, he was still without a license. After Murong Xiao concluded the call, she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, saying, I won't take up any more of your time, Mr. Gao. We'll see you tomorrow. Yes, goodbye. After hanging up, Gao Changming did not dwell on the matter and called Lin Fong, who was still joyfully exploring the villa, to help him drive the 7 cars into the garage. To his astonishment, Lin Fong's driving skills were surprisingly commendable. Truly, she was a prodigy, excelling in all endeavors. Chapter 43. Lin Fong, you have wronged me. That evening, Gao Changming did not visit the cat tooth to brush up on gifts. Instead, he engaged in conversation with the affluent second-generation members of the Junzi Ryu group for a while before retiring for the night. After selecting a room, Lin Fong began to arrange her space. Having shared a close bond with Gao Changming since childhood, she regarded him not as a stranger, but as family. Thus, upon settling in, she treated his villa as her own home. Once she had tidied her room, she called her family to report her safe arrival. Mom, I have arrived at my cousin's place. Lin Fong's mother was closely related to Gao Changming's mother, being her sister, which made her the little aunt to Gao Changming. The two families had maintained a strong relationship over the years. It's about time you called. You arrived at noon, yet here you are, calling me now, you mischievous girl. Try not to trouble your cousin too much, all right? He is at a critical juncture in his studies, her mother scolded. Lin Fong felt a twinge of jealousy, pondering whether her mother was more concerned about her cousin than herself. However, she dared not argue with her mother, merely responding with a nonchalant "oh." It was a jest. After all, with her cousin's current wealth, could he possibly fear being distracted from his studies? The purpose of education, after all, is ultimately to earn a living and lead a prosperous life. Suddenly, her mother added, by the way, I heard from your aunt that your cousin won the lottery. Several hundred million. Did he tell you? Lin Fong had already been informed of this news by Gao Changming, and being astute, she saw no reason to expose his deception. Thus, she replied, yes, my brother is indeed quite wealthy now. He has not only bought a house, but also a car. Today, he even treated me to a meal at a 5-star hotel. Oh, and Mom, during dinner, He encouraged me to continue my studies and take the college entrance examination. Lin Fong revealed her intentions regarding further education to her mother. Her mother responded immediately. All right, I wanted you to repeat a year back then, but you refused. Are you regretting it now? You should stay at your cousin's for a few days before returning. I will have your father enroll you in a school. Mom. Lin Fong was deeply moved by her mother's words and playfully protested. My brother has already arranged for me to find a school in Nanjing City. He said now that he is prosperous, he will cover all my educational expenses. That cannot be. Your brother is not even married yet. Have you agreed to this? How can you be so thoughtless? Her mother was suddenly alarmed. Lin Fong pursed her lips, thinking to herself, with her brother's assets in the hundreds of millions, this amount of money is merely a drop in the ocean for him. Yet, she replied, indeed, I cannot refuse. My brother insists on supporting me. But don't worry. I promised him that once I graduate and earn money, I will repay him. Sighing, her mother did not press further. Knowing from Gao Changming's mother that he had indeed won the lottery, the tuition fees were inconsequential to him. Then make sure to temper your temper and do not argue with your brother, showing him disrespect, she advised. Of course I understand. Lin Fong responded with a cheerful tone. Suddenly, Lin Fong's mother recalled something and asked, you are staying at your brother's house? Doesn't he have a girlfriend? Does she mind? Lin Fong replied, my brother has broken up with her. He is living alone. I'm not foolish. Why would I intrude on their space? Oh dear, Lin Fong's mother exclaimed. How could he abandon a girl just because he has money? I must have a serious talk with your aunt about this. With that, she abruptly ended the call without waiting for Lin Fong's response. At that moment, Lin Fong realized she might have inadvertently caused trouble. Her heart raced, and playfully sticking out her tongue, she abandoned her initial plan to chat with her cousin and instead began searching for study materials on her phone. Meanwhile, Gao Changming had just finished his shower and was preparing for bed when the phone by his bedside rang abruptly. Upon seeing it was his mother calling, he felt puzzled. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and why was she still awake, calling at such a late hour? However, he quickly deduced that his mother was likely concerned about his cousin. Prompting her call, he answered, lying back on his bed, and said, Mom, why are you still awake at this hour? You ungrateful brat. His mother's voice exploded from the receiver the moment he picked up. The barrage of scolding left Gao Changming bewildered. What had he done to provoke her ire? As he racked his brain for a plausible explanation, his mother asked, tell me, did you disdain Shanshan now that you have some money and cast her aside? Oh, Gao Changming realized the source of the commotion. It must have originated from Lin Fong. Yet, this was not the time to confront her. He hurriedly explained to his mother, Mom, it was Shanshan who dumped me. She found me lacking due to our financial situation and ran off with a wealthy heir. Is that true? You're not pulling my leg, are you? His mother was skeptical. The last time you brought her home, I thought she was a decent girl. Indeed. I recounted the entire situation, which only fueled his mother's anger. I never would have guessed that Lu Shanshan was such a person. It is for the best that you parted ways. I will find someone better for you tomorrow. Gao Changming felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Mom, I'm still studying. You're already in your 3rd year. Soon, you'll be a senior. His mother countered. I've heard that in the senior year, there are hardly any classes, mostly just internships. Doesn't that equate to graduation? Besides, it's wise to find a girlfriend early. When you graduate, you can marry her. And your father and I will finally have our peace of mind. Gao Changming was left speechless, holding the phone. His mother firmly concluded, this is settled then. Your summer break starts next month, right? Now that you've won the lottery, our family is not short on money, so you shall obediently return home for matchmaking. Don't even think of using work-study as an excuse to evade me, understood? Gao Changming felt utterly dejected, thinking he should have delayed sending money home. The pit he had dug for himself was one he had to swallow tears to climb out of. Reluctantly, he replied, all right, I'll come home. But can we skip the matchmaking? Let us discuss it when you return. His mother replied, before adding, I need to explain this to your little aunt, and see if she knows any suitable girls. With that, she hung up without waiting for Gao Changming's response. Mirroring the abruptness of Lin Fong's mother. Frustrated, Gao Changming muttered through clenched teeth, Lin Fong, you have wronged me. Chapter 44, The Retaliation from Gao Changming. Gao Changming, feeling betrayed by Lin Fong, was engulfed in frustration but found himself powerless, ultimately retreating into a sullen sleep. The following morning, just as he was enjoying a deep slumber, a loud knocking echoed through his room. Had it not been for Lin Fong's voice outside, he might have thought an earthquake had struck. Brother, wake up. It's already 9:30. Why haven't you gone to school yet? With a sense of resignation, Gao Changming sat up in bed, replying, I know, you're relentless. I took the day off. Since acquiring the system, Gao Changming had been liberated from the pressures of daily life, now enjoying the luxury of sleeping until he naturally awakened. Even with his enhanced physique and mental acuity, he could easily endure weeks without sleep without any repercussions. However, in the past, He had exerted himself for the sake of survival, education, and even for his girlfriend, Lu Shanshan. The mental strain he had endured was abruptly released, inevitably leading him to a state of complacency. Lin Fong knocked on the door a few more times and called out, "Perfect timing. Accompany me to buy some study materials." All right, just a moment." Gao Changming swiftly got out of bed, proceeded to wash his face and brush his teeth in the bathroom, and then descended the stairs. Lin Fong was seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone as she awaited his arrival. Upon seeing him come down, Lin Fong pouted and complained, "You are truly lazy. I've been waiting for you all morning." Okay. Gao Changming interrupted her with a hint of exasperation, feeling an inexplicable regret for having allowed Lin Fong to move in, and privately contemplated whether he should purchase another apartment to prompt this spirited girl to relocate. This thought merely flickered through his mind before he realized that he had indeed been too indulgent lately. Urged by Lin Fong, the two quickly set out. Of course, with Lin Fong accompanying him this time, Gao Changming was finally free from the need to hail a taxi. Lin Fong excitedly drove a luxurious sports car worth over $1 million, taking Gao Changming out. In the car, Gao Changming suggested, "There's a shopping mall ahead. Let's go there first to buy you some clothes." "Is that really necessary?" "I brought a change of clothes," Lin Fong replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Her family was not well off, and she had only brought 2,000 yuan for this trip. After purchasing her ticket to Nanjing City, she had merely over 1,000 left. If she bought any clothes, she genuinely worried about how she would manage in the days to come. Being relatives who had grown up together, Gao Changming could easily read her expression and remarked with a smirk, "Don't worry, big brother will buy for you." That would be quite embarrassing. Lin Fong chuckled at his words. Gao Changming scoffed, saying, "You feel embarrassed?" "Huh." Lin Fong, unfazed, retorted, "You are my brother. Isn't it only right for you to buy a few clothes for your sister?" Of course. Gao Changming's mind whirled with a plan to tease Lin Fong, thinking, "This is what you get for selling me out last night." With that, he smiled at her. "Am I not being proactive here?" Lin Fong, focused on driving, completely missed his expression and proudly hummed to herself. As they chatted, they arrived at the Sanway Mall. Gao Changming bypassed leisurely browsing and firmly took her hand, leading her directly to the luxury goods section on the 3rd floor. Just days prior, he had indulged himself at Sanway Mall, spending nearly 20 million, including over 16 million on watches, along with 300,000 on clothing, shoes, sunglasses, hats, leather shoes, and ties. However, after bringing all those items home, he had never worn any of them, leaving them hanging in his wardrobe. Now, returning to familiar territory, Gao Changming confidently pulled Lin Fong into the first store, Hermes. Upon seeing the brand, Lin Fong hesitated, quickly saying, "Let us go somewhere else. This brand is quite expensive." "How could that be? I'm buying clothes for my sister. Should I settle for less?" Without further ado, Gao Changming dragged Lin Fong into the Hermes store. With his unyielding determination, Lin Fong stood no chance against him and was forcibly ushered inside. "Excuse me, could you take her measurements and prepare 3 outfits?" he commanded as soon as they entered, not even bothering to consider Lin Fong's feelings. Lin Fong was utterly bewildered. Her earlier suggestion for Gao Changming to buy her clothes had meant a couple of inexpensive items, perhaps costing a few dozen or 100 yuan each. After all, he was a wealthy man now. She never anticipated being brought to Hermes. Initially taken aback by Gao Changming's request, the staff soon warmed up upon recognizing his appearance, with 3 attendants eagerly attending to Lin Fong. There was no way they could forget Gao Changming, who had recently made such a lavish purchase. Consequently, when they identified him, their enthusiasm surged. The professionalism of the luxury store staff was evident as they swiftly took Lin Fong's measurements and curated 3 complete outfits, including clothing, skirts, accessories, and bags. Gao Changming grinned as he swiped his card, the total amounting to 120,000. Lin Fong was utterly dumbfounded. As Gao Changming prepared to lead her to the next store, the young girl felt on the verge of tears. She had intended to keep track of the tuition and living expenses Gao Changming was currently covering, promising to repay him once she earned money. But now 3 outfits cost over 100,000. Even the meal card he had given her for Minghua Hotel yesterday had not weighed heavily on her mind, partly because the hotel was owned by Gao Changming, and partly because she had no plans to frequent it. Yet, this was different. If they continued shopping, she feared she would never be able to repay him in this lifetime. Even brothers keep accounts clear, let alone they were merely cousins. Seeing Lin Fong genuinely upset, Gao Changming relented but added, "Since we're not buying clothes anymore, how about I get you a phone and a laptop? You'll definitely need those for your studies." Lin Fong initially intended to refuse, but he was right. A computer and phone were essential for research and online classes. Thus, she reluctantly agreed. They ceased their clothing shopping and exited Sanway Mall to purchase study materials, a phone, and a laptop instead. Coincidentally, Gao Changming had yet to find time to replace his own phone and buy a laptop, so he decided to get a double set. After they completed their shopping, Gao Changming instructed Lin Fong to drive them to Minghui Hotel for lunch. At that moment, the famous celebrity Murong Xiu called, stating she had just landed. Gao Changming replied, "Then come directly to Minghui Hotel. I'm about to head there for a meal." Recently arrived from the airport, Murong Xiu and her manager, Sister Jiang, were taken aback by Gao Changming's response. Holding her phone, Murong Xiu thought, "When I called you, it was to ask for a ride, not to inquire where you were. Am I not charming enough?" Sister Jiang, equally speechless, thought to herself that this Mr. Gao was quite the oblivious man, leaving a stunning beauty like Murong Xiu stranded at the airport. Noticing Murong Xiu's dazed expression, she patted her back and reassured, "Men are all the same. There are no cats that don't stray. He's just putting on an act. If you take the initiative, you'll surely win over the investment." Murong Xiu nodded, regaining her confidence. Before she had called Gao Changming, she had discussed with Sister Jiang that, given the circumstances, it would be more advantageous to sacrifice a bit of charm for investment, and rather than pursuing those greasy uncles, it would be better to approach a young and handsome Gao Changming. Although it involved sacrificing charm, it did not necessarily imply anything would transpire. Nevertheless, Murong Xiu still found it difficult to approach those greasy uncles with flirtation. Furthermore, the company as president had instructed her to foster a good relationship with Gao Changming. Murong Xiu felt cornered. Despite her beauty and status as a star, if Gao Changming chose to disregard her, she had no recourse, especially since she was the one seeking his assistance. The two of them had concocted elaborate scenarios in their minds, yet they had never considered that, for Gao Changming, this meeting was merely an opportunity to spend money and earn points. Meanwhile, Sister Jiang began reaching out to acquaintances in Nanjing City to borrow a car, while Murong Xiu stood by, idly playing with her phone. Though she was not a major celebrity, she possessed a certain level of recognition. At this moment, they found themselves in the VIP passage of the airport, free from the worry of reporters or fans, hence she had not donned a mask or sunglasses. After securing a vehicle, Sister Jiang turned to Murong Xiu and said, "I borrowed a car from a friend, but it may take over 20 minutes to arrive. Let us wait here." "All right." Murong Xiu nodded in agreement. As a star, she undoubtedly had to make significant sacrifices, one of which was the inability to appear openly in public spaces, with the airport being a prime example. Thus, the two women could only stand at the VIP exit awaiting their transportation. While they engaged in conversation, a group of travelers emerged, prompting Murong Xiu to glance over casually before turning her head away. She could not afford to be recognized in Nanjing City. Should those unscrupulous reporters catch wind of her presence, who knows how they would spin the story. At that moment, a voice nearby broke through her thoughts. "Xiu Xiu?" Murong Xiu was taken aback and turned to see a handsome man in his mid-20s approaching her with an uncertain expression. As he drew closer, his surprise became evident. "It really is you, Xiu Xiu." Murong Xiu felt a flicker of familiarity, but could not immediately recall who he was. The man laughed heartily. "It's me, Mu Jiejun." "Ah, you're Mu Jiejun," Murong Xiu exclaimed, her charming face reflecting her astonishment. "What brings you to Nanjing City?" Sister Jiang, observing the exchange, wore a look of exasperation and subtly cleared her throat, reminding Murong Xiu to be mindful of their surroundings. After all, as a celebrity, engaging in conversation with a man in public could lead to complications, particularly for a female star. Realizing her oversight, Murong Xiu offered an awkward smile to Sister Jiang and introduced, "This is my high school classmate. We haven't seen each other in nearly 7 or 8 years. Hello." Sister Jiang smiled as she shook Mu Jiejun's hand. Mu Jiejun politely responded, "Hello, I'm Mu Jiejun, the new marketing director at Wang Group." As he spoke, he produced his business card. Murong Xiu was taken aback. "Wang Group? The one in Nanjing City?" "Indeed," Mu Jiejun replied with a hint of arrogance, feigning nonchalance. "After graduating high school, I went to the United States for college. I obtained my green card post-graduation and have been working there ever since. I will officially become a U.S. citizen next year." "Well, it seems you're doing quite well." Murong Xiu felt a twinge of discomfort, pondering why he felt the need to elaborate so extensively despite their lack of familiarity. Although she hailed from a modest background, she had always been a natural beauty, reigning as the school flower since her high school days, attracting admirers in droves. Once she entered university, the attention only multiplied. Later, as she became a star, the variety of people she encountered expanded even further. Mu Jiejun's self-aggrandizing introduction was not lost on her. It was clear he was attempting to convey just how impressive he had become. Sister Jiang, ever perceptive, could not help but smirk at Mu Jiejun's words, internally scoffing. "A marketing director? Just a worker. And seeking U.S. citizenship. Does he think the air there is sweeter?" Despite her disdain, she concealed her thoughts as her friend arrived with the car. After concluding her call, Sister Jiang addressed Murong Xiu. "Xiu Xiu, the car has arrived." Let us be on our way and not keep Mr. Gao waiting. Mu Rongxiu, feeling somewhat vexed by Mu Jiejun's persistence, felt as though a weight had been lifted upon hearing this. She quickly turned to Mu Jiejun, saying, I'm sorry, but I have to go. Let us catch up another time. What? Where are you headed? Mu Jiejun inquired hastily. I can give you a ride. I just arrived in Huaxiao, and my company sent a car to pick me up. No, thank you. We have our transportation. Mu Rongxiu waved her hand dismissively. Sister Zhang promptly took her by the arm, and they left. Truth be told, Mu Jiejun was undeniably handsome and professionally accomplished. Yet Mu Rongxiu felt a flicker of resentment towards him. Were it not for her status as a star, their past camaraderie, and the fact that they were in an airport, she might have been unable to suppress her desire to retort. Both Mu Jiejun and Mu Rongxiu hailed from Shanghai. Yet their backgrounds vastly differed. While Mu Jiejun came from a more affluent family, his father a civil servant, Mu Rongxiu's origins were far more humble. After high school, he went directly abroad for his studies, and they had not crossed paths since. It was surprising to encounter each other after so many years at the airport in Nanjing City. While in school, Mu Jiejun had excelled academically, but was somewhat introverted. He harbored feelings for the school flower, Mu Rongxiu, but lacked the courage to confess. After graduation, they parted ways, and he regretted not expressing his feelings at the time. In the U.S., he matured and began to recognize his privileged background, which gradually altered his character. During his 4 years at university, he became somewhat arrogant. Feeling superior for having studied abroad, he began to propagate the merits of the U.S., while disparaging Huaxia. Chapter 46, Sister Gao Xingyue. After graduating, he even resorted to denigrating Huaxia in order to secure a position within a multinational corporation, pleasing an interviewer with strong racial biases. This tactic worked, and he was subsequently rewarded, which only fueled his disdain for his homeland. After obtaining his green card and applying for U.S. citizenship, he returned to Huaxia laden with undisclosed motives. As Mu Rongxiu hurriedly departed, Mu Jiejun's expression darkened. His rise to his current status was not due to ignorance. It was clear that Mu Rongxiu looked down upon him, which struck at his pride, not merely a blow, but an affront. He felt insulted that a common woman from Huaxia dared to dismiss him, a man of America. Damn it, Mu Jiejun muttered under his breath, vowing to pursue Mu Rongxiu and exact his revenge. Unbeknownst to her, Mu Rongxiu had offended Mu Jiejun without realizing it. Once seated in the car borrowed from Sister Zhang's friend, she exhaled in relief. Sister Zhang dismissed the driver and took the wheel herself, casually asking, Xiu, is that classmate of yours a banana person? 7 or 8 years have passed. We're not really close. Mu Rongxiu replied, brushing off the encounter. Sister Zhang remarked, he seemed interested in you. Don't create any trouble. Police, you're overthinking it. Why would I be interested in him? A cringeworthy foreigner. If it weren't for being at the airport, I might have even wanted to slap him. That is good to hear. Sister Zhang felt relieved, saying now, let's touch up your makeup. Meanwhile, Gao Changming and Lin Fong arrived at the Mingyue Grand Hotel, exchanging pleasantries with the staff before leading Lin Fong to his office. Gao Changming said to Lin Fong, let us take a break before we eat. A friend is coming over shortly. All right, Lin Fong responded, sitting on the sofa to switch her phone card and download some essential apps. Upon witnessing this, Gao Changming tossed his phone to Lin Fong with a grin, saying, help me out, will you? Perhaps because Gao Changming had spent a considerable amount of money on her today, Lin Fong did not refuse. Instead, she shot him a glance and remained silent. Gao Changming found it somewhat peculiar that this girl didn't retort at all. Just as he pondered this, Lin Fong suddenly said, by the way, my aunt called me last night and asked me to keep an eye out for suitable girls for you. Gao Changming, who had just taken a sip of water from the dispenser, sputtered upon hearing this. It seems my aunt not only wants me to introduce you to a girlfriend, but she has also enlisted my mother as help in the endeavor. Lin Fong, reveling in Gao Changming's embarrassment, continued, moreover, I chatted with Xiaoya yesterday, and she received the same directive from my aunt. Xiaoya, as mentioned by Lin Fong, is none other than Gao Changming's younger sister, Gao Xingyue. Gao Changming was momentarily at a loss for words. How anxious could his mother be? He recalled that their family had not been well off in the past, often struggling to make ends meet. Thus, his mother had not been in a hurry to set him up for blind dates or find him a girlfriend, especially since he had a girlfriend previously. Now, however, after he had told her he won a substantial lottery prize and had broken up with Lu Shanshan, his mother seemed quite eager. With the family's financial situation now stable, all his parents wanted was a grandchild. To achieve that, they naturally needed a daughter-in-law, prompting Gao's mother to mobilize the entire family. Sighing, Gao Changming felt as though the world had turned monochrome. He had just ended his relationship with Lu Shanshan and had no desire to rush into finding another girlfriend. During his time with Lu Shanshan, he had to work diligently to support himself while saving to buy her gifts, all the while squeezing time to take her out for shopping, dining, and movies. Whenever he longed for rest, Lu Shanshan's call would drag him from his weary bed. Exhausted, he often had to fight off sleep just to chat with her. Now that he had finally regained his single status, he truly did not wish to settle for just anyone as a girlfriend. If he were to pursue someone, he desired a gentle, virtuous, and elegant partner. This was the goal he had set for himself, to find a girlfriend, a future wife, not just a trivial companion. Are you questioning your preferences? Lin Fong teased with a smile. Wait until I get into university. I'll help you find a few. Get lost. Gao Changming muttered. His mind clouded with frustration. However, since this predicament had been orchestrated by his mother, what could he do? He decided to appease the situation for now. With this thought in mind, he pulled out his phone to call his sister, Gao Xinyue. At that moment, it was the time for an afternoon nap. So he wasn't concerned about his mother being nearby. Once the call connected, Xinyue's voice came through. Brother, what is up? She sounded puzzled. As the siblings rarely spoke over the phone, preferring to chat via WeChat for any matters. Xiaoya, did mom ask you to find a girlfriend for me? Haha. Gao Xinyue burst into laughter at once. Yes. Dad even said she's gone mad. I'm still in high school. Hearing his sister's gleeful laughter made Gao Changming want to reach through the signal and smack her. Before he could respond, she added, Brother, to be honest, there are a few pretty girls in my class. Do you want me to introduce them to you? Forget it. Gao Changming replied firmly. The reason I called you is to ensure you don't meddle in my romantic affairs. You need to focus on your studies with the college entrance examination coming up. Don't listen to mom. Alright, I know. Gao Xinyue's mood soured upon hearing this. With just over a month until the exams, she was already exhausted from school. And now her brother was adding to her stress. Gao Changming, indifferent to her displeasure, inquired, If you get into a prestigious university, tell me what you want, and I'll buy it for you. Really? Gao Xinyue instantly set aside her annoyance. Of course. Gao Changming assured her earnestly. Good. Lying is for puppies. After chatting for a bit longer, they hung up. Lin Fong had already configured Gao Changming's new phone and tossed it to him, saying, Change the card yourself. Just as Gao Changming was about to switch the card, a call from Murong Xiao came through. Mr. Gao, I've arrived. I'm in the hotel parking lot. Her clear voice rang out. Gao Changming replied, promptly relaying the location of his office. Just come upstairs. Murong Xiao, however, was a bit taken aback. And Jiang Jie beside her remarked, Is Mr. Gao really such a straightforward man? Doesn't he even come down to greet us? With no other option. The two women made their way upstairs. As they approached the elevator, a Rolls-Royce pulled up, and a driver opened the door for Mu Jiejun, who stepped out and immediately spotted Murong Xiao. Xiao, what a coincidence! Mu Jiejun exclaimed, visibly excited to see her again. We truly are fated. Murong Xiao was momentarily stunned, never expecting Mu Jiejun would also be at the Mingwei Grand Hotel. He walked up quickly and said, Had I known you were coming here too, we should have come together. By the way, Xiao, what brings you here? Mr. Wang Yuan, the general manager of Wang Corporation, is hosting a welcome dinner for me. If you're free, you could join me. I'd love to introduce you to Mr. Wang. You know him, right? He asked the young master of Wang Corporation. By the way, I just returned to the country and am curious about what you're doing now. Xiao, Mu Jiejun continued, showering her with compliments, attempting to imply his own status. Look, I'm important. Even the young master of Wang Corporation wants to treat me to dinner. Murong Xiao, unsure of how to respond, could only manage an awkward smile. She was well aware of who Wang Yuan was, a prominent heir in the leading enterprise of Nanjing City, Wang Corporation. The chairman of Wang Corporation was also widely recognized as the richest person in Nanjing. Under different circumstances, having the opportunity to connect with Wang Yuan would have thrilled Murong Xiao and Jiang Jie. However, the situation was different now. For one, they had already made plans with Gao Changming, and secondly, Murong Xiao was feeling rebellious and had no desire to engage with Mu Jiejun. Thus, she politely replied, I'm really sorry, but I have plans with a friend. With that, she pulled Jiang Jie into the elevator. Mu Jiejun, with a radiant smile, watched them enter the elevator. The moment the doors closed, his expression darkened. The driver beside him chimed in, I didn't realize Mr. Mu knew Murong Xiao. Huh. Mu Jiejun paused, asking, You know her? Of course. The driver nodded. Murong Xiao, the big star. Mu Jiejun's interest peaked. He hadn't known Murong Xiao had become a celebrity. After graduating high school, he had studied abroad for several years and hadn't kept in touch with former classmates. So he was unaware of her current profession. At that moment, another elevator arrived. The driver quickly pressed the button, saying, Mr. Mu, please. Mu Jiejun cast a contemplative glance at the elevator Murong Xiao had just taken, a meaningful smile creeping onto his lips. So she's a star. What could she possibly be in such a rush for? Socializing? Or perhaps something more dubious? The entertainment industry is the same everywhere. With these thoughts, his mind began to churn with possibilities. However, he still had to attend Wang Yuan's dinner party. So he had no choice but to temporarily shelve his thoughts and accompany the driver into the elevator. Murong Xiao, following the position designated by Gao Changming, proceeded directly to his office. The chairman's office? Upon arriving at the location, both Murong Xiao and Sister Jiang found themselves momentarily bewildered, exchanging glances filled with confusion. Why is this the chairman's office? Murong Xiao hesitated to knock on the door. Yet, Sister Jiang suddenly had a realization, exclaiming, "Oh, Xiao. Do you remember when we came here a few days ago? Mr. Gao mentioned he wanted to acquire Mingyue Grand Hotel." "I remember." Murong Xiao nodded, suddenly taken aback. Her large, beautiful eyes widening. "Are you suggesting he has already bought the hotel?" Both Murong Xiao and Sister Jiang gasped in astonishment. The Mingyue Grand Hotel was a 5-star super luxury hotel, distinctly different from those other 5-star hotels that cost billions to develop. While both were rated 5-star, Mingyue Grand Hotel undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of 5-star establishments, classified as a platinum 5-star, of which there were very few in the country. Even the so-called 7-star hotel in the oil-rich nations, the Burj Al Arab, was merely a self-proclaimed title. Internationally, there were only 5 classifications for hotels, with 5-star being the highest and platinum being the most distinguished among them. Sister Jiang, as a celebrity agent, was well aware of these distinctions. Although she did not know the selling price of Mingyue Grand Hotel, she understood that compared to hotels that merely bought their 5-star rating, Mingyue Grand Hotel truly deserved its accolades, with a price tag far beyond their reach. The two stood at the door, steadying their emotions before Sister Jiang gently knocked a few times. "Come in." Gao Changming's voice resonated from within, further confirming their earlier thoughts. Upon entering the chairman's office, the two were instantly astounded. "Is this what you call an office? This is clearly an extraordinarily luxurious suite." "Sister Jiang, Miss Murong, you've worked hard on your journey." Gao Changming rose to shake their hands. Murong Xiao was momentarily stunned when she saw Lin Fong standing beside Gao Changming. Why was there another woman? Was she Mr. Gao's girlfriend? No, this girl's attire clearly indicated she was an ordinary person. Well, that's not quite right. Mr. Gao himself was dressed rather plainly. As she pondered these thoughts, Gao Changming introduced, "This is my cousin, Lin Fong." "Oh, so she is a cousin." Murong Xiao inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Fong, upon seeing Murong Xiao for the first time, became elated, realizing that her cousin was indeed expecting a friend, and to her surprise, that friend was a major celebrity. However, despite her excitement, she remained acutely aware of her current situation, knowing she must not act overly enthusiastic or ask for an autograph, not for herself, but to avoid embarrassing her cousin. Did she not see her cousin shaking hands with a star with such composure? At this moment, Gao Changming proceeded to introduce Lin Fong. Murong Xiao and Sister Jiang promptly greeted Lin Fong with warmth. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lin Fong turned to Murong Xiao and asked, Xiao, would you mind giving me an autograph?" "Of course," Murong Xiao replied, slightly astonished. As Gao Changming's cousin, she must have a significant background. Why would she ask for an autograph? Could it be that I have become so popular that even these elite second-generation individuals are now my fans? Despite her curiosity, Murong Xiao readily agreed to Lin Fong's request, even wrapping her arm around Lin Fong's shoulder for a very intimate pose, while Sister Jiang snapped several photos. "Miss Lin, I'll have the photos printed and signed, and then send them to you." Sister Jiang glanced at the printer in the corner of the office, wanting to ask Gao Changming, but hesitating. As the company's top agent, this was the first time she felt so restrained. Chapter 48. A surprisingly simple negotiation. A surprisingly simple negotiation. The four settled into their seats as Gao Changming pressed the call button. The hotel's general manager, Zhang Wei, once again played the role of a temporary server, entering Gao Changming's office. It was rare for Gao Changming to host, especially when his guests were not only beautiful but also a major star, which put him in high spirits. He instructed Zhang Wei, notify the kitchen to start serving. Additionally, bring 2 bottles of wine. "Miss Murong, Sister Jiang, what type of wine would you prefer?" At dinner, there was no need for him to order dishes. Naturally, Zhang Wei would personally oversee the arrangements. "Let us go with red wine." Sister Jiang glanced at Murong Xiao. Gao Changming chuckled, "It's not intoxicating. And I've noticed that those wealthy and handsome individuals on television always seem to prefer holding a glass of red wine while waiting for the dishes to arrive." The group engaged in casual conversation. "Mr. Gao, have you truly acquired Mingyue Grand Hotel?" Sister Jiang, although already certain, couldn't help but inquire. Gao Changming was unbothered, responding, "Indeed. I just finalized the purchase from Mr. Zun." Murong Xiao and Sister Jiang exchanged glances, both reflecting shock in their eyes. Gao Changming then asked, "Have you two come prepared to discuss your willingness for me to invest?" Sister Jiang nodded. "I have always been in agreement. However, as this involves various interests, I refrained from making any unilateral commitments last time, particularly since you are handling the full investment. In the entertainment industry, there exists an unwritten rule. A film cannot be funded solely by one company or individual. Shared interests are the norm, both in the entertainment and business realms. Great. Gao Changming smiled. I have no issues on my end. Sister Jiang, please provide a price. Sister Jiang retrieved a USB drive from her bag, stating, I came in haste and didn't bring my laptop. This contains the contract for your review, Mr. Gao. A negotiation involving investments in the hundreds of millions would not succeed in a single meeting. Typically, initial discussions merely outline conditions, with a gradual negotiation process following. As Gao Changming accepted the USB drive, he suddenly realized he was lacking a lawyer. During the hotel purchase, it was the legal director, Lin Jing, brought by Zheng Huan. For the commercial street acquisition, it was the lawyer from Hejiawan Real Estate Agency. At this moment, with only Murong Xiao and Sister Jiang present, there was no lawyer accompanying them. He felt somewhat awkward, yet it was inconsequential. His investment in the film was not driven by profit, but rather by the desire to spend money, even if Sister Jiang were to take advantage of him. It wouldn't be a concern, as the money spent would yield points. Of course, if Sister Jiang truly dared to exploit him, he was not one to be trifled with. Holding the USB drive, he turned to Lin Fong, saying, Fong, could you help me print the contract? Sure, with an audience present. And one of them being a major star, Lin Fong graciously complied, taking the USB to Gao Changming's desk and plugging it into the computer to begin printing. Before long, the contract was printed in triplicate, one for Sister Jiang, one for Gao Changming, and the remaining copy for Murong Xiao's company, Huafeng Entertainment. After reviewing the contract carefully, Gao Changming's brow furrowed. The contract stipulated a total investment of 300 million, fully funded by Gao Changming. Is that all? He suddenly recalled that Sister Jiang had mentioned this was merely a youth idol drama. Wait a moment. A drama? No wonder it only required 300 million. Moreover, the contract stipulates that he must invest a total of 300 million, yet he is also required to share 20% of the profits with Huafeng Entertainment Company. This particular clause perplexes him. If the investment were minimal, it might be understandable, as his primary objective is to spend money to earn points. However, the notion of contributing nothing while still expecting a 20% profit share is utterly intolerable, regardless of the fact that he currently does not regard this sum as significant. Furrowing his brow, he addressed Sister Jiang. Sister Jiang, I find this clause quite unreasonable. Why must your company take 20% of the profits? This money is entirely from my investment. Upon hearing this, Sister Jiang was momentarily taken aback. This individual is rather naive. It is crucial to note that this profit-sharing ratio was personally approved by President Lin of their company. Typically, for others, the expectation would be at least 30%. For those of lesser renown, a 50% share is considered standard practice. The decision to allocate only 20% of the profits to Gao Changming was a deliberate gesture from President Lin, who sought to cultivate a relationship with this wealthy benefactor. Although Sister Jiang felt speechless internally, she quickly explained, Mr. Gao, please do not misunderstand. In fact, 20% is quite minimal. The standard in our industry is usually 30%. Furthermore, our company does not merely stand idly by. We have already conducted market research, script reviews, and actor selections. All 300 million will be dedicated to production, and once the drama is completed, our company will also handle the review submissions, as well as promotion and sales. Upon hearing this, Gao Changming finally understood, nodding in acknowledgement. Although his intellect surpasses that of an average person by fivefold, he had not previously engaged with this industry and was unaware of its complexities. He had no idea it was so convoluted and thus remarked, I see. He continued, the contract is acceptable and can be signed at any time. However, I have another question for Sister Jiang and Miss Moro. Seeing Gao Changming's readiness, Sister Jiang was somewhat bewildered. Upon hearing he had further inquiries, she promptly responded, Mr. Gao, please ask your question. Gao Changming turned to Murong Xiao and inquired, I am curious, given Miss Murong's fame, why has she not pursued acting in films? Murong Xiao's expression suddenly became awkward. During the negotiations with Gao Changming, she had remained silent, as such matters were under Sister Jiang's purview. Her sole responsibility was to perform. Now that Gao Changming unexpectedly directed a question at her, she awkwardly smiled and replied, I believe my acting skills still require refinement. In truth, Gao Changming was unaware of the existing hierarchy within the entertainment industry, where television actors are often looked down upon by film actors, and film actors, in turn, disdain television performers, while both look down on those involved in web films. Hence, transitioning from television to film can be quite challenging. Sister Jiang, being astute, had already perceived that Gao Changming was fundamentally uninformed about the entertainment sector. With this realization, she subtly nudged Murong Xiao under the table and proactively stated to Gao Changming, Xiao is simply being too modest. Her acting is already quite commendable. She has just not had the opportunity to receive film offers. Mr. Gao has also witnessed that, even for a single drama, we must personally seek out investments. Gao Changming nodded, for he had indeed observed that Sister Jiang and Murong Xiao had attended a celebrity charity gala specifically to seek investment. Typically, the responsibility of securing investments for a drama rests with the producer. However, the previous producer, Mr. Bai, had made it clear that his precondition was to have Murong Xiao accompany him for dinner, the implications of which were unmistakable. The producer was left with no choice, either forego Mr. Bai's investment or have Murong Xiao make a sacrifice. Unwilling to compromise, Murong Xiao had caused the project to be temporarily shelved. Fortunately, they had encountered Gao Changming, which is why Murong Xiao and Sister Jiang were willing to travel such a distance to negotiate with him. Yet, Gao Changming proved to be somewhat naive, completely oblivious to the intricacies of the entertainment industry, hence his seemingly outlandish question. Sister Jiang continued, to be honest, if someone is willing to invest, coupled with a solid script, I firmly believe that Xiao will deliver an outstanding performance. Gao Changming nodded and turned to Murong Xiao, asking, Miss Murong, do you have confidence in your abilities? Murong Xiao hesitated. While she was indeed confident in her acting, the fact that she had never starred in a film made her somewhat apprehensive. Observing her hesitation, Sister Jiang promptly kicked her under the table. Murong Xiao's cheeks flushed crimson. She understood Gao Changming's implication. If she were to affirm her skills, he would be inclined to invest. However, investing in a film is no trivial matter. What if it were to incur losses? Suddenly jolted by Sister Jiang's kick, Murong Xiao finally spoke. Mr. Gao, I truly have confidence in my acting. However, since I have never acted in a film, I hesitate to guarantee that it will be profitable. Gao Changming chuckled. Every endeavor has its first time. If we incur losses, we shall learn from them and try again. It's no great concern. Pausing for a moment, he turned to Sister Jiang and stated, Sister Jiang, I find Miss Murong to be quite impressive. If you have a suitable script, I would be willing to invest. After saying this, he lifted his teacup and added, money is not an issue. Sister Jiang was instantly elated, quickly raising her teacup, standing up to toast Gao Changming. Mr. Gao, thank you. I raise this cup in lieu of wine to honor you. Murong Xiao, witnessing this, promptly stood to raise her cup as well, saying, thank you, Mr. Gao. The two women heartily drank the tea in their cups. Gao Changming remarked, well, with the formalities concluded, Fong, please have Manager Zhang serve the dishes. Lin Fong, obediently standing nearby, exited the private room to summon Zhang Wei, who had been waiting at the door to serve the meal. Due to Gao Changming's generosity, Sister Jiang and Murong Xiao had far exceeded their intended objectives for this visit. Even after the meal, Gao Changming did not impose any additional requests on Murong Xiao. This left her in a state of disbelief, alongside a burgeoning, inexplicable feeling towards him. Sister Jiang, too, felt a significant sense of relief. Meanwhile, Lin Fong remained dutifully attentive, aware that Gao Changming was engaged in serious discussions. Murong Xiao even took the initiative to add Lin Fong on WeChat. After finishing their meal, Sister Jiang and Murong Xiao prepared to take their leave, as their schedules were tightly packed, with Murong Xiao needing to rush to the Magic City to film an advertisement that evening. Gao Changming and Lin Fong also had items purchased earlier that morning to take home. Thus, the four of them departed the Mingwei Hotel together. At this moment, Zhang Wei suddenly called out, Mr. Gao. He approached with a folder, presenting it to Gao Changming, saying, this is Miss Lin's admission notice and some school materials. Gao Changming was taken aback. Zhang Wei's efficiency was astonishing. Within just one day, he had resolved the matter of Lin Fong's re-enrollment. He accepted the folder. And just as Lin Fong was about to express her gratitude, Zhang Wei handed her another envelope, stating, this is your driver's license, Mr. Gao. Gao Changming couldn't help but inquire, did you have someone forge this? It was done so quickly? Zhang Wei quickly shook his head. No. I would never engage in illegal activities. Gao Changming opened the envelope to find an actual driver's license. Upon inspection, he could not discern its authenticity, but he trusted that Zhang Wei would not deceive him. Old Zhang, you've done an excellent job with these two matters. I'll consider giving you a raise. Haha. Thank you. Upon obtaining his driver's license for the first time, Gao Changming felt a surge of excitement coursing through him. He promptly resolved to return home, drop off his belongings, and take a leisurely drive. Absolutely. Quite right. Zhang Wei replied with a bashful smile. All right, I shall head home first. Call me if anything comes up. Gao Changming tucked his license away and followed Murong Xiao and the others into the elevator. Inside the elevator, Murong Xiao curiously inquired, Mr. Gao, have you just acquired your license? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Gao Changming hesitated, as the truth of his license acquisition was far from conventional, and he merely mumbled an acknowledgement. Before long, the elevator reached the lobby, and the four exited. Having consumed alcohol earlier, they had arranged for designated drivers, meeting them in the lobby. Ah, Xiao. At that moment, a young man in the lounge area suddenly stood up, joyfully striding towards them. Upon hearing his voice, Morong Xiao couldn't help but frown. It was none other than Mu Jiejun. Truly, he was a persistent nuisance. Morong Xiao muttered under her breath, clearly displeased. Gao Changming, possessing a physique 5 times that of an average person, overheard her remark distinctly and glanced at the grinning Mu Jiejun, pondering if he might be a fervent admirer of Morong Xiao. Sister Jiang quickly stepped in front of Morong Xiao to block Mu Jiejun, stating, "Sir, we are quite busy." "Step aside," Mu Jiejun retorted, pushing past Sister Jiang. "I'm merely greeting my classmate Xiao. Why are you obstructing me?" Gao Changming swiftly moved forward to support Sister Jiang. Catching a whiff of alcohol, this young man had certainly indulged excessively. "What are you doing, Mu Jiejun?" Morong Xiao exclaimed, incensed at his audacity to push Sister Jiang. Although she wore sunglasses and a mask, her fury was palpable in her tone. Mu Jiejun, however, sneered. Xiao, you've become a big star now. Have you turned your nose up at us mere classmates?" Morong Xiao wished to retort, but glancing at the bustling hotel lobby, she suppressed her anger and declared, "I have no desire to converse with you. Please move aside. We must leave." "Huh. What is so special about being a star? Why are you sneaking around at a hotel? Visiting your sugar daddy, perhaps?" "Huh. It's true that behind every successful woman lurks a sugar daddy." Mu Jiejun's voice grew progressively louder, drawing the attention of nearby guests, as well as the hotel security and staff. Morong Xiao felt a pang of anxiety. If discovered, it could lead to unnecessary complications. Sister Jiang was equally exasperated. This man, who had previously appeared so polite, had devolved into this drunken spectacle. Chapter 50. The scoundrel seeking fame and fortune. Despite Mu Jiejun's unruly behavior as Morong Xiao's agent, Sister Jiang had to intervene. "Mr. Mu, please conduct yourself with dignity." Knowing that reasoning with a drunkard was futile, she resorted to threats. "If you continue like this, we shall call the police." Mu Jiejun disdainfully replied, "Go ahead and report me. Am I breaking any laws by conversing with an old classmate? You people from Huaxia are truly something." What did he mean by that? Was he not a Huaxia person? Gao Changming couldn't help but scrutinize Mu Jiejun, noting his yellow skin and black hair. Was he perhaps a Japanese? Not only did Gao Changming catch Mu Jiejun's words, but so did the onlookers. The atmosphere erupted with discontent. What does he mean by that? What is wrong with us Huaxia people? Damn it, his Huaxia language is impeccable. I thought he was one of us. Has he had too much to drink? Has his brain fried? Furious, Morong Xiao pointed at Mu Jiejun and exclaimed, "What do you mean we Huaxia people? Are you not one of us?" As she spoke, she suddenly recalled Mu Jiejun had mentioned previously that he had obtained a green card and planned to formally acquire American nationality by the end of the year. She added, "Oh, I remember now. You're about to join American nationality and think yourself superior? Let me tell you, in my eyes, you are nothing but a scoundrel seeking fame and fortune. You, who think being an American makes you better, make me ashamed for your parents." Mu Jiejun's anger flared, and he pointed at Morong Xiao, shouting, "America is far better than Huaxia. Shut your mouth." A hot-headed young man nearby cursed, ready to confront him, but was restrained by his companion, who advised, "Don't stoop to his level. The lady is right. Why abandon being a dignified Huaxia person to become a slave to Americans? Has he forgotten that Huaxia is now a world power? How can such a fool still exist?" Mu Jiejun trembled with rage. He had always regarded his American identity as prestigious, yet on his first day back in Huaxia, he was confronted in such a manner. Gao Changming initially wished to remain uninvolved, fearing that his intervention might complicate matters for Morong Xiao. If someone were to capture a photo and label him as her scandalous boyfriend, it would spell trouble. However, upon hearing Mu Jiejun's insults towards Huaxia people, he felt a surge of discontent and waved at the approaching security guards. Mu Jiejun's increasingly loud remarks had already attracted the attention of several security personnel in the lobby. However, upon noticing Gao Changming's presence, they hesitated to approach, merely standing by, prepared to act should the situation escalate. When the security guards saw Gao Changming gesture, they sprang into action, invigorated by the opportunity to impress him. "Mr. Gao," the leading guard addressed him, awaiting orders. Gao Changming pointed at Mu Jiejun and directed, "This guest is intoxicated. Please escort him outside to sober up." "Understood, Mr. Gao." The guards promptly advanced, lifting Mu Jiejun with ease, saying, "Sir, you're inebriated. Please accompany us to regain your senses." In their eagerness to impress Gao Changming, the guards employed underhanded tactics while handling Mu Jiejun. The latter howled in pain. "What are you doing? I'm the marketing director of Wang Corporation. Let me go." "Ouch, who the hell hit me there?" Laughter erupted from the onlookers, who applauded the unfolding drama. At that moment, a group exited the elevator, led by Wang Yuang, the heir of Wang Corporation. He immediately noticed the commotion with the guards and Mu Jiejun, and his expression darkened. His companions also spotted the scene and rushed forward to intervene. Wang Yuang, however, halted them with a firm grip, stating, "Wait." Not being foolish, he recognized the abnormality of the situation with Mu Jiejun being carried away while others cheered. He turned to a nearby waiter, asking, "What is going on here?" The waiter, familiar with Wang Yuang, promptly explained the situation in a few sentences. Wang Yuang's face darkened further, and he turned to a middle-aged man, saying, "Is this the elite you hired for our corporation?" "Young Master Wang. I had no idea he was such a person." The middle-aged man appeared constipated, having received a substantial bribe to introduce Mu Jiejun to Wang Yuang. Little did he know that this individual would reveal his true nature on the very first day. Wang Yuang scoffed. "Inform him that the signing ceremony this afternoon is cancelled. Our corporation cannot afford such an American elite." After speaking, Wang Yuang cast a cold glance at Mu Jiejun, who had been carried to the hotel entrance, then turned on his heel and departed. Mu Jiejun suddenly caught sight of Wang Yuan and exclaimed, President Wang, please help me, save me. I am Mu Jiejun." However, Wang Yuan did not spare him a glance and proceeded directly towards Gao Changming. The individuals trailing behind him addressed Mu Jiejun with disdain, stating, "Mr. Mu, we regret to inform you that your employment signing ceremony scheduled for this afternoon has been cancelled. Furthermore, President Wang has instructed me to convey that our group cannot afford to employ an elite from the United States like you." "All right, splendid. Well done, President Wang. Elite? More like garbage. Bah." Several security personnel seized Mu Jiejun and carried him out to the square in front of the hotel, where they unceremoniously tossed him onto the ground, politely stating, "Sir, enjoy the fresh air. It will help you sober up." Mu Jiejun, landing painfully, cried out, "You will regret this. I will report you to the embassy." The security staff shrugged indifferently, knowing that their boss would handle the matter, and they ignored him as they turned to leave. Bystanders, unaware of the situation, paused to watch, intrigued by the spectacle of hotel security throwing someone out. Was this young man attempting to dine and dash? A kind-hearted individual approached to help Mu Jiejun up, only to be shoved away by him as he yelled at the hotel, "You will pay for this. I am an American. And how dare you filthy Chinese treat a distinguished guest from the United States in such a manner?" The crowd fell silent, taken aback by his words. Noticing the peculiar atmosphere surrounding him, Mu Jiejun turned to the onlookers and shouted, "What are you staring at? Truly lacking in manners. I can't take it anymore." An elderly man, bald and irate, shouted back, raising his cane and striking Mu Jiejun. "Ouch! You old fool, what are you doing? I'll kill you." Fueled by alcohol, Mu Jiejun grabbed the old man's cane, ready to retaliate, when suddenly he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head from an unexpected slap. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he was besieged by a flurry of fists and kicks. Chapter 51. The eldest has fallen in love. Wang Yuan approached Gao Changming, his previously sullen expression transforming into a smile. "Brother Gao, I sincerely apologize." He referred to the incident involving Mu Jiejun causing a ruckus at the hotel. After all, the establishment belonged to Gao Changming. This Mu Jiejun had been brought in from the United States, only to reveal himself as an ABC, American-born Chinese. Gao Changming waved dismissively. Mr. Wang is also present. Jiang Jie and Murong Xiu exchanged surprised glances, astonished that the wealthiest man in Yunhu City's son was acquainted with Gao Changming. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they parted ways. Initially, Gao Changming had intended to take a drive now that he had obtained his driver's license. But having consumed alcohol at noon, he deemed it prudent to refrain from doing so, even though he felt quite sober. In the afternoon, he did not venture out, as Lin Fong confirmed her school for retaking classes and busied herself with preparations. Although she had not attended school for 2 years, she had been actively studying. And despite having less than 2 months to prepare, she remained confident. During dinner, both opted to stay in, calling Zhang Wei to send food to the villa. Just after finishing their meal, Gao Changming received a call from his dorm mate, Wang Ding. "Hey, third, tonight at 7:30, at the legendary KTV, the eldest is treating. Not one of us from the dorm can miss it. What is going on?" Gao Changming questioned, surprised, as he had been on leave and only exchanged a few messages with his dorm mates. The sudden invitation to sing was unexpected. Haha, the eldest has secretly found a girlfriend. Wang Ding chuckled. "We caught him red-handed while having dinner with Old Four in the Little Woods. Since tomorrow is Saturday, Old Four and I decided to give him a memorable lesson. So he is treating us to sing and drink tonight, huh?" Gao Changming was taken aback. Among their dorm, the eldest, Bu Changqing, hailed from Guangdong, had a well-off family. Wang Ding, the second, was from Xishan, carefree in the life of the dorm. Gao Changming was the third, while Lu Fei, the fourth, was from Dongshan, robust and generous. Having spent over 3 years together in the dorm, their bond was incredibly strong. Although Gao Changming came from the least affluent background, the other three did not hold it against him and often treated him to meals. Otherwise, he would not have needed to take on 2 or 3 part-time jobs to afford gifts for Lu Shanshan during their relationship. All right, has the private room been booked? Gao Changming inquired, astonished that the eldest had actually fallen in love. This was the same guy who used to claim he had distanced himself from the crowd while dating Lu Shanshan. Now, he had been caught in the act. Bu Changqing excelled academically, was handsome, and had the best family conditions among the 4, but he had a critical flaw. He couldn't hold his liquor. Once, when he got drunk, he bragged about his family's wealth, claiming he would ensure his dorm brothers had jobs after graduation. Initially, everyone dismissed it as drunken talk. But it turned out he was indeed impressive, as his family owned 5 factories with assets worth over $1 billion. In comparison to the other 3, he was practically a millionaire. After hanging up, Gao Changming dashed upstairs and knocked on his cousin Lin Feng's door, asking, "Feng Feng, my classmates have invited me to go karaoke tonight. Would you like to join?" Lin Feng opened the door and shook her head. "No, I need to report to school tomorrow, so I have to sleep early. Besides, I don't know your classmates. Make sure to come back early. I'm not familiar with Nanjing City, so accompany me tomorrow." Gao Changming smiled and nodded. "All right, then you rest early. I'm off." Upon exiting, he initially planned to drive, but reconsidered that he would likely drink at karaoke, so he opted for a taxi instead. Huangqing KTV was one of the more famous karaoke venues in Nanjing City. Gao Changming arrived promptly at 7:30, heading straight for the private room. Wang Ding and Lu Fei were already there. Wang Ding was holding the microphone and singing while Lu Fei lounged on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Upon seeing Gao Changming, the duo exchanged glances and beckoned him to sit down. Lu Fei remarked, "The eldest is on his way. I've heard he invited his girlfriend's dorm mates as well, for in total, tonight we'll show off our talents. With graduation approaching next year, I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. I'll surely regret it later." Gao Changming chuckled, "So that's your aim." Wang Ding, no longer interested in singing, approached with the microphone, saying, "You should pick one too. It's said that the best remedy for heartbreak is to start a new relationship. Get lost." Gao Changming laughed and scolded Wang Ding. "I'm a heartless person. I have no love troubles." The trio chatted jovially for a while, when the door to the private room swung open, and the eldest, Bu Changqing, entered with a broad smile, leading in a girl, followed by 3 others. Wang Ding and Lu Fei erupted into cheers upon seeing them. Gao Changming took a glance at the 4 girls, all of whom were attractive and exuded youthful vitality. At that moment, Wang Ding and Lu Fei forgot about confronting Bu Changqing, eagerly welcoming the 4 girls, their intentions all too apparent. Gao Changming happily chatted with Bu Changqing as he formally introduced them. His girlfriend, Chen Wan, was from the foreign language department. Her roommates were Duan Ru, Huang Linhua, and Zhang Qingxia. Wang Ding, in a playful tone, inquired, "Boss, you must come clean today. How did you manage to win over my sister-in-law?" Bu Changqing, possessing an unremarkable appearance and wearing spectacles, exuded an air of refined gentility. Chen Wan was clad in a pale yellow dress, her delicate visage flushed with embarrassment. However, Gao Changming couldn't shake the feeling that Chen Wan's demeanor was somewhat peculiar. Yet, given the nature of the gathering, he deemed it inappropriate to question Bu Changqing. Instead, he joined in the revelry, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed, let us serenade a love song later." Bu Changqing, astute and perceptive, noticed his girlfriend's shyness and proclaimed loudly, "Love, when it arrives, is akin to a cold, unexpected and unbidden. Wan and I experienced it just so. It's something you can only grasp intuitively, not articulate." His proclamation earned him a collective disdain from the room. Being young, the group soon shook off the awkwardness, engaging in singing, chatting, and drinking, reveling in the merriment. Nevertheless, Gao Changming continued to sense that Chen Wan seemed out of place. It wasn't he that she was problematic, rather, Gao Changming's extraordinary perceptiveness, 5 times that of the average person, sensed that she appeared somewhat constrained in Bu Changqing's company, almost as if she were a stranger feigning intimacy, which felt unnatural. However, since it was their affair, he chose not to voice his impressions, recognizing it was merely his intuition. Chapter 52. Apologize to me? You can't even defeat me. Amidst the singing, Gao Changming received a sudden call from Zhang Wei and stepped outside the private room to find a quieter spot for the conversation. "General Gao," Zhang Wei began, "this afternoon, Mu Jiejun sought legal counsel to sue our hotel. He demands compensation and an apology." Gao Changming was unfazed, replying, "Compensation and an apology? Huh. That's out of the question, old Zhang. You must be aware of the misdeeds of that scoundrel. This matter pertains to our nation. If we apologize, we lose." "I understand," Zhang Wei responded over the phone. "So, are we going to confront him head-on?" "Indeed," Gao Changming affirmed. That rascal dares to insult our huaxia. I shall accompany him to the bitter end. Do we have a lawyer at the hotel? We don't have a lawyer, Zhang Wei admitted. Previously, all legal matters were handled by General Zeng through the corporate legal department. Gao Changming pondered for a moment and then declared, in that case, tomorrow morning. Seek out the finest legal team in Nanjing. I have but one request. Regardless of whether this lawsuit lasts 10 years, we must not concede, understand? Zhang Wei assented repeatedly. I comprehend, General Gao. I shall find someone tomorrow. Suddenly, Gao Changming recalled his earlier contract signing with Sister Jiang and her team, who all had legal representation. Thus he instructed, furthermore, old Zhang, please take the initiative to establish a legal department for the company. Zhang Wei exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. Does our hotel really need a legal department? Indeed, Gao Changming asserted confidently. A legal department is essential, not just for our hotel, but for my other ventures as well. I intend to merge these enterprises into a singular company. Oh, I see. Zhang Wei finally grasped the concept and ceased further inquiries. After ending the call, Gao Changming returned to the private room, only to witness a group of 7 or 8 men forcefully kicking open the door. What on earth is happening? Gao Changming stood bewildered in the hallway before hastening toward the commotion. As he reached the door, he saw the men adorned with dragon and phoenix designs pointing menacingly at Wang Ding and the others inside, barking, everyone, head down, men on the left, women on the right. Gao Changming furrowed his brow, about to interject when he heard Bu Changqing inquire, Gentlemen, is there some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding my foot. The moment Bu Changqing spoke, a man with dyed blonde hair stepped forward and slapped him, sending him sprawling to the ground, cursing. How dare you touch Ming Xiao's girl? What the hell? Gao Changming exclaimed upon witnessing Bu Changqing being struck. He swiftly advanced, delivering a kick to the back of the thug standing at the door. Ow! The thug was knocked forward, colliding with his compatriot, and both fell to the ground in disarray. At that moment, chaos erupted within the private room. The gang members, regaining their composure, grabbed beer bottles from the table and prepared to retaliate. Bu Changqing, having risen from the floor, immediately shielded the 4 women and urged, quickly, seek refuge in the restroom. The frightened women complied and hurried into the private restroom. With a physique 5 times stronger than the average person, Gao Changming felt no apprehension towards the thugs, charging into the room to regroup with Bu Changqing and Wang Ding. Those little brats dare to fight back. The leader, a bald man wielding a beer bottle, commanded his henchmen, beat them, break a leg of any man and capture all the women. Bu Changqing and his companions were both alarmed and furious, brandishing beer bottles in their hands, while Gao Changming, unperturbed, stood at the forefront, empty-handed, and charged forward. He dispatched the thugs with ease. Having concluded the altercation before Bu Changqing and Wang Ding could fully comprehend the situation, all 8 thugs lay sprawled on the floor. Only then did Gao Changming address Wang Ding. Old 2, turn off the music and switch on the lights. Wang Ding, still in shock, stared at Gao Changming with wide eyes, momentarily disregarding Gao Changming's nickname for him, and hurriedly rushed to turn on the lights. Lu Fei swiftly went to silence the music. The room was in disarray, with the 8 thugs lying on the ground, their faces marked by fear. They were utterly bewildered, having been taken down without fully grasping the circumstances. Gao Changming, indifferent to their confusion, delivered a kick to the leader and demanded, Speak, who sent you? You're finished. Brat. The leader scoffed defiantly, addressing Gao Changming and his companions. If you know what's good for you, have those 4 women come out, and you 4 will kneel and apologize to me. Gao Changming found the audacity amusing. You can't even defeat me, yet you dare to demand an apology? He kicked the thug in the mouth, scolding, Now, tell me what is going on. The leader, showing no signs of concealment, retorted, That kid, Bu Changqing, dared to lay hands on Ming Xiao's woman. Gao Changming turned his head to look at Bu Changqing and exclaimed, Boss, really? When did this happen? Bu Changqing, with an innocent expression, replied, It's nothing. I haven't dated anyone these past few years. Wanner is still my first girlfriend. He spoke the truth, and Gao Changming and the others nodded in agreement. Having lived together in the same dormitory, if Bu Changqing had a girlfriend or had been involved with any woman, it would undoubtedly have been impossible to keep it from them. Chapter 53, The Tyrant of Nanjiang, Long Xiaoming. The leading thug was about to speak when the restroom door of the private room suddenly swung open, and Chunwan stepped out, leading the way. She addressed the thug, saying, I have made it clear to Long Xiaoming. I have broken up with him. The thug grinned maliciously. What the hell do you think you are? You think you can just break up? What about Ming Xiao's pride? Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Gao Changming delivered a swift kick to his face, retorting, You think you can just talk nonsense? Spare us your drivel. The leading thug, now bloodied, staggered back. His underlings attempted to rise in rebellion, but Gao Changming dispatched each of them with a single kick, moving with the ease of a seasoned warrior. You. Gao Changming pointed at one of the thugs. Call Long Xiaoming over. He then turned to Bu Changqing and the others, saying, You all should leave. I will handle the rest. Old Three, what are you saying? I will take the fall for you. Wang Ding and Lu Fei protested in unison. Bu Changqing added, It's because of me, I should stay too. Gao Changming pondered for a moment. With his presence, he felt assured that they would not suffer any harm. Bu Changqing then turned to Chen Wan and the other girls, saying, You all should return to school. Chen Wan shook her head, biting her lip. It's all because of me, I won't leave. When Long Xiaoming arrives, I will clarify things with him. The other three girls hesitated, but Gao Changming waved his hand. Very well, ladies, you should head back to school. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the door, and a voice bellowed, Tonight, none of you are leaving. Gao Changming, facing the entrance, recognized Long Xiaoming, who was flanked not only by a dozen thugs, but also several KTV security guards. Long Xiaoming blocked the entrance, casting a disdainful glance at the 8 thugs on the floor, scoffing, Get up, you pathetic losers. You let a few students take you down? He then turned his attention to Gao Changming and the others, declaring, On my turf, those who strike my people think they can just walk away? Not a single one of you is leaving tonight. Long Xiaoming stood at the forefront, exuding an aura of authority reminiscent of a tyrant. Gao Changming observed his demeanor, finding it ludicrous, as he seemed to be mimicking the archetypal gangsters from films. However, Wang Ding, Lu Fei, and Bu Changqing were already paralyzed with fear. The 4 girls, apart from Chen Wan, had huddled in a corner, trembling in terror. Meanwhile, Chen Wan's complexion had turned pale. She bit her lip with determination, her large eyes reflecting her fear. As Long Xiaoming spoke, he strode into the private room, while the 8 thugs, aided by others, managed to rise. Who was it that struck back just now? Long Xiaoming glared at Gao Changming and the others, his eyes filled with a predatory intensity as he scanned their faces. Gao Changming, standing at the forefront, smirked and stepped forward, asserting, It was me. What about it? Long Xiaoming was taken aback, not merely because someone dared to confront him, but because he sensed no fear radiating from Gao Changming. This perceived lack of fear was an affront to him. In the past, a mere glare from him would send anyone trembling, yet this audacious rogue dared to meet his gaze. With a cold sneer, he flicked the cigarette from his hand to the ground, crushing it beneath his foot, and commanded his entourage, break his arms and legs. With that, he turned to leave. The thugs, invigorated by their leader's command, surged forward into the room. They were not empty-handed. They brandished steel pipes, and the security guards wielded rubber clubs. Help! Save me! Several girls cried out in despair, their spirits shattered by the scene. Gao Changming smirked. He was now a being of extraordinary prowess, possessing 5-fold the reaction speed and strength of an average person. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his hands moving with the grace of a dancer through a field of flowers. Slap, slap, slap. Despite the overwhelming numbers of thugs, Gao Changming was determined to end the confrontation swiftly. Yet, mindful of the law, he refrained from causing severe harm. He unleashed a flurry of slaps, each connecting with remarkable precision, sending thugs sprawling to the ground, clutching their swollen faces in disbelief. Though Gao Changming tempered his strength, he understood that underestimating his opponents could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he delivered his blows with just enough force to incapacitate them effectively. The scene within the private room became surreal. As thugs charged in, the first few were met with a barrage of slaps, collapsing one after another. When the 10th thug fell, the others finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, halting in terror as they gazed at Gao Changming. Is this even human? He's like a beast, completely disregarding the rules of the game. They murmured amongst themselves, realizing that while they were all in the same line of work, they couldn't show their faces again after this humiliation. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet within the room. Long Xiaoming, who had just attempted to exit with a facade of nonchalance, sensed something was amiss and turned back, only to witness 10 more of his men crumpling to the floor. In disbelief, he stared at Gao Changming, his mouth agape in astonishment. Even the cigarette that had been perched between his lips fell to the ground unnoticed. Gao Changming flashed a grin. Ming Xiao, what a coincidence. I am also a Ming Xiao. Long Xiaoming had never encountered someone so formidable, typically surrounded by sycophants. Anyone who dared cross him would be reduced to begging for mercy with just a glance. What do you want? Long Xiaoming stammered, feeling a profound humiliation wash over him, as though he had transformed into a pitiful, innocent maiden. What do I want? Gao Changming chuckled darkly. I was just enjoying a night of singing and drinking when you inexplicably barged in and threatened to break my limbs. What do you think I want? Chapter 54. The President of the 4 Great Campus Idols, Feng Zhengyang. As Gao Changming stepped forward, Long Xiaoming instinctively retreated, yet he dared not flee, and his thugs followed suit. Don't come any closer, Long Xiaoming exclaimed, having always lived under the protection of his father, where no one dared to defy him. Suddenly faced with someone unafraid of him, someone capable of taking on 10 men, he found himself at a loss. Fortunately, he was accompanied by a band of ruffians. This motley crew was not comprised of his father's subordinates, but rather a gaggle of thugs who sought to curry favor with him. They were all cowards, preying on the weak while quaking in fear before the strong, mere lowlifes. They thrived in favorable conditions, rushing into conflict with reckless abandon. Yet when confronted with a formidable opponent, they swiftly transformed into timid lambs. The fallen ruffians, sprawled on the ground, felt as if they had been struck down by Gao Changming, their heads buzzing as if they had consumed copious amounts of liquor, limbs rendered powerless, unable to rise, only capable of lying there and shouting incoherently. Gao Changming's allies, Wang Ding and the others, were utterly astonished. Ever since Long Xiaoming's arrival, they had been on edge. For Long Xiaoming was one of the 4 most handsome men at Nanjing University. Long Xiaoming was the most formidable among them, commanding a gang of thugs with a fearsome reputation. However, the unfolding events seemed to surpass their expectations. It appeared as though Long Xiaoming was being thoroughly trounced by their comrades. Unaware of their thoughts, Gao Changming sneered at Long Xiaoming, incredulous that this scoundrel dared to allow his limbs to be broken. Quickly, summon Xiongsan. Long Xiaoming, trembling in fear, suddenly had a flash of inspiration, recalling the bodyguard his father had sent to protect him. Upon hearing this, the remaining thugs felt as if a great weight had been lifted, and in an instant, all 10 of them turned and fled. Thus, Long Xiaoming found himself alone in the face of Gao Changming. The scoundrel, realizing that his subordinates had all deserted him, felt utterly despondent. Had they not promised to share in his troubles? Yet here they were, all gone. He cast a glance at the 10 subordinates lying on the ground, shaking their heads, and a sense of tragic heroism washed over him. Hearing that Long Xiaoming intended to call for reinforcements, Gao Changming disregarded him and turned to Bu Changqing and the others, saying, "Boss, second, fourth, you all take a few lovely ladies and leave. The rest is up to me." Bu Changqing and the others hesitated, knowing that their presence would not only be unhelpful, but could also become a liability to Gao Changming. Thus, Wang Ding stepped forward, gritting his teeth, and declared to Gao Changming, "Third, if anything happens to you, I swear I'll avenge you at any cost." With that, he shot a fierce glare at Long Xiaoming. Bu Changqing then added, "I'll escort your sister-in-law back to school." His reasoning was simpler. He had caused this mess and needed to return after ensuring his girlfriend's safety. Lu Fei chimed in, "Stay safe." Afterward, the trio called to the 4 girls and passed by Long Xiaoming. He looked at the departing figures, opening his mouth to speak, yet no words emerged. Instead, Chen approached him and stated, "Long Xiaoming, we've broken up. Please do not pursue me any longer." Long Xiaoming wished to protest, but the sight of Gao Changming lounging on the sofa silenced him. Once the others departed, Gao Changming exhaled a sigh of relief. To be honest, with Wang Ding and the others present, he felt constrained in his actions. Despite their weakness, their numbers posed a threat, and should any of his brothers fall into their hands, he would be left in a precarious position. Now, what exactly transpired? With Long Xiaoming's reinforcements yet to arrive, Gao Changming felt idle and decided to clarify the situation. Long Xiaoming, his throat dry, swallowed hard, and said, "You little brat, don't get too cocky, just wait." As he spoke, Gao Changming abruptly stood up and grabbed a bottle of beer. This simple gesture startled Long Xiaoming, who recoiled and quickly exclaimed, "I'll talk. I'll talk. That Chen Wan, that wretched woman, wouldn't he even let me hold her hand? I wanted to take her to a hotel. And who would have thought she'd want to break up with me? Damn it, I didn't even agree." As he continued, Long Xiaoming's bravado returned, his tone regaining its earlier arrogance. Mid-sentence, he suddenly realized the gravity of his words, breaking into a cold sweat and ceasing to speak. Gao Changming smirked, pouring himself a glass of beer and taking a sip, feeling considerably more at ease. It seemed that his boss, Bu Changqing, had indeed found true love. Regardless of Chen Wan's temperament, at least she held herself in high regard. As Gao Changming and Long Xiaoming exchanged glances, a well-built bodyguard entered a lavish private room in the Huangqing KTV. "Jia Xiao, Long Xiaoming has gotten into a fight with someone in a private room," the bodyguard announced respectfully upon entering. The young man in the room paused, turning to another young man seated beside him, asking, "Long Xiaoming? The one known as one of the 4 handsome men of Nanjing University?" "Indeed," the young man replied with deference. "Jia Xiao, shall we change venues?" Jia Xiao waved his hand with a smile, saying, "I've come all the way from Modu, and aside from you, no one knows. Why switch places?" The young man was none other than Feng Xingyang, the president of the student council at Nanjing University and one of its 4 handsome men. If anyone from Nanjing University witnessed Feng Xingyang's obsequious demeanor towards Jia Xiao, they would surely be astonished. Jia Xiao, curious, inquired, "ISNT Huangqing KTV owned by Long Xiaoming? How can anyone dare to fight him on his own turf? Feng Xingyang, having been with Jia Xiao, was unsure. However, the bodyguard who had just entered spoke up. It seems that someone from that side stole Long Xiaoming's girlfriend. Oh, Feng Xingyang's interest was piqued. How audacious. In their private room, there were a total of 9 individuals, including Feng Xingyang and Jia Xiao, along with 5 bodyguards. The remaining 2 were Jia Xiao's bodyguards. One a slender young man dressed casually, and the other a towering figure clad in a tight black tank top, muscles bulging like a human version of a dinosaur. Feng Xingyang found it hard to believe, especially since he and Long Xiaoming were both among the 4 handsome men of Nanjing University. With Long Xiaoming's reputation hard-earned through genuine effort, to think someone would dare to steal Long Xiaoming's woman. Jia Xiao shifted the conversation away from Long Xiaoming, addressing Feng Xingyang. Regarding the Hua family matter, please expedite it. The family assessment is approaching, and my ascension hinges on your success. Understood, Jia Xiao? Feng Xingyang nodded. Now, let us have a drink before I leave. Jia Xiao nodded in satisfaction, raising a glass toward Feng Xingyang. After finishing their drinks, Jia Xiao set down his glass and checked the time, saying, "It's getting late. I have matters to attend to tomorrow, and I need to head back to Modu." Feng Xingyang quickly stood and replied, "Rest assured, Jia Xiao, I will handle the Hua family affairs." Jia Xiao nodded, gently patting Feng Xingyang on the shoulder, saying, "Then I will take my leave." With that, he stepped towards the door, followed closely by the slender man and the muscular bodyguard. Feng Xingyang trailed behind to see them off. The bodyguard respectfully opened the door to the private room, and just as Jia Xiao was about to step outside, a large group of individuals, led by a sturdy man, approached with an air of menace. The guests in the corridor hurriedly made way, and those unable to move aside were roughly shoved aside by the group. No one dared to complain. Seeing this, Feng Xingyang rushed to the front, anxious to protect Jia Xiao from any potential harm. The group advanced with brazen arrogance, much like invaders entering a village, as Feng Xingyang led the way, flanked by his bodyguards, boldly confronting the approaching throng. Had it been any other time, Feng Xingyang would have undoubtedly chosen to remain inconspicuous, waiting in the private room until this group had passed before making his entrance. However, Jia Xiao, brimming with arrogance, showed no signs of trepidation even when faced with overwhelming numbers. He boldly strode out. Consequently, Feng Xingyang had no choice but to emerge as the vanguard. At that moment, the burly leader of the opposing group, seeing Feng Xingyang approach, raised an eyebrow and greeted him with a casual Feng Xiao, before turning to his subordinates and instructing, "Let Feng Xiao through." Instantly, over 30 lackeys parted to make way. This imposing figure was none other than Xiong San, the reinforcements brought in by Long Xiaoming. Xiong San was not a subordinate of Long Xiaoming, but rather a bodyguard assigned to him by his father. As the two factions brushed past each other, Jia Xiao inquired, "Who is that?" Feng Xingyang replied, "That is Xiong San, the bodyguard arranged for Long Xiaoming by his father." Jia Xiao paused, taken aback. Didn't Long Xiaoming summon dozens of people earlier? How could he? Did he just suffer a setback? Could it be that dozens of his men couldn't handle them? Feng Xingyang pondered for a moment and realized the truth. He knew Long Xiaoming all too well. His character was one of swagger and bravado, and typically, he would not allow Xiong San to intervene. Long Xiaoming had always believed that although he had yet to graduate, his subordinates were already on par with his father's. If he called for Xiong San's assistance, it would imply that he was inferior to his father. The fact that Long Xiaoming had summoned Xiong San this time clearly indicated that he had encountered trouble. "Let us follow and see." Jia Xiao halted his steps. However, Feng Xingyang urged Jia Xiao. Before he could finish, Jia Xiao waved him off, saying, "Long Xiaoming's family possesses considerable underground influence in Nanjing. If we can secure his support, the matters with the Hua family will be much easier to handle. Let us go." Feng Xingyang was momentarily taken aback, marveling at Jia Xiao's quick thinking. Upon noticing his own bodyguards, he felt reassured and beckoned them to follow as he led the way behind Xiong San and his entourage. As they arrived at the Royal City KTV, the doors of various private rooms swung open. The imposing presence of such a large group hinted at impending conflict, sparking curiosity among many patrons who gathered at their doorways to witness the spectacle. Yet, none dared to call the police. For the Royal City KTV was owned by Long Xiaoming's family, and they certainly would not alert the authorities. Most in attendance were familiar with the earlier group, with Long Xiaoming leading the way, while Xiong San was even more renowned. Both figures were integral to the largest underground forces in Nanjing, with Long Xiaoming being the heir apparent. Who would dare to involve the police in such a scenario? Meanwhile, when Bu Changqing and his group had just departed, they had barely reached the entrance before encountering Xiong San, who promptly apprehended them and confined them to the security room, confiscating their phones, leaving them unable to call for help. Xiong San, however, had no time to deal with them. He hurried off to rescue his charge, Long Xiaoming. A surge of intensity followed as they stormed into the private room where Gao Changming was located. At that moment, Long Xiaoming felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted. His back was drenched in sweat. Having lived over 20 years, he had never experienced such a blow and was momentarily questioning his very existence. Gao Changming remained unfazed, seated leisurely on the couch, sipping his drink. Xiongsan strode into the room and quickly assessed that the space was small, barely accommodating a dozen individuals. He approached Long Xiaoming and inquired, "Ming Xiao, are you all right?" "Damn it!" Long Xiaoming exclaimed, feeling his spirits lift upon Xiongsan's arrival. He turned to Gao Changming and shouted, "You're finished. Xiongsan, break his limbs. His accomplices just fled. Send someone to capture them immediately." Xiongsan replied confidently, "I've already detained his accomplices and locked them in the security room." Long Xiaoming erupted in joyous laughter. However, Gao Changming's expression darkened upon hearing Xiongsan's words. This was not entirely his fault. While he was aware that Long Xiaoming's family was involved in the underground scene, he was oblivious to the fact that the Royal City KTV was also part of their enterprise. Thus, a staff member had already reported Bu Changqing's group's departure to Xiongsan. "You're courting death." Gao Changming slowly rose, fixing his gaze on Xiongsan. Having accompanied Long Xiaoming's father for over a decade and engaged in countless skirmishes, Xiongsan was unfazed by Gao Changming's threats. He boldly approached Gao Changming, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "You little punk, still trying to act tough when your end is near?" While Xiongsan was not the most formidable fighter in Long's underground network, his prowess certainly ranked among the top 10. Otherwise, he would not have been assigned to protect Long Xiaoming. Gao Changming scoffed, advancing rather than retreating, meeting Xiongsan head-on. Seeing this, Xiongsan raised his fist and aimed for Gao Changming's temple, unleashing all his strength. He had learned from Long Xiaoming's subordinates that this kid was quite skilled. Anyone who had survived this long in the underground scene was no pushover. Regardless of the truth, he decided to go all out. There was no time for testing the waters. He was not writing a martial arts novel after all. As Xiongsan's fist swung through the air, it produced a sharp whistle. Should a normal person be struck by such a blow, they would risk a concussion at best, and at worst, become a vegetable or even lose their life. Yet, Xiongsan felt no fear. He stood behind the Long family, confident that they would manage any fallout. With a swift and powerful punch that sliced through the air, Xiongsan's strike was so rapid that bystanders could scarcely discern its trajectory. Although Long Xiaoming's crew had already witnessed Xiongsan's might, they couldn't help but cheer in excitement. At that moment, Jia Xiao and Feng Xingyang, along with their entourage, squeezed into the room. The ruffians who had come with Xiongsan had previously given way to Feng Xingyang, recognizing him as one of the 4 charismatic gentlemen of Nanjing University, renowned alongside their leader. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves at the forefront, witnessing Xiongsan's punch. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, and Jia Xiao's lean bodyguard scoffed. "All show, no substance. He is merely scaring off the kids." The burly man accompanying him nodded in agreement. "The monkey is right. I could take him down with a single move in at least 10 different ways." Their voices, loud enough to be heard, drew the ire of Xiongsan and Long Xiaoming's subordinates. However, before they could retaliate, an explosive sound echoed through the room. Smack! Xiongsan's voice abruptly ceased, and he spun around on the spot, his left cheek rapidly swelling. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. The ruffians were unfazed, merely astonished at Gao Changming's brutality, as he had disregarded all codes of conduct by striking someone in the face. In stark contrast, Jia Xiao's 2 bodyguards straightened up, their expressions grave, shedding the nonchalance they had previously exhibited. Seeing his bodyguard's reactions, Jia Xiao furrowed his brow and asked, "What is going on?" The slender young bodyguard replied earnestly, "Jia Xiao, that person is formidable." Indeed, the burly bodyguard concurred. Feng Xingyang suddenly understood why Long Xiaoming had summoned Xiongsan. He was well aware of the prowess of the 2 bodyguards Jia Xiao had brought. While he was unsure of their exact ranking, he recognized them as top-tier fighters. As several individuals engaged in conversation, the robust figure of Xiong Sanzhuang suddenly collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Long Xiaoming, taken aback, cast a terrified glance at Gao Changming. Was this man a demon? He dealt slaps indiscriminately, inflicting not only pain but also a profound sense of humiliation. Long Xiaoming felt an overwhelming urge to retreat. Gao Changming had initially intended to merely teach Long Xiaoming and his gang a lesson. But upon learning that Bu Changqing and his companions had been captured, he was filled with both shock and anger. Thus, he ceased to waste words on Long Xiaoming. Stepping forward to seize him by the neck. "Release those you have taken captive," he commanded the gang before him. "Release young Master Ming at once." "What are you doing? You dare to touch young Master Ming? Have you lost your mind?" Long Xiaoming's subordinates shouted in panic. Gao Changming furrowed his brows. Were these thugs out of their minds? He had already taken action, yet they thought mere shouting would compel him to relent. Meanwhile, Xiong-san, who lay on the ground, felt his head buzzing. The slap from Gao Changming had instilled a deep-seated fear within him. Though the blow had not seemed swift in his eyes, he found himself unable to evade it. Having been struck down before he could even comprehend what had happened, most disconcertingly, his mind was now a muddled mess. He could neither rise nor even sit up, feeling as if he had endured a relentless roller coaster ride. Yet, this was not the source of his true terror. The real fear stemmed from an encounter he had had 3 years prior with an opponent of similar prowess. That individual's speed had not even matched that of the young man before him. He vividly recalled a stormy night, when a man clad in a trench coat had arrived alone at the Long family's club. It was the time of the Long family's year-end settlement, and the club was closed to the public, with over 100 brothers inside reveling. The third floor housed several bigwigs, including Long Xiaoming's father, Long Taizhan, as they reported their annual earnings. The Long family's power was primarily derived from underground forces, hence they preferred cash transactions to avoid freezing their funds due to banking issues. On that fateful night, the Long family was thriving, with an astonishing revenue of 20 billion. Xiongsen had gone to the third floor to report to Long Taizhan and was astounded by the scene. Numerous counting machines incessantly churning out cash. Finance personnel stuffing money into suitcases, each containing 1 million, while piles of cash loomed on the tables. This spectacle solidified Xiongsan's resolve to immerse himself in the underground world. However, tragedy struck when the trench-coated man, armed with a mere baton, had incapacitated the hundreds of brothers within half an hour, storming up to the third floor. The 8 great kings under Long Taizhan, seasoned fighters, could not withstand even a minute against the trench-coated man. Subsequently, he drove off in a pickup truck, making away with 20 billion from the Long family. This incident left Xiong-san with profound psychological scars, and even now, he would occasionally dream of that trench-coated man. How could such formidable individuals exist in this world? No, he was a devil. From that day forth, Xiong-san had voluntarily sought to protect Long Xiaoming, considering that most of Long Xiaoming's acquaintances were merely students. Yet, he never anticipated that fear would befall him once more. Today, he was confronted by an opponent even more terrifying than the trench-coated man, one who was younger yet significantly more formidable. He could sense that this young man had not even exerted his full strength. It was merely a casual slap. In his panic, he wished for young Master Xiaoming to concede an apology, yet his thoughts were so jumbled that he could not articulate a single coherent sentence. Moreover, with Long Xiaoming now in the grip of his adversary, Xiong-san was consumed by regret. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jia Xiao inquired of his lean bodyguard, "Can you defeat him?" "I'm unsure. He has only made one move, and I cannot gauge his strength." The lean man pondered before adding, "However, given his age, it should not be an issue." Jia Xiao nodded. "Then, please have Brother Lu intervene to rescue Long Xiaoming. As for that fellow, if possible." He gestured with a slicing motion across his throat, stating, "Eliminate him completely." Chapter 57. Brothers, we have big news. Feng Zhengyang felt a jolt run through him. A senior student, he was known as one of the 4 campus heartthrobs of Nanjing University and served as the president of the student council. However, in reality, he was merely a campus bully. He had always believed himself to be ruthless enough to intimidate thousands of students. Yet, upon hearing Jia Xiao's words, he realized just how naive he still was. Jia Xiao was the true embodiment of ruthlessness. He had never even met Gao Changming. Yet he was ready to eliminate him without hesitation. This revelation sent shivers down Feng Zhengyang's spine, as he recalled the unsavory deeds he had committed behind Jia Xiao's back, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Despite his family's affluence, he knew they paled in comparison to Jia Xiao's influence. Anxiously, he contemplated ensuring that the Hua family's affairs were settled smoothly, hoping that Jia Xiao would not hold his actions against him. If all else failed, he might have to flee abroad. Jia Xiao, oblivious to Feng Zhengyang's distress, instructed, "You handle the aftermath, Zhengyang." Feng Zhengyang quickly nodded, confident in managing such matters within Nanjing City, even if he had never done so before. However, this meant he would be irrevocably tied to Jia Xiao's interests. Yet, considering Jia's power, aligning with Jia Xiao was not a source of shame. At that moment, the lean bodyguard, Brother Lu, had already stepped forward. Despite the chaos in the room, Gao Changming's extraordinary physique and mental acuity allowed him to clearly hear the conversation between Jia Xiao and his associates. He was equally astonished. Long Xiaoming had been shouting about wanting to break his limbs, which left him in disbelief. In this legal society, how could these privileged second-generation youths casually threaten to incapacitate someone? It shattered his worldview. Moreover, Jia Xiao's audacity to call for his death without even knowing him ignited a surge of uncontainable rage within Gao Changming. Brother Lu entered the private room, but did not immediately engage Gao Changming. Instead, he focused intently on him. delivering a swift kick to each of the thugs Gao had previously laid low. The dazed gang members, disoriented by Gao's earlier assault, did not even emit a sound as they were unceremoniously expelled from the room. Although the thugs at the door did not recognize the lean bodyguard, they understood he was affiliated with Feng Jingyang. Hastily, he assisted the lean bodyguard, sixth brother, in lifting his companions who had been kicked out, including Xiong San. At this moment, Long Xiaoming was on the verge of tears, unable to fathom that he had provoked such a formidable adversary. Did he not realize that his father was Long Taizhan? No longer could he entertain the notion that he could carve out a domain without his father's influence. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and release them. Long Xiaoming, upon witnessing his subordinates still threatening Gao Changming, furiously bellowed at them. Quickly, go free them. Now. His men sprang into action. Just then, sixth brother emerged, swiftly kicking all 11 individuals on the ground out of the room. You are quite impressive. Sixth brother exclaimed as he kicked aside the sofa and coffee table, effectively doubling the size of the private room. He turned to Gao Changming and declared, release them, and face me in a duel. Gao Changming, having overheard his conversation with that Jia Xiao, was not one to back down. His physique and spirit were quintuple that of an ordinary person, making him a veritable superhero in his own right. Could this elite bodyguard truly be a match for him? Even if he were to concede a hypothetical defeat, with his system and several accumulated points, he could easily exchange for a Gatling gun to obliterate them all. Oh, while murder is a crime, at least he could redeem formidable skills at any moment. Thus, he felt no trepidation, sneering as he addressed sixth brother. You think I will release them just because you say so? And engage in combat at your behest? What do you take yourself for? Sixth brother was rendered speechless, pointing at Gao Changming in frustration. Had it not been for Jia Xiao's insistence on rescuing Long Xiaoming, he would have charged in to confront him directly. Outside, Jia Xiao frowned, realizing that with hostages in hand, it was not prudent to act impulsively. With this thought in mind, he turned to Feng Jingyang and asked, do you know any police officers? Get a few over here to facilitate the release. Feng Jingyang found himself in a quandary. While he did have friends with familial ties to law enforcement, summoning the police in this situation would be akin to shooting oneself in the foot. To say nothing of Long Xiaoming's identity, his father, Long Taizhan, was the head of the largest underground force in Yunhu City. Moreover, he had just heard that Xiong Sin had kidnapped someone close to them. Inside the private room, Gao Changming pushed Long Xiaoming onto the sofa and poured him a drink, taking a seat beside him as he fixated on sixth brother, choosing to remain silent until Bu Changqing and the others were safe. Outside, more than 30 people had gathered, and those outside could scarcely glimpse the unfolding scene. Yet, one excitable individual with yellow hair, resembling a monkey, managed to squeeze in, brandishing a phone to capture video and photographs while exclaiming, brothers, this is big news. Long Xiaoming has been taken hostage at his own family's KTV. Long Xiaoming's subordinates, noticing the recording, dared not speak, except for a cautious little leader who suggested to the yellow-haired youth, Xia Xiao, this isn't safe. How about I escort you back to your room? Tonight, all your expenses will be on the house. What do you say? Jia Xiao also noticed the yellow-haired individual and, intrigued, inquired of Feng Jingyang, who is that? Feng Jingyang replied, Jia Xiao, that's Xia Miao, the youngest of the Xia family. The Xia family? Jia Xiao pondered. Is that the retail family? Indeed. Feng Jingyang confirmed. Upon learning of the yellow-haired youth's lineage, Jia Xiao comprehended why no one dared to challenge him. The Xia family of Nanjing is among the city's elite families, operating chain supermarkets. While not internationally renowned, they rank among the top 3 in domestic retail, making it clear that even Long Xiaoming's father, Long Taizhan, would hesitate to offend the Xia family. Meanwhile, Xia Miao shared the video and photos in a group chat, tagging all members. The group was aptly named Gentlemen Like Jade. Instantly, a flurry of responses erupted from the group as many were astonished by the footage. Who is this guy? He dares to touch Long Xiaoming. He looks unfamiliar, and his attire seems rather ordinary. What is he thinking? Surely he can't hold Long Xiaoming hostage indefinitely. Long Taizhan must be en route by now, huh? Wang Ding, having just finished his business, glanced at his phone to find the group in an uproar. Piqued by curiosity, he entered the chat only to be taken aback. Similarly, Deng Shuang saw the video in the group and leaped from the sofa, grabbing his coat and rushing outside. Chapter 58, The Tremor of the Second Generation in Nanjing. Wang Ding meticulously reviewed the video and photographs multiple times, confirming with certainty that the individual in the footage was Gao Changming, as the room had been brightly lit, allowing for a clear view. Unlike Deng Shuang, who dashed out immediately, he remained seated on the sofa, deep in thought. Having previously inquired with Zheng Huan and combined with his own deductions, he was increasingly convinced that Gao Changming belonged to a reclusive family. Yet, as the son of the wealthiest man in Nanjing, along with the prestige of being part of the city's elite second generation, He was reluctant to lower himself to curry favor with Gao Changming. Unexpectedly, an opportunity presented itself. He gently tapped his finger against the armrest of the sofa as an audacious plan began to form in his mind. He picked up his phone and directly tagged all members in the Gentleman like Jade group chat before sending a message. Meow meow, are you still on site? The one holding Long Xiaoming hostage is Gao Changming, Brother Gao. I'm on my way over immediately. I have a favor to ask. Please warn Long Xiaoming on my behalf. Tell him that if he dares to lay a hand on Brother Gao, he is also taking on me, Wang Ding. Just then, Deng Shuang happened to be in the garage, starting his car when he saw Wang Ding's message and immediately sent a reply. If he touches Brother Gao, I, Deng Shuang, will be the first to take him down. In an instant, the Gentleman like Jade group, filled with second-generation elites glued to their phones, collectively gasped in astonishment. Wang Ding, a prominent figure among Nanjing's elite, was willing to risk offending the Long family to stand in solidarity with Gao. Deng Shuang, the fifth son of a leading pharmaceutical family, also echoed sentiments that represented his family's interests. A multitude of second-generation individuals were left dumbfounded. 17 or 18 of them promptly messaged Wang Ding and Deng Shuang. Wang Xiao, what exactly is Gao Changming's background? Deng Xiao, what is your relationship with Gao Changming? To which Wang Ding succinctly replied, brothers, it's not that I don't want to share. He's simply extraordinary. Deng Shuang took a more direct approach, stating, he's definitely more formidable than our Deng family. Invest 10 billion at once, and you figure it out. The dozen or so second-generation individuals received such responses, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Just how impressive was this? Having grown up amidst their family's influence, they were astute and quick-witted. Analyzing Wang Ding's and Deng Shuang's attitudes led them to a conclusion. Gao Changming was likely someone of considerable stature. I must seize this opportunity to forge a good relationship with him. With this thought, a flock of second-generation elites picked up their phones to respond. Dare to touch my brother Gao? I, Li Meng, will be the first to object. I'm heading to Huangqing KTV right now. I want to see just how audacious this Long person truly is. Count me in. Brother Gao dares to make a move. And the one surnamed Long is out of the game. And me as well. Besides these few second-generation heirs, there are dozens more who remain oblivious to the unfolding events. But it matters not. This Brother Gao appears rather impressive. So let us consider it an opportunity to make a new acquaintance, especially with so many influential figures stepping forward. That night, 70% of the second-generation heirs in Nanjing City flocked toward a venue known as the Huangqing KTV. Simultaneously, inside the Huangqing KTV, Xia Miao held his phone. Somewhat bewildered. How could this seemingly unremarkable fellow be so formidable? He momentarily lost his train of thought, but quickly regained his composure and squeezed into the private room. Gao Changming furrowed his brow upon seeing another person enter, thinking to himself, what have I stirred up? Why is there yet another one? Xia Miao walked directly past Lu Gu and approached Gao Changming, stating confidently, Brother Gao, I am Xia Miao from Junzi Ruyu. Rest assured, with me here, I shall see who dares to make a move. Gao Changming was taken aback, completely unaware of the situation. Yet he sensed that this matter was likely related to the Junzi Ruyu group. His phone had just buzzed with numerous notifications, but at that moment, he had no time to check. When he finally managed to glance at his phone, he was astounded. He felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, realizing that these second-generation heirs had come to support him. Jia Xiao, witnessing Xia Miao's sudden approach to Gao Changming, was momentarily stunned and turned to Feng Zhengyang, inquiring, do you know what is happening? That person looks quite ordinary. How does that Xia fellow know him? And why would he want to help him? I have no idea. Feng Zhengyang replied, not being a native of Nanjing City, but merely a student at Nanjing University, hence he was not a member of the Junzi Ruyu group. Meanwhile, one of Long Xiaoming's subordinates had already called Long Taizhan. The abduction of Long Xiaoming was no trivial matter. If anything happened to him, those who followed him would undoubtedly incur Long Taizhan's wrath. Jia Xiao's brow furrowed deeply. Gao Changming's abduction of Long Xiaoming left Lu Gu at a complete loss for how to proceed. Thus he could not rescue Long Xiaoming. He turned to another bodyguard, saying, Sure to, you go as well. You must restrain Gao Changming, allowing Lu Gu to rescue Long Xiaoming. Understood. The burly bodyguard responded in a deep voice, just as he was about to step forward when Jia Xiao halted him, adding, Be cautious. That fellow is not simple. Don't cause any fatalities. Previously, Jia Xiao had not regarded Gao Changming as a threat, but upon witnessing his skills, he reconsidered his approach. The fact that a member of the Xia family was willing to step forward indicated that this seemingly ordinary, unassuming individual was far from ordinary. The notion of eliminating him might lead to unforeseen complications. Got it. Shirtu momentarily hesitated but nodded in understanding. Lu Gu, seeing Shirtu approach, exchanged glances with him and understood Shirtu's intent. Kid, holding a hostage doesn't make you a hero. If you have the guts, face me in a one-on-one. Shirtu stepped forward, using his broad frame to block Lu Gu, then provocatively taunted Gao Changming. Before Gao Changming could respond, Lu Gu scoffed dismissively, "What are you? How dare you challenge my brother Gao?" At that moment, Lu Gu suddenly darted forward from behind Shirtu. He moved like a swift arrow, directly targeting Long Xiaoming, who sat beside Gao Changming. Gao Changming was taken aback. He was not a real kidnapper and thus unversed in such tactics. For a moment, he found himself bewildered. Did these people truly believe he would not dare to act against Long Xiaoming? Just as he hesitated, Lu Gu, agile as a monkey, seized Long Xiaoming by the collar and with a fierce shout, lifted him effortlessly, throwing him out of the private room like a rag doll. "Catch your young master." Lu Gu did not throw Long Xiaoming toward Jia Xiao, but rather directed him toward the group of Long Xiaoming's subordinates. Gao Changming, lacking practical experience, had not anticipated that he would be outmaneuvered so easily. Long Xiaoming's subordinates were still reeling from the shock when they suddenly saw a dark shadow hurtling toward them, followed by Lu Gu's voice. However, being mere ordinary people, although they heard Lu Gu's warning, their instincts caused them to instinctively retreat. Long Xiaoming was abruptly thrown, letting out a piercing scream. He watched in horror as his subordinates stumbled backward. He attempted to curse, but hadn't he even opened his mouth before he fell to the ground, instinctively reaching out to brace himself. Long Xiaoming felt a sharp pain in his hands, hearing a couple of sickening cracks as bones broke. "Ming Xiao? It's Ming Xiao." His gang finally recognized the shadow as Long Xiaoming. His hands were contorted in an irregular manner, his eyes wide with terror, and cold sweat poured down his forehead like a broken dam. The two men at the forefront rushed to aid Long Xiaoming, but as soon as they touched him, he screamed even louder. My hand. It's broken. Damn it, my hand is broken. Don't move. It hurts. Call an ambulance. I can't take it anymore." At that moment, Long Xiaoming felt as though he were on the brink of death. He had never experienced such pain in his life. His cries echoed within the private room, causing his gang to fall silent in fear, none daring to approach him. Inside the room, Jia Xiao's bodyguards, Shirtu and Lu Gu, remained fixated on Gao Changming, with Lu Gu's hatred for Gao Changming intensifying. "You little punk. Prepare to die," he snarled, preparing to strike, but Shirtu swiftly restrained him, stating, "Jia Xiao said, do not take his life." Lu Gu paused, having just mentioned killing him, yet he did not question Shirtu's words, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Seeing this, Shirtu released him and stepped aside, confident in Lu Gu's abilities to handle a young man of approximately 20 years old without worry. After Lu Gu snatched Long Xiaoming away, Gao Changming had already risen from the couch. Xia Miao stepped in front of him, blocking Lu Gu, dismissively declaring, "If you wish to lay a hand on my brother Gao, you'll have to get through me first." As a second-generation heir, Xia Miao possessed sufficient confidence. In Nanjing City, no one dared to disregard the Xia family and assault him. However, this time, he was mistaken. Lu Gu, as Jia Xiao's bodyguard, had no ties to Nanjing City. Thus, when Lu Gu cast a fleeting glance at him, disregarding him entirely, he stepped forward and swung a powerful punch at Xia Miao's chest. Lu Gu's punch came with a fierce wind, leaving Xia Miao momentarily stunned. Though he was a second-generation heir, as a member of the Xia family, Xia Miao was not blind to danger. He realized Lu Gu was a martial artist. The Xia family, being a second-tier family in Nanjing City, certainly had martial artists within their ranks, so Xia Miao understood the terrifying prowess of such fighters, particularly as this one appeared to be even more formidable than their own family's martial guardians. In a flash of lightning, Xia Miao found himself unable to entertain any other thoughts. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed, and he instinctively let out a cry, yet felt no pain. As he gradually opened his eyes, he discovered that Gao Changming had positioned himself before him, shielding him from harm. Brother Gao?" He gazed at Gao in disbelief, who was effortlessly gripping the fist of the sixth brother, turning his head to say, "Brother Xia, step aside a bit." All right." After witnessing the terror of the sixth brother, Xia Miao dared not assert himself further, especially since Gao seemed remarkably formidable. He obediently retreated to a corner, trembling in fear. At this moment, the sixth brother was equally astonished. He had unleashed his full fury with that punch, only to find it effortlessly parried by a young man. What terrified him further was the sensation of his fist being gripped as if in a steel vise. He attempted to pull away with all his strength, but it remained immovable. As Gao exerted his force, the sixth brother felt as though his fist might be crushed. Unable to contain himself, he gasped, only to meet Gao's calm gaze, who continued to apply pressure. "Let go. I command you to let go." The sixth brother was drenched in sweat from the pain, recalling how he had previously perceived himself as formidable enough to contend with Gao. Yet, to his dismay, he found himself in the same predicament as Xiong San. Feeling utterly outmatched, Even his aged master would struggle to subdue him with such ease. Finally, with a sharp crack, Gao crushed the sixth brother's fist. "Ah, my hand!" The sixth brother cried out, unable to endure the pain any longer. It was at this moment that Gao released him, revealing a hand that had been deformed. Shirtu, witnessing the scene, was taken aback. He knew all too well the sixth brother's prowess. Even he would require over 100 exchanges to secure victory. Relying on his extensive training, "My hand is ruined," the sixth brother lamented, cradling his injured hand. Gao Changming scoffed, casting a glance at Shirtu. He was not a cruel individual, but having heard that Jiao Shao intended to kill him, he had naturally held nothing back in this altercation. Fearful that Gao might strike the sixth brother again, Shirtu hurriedly stepped in front of Gao, whispering to the sixth brother, "Old Six, step back." In the crowd, Jiao Shao felt a chill run down his spine. The sixth brother ranked among the top 5 martial artists in the Jiao family, yet here he was, utterly incapacitated by Gao Changming in a single move. Shirtu regarded Gao Changming with wariness, stating, "Your actions are rather ruthless, to incapacitate Old Six right off the bat." Before he could finish his sentence, Gao interrupted impatiently, "Spare me the pretense. Do you think I'm deaf? Just moments ago, you lot were plotting to eliminate me. And now you dare speak of cruelty?" Shirtu's expression shifted dramatically. When Jiao Shao had spoken earlier, his voice had been low, and amidst the raucous noise of the thugs, it had gone unnoticed. Who on earth was this individual? Shirtu's heart raced with trepidation. Chapter 60. The dominance of Long Tai's Han unfolds. Gao Changming waved dismissively at Shirtu, saying, "Enough with the chatter, what do you want?" He then assumed a standard fighting stance. Taking a deep breath, Shirtu shouted and unleashed his signature technique, the horizontal training Golden Bell Shield. Gao did not hold back, stepping forward with a feint before delivering a straight punch aimed at Shirtu's nose. Shirtu, his muscles as solid as forged steel, prepared to block Gao's blow. However, he was taken aback, while the punch carried immense power. It lacked the potency that had crushed the sixth brother's fist. Alarmed, Shirtu realized too late the danger he was in, feeling a sharp pain in his left leg. Gao had seized the opportunity, delivering a devastating low kick to Shirtu's knee. Despite his training in the Golden Bell Shield, his knee was still a joint. Gao's meticulously planned kick caused Shirtu's knee to buckle. Shirtu was momentarily stunned before his towering frame collapsed to the ground, shrieking in agony as he clutched his broken leg. At that moment, Jiao Shao was filled with regret and fear. Who was this person? How could he possess such strength? Shirtu was even more formidable than the sixth brother, ranking among the top 3 martial artists in the Jiao family. A master of physical training, he was impervious to strikes. Yet he had been brought low by a single kick. Another blow. Shirtu was incapacitated, and the room fell silent. Feng Xingyang was left in shock. Long Xiaoming had already fainted, supported by his 2 subordinates, awaiting an ambulance. It wasn't that he lacked transportation. Rather, Long Xiao's sports car couldn't accommodate a person lying down. Meanwhile, Xiao Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He didn't know the extent of Shirtu's prowess, but he could tell that Gao Changming was extraordinary. This was a golden opportunity. Although he was not a martial artist, he had learned some techniques from his family's fighters and recognized Gao as a true master. "This leader, I have chosen him," Xiao Miao vowed silently. At that moment, Jiao Shao's face darkened, nearly dripping with frustration. He glanced at the writhing Shirtu on the ground and the sixth brother being supported by Feng Xingyang's bodyguards, filled with regret. This conflict had nothing to do with him. Yet in a moment of impulse, he had provoked such a formidable adversary. His 2 family martial artists had been so easily subdued. Moreover, the other party had overheard his murderous intent. This was an unprovoked disaster. Fearing that Gao Changming might turn his attention to him, he couldn't help but glance at the severely injured Long Xiaoming. The sight of Xiaoming's twisted hands made Jiao Shao's eyelids twitch. He quickly signaled to Feng Xingyang, whispering, "Get someone to help Shirtu. We need to leave." Understood. Feng Xingyang was also fearful. He did not know Gao Changming and had no enmity with him. Thus he wished to avoid crossing paths with such a fierce individual. Upon hearing Jiao Shao's command, he felt relieved and quickly called for his bodyguards to assist in carrying Shirtu out. Jiao Shao managed to squeeze through the crowd, hastily departing. Gao Changming cast a dispassionate glance at Jiao Shao's retreating figure. It was not that he bore grudges, but since Bu Changqing and the others had yet to arrive, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Just as Jiao Shao exited, a group of individuals swiftly approached from outside the private room. By this time, the KTV was devoid of ordinary patrons, as the staff had already requested them to leave. This group consisted predominantly of men aged 20 to 40. Each exuding an unmistakable aura of power that far surpassed that of Long Xiaoming's subordinates. Leading the group was a bald man in his 50s. His expression dark as a storm cloud. He had not yet reached the private room when the thugs outside began to greet him. "Shanyi." This man was none other than Long Taizhan, the most formidable figure in Nanjing's underground, and the father of Long Xiaoming. At that moment, Long Tieshan's expression was grim, nearly dripping with fury, and he brushed off the greetings from the thugs, simply asking, "Where's Xiaoming?" Simultaneously, Gao Changming spotted Bu Changqing and his 7 companions, who were being escorted at the back, their faces bruised and battered by the group of black-clad brutes. Upon witnessing the tragic plight of Bu Changqing and his companions, Gao Changming was immediately engulfed by a surge of fury. Simultaneously, Long Taizhan caught sight of the unconscious Long Xiaoming, who had suffered a severed arm, and his anger flared as well. Perhaps due to his youthful indiscretions, Long Taizhan, despite his robust physique and numerous romantic conquests, had only one son, Long Xiaoming, whom he cherished dearly. It was inconceivable that his beloved child had been so brutally harmed. The ruffians instinctively parted to create a path. As Long Taizhan strode into the private room with an imposing presence, fixating a cold glare on Gao Changming, he enunciated each word with deliberate intensity. "Did you injure my son?" "Not at all." Gao Changming was reluctant to take the fall, quickly retorting, "You may inquire with them." Long Taizhan was taken aback. This was unexpected submission. Nonetheless, he turned to the subordinates of Long Xiaoming. No prompting was necessary, as one of the thugs stepped forward, stating, "It was Feng Xingyang's men who broke young Master Ming's hand." "But, Feng Xingyang," Long Tieshan's brow furrowed as he demanded, "Start from the beginning. What transpired?" "Yes, boss." The thug, a loyal confidant of Long Xiaoming, hurriedly recounted, "Last month, the young master instructed me to gather men at school to intercept that girl and harass her." He gestured towards Chen Wan, who stood outside with her hands twisted behind her back. Then, the young master came to her rescue. Gao Changming was left speechless. Realizing this was a classic case of heroes saving the damsel, Long Taizhan remained silent, while the surrounding thugs held their tongues. The thug continued, "Then, about 2 weeks ago, young Master Ming finally won her over. The night before last, he intended to take her to a hotel, but she refused and, taking advantage of his distraction, fled. That evening, she sent him a message breaking up, and shortly after, she was seen with this man." He pointed at Bu Changqing. Long Taizhan followed the direction of his finger, glancing at Bu Changqing and Chen Wan, signaling for the thug to continue. The thug quickly added, "Tonight, I was supposed to go racing with young Master Long at Sanshui Port, but I suddenly received a call saying she was here, prompting young Master to storm in with his men to confront her. And then, a brawl ensued." As he spoke, he couldn't help but cast a glance at Gao Changming, who was quietly observing from the sofa with a beer in hand. Chapter 61. Each break one leg. Each shall have a leg broken. Long Taizhan declared after listening intently, waving his hand, "Bring that girl to me." His subordinates promptly escorted Chen Wan and her 3 roommates into the private room. Long Taizhan ignored Gao Changming entirely. Fixing his gaze on the 4 young women, he queried, "My son wished to take you to a hotel. Why did you refuse?" "It has nothing to do with me," protested Zhang Qingxia, as the 3 girls were reduced to tears, terrified by the scene unfolding before them at their tender age of 19 or 20. In stark contrast, Chen Wan stood defiantly, asserting, "It's not my friend's fault." Long Taizhan glanced at her but chose to disregard her, instructing his men, "Bring those 3 men over." Bu Changqing and his companions were soon brought into the room, and upon sighting Gao Changming on the sofa, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Old 3 was just brutally beaten. And now he's here." Gao Changming cast a sidelong glance at them, noting their battered faces, and suppressed his indignation. Curious to observe how this underground overlord of Nanjing would react, he nodded at the trio, signaling them to remain calm. Then Long Taizhan demanded, "Who dares to steal my son's woman?" Bu Changqing, his eyes swollen like walnuts, spat a mouthful of blood, his voice hoarse as he responded, "Chen Wan and I are in a consensual relationship. Long Xiaoming is despicable and shameless." Before he could finish, the thug behind him delivered a stinging slap to the back of his head, cursing, "You bastard." Wang Yuan and Lu Fei, witnessing Bu Changqing's assault, struggled to resist, but were quickly subdued by several burly men. Chen Wan, with tears in her eyes, turned to the trio, apologizing, "I'm so sorry. This is my fault. Dare to take my son's woman? Castrate him." Long Tieshan's expression darkened as he commanded his men, "Break the limbs of the other 3. Take these 4 women to the club." Before Long Taizhan could finish his sentence, Gao Changming abruptly stood, hurling the beer bottle directly at him. Xiaomiao, who had been quietly observing alongside Gao Changming, swiftly rose to her feet, unfazed by Long Taizhan. She regarded him as nothing more than a paper tiger in the eyes of the Xia family. The beer bottle sailed through the air, and a shout of alarm erupted. "Brother Mang," a burly bodyguard standing beside Long Taizhan, reacted instinctively, swinging a punch at the bottle. With a resounding crash, the bottle shattered, and simultaneously, a pain scream erupted from the bodyguard, who clutched his hand in agony. Long Taizhan was taken aback, exclaiming, Mangzi. This Mangzi was his most formidable bodyguard, capable of delivering blows that could shatter steel plates. Yet, a mere beer bottle had incapacitated him. A chill raced down Long Tieshan's spine as he stared at Mangzi's mangled hand, incredulous that it had been the result of a bottle strike. No longer able to maintain the facade of an underground overlord, Long Taizhan scrutinized Gao Changming, demanding, Who are you? Why meddle in my affairs? Gao Changming advanced slowly, prompting several black-clad men to step in and separate Long Taizhan from him. Release them. Gao Changming mimicked Long Tieshan's earlier arrogance, speaking coolly, feeling somewhat secure behind his subordinates. Long Taizhan sneered, You broke my son's hands. Your friend stole my son's woman, and now you demand I release them? What do you propose? Xiao Miao stepped forward, ready to interject, but Gao Changming held her back. Long Taizhan scoffed, I already stated, anyone who dares to steal my son's woman shall be castrated, and I shall break their limbs. Huh. Gao Changming chuckled coldly, about to respond when Xiao Miao could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, Long Taizhan, do you not value your reputation? How dare you bargain with my brother Gao? Long Taizhan, proud and arrogant since his entrance, had focused solely on punishing Bu Changqing and his companions, disregarding Gao Changming and Xiao Miao entirely. He had not even spared them a glance. And had it not been for Gao Changming's beer bottle incapacitating his trusted aide, he likely would have continued to ignore him. However, upon suddenly noticing Xiao Miao, his eyes narrowed in alarm. The Xia family had involved themselves? Despite being dubbed the foremost figure in Nanjing's underground scene, Long Taizhan was, at his core, merely a lowly thug. Even with his wealth amounting to billions, he would not dare provoke a family like the Xia. The Xia family dominated the retail market in Nanjing, with their supermarkets and specialty stores spread nationwide, boasting assets in the hundreds of billions. To deal with Long Taizhan would be a trivial task. A single martial artist could dismantle his so-called underground empire overnight. Long Taizhan glanced at Xiao Miao, unwilling to concede, and said, Young Master Miao, my son was harmed by your friend. Am I not entitled to seek retribution? Xiao Miao scoffed, Long Taizhan, you ought to think carefully before you speak. Just moments ago, your subordinates quite clearly stated that it was the individuals accompanying Feng Xingyang who broke your son's hand. What now? You dare not confront Feng Xingyang. Yet you come here to bully my brother Gao? In truth, Long Taizhan was not afraid to confront Feng Xingyang. After all, Feng was merely an outsider, while he was the local powerhouse. Furthermore, he had already begun recruiting martial artists during this time, and soon he would undoubtedly become the foremost figure in the underground forces of Nanjing City. Even the Xia family would find it difficult to confront him directly. This was his trump card. Several martial artists he had recruited would arrive by next month. Thus, he chose to endure for the time being. Nevertheless, the indignation simmered within him. However, as long as he did not provoke Xiao Miao, he believed the Xia family would not retaliate against him. He said, Very well. I shall let them go today out of respect for young Master Miao. With that, he gestured to his men, commanding, Break one leg each. Take Xiao Ming to the hospital. Fuming with rage, Xiao Miao exclaimed, Is this your idea of showing me respect? Feeling humiliated before Gao, he charged forward, convinced that Long Taizhan would not dare to retaliate against him. To his surprise, a man clad in black stepped forward to block him, stating, Young Master Miao, the Mountain Master has already shown you considerable leniency. Get lost. Xiao Miao shouted at the man in black. At that moment, Gao Changming stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap that sent the black-clad man flying. He then advanced, unleashing a flurry of slaps that knocked several of Long Tieshan's men to the ground. The third in command, Bu Changqing, and his companions gasped in astonishment. Isn't this quite reasonable? Gao Changming addressed Wang Yuan and the others. Let's discuss matters later. As he spoke, he swiftly rescued 4 girls in the blink of an eye. Long Taizhan suddenly realized why his son had suffered such a significant defeat. It turned out that this young man was a martial artist. Gao Changming's swift movements left the group of black-clad men utterly unprepared. After rescuing the 4 girls, Gao Changming called out, pivoted, and charged into the midst of the ruffians, seizing Long Xiaoming by the neck and dragging him back into the private room. With a cold smile, he said to Long Taizhan, Although I hold no affection for you, I must admit, you spoke a truth just now. Long Taizhan was both shocked and enraged, staring at Gao Changming in fear. Your friend steals my son's girlfriend, and you intend to castrate my friend. By the same logic, your son has taken my friend's girlfriend, and I should castrate your son as well. Does that not seem quite reasonable? You dare. Long Taizhan bellowed, enraged. If you touch my son, I will castrate your entire family. Come now, Long Taizhan. I, Deng Shuang, am a friend of Brother Gao. Come, try to castrate me. Me too. I am also a friend of Brother Gao. Are you going to castrate me as well? I'll do it myself. Come try to castrate me. Haha, Long Taizhan. I fear your knife may not be sharp enough. Before Long Taizhan could finish his retort, a large group of individuals poured into the corridor outside the private room, led by Wang Ding and Deng Shuang. Upon seeing Wang Ding and his entourage, Long Tieshan's eyes widened in disbelief. As a figure in the underground world of Nanjing City, he was all too familiar with these second-generation elites. Although they appeared haughty, they were far from foolish. For them to come and support someone, that individual must be extraordinarily formidable. He turned to Gao Changming in disbelief, feeling a dryness in his throat. What kind of person had his son provoked to elicit such a show of support from so many second-generation heirs? If it were only one or two, he might still assert himself, but now over 20 had arrived, led by Wang Ding, the heir of the Wang family. If he dared to stand firm against the Xia family, he had no choice but to bow to the Wang family. Even with the two martial artists he had recruited present, he would never dare to offend Wang Ding. Wang Xiao, Deng Xiao, Long Taizhan thought frantically, his expression shifting in an instant to one of humility and ingratiation as he smiled at the gathered second-generation heirs. However, Wang Ding and the others merely glanced at him with indifference before wearing smiles directed at Gao Changming, saying, "Brother Gao, you didn't invite us to sing along. How unkind." To be honest, the scene moved Gao Changming, who promptly responded, "Let us head to Mingyue Hotel later. I'll treat all of you brothers." "Excellent. Brother Gao is generous." They cheered in unison. Meanwhile, Long Taizhan wore a strained expression, his mind racing with a torrent of grievances that he dared not voice. His subordinates were utterly overwhelmed, pushed to the periphery by the throng of second-generation heirs. In the private room, Xia Miao breathed a sigh of relief, standing proudly beside Gao Changming. Wang Ding glanced at him and nodded, causing Xia Miao's face to light up with joy. Wu Changqing and his companions were utterly bewildered, exchanging astonished looks as they grasped the gravity of their friend's transformation. They had promised to dominate together, yet he had quietly outshone them all. Wang Ding opened his mouth to speak to Gao Changming, but chose silence upon seeing the confident assembly of second-generation heirs. The girls, witnessing Wang Ding and the others take control of the situation, felt a wave of relief wash over them, unable to suppress their soft sobs. Wu Changqing and the other boys quickly offered comforting words. Chen Wan, however, remained steadfast, tightly gripping Wu Changqing's hand, gently caressing the bruise on his face with a pained expression. Gao Changming, standing nearby, found himself inadvertently caught in a moment of sweetness, shivering involuntarily. At that moment, Wang Ding turned his gaze to Long Taizhan, coldly stating, "Long Taizhan, tell me, how do you intend to handle this matter?" The other second-generation heirs stood by, watching Long Taizhan with mocking expressions. Long Tieshan's face was a mask of bitterness. What else could he do? He had to concede. He shouted towards the door of the private room, "Bring that little beast in here." Soon, several of Long Tieshan's subordinates carried the unconscious Long Xiaoming into the room. His arms twisted grotesquely in the air. Upon seeing Long Xiaoming's condition, Wang Ding's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but glance at Gao Changming. Long Taizhan, seething with anger, picked up a glass of beer from the table and unhesitatingly splashed it across Long Xiaoming's face, shouting, "You little beast." Long Xiaoming, having fainted from the pain of his broken hands, did not awaken despite the commotion outside. However, when the cold beer hit him, he jolted awake, instinctively trying to wipe his face, only to be met with excruciating pain in his hands. Realizing his surroundings, he panicked and shouted, "No, I won't do it again. I swear I won't." He was utterly terrified. Long Tieshan's face flushed with embarrassment. This wretch, waking up, immediately begged for mercy. Chen Wan looked at him with disdain, while Xia Miao couldn't help but laugh. "Little beast, hurry and kneel to apologize to Mr. Gao." Long Taizhan, disregarding his son's broken hands, yanked Long Xiaoming forward, dragging him before Gao Changming, and said with a forced smile, "Mr. Gao, it is my failure as a father. Please, do as you wish, punish me as you see fit." Gao Changming let out a cold laugh, casting a glance at Long Xiaoming before turning his gaze towards Long Taizhan. "As I have previously stated, my friend has taken your son's girlfriend. You wish to castrate my friend, and by the same token, since your son has taken my friend's girlfriend, he should face the same fate." Long Taizhan was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. Long Xiaoming, even more disoriented, had just regained consciousness only to be forcibly dragged by his father to kneel and apologize. Upon grasping the gravity of the situation, it became clear to him that he had provoked an individual of considerable influence. At that moment, upon hearing the threat of castration directed at him, he was so terrified that he could no longer care about his dignity. He suppressed the agony coursing through his arms and repeatedly bowed his head towards Gao Changming, exclaiming, I was wrong. Please, do not castrate me." Long Taizhan, observing his son's distress, felt a tumult of emotions, concern, frustration, and heartache. Long Xiaoming was the sole male heir of the Long family. Should he be castrated, the lineage would come to an end. This was indeed too cruel. He mentally berated himself, forgetting entirely that he himself had previously contemplated breaking the limbs of Gao Changming and his entourage, and even suggested castrating a few of them. Mr. Gao, you are magnanimous. Please spare us this time, and consider other conditions. I, Long Tais Han, will comply without contest. Long Tais Han, though inclined to resist, found himself faltering under the gaze of the entourage of second-generation heirs. He understood that Gao Changming was a figure to whom these young elites sought to curry favor. Thankfully, they had arrived just in time. Otherwise, he would have faced dire repercussions. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought, and he gazed at Gao Changming with a pitiful expression. Gao Changming, however, was not truly heartless. His words were merely intended to intimidate the father and son duo of the Long family. After all, he was just an ordinary man, and the thought of actually castrating Long Xiaoming was something he could not bring himself to do. In the midst of his dilemma, Bu Changqing suddenly interjected, "Old third, why not let this go? As long as he doesn't continue to harass Xiaowan and the others, that would suffice." Did you hear that? Seizing upon Bu Changqing's suggestion, Gao Changming addressed the Long father and son. If there is a next time, well. Understood, understood. Long Xiaoming quickly bowed to Bu Changqing, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Bu. Thank you, Brother Bu. Long Tais Han too breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Changming continued, however, the medical expenses must be fully compensated. Not a single cent less, understood? Understood, understood. Long Tais Han hastily affirmed, I will ensure Mr. Gao is satisfied. Then be gone. Wang Ding commanded the Long father and son after Gao Changming concluded. They scrambled away, not forgetting to inquire about Bu Changqing's bank account before departing. Gao Changming turned to the group of second-generation heirs. Come, brothers, let us head to the Mingwei Grand Hotel for some karaoke. As a 5-star establishment, the Mingwei Grand Hotel certainly boasted KTV facilities that far surpassed those of Long Tieshan's venue by at least tenfold. At that moment, however, Bu Changqing and Wang Yuan expressed their reluctance. Old third, perhaps we should skip it. Gao Changming did not press the issue. The three individuals had just endured a beating, with bruises adorning their faces, and were hardly in the mood for festivities. The 4 young ladies were also rattled by the earlier incident and had lost their desire to join in. Moreover, none of the second-generation heirs were familiar faces to them, and it was evident that they belonged to a wealthier echelon, making it unlikely for meaningful conversation to arise. As they exited the KTV, the second-generation heirs were met with an array of luxury cars parked below. A contingent of Long Tieshan's lackeys stood nearby, hastily moving aside upon seeing the heirs emerge. Gao Changming surmised that this arrangement had been orchestrated by Wang Tais Han to protect the vehicles of the second-generation heirs from potential damage while parked outside the KTV. The heirs climbed into their cars, while Gao Changming, having arrived without his own vehicle due to his intention to drink, summoned a taxi to take Bu Changqing and the others home before making his own way to the Mingwei Grand Hotel. He had already called Zhang Wei to prepare a luxurious, spacious private room for him. Such rooms at the Mingwei Grand Hotel were referred to as Emperor Suites, capable of accommodating up to 50 guests. With the assembled second-generation heirs numbering less than 30, it was more than sufficient. Upon arriving at the hotel, Gao Changming found Zhang Wei waiting in the lobby. The latter visibly relaxed upon seeing him, hastening forward to say, Mr. Gao, Wang Xiao and the others have just arrived and are in the Emperor Suite. As the hotel manager, Zhang Wei was off duty at this hour, but Gao Changming's call had prompted him to come immediately. Fortunately, he had previously chosen to buy a residence near the hotel for convenience. Gao Changming nodded, replying, I can go on my own. Please prepare for me. What is the most expensive wine in the hotel? I want a case of it. Zhang Wei was momentarily speechless. Could you specify how many types? Do you want just one case of red, white, or beer, or perhaps all 3? Fortunately, Gao Changming, possessing a physique and spirit 5 times that of an ordinary person, quickly realized, just the red, please. Mixing can be harmful. Understood. Zhang Wei promptly dashed off to fulfill the request. As Gao Changming greeted the hotel staff still on duty, he took the elevator directly to the Emperor Suite. Upon pushing open the door, he found the second-generation heirs reveling to a DJ mix, a multitude of beer bottles already scattered across the table. As soon as they noticed Gao Changming's entrance, a cacophony of greetings erupted. One heir rushed over, throwing an arm around Gao Changming's shoulders. Brother Gao, it's all men here. Not much fun, huh? Should I call some ladies over to liven things up? Sure. Gao Changming chuckled, but let me clarify. I don't require any. Another heir chimed in. Brother Gao, you misunderstood. Laonyo meant to invite a few little bees over. He owns several bars. Little bees? Gao Changming feigned ignorance, but was swiftly enlightened by another heir. They are the charming ladies in bars who are meant to brighten the atmosphere. Laonyo, bring in more. Wang Ding interjected, addressing the group. Remember, the hotel belongs to Brother Gao. Keep it classy, no shenanigans. Understood, Wang Xiao. The heirs replied with grins. We just want them here to drink and sing. We can't have a bunch of grown men yelling at each other. That would be rather dull. Those with girlfriends can bring them along. Gao Changming exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Ding, then called out to the other heirs. Wow, family can come too? Perfect. Can boyfriends come as well? They laughed, lightheartedly joking. Just kidding. I'm not one to bend. None of the second-generation heirs were shy. And soon the atmosphere in the suite was vibrant and lively. Deng Shuang made her way over, eager to drink with Gao Changming, while Xia Miao followed suit. Holding her cup with an air of mystery, Brother Gao, you're a martial artist, right? I noticed you didn't even need a second move against those guys. You're far stronger than the martial artists in my family. Martial artist? Gao Changming was hearing the term for the first time, just as he was about to respond. Xia Miao suddenly asked, Brother Gao, could you teach me a few moves? Miao Miao. Wang Ding interjected sharply, cutting off Xia Miao. She immediately shrank back, silenced. However, Gao Changming's mind illuminated with a sudden realization. If I were to befriend this group of second-generation elites, our interactions would likely revolve around indulgent feasts and perhaps some project investments. However, considering their inherent wealth, they may not be inclined to allow me to partake in their ventures. Yet, what if I were to impart a few martial skills to them? It seems that their concept of a martial artist is rather impressive. Chapter 64. It will affect the speed at which I draw my sword. With this thought in mind, Gao Changming turned to Wang Ding with a smile, saying, No worries, Brother Xia. What would you like to learn? Xia Miao was taken aback. He had merely posed the question casually, as he was well aware that such skills are not easily acquired, especially those from someone like Gao Changming, who evidently hails from a prominent family. How could he possibly divulge the martial arts passed down through his lineage? Wang Ding gazed at Gao Changming with wide eyes, incredulous. All men in Huaxiao harbor a dream of martial prowess. Who wouldn't he wish to master such skills and roam the world with a sword? Wang Ding had previously approached his family's guardian to request martial training, only to be met with a merciless refusal, and informed that such skills were a family heritage, strictly governed by ancestral rules, passed down only to male heirs, and not to be shared lightly. After all, this was the craft that provided their livelihood. And Wang Ding was acutely aware of the unspoken rules among martial artists. To his astonishment, Gao Changming actually acquiesced to Xia Miao's request. This rekindled a spark of hope in Wang Ding's heart, which had long been extinguished as he eagerly looked at Gao Changming. Just as Gao Changming was about to speak, there was a sudden knock at the door, revealing Zhang Wei accompanied by several wait staff, delivering drinks. Zhang Wei directed the staff to set the red wine upon the table, then discreetly retreated. Brothers, Gao Changming exclaimed with a grin, let us enjoy ourselves tonight. No need to hold back. Long live Gao Gu. Wow, 2 bottles of Kong Di. Goodness, there's even Lihua. The second-generation elites were utterly astonished by the red wine brought in by Zhang Wei. Kong Di now retails for a staggering 100,000 per bottle, equating to over 600,000 yuan in Huaxia currency for each bottle, and Gao Changming had procured 2 at once. The other wines were also not inexpensive, with each bottle ranging from 1 to 200,000. Just the array of red wine on the table alone amounted to over 20 million. Wang Ding was equally dumbfounded. Despite being the son of the wealthiest man in Nanjing City, he lacked such financial prowess. After the initial astonishment, the room fell into a profound silence. The reality was sobering. Although the second-generation elites received substantial allowances, it was far from extravagant. Most did not even reach $1 million per month. Typically, they were given supplementary cards by their parents for daily expenses, claimed to have no limit, yet any spending would immediately trigger a notification to their parents. Who would dare squander those funds? Spending tens of millions on wine for a gathering was something they couldn't even fathom in their wildest dreams. Take for instance Deng Shuang, who wished to start a business but was allocated only 300 million by his father, who also insisted on financial oversight throughout the process. The actual amount they could freely spend each month was quite limited, primarily derived from dividends of their parents' business shares or red envelopes from relatives, generally not exceeding 100,000. Though a monthly allowance of 100,000 might seem ample, their status as second-generation elites demanded a certain level of face and prestige, with a simple gathering costing several tens of thousands. Even Wang Ding, now beginning to take over the family business, found his allowance to be quite modest. Thus, when Gao Changming presented them with millions worth of wine, the second-generation elites were left utterly bewildered. Unbeknownst to Gao Changming, he assumed that this group of elites likely awoke each morning to a life of luxury, where spending millions on wine was merely a trifling matter. Observing the sudden quiet among the second-generation elites, with only the pulsating music from the DJ filling the room, he felt a twinge of awkwardness, mistakenly believing that perhaps the wine he had brought was not of sufficient caliber. Brothers, I sincerely apologize. We decided to come here on a whim. and I had not prepared adequately. This is merely what the hotel had available. He continued, please consider this as a favor to me. Another time. I shall host you all, wherever you wish to go or whatever you wish to eat. It is my honor to comply without hesitation. His words prompted a myriad of glances among the second-generation elites, each feeling their spirits plummet. Am I merely a faux second-generation elite? Gao Changming unwittingly flaunted his wealth, entirely oblivious to the impact of his words until Xia Miao leaned in to whisper in explanation. What? Realizing the truth, Gao Changming was taken aback, as this was not the image he had constructed of the second-generation elite. Wang Ding interjected. The members of our circle are typically held to stricter standards by our families compared to other second-generation elites. Huh, they are merely nouveau riche, scoffed a casually dressed second-generation elite. I wouldn't even deign to associate with such spendthrifts. Gao Changming began to understand, evidently. The wealthy second-generation elites of Yunhu City were divided into factions akin to a beggar-esque guild, categorized into the soiled and the pure. Those led by Wang Ding had been raised under stringent elite education, with considerable fiscal oversight from their families. In contrast, the other faction primarily comprised children of newly affluent individuals or those who had benefited from government relocations, whose parents had suddenly acquired wealth or were still establishing their businesses, leaving little time for parental guidance. Thus, these second-generation elites spent lavishly, unrestrained by familial constraints. Long Xiaoming, for instance, belonged to this latter group. What an eye-opening experience. Gao Changming was filled with reflections. It wasn't he that Wang Ding and his peers had never tasted fine wines. They simply had never encountered anyone as ostentatious as Gao Changming. The thought of spending millions on wine without a second thought was astonishing. Were it not for Gao Changming's recent acquisitions in hotels and commercial streets, Wang Ding and his peers might have categorized him alongside Long Xiaoming. In the past few days, Gao Changming had expended over 20 billion on hotel and commercial street investments, which in the eyes of Wang Ding and his associates appeared as prudent investments, akin to Deng Shuang receiving 300 million to start a business. The disparity was stark. While Deng Shuang's family allocated 300 million for entrepreneurial endeavors, Gao Changming's family possessed hundreds of billions. Hence, Wang Ding and the others perceived Gao Changming as an enigmatic figure, undoubtedly a golden asset. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat tense, the door to the private room was knocked upon once more. The nearest second-generation elite opened the door, revealing a group of charming young women entering. The lively social butterflies had arrived. As the young women swept into the room, excitement surged among them. They had entered a den of second-generation elites, all golden sons-in-law. The girls who work as social butterflies at bars typically fall into three categories: those who recognize their own attractive qualities and seek to ensnare wealthy suitors, those who simply enjoy revelry, and those who are genuinely in need of money. Regardless of their motivations, upon witnessing the opulence of the private room, their hearts fluttered with delight. Even the tips from today could potentially equate to an entire month's earnings. If fortune favored them, they might even land a wealthy partner. Thus, the atmosphere became vibrant once more, as the young women greeted the gathering with enthusiasm. Gao Changming, having never witnessed such a spectacle, felt a wave of self-consciousness. Noticing his hesitation, Xia Miao encouraged, Gao Gu, come join us. Feigning nonchalance, Gao Changming responded, desire is a sharp blade that will affect my speed of drawing the sword. Chapter 65. None of them can be provoked. In the high-end ward of the first hospital of Nanjing City, Long Xiaoming, with plaster on both hands, wore a countenance of profound sorrow. In his 20-plus years of existence, he had never endured such a significant misfortune. Standing nearby, Long Taizhan, with his hands clasped behind his back, bore a somewhat chilling expression. Likewise, in his 50-plus years of life, he had never faced such a considerable setback. Truly, they were of the same bloodline. Father, I shall seek vengeance, Long Xiaoming declared, his arms numb with pain, and he could only ask someone beside him for a cigarette. Vengeance. Long Taizhan shot him a cold glance. With what means? Those 20 or so young masters. Do you think you can contend with any of them? Long Xiaoming fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Their family was entrenched in the underworld. Although their influence was vast, they were no match for the reckless. Faced with the financial prowess of a group of affluent young heirs, they had no choice but to concede, unless they were willing to forsake their standing entirely. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the underworld for decades, Long Taizhan had climbed from a mere thug to his current position, amassing a fortune of several billion. He had grown accustomed to a life of comfort and could not bring himself to gamble away his hard-earned wealth for the sake of his son's arms. After all, it was merely a fracture. He was not dead. To achieve great things, one must possess the ability to endure both hardship and ease. However, Long Xiaoming disagreed vehemently, defiantly stating, "What about that bastard who kidnapped me? He may be able to fight a little, But once I'm discharged from the hospital, I will have him buried under a mountain of bodies. 10 suffice. I'll gather 100. I refuse to believe he is mightier than Yip Man. Long Taizhan nodded, recognizing that his son was not entirely foolish. He understood the importance of choosing the right battles. In fact, after leaving the royal city KTV, he had immediately dispatched someone to investigate Gao Changming. Although a throng of affluent youths had rallied to support Gao, Long Taizhan suspected that this young man was not a local scion of Nanjing City. Once his investigators returned with clarity, he would decide on the course of retaliation. Through clenched teeth, Long Xiaoming spat, "That Chen Wan, that foul woman, dared to cuckold me. Just wait until the time comes at that moment." A knock echoed at the door of the hospital room. "Enter." Long Taizhan commanded coldly. A middle-aged man, bespectacled and clad in a suit, stepped inside. He appeared refined, a stark contrast to the several burly men in black within the room. Nevertheless, upon entering, he respectfully addressed Long Taizhan. "Brother Long, we have uncovered the details." "What is his situation?" Long Taizhan inquired in a low voice. The bespectacled man's demeanor turned grave as he replied, "The young man is named Gao Changming. He is not a local of Nanjing City." Long Taizhan had already harbored suspicions, for he had been immersed in the underbelly of Nanjing for decades and had memorized the names of those with any semblance of power. Yet Gao Changming was a blank slate in his memory. The bespectacled man continued, "Records indicate he hails from a small county in Chuan province, with parents and a younger sister in her final year of high school." Upon hearing this, Long Xiaoming erupted, "What the hell? Turns out he's just a loser. Daring to strike me." Long Taizhan, noticing the man's serious expression, snorted and shot a glare at his son, reprimanding, "You lack all patience. Let your Uncle Huang finish." The bespectacled man persisted, "I suspect that Gao Changming's identity is far more complex than it appears. I believe the information we have may be fabricated." "Why do you say that?" Long Taizhan queried, perplexed. The man explained, "In recent days, he has rapidly acquired the Mingyue Grand Hotel, the Mingxiao Commercial Street, and invested 10 billion in the fifth son of the Deng family. Additionally, he has purchased the pinnacle of the Jiangnan Yucheng. In a mere few days, he had expended over 20 billion. The bespectacled man glanced at Long Xiaoming, then shifted his gaze back to Long Taizhan. Upon hearing the latter part, Long Taizhan's eyelids twitched. Long Xiaoming, unsure whether it was pain or fear that gripped him, gasped in shock. A college student, spending over 20 billion in just a few days. What does that signify? It was known that his father, Long Taizhan, after decades of toil in Nanjing, had amassed merely a little over 10 billion. No wonder even Wang Yuan personally came to support him. Long Taizhan stood in stunned silence for a moment, then finally regained his composure. His brow furrowed as he paced the room, suddenly halting to address the bespectacled man. "Huang Wenfeng, I will provide you with several accounts. Arrange for 20,000 to be transferred from each account immediately." "Understood." Huang Wenfeng promptly nodded. "Furthermore, afterward, you are to go to the Royal City KTV. Obtain a screenshot from the surveillance and send it to our people. They must clearly understand that this Gao Changming is not to be trifled with." "Certainly." Huang Wenfeng nodded in agreement. Long Taizhan retrieved his phone and swiftly sent the account details of Bu Changqing and his companions to Huang Wenfeng. Once the information was dispatched, Huang Wenfeng promptly departed to carry out his tasks. Long Taizhan then turned to Long Xiaoming, pondering, "What sort of creature have I spawned? Day after day, he neglects his responsibilities, only to embroil me in trouble, and now he has provoked such a hidden powerhouse." The more he contemplated, the more his agitation grew, his expression shifting between anger and frustration. Seeing his father's penetrating gaze fixed upon him, Long Xiaoming felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He had overheard Huang Wenfeng's words and realized he had seemingly entangled himself with a formidable figure. Father Long Xiaoming tentatively called out. Long Taizhan, gritting his teeth, struck him across the face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed in the room, leaving Long Xiaoming's face swollen and bruised. Though Long Taizhan was over 50, his strength was not to be underestimated, given his life in the underworld. Long Xiaoming cried out in agony, "Father, why did you hit me?" Though he was proud and defiant, he was not foolish, and he understood that he had likely stirred up a great calamity, so he dared not confront his father. Long Taizhan fumed, "How dare you ask me why I struck you? You nearly endangered our entire family. That Gao Changming, with a casual expenditure of hundreds of billions, what does that entail? Do you understand?" Long Xiaoming cautiously inquired, "What does it mean?" Though he knew hundreds of billions was an immense sum, given that his family's total assets were merely a little over 10 billion, he did not grasp the full significance of such a sum. He only knew that the Wang family, reputed as the richest in Nanjing, also possessed hundreds of billions. In comparison, Gao Changming seemed to be on the same level as Wang Ding, and while he was equally untouchable, it did not warrant such a severe response from his father. Long Taizhan scoffed, angrily declaring, I sent you to school. And all you know is how to chase after women. Starting tomorrow, you will study daily in the hospital. Long Xiaoming was taken aback, his expression one of sheer horror. Yet as Long Taizhan was in a furious state, he dared not retort. Chapter 66 Long Xiaoming gasped. Having vented his anger, Long Taizhan finally explained, You know Wang Yuan. He is the young master of the Wang family, who is recognized as the wealthiest in Nanjing. Do you know their total assets? I do not. Long Xiaoming shook his head. Long Taizhan continued, Their combined assets surely exceed 700 billion. Long Xiaoming, cupping his swollen face, gasped in disbelief. No wonder his father had repeatedly warned him against provoking those rich second-generation heirs. They were indeed formidable. Long Taizhan pressed on. Do you know how much liquid capital the Wang family possesses? How much cash flow can they readily access? I do not. Long Xiaoming shook his head once more. Long Taizhan raised 2 fingers, stating, At most, it would be 20 billion. And that is a high estimate. After a pause, he added, Boss Ma from Hangxing has a company valued at 50 trillion, yet their cash flow barely exceeds 1,000 billion. With a sharp intake of breath, Long Xiaoming found himself taken aback once more. Long Taizhan remarked, If I possessed a staggering 100 billion in liquid assets, do you truly believe I would bestow upon you 200 billion to squander on hotels or commercial streets? Absolutely not. After a moment of contemplation, Long Xiaoming realized that even if he were in his father's position, he would never part with 200 billion for his son to frivolously waste. Long Taizhan nodded knowingly and continued, So, what do you suppose prompted that Gao Changming's family to grant him 200 billion or even more to spend at his leisure? Long Xiaoming paused, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him. He mused that if he were to amass tens of trillions in assets, he would still hesitate to allow his son 200 billion for reckless indulgence. Do you comprehend? Long Taizhan fixed Long Xiaoming with a piercing gaze and admonished. You are also at Nanjing University. Henceforth, temper your demeanor and avoid offending him. Do you understand? Yes, yes. Long Xiaoming nodded vigorously. This individual is an affluent powerhouse. I would be remiss to offend him. Long Taizhan added, However, every situation has its duality. Today, you may have crossed him, but thankfully, no significant repercussions ensued. And it has inadvertently facilitated your acquaintance with him. As the saying goes, no conflict, no acquaintance. In the future, adopt a more humble posture. If you can cultivate a friendship with him, our Long family may well ascend to great heights. Long Xiaoming was momentarily stunned. He had only contemplated avoiding Gao Changming in the future, never once considering the prospect of befriending him. Yet, upon hearing his father's words, he begrudgingly acquiesced. Although he had previously scoffed at the idea of currying favor with Gao Changming, the thought of a prominent figure like himself, one of the 4 campus heartthrobs of Nanjing University, stooping to such a level was indeed a blow to his pride. Long Taizhan, discerning his son's inner turmoil, sighed internally, realizing he had perhaps indulged him too much. With that thought, he felt an urge to reprimand him. But upon seeing his son's arms encased in plaster and half of his face swollen, he refrained and instead said gently, Xiaoming, while our family may appear to be thriving, today you witnessed that aside from Gao Changming, how many of the other second-generation heirs can we truly contend with? If you forge a friendship with Gao Changming, we could leverage his influence to cleanse our assets, allowing you to stand tall as a legitimate second-generation heir. Just like Wang Yuan. In truth, Long Taizhan had begun his efforts to wash his assets clean a decade prior. In the last 10 years, he had largely refrained from engaging in any excessive misdeeds. He reflected that, despite building his empire through sheer force in the earlier years, he had never truly committed any heinous acts. While he had encountered many illegal activities, they were primarily against adversaries of the same underground ilk. And he had steered clear of heinous crimes such as drug trafficking and murder. This could be deemed as combating evil with evil, allowing Long Taizhan to assert with a clear conscience that he felt no remorse. As for Long Xiaoming, his mischief had been trivial, primarily involving brawls. Even if apprehended now, he would face no more than 5 to 6 years of punishment. Incidents like today's, where he had openly threatened another, were exceedingly rare, especially since few dared to provoke members of the Long family in Nanjing City. Thus, when conflicts arose, the resolution typically involved the other party offering an apology, which legally didn't even amount to a civil dispute. After concluding his remarks, Long Taizhan fixed his gaze on Long Xiaoming and said, Xiaoming, your father is growing old. In a few years, the responsibilities of our family will fall to you. Whether the Long family ascends to unprecedented heights or spirals into ruin hinges upon your decisions. Ponder this carefully. I shall go check on Xiong Sin next door. At this juncture, Long Taizhan felt a pang of astonishment, despite the chaos of the day. It seemed that the only one truly harmed was his son, who had suffered the loss of 2 arms. Moreover, according to the younger brothers present, It was an unknown assailant who had caused the injury, rather than Gao Changming. Although several younger brothers had sustained minor concussions, such injuries were trifles in their line of work. Keep a close watch on him, he instructed, observing Long Xiaoming lost in thought, before shaking his head and leaving the hospital room after issuing orders to the two younger brothers tending to him. Meanwhile, Bu Changqing and his companions had returned to their dormitory, each heading to their respective rooms. Once inside, they exchanged glances at one another's bruised and battered appearances, unable to suppress their laughter. After their chuckles subsided, Lu Fei remarked, "Old Third truly is a concealed gem. Had it not been for tonight's events, I would have thought he was just a loser like me." "What are you talking about?" Wang Ding interjected, displeased. "I'm also a loser, thank you very much." Previously, he had believed that their dorm's most distinguished member was Bu Laoda, only to discover that Old Third was the true champion. Bu Changqing nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. While my family has some wealth, it barely compares to the Long family's. Yet Old Third is remarkable, setting aside his family's assets. Just the way he handled those second-generation heirs makes him seem almost celestial. Think about it. Who is Wang Yuan, the son of Nanjing City's richest man? His endorsement of Old Third speaks volumes about their family's strength. Assets worth at least 100 billion. As they were conversing, Wang Ding's phone chimed with a notification from Alipay. "Ding. You have received a transfer of 200,000 yuan. What the heck? Who mistakenly transferred this amount? 200,000. My goodness, I have never seen so much money in my life." Wang Ding exclaimed, his eyes wide as he opened Alipay to confirm the transaction. Astonished by the sum, upon further inspection, he found a note accompanying the transfer. "Hello, Mr. Wang. I sincerely apologize for the harm caused by Long Xiaoming. This 200,000 is a token of my sincere apology on behalf of Mr. Long. Chapter 67, an unexpected reunion at the class gathering." Wang Ding was taken aback and turned to Bu Changqing and Lu Fei, declaring, "It's compensation from Long Xiaoming for our medical expenses. We should split it 3 ways, each of us getting 66,000, and I'll forward the remaining amount to Old Third. Without him tonight, we would have been in dire straits." As he spoke, Bu Changqing and Lu Fei, too, received notifications of the 200,000 yuan transfer. The 3 of them exchanged silent glances, momentarily speechless. Breaking the silence, Bu Changqing said, "Let us not overthink it. We should accept this money. Since the Long family has compensated us, Old Third will likely receive even more. Even if we offer it to him, I doubt he will accept." Wang Ding and Lu Fei nodded in agreement. Just moments ago, Bu Changqing had noted how Old Third's family wealth was at least 100 billion. Would he really care about such a sum? Lu Fei suggested, "Perhaps we should call Old Third and inform him. After all, the Long family is compensating us out of respect for him." Agreed. Bu Changqing and Wang Ding nodded in affirmation. Bu Changqing promptly dialed Gao Changming's number. At that moment, Gao Changming was enjoying drinks with a group of affluent second-generation heirs. Upon answering, he stepped into the corridor to take the call, hearing Bu Changqing's voice. "Old Third, we received compensation from the Long family." Given the noise in the private room, Gao Changming moved to the hallway, laughing. "That's splendid." However, Bu Changqing continued, "But it's too much. Each of us received 200,000. Gao Changming, who had been lavishly spending in recent days, instinctively thought 200,000 was a paltry sum. "What?" Bu Changqing had never anticipated being pressured by Gao Changming. He quickly clarified, "We just visited the clinic for a checkup. We only have superficial injuries, and the 3 of us spent less than 500. Gao Changming regained his composure, reflecting that the Long family was not as frivolous as he was, and that 200,000 truly seemed a substantial sum. Just a few days prior, he would have doubted he could ever accumulate such an amount in his lifetime. Thus, he said, "Do not be courteous, accept it. If the Long family dares to trouble you again, I shall deal with him personally." Bu Changqing, having a background as a second-generation wealthy heir, though not originally from Nanjing City, had some familiarity with the local elite. Witnessing nearly half of Nanjing's second generation come to support Gao Changming that evening, he surmised that Long Xiaoming, no, even Long Taizan, would not dare to provoke them again. After hanging up the phone, just as Gao Changming was about to return to the private room, he heard a voice filled with surprise call out from behind. "Gao Changming, huh?" Turning around, he was astonished to see his old classmate, Guan Shouting, who worked at the lottery center. "What a coincidence to meet you here," he exclaimed with a smile. Guan Shouting approached Wang Jinyu with a grin, saying, "Having money certainly changes things. You don't even engage in the class group anymore." "What do you mean?" Gao Changming was taken aback for a moment, then replied with a laugh. "Did I miss something momentous?" Guan Shouting chuckled. "We had a reunion tonight with a few old classmates in Nanjing City, and you didn't even make an appearance in the group chat." Gao Changming awkwardly scratched his nose, explaining, "I genuinely didn't see it. I was out shopping with my cousin this morning, entertained Morong Shio for lunch. Went to the royal city for karaoke in the evening, and then stumbled into that incident with Long Xiaoming. It's nearly 11, and I still need to entertain a bunch of second-generation heirs. Thinking back, he realized the day had been quite bewildering. How is it that so much has happened? Look, here I am running into an old classmate again. Come on. Guan Xiaoting laughed. Since we've bumped into each other, you must join us for a drink. No. Gao Changming quickly declined, admitting, to be honest, my family wasn't too well off before. Even though I had a few close friends in high school. Most of them I wasn't truly familiar with, and it's been nearly 4 years since graduation. The bonds have faded. What? Guan Xiaoting feigned annoyance. Have you really begun to look down on your classmates just because you struck it rich? Gao Changming felt somewhat distressed, finally conceding. All right, but I have friends waiting. So I can only stay for a drink. Great. Guan Xiaoting laughed heartily, pulling Gao Changming towards a nearby private room. We have quite a few classmates here at Yinhu. Today, 5 of us came, and all brought our partners. Reluctantly, Gao Changming followed her into the room. Ladies and gentlemen, look who I've brought. Guan Xiaoting announced with glee, ushering Gao Changming to the forefront. Inside the room sat a dozen individuals, both men and women. A quick glance revealed some familiar faces. Yet their names escaped him. After Guan Xiaoting brought him in, everyone turned to face them. Oh, he looks familiar. What was his name again? I remember. That S. Gao Changming, who sat next to him in high school. Gao Changming. Haha, do you remember me? Some recognized him, while others couldn't even recall his name. Come, sit down. Guan Xiaoting urged, leading Gao Changming to the sofa and handing him a bottle of beer. Gao Changming accepted the beer and addressed the gathering. Dear old classmates, I sincerely apologize for my absence. I've been quite busy today and didn't catch the messages in the group. Let us raise a toast. May we gather more often in the future. He lifted his beer, declaring, cheers. The classmates and their partners graciously raised their drinks in response. While the atmosphere was cordial, it lacked genuine warmth, as years of separation had inevitably created distance, even among friends. Furthermore, Gao Changming noted that Guan Xiaoting had not disclosed his lottery win to their classmates. After a few drinks, Gao Changming stood, saying, Dear friends, I have other friends waiting, so I must take my leave. He thought to himself that since he could earn points by spending money, he intended to treat his old classmates today. However, before he could finish, someone voiced their displeasure. Old Gao, that's where you're mistaken. It's not every day we reunite. How can you just drink a toast and leave? Do you look down on us? Among the classmates, some had begun working in Nanjing City right after graduating high school, while others, like Gao Changming, had moved there for university. No. Gao Changming quickly reassured them. Next time, we can arrange another meetup. Today, a friend helped me out tremendously. Forget it. I see you're looking down on us old classmates. After years apart, you just drink and dash? Really? The speaker was someone Gao Changming could not recall. Only remembering that he hadn't gone to university after high school and had somehow ended up in Nanjing as well. Chapter 68. This private room is on me. As Gao Changming was about to explain, Guan Xiaoting interjected, displeased. She had brought Gao Changming over with the understanding that they would share a drink before he left. Moreover, Gao Changming had already clarified that he had other friends. Why was this person being so stubborn? Had he never faced the harshness of reality? Of course. A significant part of Guan Xiaoting's willingness to support Gao Changming stemmed from her awareness that he was now the wealthiest among their classmates. Even if he had won the lottery, he was, in essence, a wealthy individual now. Thus, standing up, Guan Xiaoting addressed the speaker, Tan Bo, stop with the condescending remarks. We are all classmates. Who is looking down on whom? Besides, you're merely a department manager now. What is so impressive about that compared to Gao Changming? Guan Xiaoting spoke rapidly, almost breaching the regulations of the lottery center by nearly revealing Gao Changming's identity as a winner, but she quickly recovered. Gao Changming will graduate next year. By then, he will undoubtedly be doing better than you. This gathering of classmates was somewhat unique. They were all high school peers, some already working and even married, while others were still in university. Consequently, there was little inclination to compare their situations. One might boast to a college student, I'm doing well now, earning 10,000 a month. However, the student, having yet to experience the trials of life, would likely scoff, thinking, 10,000 a month? Just wait until I graduate. I'll be earning 20,000. Likewise, college students could not flaunt their academic achievements, as their classmates had already entered the workforce. Boasting about good grades would hold little value. Nonetheless, Guan Xiaoting had entered the workforce, and so had Tan Bo, who began working immediately after high school. They inadvertently shifted the conversation toward the merits of their respective careers. Tan Bo had not anticipated that his offhand comment would elicit such a fierce response from Guan Xiaoting. He and Gao Changming were not particularly close. He merely felt that Gao Changming's intention to leave after a single drink was somewhat dismissive. After a brief pause, Tan Bo's irritation flared, and he slammed his cup onto the table, sneering, They say life has 3 iron bonds. Weavy, You shared the same school, faced challenges together. And what? Are you suggesting our bond from sharing the same classroom is worth less than his friends? Moreover, I never said he should leave. I merely thought that after so many years apart, we could sit and chat a bit longer. Yet he drinks and rushes off. Doesn't that imply he looks down on us? Shut up. Guan shouting has also gained prominence, stating, since you believe in the depth of camaraderie among classmates, why can't you extend the same understanding to Gao Changming? Are you not aware that the friends he accompanies are insignificant? Tanbo retorted dismissively. Yes, just a student. What important friends can he possibly have? Aren't they merely a group of students here, splitting the bill to flirt with girls? Gao Changming, feeling overwhelmed, quickly interjected, Gentlemen, we are all old classmates. There is no need for this. Unfortunately, I truly cannot stay longer tonight. Allow me to cover the expenses as a token of my apology to all my old friends. Tanbo was taken aback by this statement. The KTV at Mingwe Hotel is not like those budget karaoke establishments. Its costs are exorbitantly high. Tanbo suggested this reunion primarily to flaunt his recent promotion to department manager. Thus, he had reluctantly chosen Mingwe Hotel for the gathering. Although he had braced himself for a significant expenditure, he still felt a pang of regret. The drinks on the table were the cheapest the KTV offered, yet the total bill had already exceeded 10,000. Even with his promotion, his monthly income, including salary and bonuses, barely surpassed 10,000, which meant tonight's expenses would consume his entire monthly earnings. Upon hearing Gao Changming's offer to treat, he was immediately startled. Has this fellow struck it rich? But wait, isn't he graduating only next year? How could a college student afford to treat us to a meal worth over 10,000? Is he merely putting on a show? With this thought, his confidence returned, and he sneered, You better think this through. Although we haven't ordered any fine wines tonight, the total will certainly exceed 10,000. Gao Changming was momentarily taken aback. He had just come from a private room where the expenditure had reached several million. How could this room only tally up to a mere 10,000? Seeing Gao Changming's confusion, Tanbo became even more convinced of his suspicions. This guy must not have investigated properly before coming here to spend money, right? However, Guan Shouting was well aware of Gao Changming's wealth, amounting to billions, and was unperturbed. She laughed. Then let us thank our dear friend. Gao Changming waved his hand and chuckled. No need for formality. Let us enjoy ourselves tonight. The group of classmates was left in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances, unsure of how to respond. They were unaware of Gao Changming's current circumstances and naturally assumed he was merely putting on airs. After 3 years of shared experiences, they understood his family background all too well. Could he possibly be willing to spend over 10,000 to treat them to karaoke? Tanbo, however, began to ponder that this guy might just be bluffing and would turn around and leave. He observed Gao Changming with a cold gaze and said, All right then. I initially intended to treat, but since you insist on paying, I thank you in advance. This caused the group of classmates to panic. After all, they had come here under the assumption that Tanbo would be footing the bill. Who in their right mind would want to come to this place for karaoke? If Tanbo didn't pay up, what would happen when the security staff stopped them at the door? Gao Changming, however, appeared unfazed and smiled. No need to be polite. Let us have fun tonight. We can find another time to gather, and I'll treat everyone to drinks then. After saying this, he greeted his classmates and prepared to leave. Tanbo quickly stood up and exclaimed, Wait, since you're treating, you certainly can't leave now. What if we want to order more later? How about you settle the current bill first? Gao Changming looked at Tanbo in surprise and replied with a smile, All right. He then pulled out his phone and called Zhang Wei. Ever since Gao Changming took over Mingwe Hotel, Zhang Wei had become his personal attendant. Upon receiving Gao Changming's call, he rushed into the private room in less than a minute. After all, when the boss is singing karaoke, he must be present and ready at all times. Once Zhang Wei entered, Gao Changming said, Old Zhang, these are my classmates. All the expenses for tonight will be on me. Understood, Mr. Gao, Zhang Wei replied, simultaneously scanning the room full of people and mentally noting their faces. Realizing they were the boss's classmates, something to keep in mind for future visits. Suddenly, Tanbo interjected, Wait a moment. What did you just call him? Mr. Gao? Haha, this is hilarious. Who does he think he is? I know very well who he is, Mr. Gao. Which company does he own? His earlier inquiry was directed at Zhang Wei, but the last part was aimed at Gao Changming. Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback and instinctively glanced at Gao Changming, thinking, Aren't they just classmates? However, he quickly regained his composure, feeling a surge of excitement as he recognized that Mr. Gao was attempting to impress his classmates. No, I must play along. With that thought, Zhang Wei's expression turned serious as he addressed Tanbo. Sir, Mr. Gao is indeed the owner of our hotel. I have no doubt in calling him that. Moreover, as the general manager of Mingwe Hotel, I believe I am more aware of Mr. Gao's status than you are. After Zhang Wei spoke, he glanced at Gao Changming. who wore a look of mild annoyance but showed no sign of emotional disturbance, which only heightened Zhang Wei's satisfaction. Today had not been a waste. The group of classmates, upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, stood frozen in shock, including Guan shouting. While she was aware of Gao Changming winning over $1 billion in the lottery, she had no idea that he was also the owner of Mingyue Hotel. Tan Bo was equally stunned, his face a mask of disbelief as he muttered, "No, it's impossible. How could he be just a poor guy?" Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes lit up as he pointed at Zhang Wei, exclaiming, "You must be in cahoots. I see it now. You're just a plant hired by Gao Changming." Gao Changming was flabbergasted, while even Zhang Wei was taken aback. How could the general manager of Mingyue Hotel be mistaken for a decoy? The more Tan Bo spoke, the more animated he became, pointing at Gao Changming and declaring, "You definitely came here to show off after seeing our chat records in the group, knowing we gather here tonight. And then you just happened to run into Guan shouting to play the role." Gao Changming was astonished and retorted, "But why would I come to show off? I have no motive to commit such an act." Tan Bo paused, realizing the absurdity of his own assertions. Why would Gao Changming randomly show off? Spending over 10,000 on a bill and hiring someone to impersonate the hotel manager. This could even be construed as criminal behavior. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly exclaimed, "I know. You want to impress Xiaoyan." Following Tan Bo's gesture, Gao Changming turned to see a girl with a score of 80 in looks. He had initially thought she was merely attractive, but at that moment, he recognized her as their class's beauty from high school, Xiaoyan. Indeed, how times had changed. Xiaoyan, upon being pointed out by Tan Bo, blushed deeply and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I didn't tea." But Tan Bo ignored her, triumphantly gazing at Gao Changming. "Don't think I'm unaware. Back then, you must have harbored a crush on Xiaoyan, but being a poor guy, you were too shy to express it. Now that you're in college and your mind is filled with schemes, you've come to show off, hoping to impress Xiaoyan." Zhang Wei gazed incredulously at Tan Bo, his mouth agape, utterly at a loss for words. This fellow certainly possessed a remarkable imagination. He scrutinized Xiaoyan, shaking his head slightly. Although the girl was quite attractive, she was hardly a match for a super-rich tycoon like Gao. Gao Changming was equally bewildered, unable to comprehend what he had done to provoke Tan Bo's relentless animosity. A group of classmates cast dubious glances in his direction. Gao Changming quickly raised his hands in protest, exclaiming, "Dear old friends, please do not misunderstand. It is all baseless." Xiaoyan, upon hearing this, became displeased. "What do you mean? Misunderstanding? Baseless? You think so little of me?" Once the class beauty, Xiaoyan held her own pride. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also gifted in song and dance. Despite her lackluster academic performance after high school, she excelled compared to many present. Having gained admission to the prestigious Nanjing City Art Institute, with aspirations of becoming a major star. Yet, she chose to remain silent, convinced that Gao Changming was simply not worth her ire. After all, she attended Nanjing City Art Institute, a different environment from her high school peers, and had learned from her university classmates that the owner of Mingyue Hotel was surnamed Zeng, specifically Zhenghuan. Furthermore, Mingyue Hotel boasted a valuation exceeding 10 billion, standing as the most upscale five-star hotel in Nanjing City. She never believed any of her high school classmates could afford such luxury. Thus, she found credibility in Tan Bo's assertions. Guan shouting, feeling overwhelmed, glanced at Gao Changming and said, "Changming." Suddenly, Gao Changming understood her implication. She intended to inform their classmates that he had won a lottery worth billions. He swiftly shook his head to dissuade her and addressed the group. All right. It doesn't matter whether I'm showing off. I genuinely lack the time to spend with all of you tonight. Consider this meal my apology. I must take my leave." Wait. Tan Bo, brimming with self-satisfaction, felt he had struck a nerve with Gao Changming. Seeing him attempt to leave, he seized the opportunity to further provoke him, calling out, "Didn't you say you had friends waiting for you? Do you dare take us to meet them? Otherwise, how can we be sure you're not deceiving us?" Zhang Wei couldn't help but laugh, fully aware that Gao Changming was not lying. He merely feared that Tan Bo might be overwhelmed upon encountering a group of affluent second-generation elites. Well, that seems unlikely, after all. The second generation is still the second generation, and common folk are more familiar with their elders. Gao Changming hesitated, not out of fear, but because it felt somewhat absurd to bring a group of people he had only just met that evening to meet a bunch of elites. Would they think he was trying to leverage their connections to appear impressive? "Dare you?" Tan Bo observed Gao Changming with amusement, his expression laden with intrigue. The classmates exchanged skeptical glances towards Gao Changming. "Weren't you the one who mentioned having friends? Why the sudden hesitance? Is it that you look down upon us?" Chapter 70. Tan Bo was once again at a loss. Tan Bo was indeed flummoxed. Gao Changming felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Guan shouting stood up, questioning, "What is going on? Do you even know Gao Changming's friends? Why rush over without knowing them? What do you mean, Guan shouting? Tan Bo retorted, displeased. Are you in cahoots with Gao Changming? Why are you consistently defending him? Don't you dare. Guan shouting was not one to be submissive. Her anger flaring as she pointed at Tan Bo, scolding, don't think I'm unaware. Your promotion to that so-called department manager was merely a result of you sleeping with your department's general manager. Wow. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, causing an uproar. Tan Bo's complexion shifted dramatically as he hastily denied, don't spread such nonsense. I earned my promotion through legitimate work. Enough of this. Tan Bo redirected his focus back to Gao Changming, declaring, Gao Changming, just admit whether you dare or not. Gao Changming, feeling increasingly exasperated, thought to himself that Tan Bo was truly out of his mind. He had done nothing to provoke such irrational behavior, and Tan Bo was acting like a mad dog, biting indiscriminately. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, let it be, believe what you will. Manager Zhang, let them cover their own tab. Just then, Gao Changming's phone rang. As he walked toward the door, he answered the call. It was from Xiao Miao, who had exchanged contact information with him while they were discussing martial arts in the private room. Hello, Gao. Where are you? You've been gone for quite a while. That Long Tai's Han just called me, wanting to come over to apologize. I'm in room 302, just running into some high school classmates. I'll be there shortly. Gao Changming was aware that Long Tai's Han had already compensated them for the medical expenses and had no intention of pursuing the matter further. He was surprised that Long Tai's Han wanted to come and apologize. As he spoke, Tan Bo suddenly rushed over, calling out towards Gao Changming. Are you friends of Gao Changming? Come join us for a drink. Gao Changming was startled by Tan Bo's abrupt maneuver and instinctively raised his hand to strike, but thankfully, his heightened physical condition allowed him to suppress his impulse. He shot Tan Bo an irritated glare before hanging up the phone. Are you out of your mind? Seeing Gao Changming's anger only fueled Tan Bo's delight. What's wrong? Did the truth hurt? Hence the anger? As the saying goes, don't show off, lest you end up being mocked. Zhang Wei stood by, utterly speechless. He had long since recognized his boss's growing impatience, yet he wished to intervene. Understanding that Tan Bo was merely a classmate of his boss, Gao Changming snorted disdainfully, opening the private room door to leave. But Tan Bo called out to the other classmates inside. Look, he thinks he can just leave after showing off. Weren't you the one who said you'd cover our expenses? Perfect timing. Wang Ku, summon the waiter. Let us order a pack of Huazi for each of us. Xiaoyan, order a case of the finest red wine available. Upon hearing this, Gao Changming halted, turning back to Tan Bo. You think I'm showing off? Now you want me to foot the bill? Sorry, but that one tea happened. Oh. Tan Bo replied with a mocking tone. Is that where you draw the line? Can't keep up your act anymore? Wang Ke hesitated, but Xiaoyan, without hesitation, began placing orders for red wine on the computer. Zhang Wei interjected, Miss, just so you know, once ordered, we can't cancel. Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at him. Are you still trying to act tough? Don't worry, our esteemed Gao will cover it. But our esteemed Gao just stated he wouldn't be paying. Zhang Wei countered. To which Xiaoyan paid him no mind, turning back to Tan Bo. I've ordered Huazi too, 10 packs in total, along with a case of 6 bottles of Lafite. Gao Changming shrugged indifferently, about to speak when the private room door swung open. Xiao Miao entered first, spotting Gao Changming at the door, and cheerfully remarked, Oh Gao, are these your classmates? As he spoke, he strolled in, greeting Tan Bo and the others with a cheerful smile. Hello, dear brothers and sisters. I am Gao Ji's brother. Xiao Miao, utterly unaware of the situation, felt compelled to be courteous to Tan Bo and the others, driven by the desire to foster a good relationship with Gao Changming. No sooner had he spoken than Tan Bo let out a derisive snort, rolling his eyes in response. You really have the audacity to show up. Impressive. Xiao Miao was momentarily bewildered. Before he could gather his thoughts, another figure entered the room. This time it was Wang Yuan, followed closely by Deng Shuang. 1. 2. A group of second-generation heirs streamed in. Even a few small bees trailed behind them. The once ordinary mid-sized private room was suddenly packed to capacity. Tan Bo felt a surge of panic, inwardly cursing. Is Gao Changming actually bringing his friends here to sing? His classmates appeared equally dumbfounded. The sheer number of people indicated that this was not a gathering suitable for their mid-sized room. It clearly called for a luxury suite. The minimum consumption for a luxury room at Mingyue Grand Hotel was a staggering 12,000 yuan. Could it be that Gao Changming had truly struck it rich? After a brief moment of shock, Tan Bo regained his composure, mentally calculating. The luxury room's minimum consumption was 12,000, and with a few bottles of beer ordered, the total would soar to 20,000. With at least 30 people in Gao Changming's entourage, if they split the bill, it would only cost each person a few hundred yuan. In that case, they were all merely hired flunkies. Tan Bo instantly felt invigorated, a cold smirk spreading across his face. Once the second-generation heirs entered the private room, They greeted Tan Bo's group with cheerful smiles. Although many of them were not well acquainted with Gao Changming, having just met him that evening, they felt obliged to show him some respect after he had lavishly treated them to drinks worth millions. Just as Tan Bo was about to speak, Xiao Yan's expression changed dramatically. She hastily grabbed his arm, signaling him frantically. She had recognized two of the second-generation heirs. As a student from the art school, it was not uncommon for her to work part-time as a model, which allowed her to identify them. Tan Bo turned to Xiao Yan in confusion, only to see her face drained of color. Before he could inquire further, another classmate could not contain himself and exclaimed, "Young Master Wang, greetings." "Young Master?" Tan Bo was taken aback, turning to look at the classmate. The classmate, fearing he might offend young Master Wang, quickly introduced, "This is Wang Yuan from Wang Group." Young Master Wang. Upon hearing this, Tan Bo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Wang Group Wang Yuan. Young Master? He was friends with Gao Changming? Hadn't he been brought in as a mere flunky? How had the situation escalated to include Wang Yuan? Xiao Yan hurriedly greeted the two second-generation heirs she recognized. Lin Xiao Mu Xiao? Lin Xiao? Mu Xiao? Tan Bo could not help but turn his gaze to the two second-generation heirs Xiao Yan was greeting and asked, "You wouldn't happen to be Lin Xiao from Lin Group and Mu Xiao from Mu Group, would you? Do you know us?" The two second-generation heirs, confused by the attention of an attractive woman, were momentarily taken aback. As heirs, they were accustomed to being recognized by many beauties, but with so many acquaintances, they struggled to recall where they had met Xiao Yan. It was at the yacht party hosted by General Huang last month. "We met there," Xiao Yan exclaimed, a hint of excitement in her voice. Meanwhile, Tan Bo felt utterly ignored. The classmate who recognized Wang Yuan quietly pulled him aside, whispering, "Old Tan. All these people are second-generation heirs. Look at that one, Deng Shuang. His family owns the largest pharmaceutical group in Nanjing. And that one, Xiao Miao. His family runs the biggest retail business in Nanjing. 80% of the supermarkets and warehouses in Nanjing are theirs. That one, He Xiao, has a restaurant group. You know the little yellow duck brand? That's one of theirs." Tan Bo could barely process the information, his mind buzzing as he gazed at the entourage of second-generation heirs mingling with Gao Changming. Suddenly, he spotted the heir from his own company. Guan Xiaoding was equally stunned. While she was aware of Gao Changming's wealth, she never imagined he would be acquainted with so many second-generation heirs, seemingly in the center of it all. Guan Xiaoding's family had some connections. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been placed at the Nanjing Welfare Lottery Center without attending university. She had encountered several second-generation heirs, but her family's connections were not enough to reach this level. She recognized them, but they did not recognize her. At that moment, Guan Xiaoding's resolve to cultivate a relationship with Gao Changming intensified. "Old Tan, Gao Xiao is about to leave. I think it would be wise for you to apologize, considering you've been mocking him this whole time." Apologizing made Tan Bo feel a burning shame on his face. Regret consumed him. Gao Changming had done nothing to offend him. What had gone wrong in his judgment? At that moment, Xiao Miao turned to him and asked, "What did you mean by your earlier comment? What do you mean by putting down capital?" Tan Bo initially thought to brush it off, but Xiao Miao was no fool. She deduced from Tan Bo's earlier tone and demeanor that there seemed to be some conflict between him and Gao Ge. Tan Bo recalled Xiao Miao being introduced to him earlier as a retail giant in Nanjing. He felt a wave of trepidation. "What is going on?" Wang Yuan inquired. Noticing Xiao Miao's sudden change in tone, Deng Shuang also glanced over, and the other second-generation heirs ceased their playful banter. Xiao Miao replied, "When I entered and greeted them, this guy was being sarcastic, and I didn't understand why." Upon hearing this, over 20 second-generation heirs, along with a few small bees, as well as the other 9 individuals who had originally occupied the private room, turned their attention to Tan Bo in unison. Tan Bo felt a chill run down his spine, his mouth agape, at a loss for words to explain. The atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre. Being scrutinized by dozens of ordinary people would induce anxiety, let alone this group of second-generation heirs. Tan Bo's legs felt weak, his mind clouded, and he involuntarily knelt down. It was only after he had knelt that he realized what he had done, and his face flushed with embarrassment. However, he was adaptable. Once he recognized he had knelt, he decided to embrace the moment and addressed Gao Changming. "Gao Xiao, I was too blind to see. It was my fault." Enough. Gao Changming had felt a tinge of annoyance towards him, but now that Tan Bo had knelt to apologize, what more could he say? Yet, following this incident, he suddenly felt a wave of disillusionment wash over him. The carefree youth he once knew had undeniably soured. Thus, he wrapped his arm around Xiao Miao's shoulder and addressed the group of second-generation heirs. "I sincerely apologize. Let us continue our revelry. Tonight, we shall not return until we are intoxicated. If we do, we shall stay here." With that, he turned to Zhang Wei. "Old Zhang, do we still have the presidential suite available? If we get drunk, please make arrangements." Zhang Wei promptly agreed. That night, Gao Changming extravagantly spent millions treating a group of second-generation heirs to drinks, and they, in turn, graciously returned the favor by not holding Tan Bo's earlier remarks against him, laughing and following Gao Changming out. Only after the large group had departed did someone assist Tan Bo to his feet. However, the atmosphere had turned exceedingly awkward. Guo Xiaoding crossed her arms and regarded the crowd with a cold smirk, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share a little tidbit with you. Just a couple of days ago, Gao Changming collected a prize at my workplace, a staggering sum exceeding 100 million. Now tell me, what gives you the right to look down on him? Over 100 million? I had assumed Gao Changming was some sort of second-generation heir. But it turns out he is merely a lottery winner. How shocking. So he is just a nouveau riche, after all." A wave of relief washed over her classmates. Previously, they had harbored a sense of superiority, knowing Gao Changming hailed from modest beginnings. However, witnessing a throng of affluent second-generation elites surrounding him had left them feeling somewhat disconcerted. Xiaoding's revelation about his lottery win brought them a sense of equilibrium. Amused yet incensed by her classmates' remarks, Guo Xiaoding retorted, "What is so great about winning the lottery? Can any of you produce 100,000? And yet you dare to label him as nouveau riche?" Zhang Wei stood at the door of the private room, watching Gao Changming and his entourage depart. Just as he was about to leave, he overheard them gossiping about his boss, which instantly irked him. He turned around and declared, "I was the one who helped him purchase that lottery ticket." At his words, all eyes turned towards him. "Do you really think winning the lottery is easy? The reason my boss won is that he invested nearly 400 million to buy 10 times the tickets for that draw." A hush fell over the room. Guo Xiaoding was struck dumb. So it could be done this way? In truth, some leaders at their lottery center were aware of this. Yet they hadn't disclosed it to the lower-level staff. The others were equally bewildered. Was the life of the wealthy truly so unpretentious? Spending nearly 400 million for a mere 100 million? Or was Gao Changming's initial intent to engage in philanthropy? Seeing the stupefied expressions on their faces, Zhang Wei felt a sense of satisfaction. He smiled faintly and began to leave at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, Xiao Yin snapped back to reality. Realizing she might have missed an extraordinary opportunity, "I must go apologize to Gao Changming. I was just sarcastic towards him." Chapter 72. Apologize sincerely. Her classmates were momentarily taken aback by her words. After all, it was rare for Gao Changming not to hold a grudge against their earlier mockery. And now she wanted to remind him? Yet Xiao Yin seemed unfazed, casually grabbing her small handbag and striding towards the exit. Internally, she looked down upon her classmates, thinking, what a bunch of fools. Gao Changming was clearly thriving. Just the Mingyue Hotel alone was worth billions. Moreover, look at the company he was keeping, entirely comprised of the super-rich second-generation heirs from Nanjing. If she took the initiative to apologize, even if nothing substantial came of it, at least she could leave a favorable impression. There would be ample opportunities to climb into his bed later. Wouldn't that mean I could marry into wealth? Her former aspiration of becoming a star had subtly shifted upon realizing Gao Changming's potential. After all, he was her high school classmate, and this connection afforded her a significant advantage over other women. Thus, her current ambition morphed into securing Gao Changming's favor and ultimately marrying him to become a wealthy matriarch. With a flutter of excitement, Xiaoyan clenched her handbag into a fist, silently motivating herself. Xiaoyan, you can do this. Xiaoyan, wait for me. Tan Bo and several classmates hurriedly followed her out. Everyone present was an adult, not foolish in the least. After a brief moment of confusion, they regained their composure and understood Xiao Yan's intentions. They reflected on how, despite their earlier jibes at Gao Changming, he hadn't taken offense, indicating that he still valued their high school connections. Thus, they believed that by proactively apologizing, they could mend the misunderstanding. Yes, it was merely a misunderstanding. When Xiaoyan glanced back, she saw Tan Bo and two other classmates jogging to catch up. A smile crept onto her lips. Recognizing that they had come to the same realization, she inquired, "Where's Guo Xiaoding? Isn't she coming?" Tan Bo chuckled wryly. "Guo Xiaoding hasn't offended Gao Changming, and it seems their relationship is quite amicable." Xiaoyan puffed out her chest disdainfully. That woman is a fool. Does she really believe that just because their relationship appears stable now, it won't change in the future? She felt she understood these second-generation heirs well enough. As long as she could secure Gao Changming's favor, her relationship with him would undoubtedly surpass Guo Xiaoding's. Tan Bo and another male classmate swallowed hard at Xiao Yan's confidence, thinking, wow, how impressive. Xiao Yan cast a dismissive glance at the two, feeling even more self-assured. She led the group towards the private room where Gao Changming was located. Earlier, when the second-generation heirs had visited their room, someone had mentioned the name of the room they were in, the Emperor's Suite. Just from the name alone, it was evident that this was the presidential suite within KYV. With expenses that were surely astronomical, the four quickly located the Emperor's Suite. Xiao Yan had often attended parties thrown by second-generation heirs with her classmates, and with a surge of boldness, she lightly knocked on the door. Yet, no one answered for a while. Tanbo advised, Xiao Yan, the music inside is too loud. They might not hear you. Xiao Yan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she retorted, I don't need your reminders. With that, she bit her lip and boldly pushed the door open. The door to the Emperor's suite could be locked from the inside. But since Gao Changming and his friends were merely singing and drinking, they hadn't locked it. With a gentle shove, the door swung open. Standing at the entrance, they beheld a scene of revelry. Two attractive women danced provocatively on the coffee table to the beat of the DJ, while a group of second-generation heirs either stood or sat, laughing heartily. Tanbo and another male classmate felt their pulses quicken at the sight. Wow, is life as a second-generation heir really this exhilarating? I want to experience it. Xiao Yan cast a glance, mentally cursing the two women, harlots, while simultaneously feeling a twinge of pride, thinking, is that all? I could dance far better than them. If not for the need to maintain her demure image before Gao Changming, she would have been tempted to join in the revelry, perhaps catching the eye of one of the second-generation heirs. The final female classmate, however, blushed furiously upon witnessing the seductive dance. Yet she gritted her teeth and did not turn to flee. One of the second-generation heirs, noticing figures at the door, turned his head and recognized Tanbo and Xiao Yan. Are you guys Gao Guo's classmates? Xiao Yan and Tanbo had left quite an impression on him. One had provoked Gao Changming, and the other was the most beautiful woman in the room. Yes. Xiao Yan nodded eagerly. I specifically came here to find Changming. As she spoke, her eyes scanned the room, but unfortunately, she did not spot Gao Changming. The second-generation heir replied, Gao Gu stepped outside to take a call with Meow Meow. Would you like to come in and wait for them? What? Xiao Yan hadn't anticipated this setback. Hearing the heir's words, she hesitated and shook her head, asking, could you please tell me which direction they went? The heir, unsuspecting, pointed and said, it seems they went to Gao Guo's office. I'm not quite sure where it is. Perhaps you could ask the waiter. All right, thank you. After Xiao Yan clarified the location with the second-generation heir, she noticed Tanbo and another boy staring blankly into the private room. Unable to contain herself, she pinched both of them, silently scornful, thinking how pathetic they were, truly LSPs, destined to remain losers for life. With irritation, she snapped, let us go? Oh. The two snapped out of their stupor, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. Once the second-generation heir closed the door to the private room, Xiao Yan expressed her displeasure. Have you two never seen a woman before? Your eyes are about to pop out. Tanbo quickly waved his hands, insisting, don't misunderstand. We didn't tea. You can ask Lao Huang. We were just looking at the wine. Yes. Lao Huang nodded vigorously, adding, I saw several bottles of red wine under the table. 2 bottles of Chateau Montrose, 5 bottles of Leoville Lost Cases, and another type I've never seen before. Tanbo promptly interjected, admitting that he had the fortune of encountering those 2 wines at a gathering led by his female superior. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan paused in her tracks. Chateau Montrose, Leoville Lost Cases, priced by the bottle. That meant Gao Changming and his entourage must have spent tens of millions just to sing. The mere thought of it made her eyes sparkle with excitement. Reflecting on the private room where she had just been with Tanbo, filled with beer, she felt a pang of embarrassment for having looked down on others. With this realization, she cast a disdainful glance at Tanbo and said, make sure to apologize sincerely later. Chapter 73. If you like it, why not create your own? Yes. At this moment, Tanbo had lost his temper, nodding repeatedly. Xiao Yan, you must take care of us old classmates from now on. He wasn't foolish. He had already discerned Xiao Yan's intentions, convinced that with her beauty, winning over Gao Changming would be a piece of cake. After all, the saying goes, a woman pursuing a man is like a thin veil. And with a beauty like Xiao Yan, it would be even simpler. The 4 of them encountered a waitress, and Xiao Yan immediately approached, asking, excuse me, beautiful. Could you tell me where President Gao's office is? The waitress looked at them with a mix of curiosity and caution. Tanbo quickly attempted to clarify. Please don't misunderstand. We are classmates of President Gao and need to discuss something with him. Exactly. You can call your manager to confirm. President Gao just came to our private room for drinks. Another female classmate quickly added. Although the waitress still seemed somewhat doubtful, she considered they were in the Mingyue Grand Hotel, and these 4 didn't appear to be troublemakers. Thus, she replied, President Gao's office is. Thank you, beautiful. The 4 expressed their excitement and gratitude in unison. Meanwhile, Long Taizhan had settled matters at the hospital and, upon reflection, realized he had indeed offended Gao Changming quite severely today. Merely compensating for his friend's medical expenses would likely not suffice. Having dealt with wealthy individuals for an extended period, he understood how crucial face was to them. It was possible that while he was temporarily spared today, they might strike back at him later. Given the power Gao Changming had displayed and the information he had gathered, If the young master of the Gao family held a grudge, he might not even know how he met his end. Furthermore, just as he had advised Long Xiaoming, despite having offended Gao Changming today, as long as he showed sufficient sincerity and respect, this crisis might even present an opportunity for the Long family to soar. Thus, he resolved to personally apologize to Gao Changming. He directly called Xia Miao, not because he couldn't find Gao Changming's number, but because he feared that calling him directly might be perceived as malicious investigation. Although the Long family and the Xia family were not particularly close, they both operated in Nanjing City and had some business interactions. Xia Miao indeed helped convey his message. An apology must be sincere. Long Taizhan, wishing to apologize in person. Certainly wouldn't he expect Gao Changming to come to him. Therefore, he proposed meeting at Gao Changming's Mingwei Grand Hotel. As for Gao Changming, he was unconcerned. With his system and extraordinary physical and mental capabilities, he didn't fear any underhanded tactics from Long Taizhan. After exiting the private room from the class reunion, he returned Long Tieshan's call, agreeing to meet in his office. At the very moment Tan Bo and the others were inquiring about Gao Changming's office location from the waitress, Long Taizhan was already anxiously rushing to the Mingwei Grand Hotel's entrance. Accompanied by a subordinate, he stepped into the elevator, nervously clutching the folder in his hand, which contained the compensation he intended to present to Gao Changming. He had racked his brains over this compensation. Offering money, Gao Changming hardly seemed to be in need of it. Presenting 2 women? With his wealth, what kind of women could he not attract? Thus, Long Taizhan decided to bring an ancient book he had purchased for a hefty sum at an auction. He couldn't decipher a single character from the book, and despite consulting numerous experts over the years, he only learned that the text was inscribed from a stone tablet, leaving the content a mystery. He gathered from fragments of information that the book contained something quite mystical. Regardless, Long Taizhan recognized that for someone as wealthy as Gao Changming, ordinary gifts would fail to convey his sincerity. Coincidentally, since Gao Changming was also a martial artist, he was likely to appreciate this item. At that moment, Gao Changming was seated in the reception area of his office, while Xia Miao had already begun exploring around. "Wow, Gao Gu, your office is incredible," she exclaimed, marveling as she wondered. "My dad's office isn't even half this size, and it's so dull. Look at this place. You can entertain guests, dine, work, and there are private rooms and dressing rooms. I even saw a bathroom. Hee, Gao Gu, you really know how to enjoy life." Gao Changming smiled at Xia Miao and replied, "If you like it, why not create your own hotel?" Xia Miao chuckled, "How could I possibly manage that? Besides, to open a hotel the scale of Mingwei Grand Hotel would require at least tens of billions. My dad would never give me that." Of course, while the Xia family was wealthy, their total assets amounted to only several hundred billion. Would they really be willing to invest over 100 billion to open a hotel for Xia Miao? Upon hearing this, Gao Changming's eyes sparkled with an idea. Wasn't this exactly a chance to spend money? He then suggested, "How about we partner up in some business? You can earn the money to create your own hotel." Xia Miao replied awkwardly, "Gao Gu, I really don't understand business. What if I end up losing money?" Just as Gao Changming was about to respond, the doorbell of the office rang. Xia Miao promptly dashed to open the door, exclaiming, "Long Taizhan is here." However, when she opened the door, she found Tan Bo and Xiaoyan standing there, all smiles. "Young Master Xia, we've come to apologize to President Gao." Gao Changming, upon seeing Tan Bo and the others, felt utterly speechless. "I'm trying to avoid you all, yet you found your way here." Xia Miao glanced back at Gao Changming, who thought it would be impolite to turn away classmates, so he nodded, saying, "Come in." The 4 of them were instantly elated, hurriedly entering the office and approaching Gao Changming. Tan Bo, feeling particularly anxious, immediately bowed to Gao Changming, saying, "Young Master Gao, I was blind before. I'm truly sorry. Please, have mercy and let me off." Gao Changming felt somewhat helpless. He had never intended to hold a grudge against him. After all, they were classmates for 3 years. At that moment, he adopted a stance of silence, unable to articulate a response, and merely stated, "It's nothing, just a misunderstanding." Xiaoyan then revealed what she deemed her most enchanting smile, grinning at Gao Changming, and said, "Changming, I previously misunderstood you as well. Would you be willing to forgive me?" "Ah, forgive." Gao Changming was rendered speechless by Xiaoyan, his body tingling with discomfort. He hastily waved his hands and turned to the other 2 classmates, asking, "Huang Tao, you and Pang Mei aren't here to apologize too, are you? We're all classmates. It's best to clear up misunderstandings." Huang Tao and Pang Mei quickly responded, No. We just feel there were some misunderstandings earlier in the private room." Just as they were speaking, the doorbell of the office rang again. Xia Miao rushed to open the door, and this time, it was indeed Long Taizhan arriving. Chapter 74. I'll fund it. Shall we start a company? Isn't eating, drinking, and having fun more appealing? Xia Xiao? Long Taizhan, accompanied by a subordinate, greeted Xia Miao with a smile as she opened the door. Xia Miao nodded and invited him in. Long Taizhan promptly instructed his subordinate to stand guard at the door before following Xia Miao into Gao Changming's office. Gao Xiao. Upon entering, Long Taizhan noticed Gao Changming lounging on the sofa, flanked by 4 young individuals he did not recognize. Although he was unsure of their connection with Gao Changming, he greeted him and nodded at Tan Bo and the others. The 4 of them were already numb. They had recognized Long Taizhan as soon as he entered. This was none other than the infamous Long Yi of Nanjiang City's underground forces. In contrast to the second-generation wealthy elites, who rarely flaunted their status due to strict family upbringing, Long Taizhan was renowned in Nanjiang City, and many were familiar with him. Thus, in terms of notoriety, he far surpassed the second-generation elites. Tan Bo and the others felt an overwhelming sense of regret. It was as if they wanted to slap themselves for not recognizing him sooner. How could they have been so blind? Seeing Long Taizhan bowing to Gao Changming left them feeling humiliated for their earlier arrogance. Tan Bo felt a burning shame on his face. Xiaoyan was taken aback, but her excitement quickly surged. Gao Changming was incredibly well-connected, not only mingling with the second-generation elites, but also garnering respect from an underground powerhouse like Long Taizhan. He was a master of both the black and white worlds. A golden son-in-law, a divine son-in-law, a warlord. Xiaoyan instinctively crossed her legs, realizing he was the epitome of a perfect Prince Charming. I must have him, by any means necessary. Her gaze toward Gao Changming was so intense it seemed she wished to devour him whole. Gao Changming, oblivious to Xiaoyan's intentions, was unaware that he had become her prey. Having received a call from Bu Changqing, he was informed that Long Taizhan had made a sincere offer of compensation, and that Bu Changqing and the others had not suffered any substantial harm. Adhering to the principle that having more friends is better than having many enemies, he chose not to act aloof and greeted Long Taizhan, saying, "Long Zong, there's no need for such formality. I've already received a call from my classmates and am aware that you have provided compensation. Let us consider this matter settled, shall we?" Puss. Long Taizhan winced at the term. Although his surname was Long, he disliked being addressed as Long Zong, as it sounded rather off-putting. However, since it was Gao Changming addressing him, he could only smile in response. Yes, Gao Zong is truly magnanimous. As he spoke, he handed over a folder to Gao Changming, adding with a smile, "Gao Zong, I've clarified matters upon returning. It was indeed my son's fault. The medical fees I compensated your classmate were due to my subordinate's ignorance. If someone is hurt, compensation is necessary, right? I've come here to apologize on behalf of my son, who is currently in the hospital and unable to come himself, so I, as his father, am here to make amends." Gao Changming looked at Long Taizhan with surprise, finding him rather intriguing. Was he afraid of potential retaliation? Or was he attempting to forge a connection through this incident? Regardless, Gao Changming was indifferent. Establishing a relationship with Long Taizhan could yield unexpected benefits, especially considering his cousin Lin Fong would be living and studying in Nanjiang City. If anything were to arise, having Long Taizhan's support would undoubtedly be advantageous. Seeing that Gao Changming remained silent, Long Taizhan assumed he was disapproving of his background in the underground world, and he quickly explained, "Gao Zong, let me be honest with you. Although I have some influence in the underground forces of Nanjiang City, I do not engage in heinous activities." He emphasized, "My business primarily involves debt collection and overseeing venues." Long Taizhan went on to elaborate about his gray enterprises and added, "Otherwise, I might have been shot long ago." Xia Miao chimed in with a smile. Indeed, what Long Yi says is true. Many who were worse than him in Nanjiang City have been dealt with by the authorities, leaving him as the sole dominant force. No one bothers him because he understands the rules and does not overstep his boundaries. Moreover, his presence makes it easier to manage the local hooligans. Hearing Xia Miao's endorsement, Gao Changming was genuinely taken aback. It was surprising that a prominent figure in the underground world lived so cautiously. However, this alleviated his concerns. He accepted the folder Long Taizhan pushed towards him without even glancing at it and smiled. "In that case, I shall graciously accept your goodwill. Coincidentally, Xia Xiao is considering starting a company. Perhaps we could find a time to sit down and discuss it?" Gao Changming was perceptive enough to notice Long Taizhan's intent to curry favor. After delivering the stick, it was time to offer the sweet date. Xia Miao was momentarily stunned. "When did I say I wanted to start a company? Isn't indulging in food and fun more appealing?" All right, Long Taizhan exclaimed joyfully. Rising to address Gao Changming and Xia Miao, "I'll be counting on both of you for guidance in the future." Xiao Yin and the 4 from Tan Bo stood in bewilderment, astonished by the swift change in dynamics, from an apology to a discussion about collaboration in a company. Xia Miao clarified, "Gao Gu, I must make it clear that I have no money." Tan Bo and the others were taken aback. Xia Miao was the young master of the Xia family in Nanjiang City, and yet he was claiming to be broke. What were they then? However, Xiao Yin was more aware of the circumstances surrounding the second-generation elites. While they received a generous monthly allowance, it was not as substantial as one might assume, and they were not reckless with their spending. Gao Changming chuckled, "No worries, I'll provide the funding, and you all can manage the operations. We can divide the responsibilities. Take the next few days to consider it and come up with a project. We can discuss it further then." Long Taizhan felt a sense of dread rise within him. What does this mean? They haven't even decided what kind of company to establish yet? Xiao Yin, having made up her mind to pursue Gao Changming, mustered her courage to interject. "Changming, how about starting an entertainment company? Filmmaking can be quite lucrative." Although she didn't have any solid project ideas, she was well acquainted with the entertainment industry due to her studies at the Nanjiang City Academy of Arts. She didn't expect her suggestion to be adopted. She simply aimed to leave a lasting impression on Gao Changming. Gao Changming glanced at her, while Xia Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he responded, "That sounds wonderful. A company filled with handsome men and beautiful women. Not only can it be profitable, but it's also a feast for the eyes." Chapter 75, A Night of Revelry. Upon hearing Xia Miao's words, Xiao Yin was instantly filled with excitement, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. The fact that her proposal garnered the approval of this affluent second-generation individual made her unable to resist casting a triumphant glance at Tan Bo and his companions. At that moment, Tan Bo and his friends felt a twinge of regret, wishing they had also made a suggestion earlier. However, Gao Changming recalled the previous incident involving Murong Xiao, and although the three did not show their thoughts, they secretly harbored skepticism. Pondering how much it truly costs to start an entertainment company, investing in 10 films a year at $1 billion each would sum to only $100 billion annually. He mused that it would be far more prudent to have He Meng purchase more properties for him instead. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin remained oblivious to Gao Changming's thoughts, believing her words had swayed him, and she eagerly continued, "Changming, an entertainment company is indeed a lucrative venture." Gao Changming, however, swiftly interrupted her with a wave of his hand, stating, "Let's pause this discussion for now. During this period, Mr. Long and Miao Miao can explore promising projects, and we shall talk again later." With an abundance of wealth at his disposal, his only concern was the lack of viable projects, and he was indifferent to profitability, merely seeking substantial investments, even if it meant encountering fraudsters. This was a true reflection of Gao Changming's inner thoughts. As he spoke, the others naturally fell silent. Rising, Gao Changming addressed Long Taizhan, "Mr. Long, since you are here, shall we go down for a drink together?" At that moment, Long Taizhan had no inclination for drinking and quickly replied, No, I must head to the hospital." "Very well then." Gao Changming turned to Tan Bo and his companions. "Old schoolmates, would you care to join me for a drink?" Tan Bo felt tempted, but was overwhelmed by a sense of inadequacy. Believing his status did not measure up to the illustrious second-generation individuals present, and thus he shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Our classmates are still in the private room. We shall pass." However, Xiao Yin eagerly chimed in, I will go. She cared little for her classmates. Her sole objective was to cling to Gao Changming's side, striving to ascend to his bed and eventually bear him a child. Then, the possibilities. Xia Miao perceived her intentions, but did not take them to heart. He was all too familiar with the fact that many women approached them with similar motives, and he had long since become accustomed to it. Moreover, he believed that Gao Changming would hardly be interested in her. Not to mention, among the few bees in the private room, at least 2 were more attractive and possessed better figures. Xia Miao was confident that should Gao Changming express his interest, even with the knowledge of slim chances, they would eagerly flock to him. Gao Changming, oblivious to any ulterior motives, casually remarked, "Then let's head down. Old Wang and the others are still waiting for us in the private room." Long Taizhan and the others quickly rose to bid farewell, while Xiao Yin triumphantly followed Gao Changming and Xia Miao to the royal suite. Upon returning to the suite, Gao Changming addressed Xiao Yin, "Old classmate, feel free to enjoy yourself. Do not hesitate to ask for anything you need." With that, he was summoned by Wang Yuan and others to partake in drinks. Xiao Yin felt a wave of disappointment at his departure. She had yet to initiate her plans, and why did he rush off to drink with the men? Was she truly less appealing than those foul men? What left her speechless was that after she entered, not only did Gao Changming neglect her, but even the other second-generation individuals merely glanced her way, failing to engage her in conversation, leaving her feeling inexplicably isolated. Yet, she feared expressing her frustration. She dared not provoke anyone present, for she could not afford to offend a single soul in attendance. However, she misunderstood the situation. Having gained admission to the Nanjing City Art Academy, Xiao Yin was certainly not lacking in beauty, had it been any other time. These second-generation individuals would not have minded conversing with her. Yet, since she arrived with Gao Changming, they were uncertain of her relationship with him, and thus refrained from creating any discord with him over a woman. choosing instead to ignore her presence. Pouring herself a glass of red wine, she sat sulking in a corner, secretly comforting herself that, all things considered, she had not left empty-handed. This glass of wine alone was worth at least 20,000. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan seriously addressed Gao Changming, "Brother Gao, is it true that you previously offered to teach Xia Miao martial arts? May I join in as well?" Gao Changming had indeed mentioned he could teach Xia Miao if she wished to learn. Wang Yuan's sudden request to learn as well was met with no objections. Whether it was one sheep or a flock, he was willing to accommodate, and fostering camaraderie through martial arts would undoubtedly facilitate future financial opportunities. With this thought, Gao Changming readily agreed. Seeing Wang Yuan's success, Deng Shuang and the others quickly followed suit, all expressing their desire to learn. Gao Changming welcomed them all without hesitation. Wang Yuan stood and proclaimed, "Since Brother Gao has graciously agreed, let us not linger here. Today, let us enjoy ourselves, and in a few days, we shall set aside some time to discuss this properly." Agreed. The second-generation individuals were elated, for their families were among the wealthiest in Nanjing City, and they had varying degrees of understanding regarding martial artists. They had often witnessed their elders treating martial artists with respect and were excited by the thought that learning martial arts would surely elevate their standing in their family's eyes. Even if they did not become experts, simply associating with an accomplished individual like Gao Changming would significantly enhance their status. Xiao Yin watched in bewilderment, unable to comprehend what had them so exhilarated over merely learning martial arts. If she were wealthy, she would simply hire a few martial arts stars to teach her personally, one after the other. As the night wore on, after consuming several bottles of red wine, the majority of the second-generation individuals were quite inebriated. Fortunately, Gao Changming had made arrangements in advance, securing 5 presidential suites at the Mingyue Grand Hotel to accommodate everyone. Despite having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, Gao Changming, due to his exceptional constitution, remained unaffected. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin had also indulged to the point of dizziness, having never tasted such expensive red wine before. She had taken an entire bottle, now struggling to maintain her balance. The few little bees had been taken away by several second-generation individuals, while Tanbo and his group had departed early due to previous events. Left with no choice, Gao Changming had to escort Xiao Yin back to school. He was familiar with the address of the Nanjing City Art Academy and called a taxi to drop her off at the school gate. Upon exiting the vehicle, Xiao Yin leaned against him, leaving him slightly uncomfortable, thinking, is this what it means to be wrapped in soft jade and warm fragrance? As they approached the entrance of the academy, he found himself in a predicament. He did not know anyone here and felt uneasy about leaving Xiao Yin in the care of a stranger. Although it was past 11 o'clock, Nanjing City Art Academy had a relatively liberal atmosphere. The dormitory doors would not close until 11:30, resulting in a throng of students returning from outside. Gao Changming was almost half embracing Xiao Yin, not because he could not lift her with his exceptional physique, but rather out of a sense of propriety regarding physical contact between men and women. As she leaned so closely against him, he found it difficult to exert himself, thus resorting to this ambiguous position to support her. Passers-by were curious, stealing glances at the two. Flushed with embarrassment from the attention, Gao Changming hastily asked Xiao Yin. "Xiao Yin, old classmate, hey, wake up. Do you have any friends? Call one to help you back to your dorm." Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yin remained utterly unresponsive, which filled him with exasperation. He began contemplating whether he should return to the Mingyue Grand Hotel and secure a room for Xiao Yin. Had he foreseen this predicament, he would never have escorted her back to school. At that time, he was merely considering her academic commitments, fearing that staying out late might have repercussions. In hindsight, he realized he was merely courting trouble. Standing at the entrance of Nanjing Art School, feeling like a spectacle for onlookers, was genuinely uncomfortable. Gao Changming gritted his teeth, supporting Xiao Yin as he resolved to take her back to the Mingyue Grand Hotel for a room, intending to return home afterward. As for any school penalties Xiao Yin might face for not returning at night, he could scarcely concern himself with that. However, just as he had taken a few steps, a voice called out from behind him. "Hey, what are you doing? Where are you taking Xiao Yin? Stop." The bustling crowd at the school entrance made it difficult for Gao Changming to discern that the voice was directed at him, especially since they had called out Xiao Yin's name. He hurriedly halted and turned around, only to see 3 distinctive and handsome young men jogging towards him. The students milling about immediately paused to observe the unfolding scene. Gao Changming stared blankly at the trio, hastily explaining, "I am Xiao Yan's high school classmate. We have a reunion tonight, and Xiao Yan has had too much to drink. I was taking her back, but I couldn't find any of her classmates. And I can't enter the school, so I plan to find a hotel nearby. I am Xiao Yan's classmate. Hand her over." One of the handsome young men, characterized by his alluring peach blossom eyes, stepped forward and reached out to take Xiao Yan. Without a second thought, Gao Changming was about to hand her over when Xiao Yan suddenly clung to his neck, refusing to let go, muttering, Changming, Changming, don't leave me. Gao Changming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he turned to the onlookers, explaining, she's just drunk. The young man with the peach blossom eyes grew serious and retorted, you people lack decency. Xiao Yin is a girl, and you let her drink to excess. What if something happens? Gao Changming felt wronged. Throughout this ordeal, no one had forced Xiao Yin to drink. However, he was too weary to argue. Attempting to pry her arms from around him, only to have her grow agitated, tightening her grip and wrapping her legs around his waist. The expressions of the three young men shifted dramatically. Xiao Yan's position was decidedly inappropriate. One of the stylish boys, adorned with ear studs, seized Gao Changming angrily, demanding, speak. Did you drug Xiao Yan? Gao Changming was taken aback, wishing to defend himself, but the crowd began to murmur, perhaps it's true. This man is shameless. Drugging a girl. Calls of quick, call the police, erupted as they encircled him. Gao Changming felt utterly despondent, his mind racing. It's a misunderstanding. I am genuinely her classmate. If I had drugged her, would I be bringing her back? Who knows what you might have done? Perhaps you were scared after drugging her. Which is why you brought Xiao Yan back. Gao Changming was left speechless, thinking, truly, this is an art school. Their imaginations are boundless. Is this guy from the screenwriting department? Amidst the chaos, no one noticed that Xiao Yan, like an octopus clinging to Gao Changming, had finally opened her eyes, surveying the surroundings with an expression of exasperation. Internally, she cursed her misfortune. She often enjoyed a night out. And tonight she had merely consumed a bottle of red wine. How could she possibly be drunk? The saying a woman never gets drunk. A man has no chance was precisely why she had feigned inebriation to create an opportunity for Gao Changming. Yet, to her dismay, he turned out to be an unwavering straight man, opting to return her to school instead. Now, with the school gates about to close, she was surrounded by a throng of people. What was she to do? Should she suddenly wake up? How would she face anyone afterward? Though Xiao Yan felt frustrated, she blamed the detestable Shun Muting, thinking, just when my Changming was about to take me to the hotel, you had to come and stir trouble. Shun Muting, the young man with peach blossom eyes, was Xiao Yan's pursuer at school, or rather, the fish she had kept for financial gain. Originally, she had intended to keep him as a backup, but now he had become an obstacle to her aspirations of marrying Gao Changming. At this moment, Xiao Yan regretted her decision to keep him around. She never should have relied on this guy as a fallback. With the situation spiraling out of control, Xiao Yan, despite her scheming nature, felt powerless. She clung tightly to Gao Changming, refusing to let go. After all, if he was ready to take responsibility, how the subsequent matters unfolded would rest entirely upon him. Changming, I believe in you. She silently encouraged him as she closed her eyes once more. Gao Changming felt as if he were suffering an unprecedented stroke of bad luck. Reluctantly, he conceded. All right, let us call the police and have them handle this. Shun Muting glared at Gao Changming with a look akin to that of a vengeful foe. He had pursued Xiao Yan for 6 months, enduring her fickle affections, and she had become his emotional entanglement. Seeing his goddess cling to another man ignited a fierce jealousy within him. Upon hearing the mention of the police, Xiao Yan felt a surge of anxiety. She could not continue feigning intoxication at the police station, and if Gao Changming discovered her act, he might even resent her. At that moment, she spotted a close friend in the crowd and sighed inwardly, realizing that it was futile to pursue Gao Changming tonight. She would have to escape this predicament. With a sudden release, Xiao Yan slid down from Gao Changming. He quickly steadied her, while Shun Muting attempted to assist. But she skillfully evaded him, leaping onto Gao Changming and pretending to be dazed. Changming, haha, let us drink more. She giggled, scanning the area, mumbling, where's the wine? Hey, Sun Xiaojun, you're here too? Come, let us drink together. As she drunkenly approached her friend Sun Xiaojun, she exclaimed, Xiaoyan, you've had too much. Sun Xiaojun rushed over to support her, addressing Gao Changming. I apologize, but I'm in the same dorm as Xiaoyan. I'll take her back. With that, Gao Changming finally breathed a sigh of relief. The onlookers began to realize, oh, they know each other. She doesn't appear to be drugged. It's a misunderstanding. I've seen those who've been drugged. They can't even stand. She's just drunk. Sun Xiaojun assured the crowd as she helped Xiao Yan away. Despite the truth emerging, Shun Muting shot a resentful glance at Gao Changming before hastily pursuing Sun Xiaojun and Xiao Yan. Finally free of the situation, Gao Changming dared not linger any longer and quickly hailed a taxi to return home. On the other side, Sun Xiaojun assisted Xiao Yan back to the dormitory. It was only then that Xiao Yan opened her eyes, revealing a clarity in her gaze that belied any hint of inebriation. In contrast, Sun Xiaojun wore an expression of knowing amusement and remarked, Come now, confess honestly, what on earth transpired? Humph, I suspected as much, given your capacity for alcohol. It was utterly implausible for you to be that inebriated, which is precisely why I remained outside. Now, Tell me, why feign drunkenness? And, most importantly, who is that handsome fellow? Xiao Yin responded with a playful smile. That handsome guy is my high school classmate, now a junior at Nanjing University. TCH. Sun Xiaojun scoffed, her face displaying disdain, as she coldly retorted, do you genuinely believe I would buy that? Is he, perchance, some wealthy heir? Yin Yin. We girls had an agreement about resource sharing. Just think, how many times have I introduced you to gatherings of the affluent? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin hurriedly sat beside Sun Xiaojun, giggling, Jun, I'm not deceiving you. He truly is my high school classmate. Still not ready to divulge the details. Are we? Before Xiao Yin could elaborate, Sun Xiaojun feigned annoyance and pushed her away. Xiao Yin quickly embraced Sun Xiaojun's waist, saying, but I haven't finished my story. Sun Xiaojun turned to look at her, patiently awaiting her continuation. Xiao Yin, unreserved, recounted the events of the evening. She was unafraid of Sun Xiaojun potentially undermining her, for Sun Xiaojun had no means to contact Gao Changming. Sun Xiaojun, her expression one of shock, exclaimed, you're telling me that your classmate is the owner of Minghua Hotel? I recall the owner's last name is Zhang, and he is over 30. Furthermore, you mentioned that your classmate was singing with a group of wealthy heirs from Nanjing City, including Wang Yuan and Deng Shuang, those top-tier heirs? And that Long Taizhan personally visited your classmate to offer an apology? As she spoke, she reached out to touch Xiao Yan's forehead. Have you perhaps damaged your brain from drinking, leading you to hallucinate? How could that be? While I may not know every second-generation heir in Nanjing City, I have certainly heard of them all, and your classmate's name is definitely not among them. Xiao Yan chuckled lightly. Initially, I shared your skepticism and nearly sabotaged this monumental opportunity. Sun Xiaojun remained unconvinced, her large, beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. You must not be taken in by deception. I need to make a call to investigate his background. As she spoke, she rummaged through her small bag on the bed for her phone and inquired, by the way, what is your classmate's name? Gao Changming. Xiao Yin, curious about Gao Changming's true circumstances, was generous enough to divulge the evening's happenings to Sun Xiaojun. Sun Xiaojun's background was anything but ordinary. Having shared a dormitory with her for 3 years, Xiao Yin was well aware of Sun Xiaojun's capabilities. Though not born into wealth, Sun Xiaojun was resourceful and had established a relationship with a powerful boyfriend, Ming Sheng, the major shareholder of Xingyi Entertainment in Nanjing City. Despite being significantly older than Sun Xiaojun, he was utterly devoted to her. Through Ming Sheng's connections, Sun Xiaojun had become acquainted with a plethora of second-generation heirs, directors, and investors. For a student like Xiao Yin, Sun Xiaojun was a veritable powerhouse. She had also introduced Xiao Yin and several classmates to numerous opportunities. Xiao Yin considered herself exceptionally fortunate to share a dormitory with Sun Xiaojun and to have formed a close friendship with her. Don't question why someone as capable as Sun Xiaojun still resides in a dormitory, despite the liberal atmosphere at Nanjing City Art College. There were strict regulations forbidding students from staying out overnight unless under special circumstances. Violations could lead to severe consequences, including expulsion after multiple offenses. This evening, Xiao Yin was determined to take the risk of receiving a demerit to create a significant moment with Gao Changming. At that moment, Sun Xiaojun had already dialed her boyfriend Ming Sheng's number. Darling, did you miss me? Sun Xiaojun purred sweetly into the phone before getting to the point, asking, I have a friend who attended a high school reunion and encountered a classmate. She glanced at Xiao Yin and relayed the details of the situation to Ming Sheng. Then added, I'd like to ask for your help in checking out her classmate's background. Please. She's worried about being deceived. You know her. It's Yin Yin. I'm begging you. Sun Xiaojun's charm was irresistible, and Ming Sheng quickly capitulated, saying, all right. What is your friend's classmate's name? Gao Changming. Sun Xiaojun provided the name. Wait for me. Ming Sheng concluded the call. Sun Xiaojun turned to Xiao Yin and said, you know, how can I trust you? You believe everything without verification? Why would he deceive me? I witnessed it all. Xiao Yin replied dismissively, little girl, the world is treacherous and complex. Sun Xiaojun shot Xiao Yin a look, though inwardly, she was beginning to trust the situation. Knowing that Gao Changming's association with the likes of Wang Yuan and the other wealthy heirs alone lent credence to his status. According to Xiao Yin's description, this group of heirs revolved around Gao Changming, which piqued her interest. Chapter 78, Sun Xiaojun's secret and her plan. Before long, Ming Sheng called back. Hello, darling. Sun Xiaojun switched her phone to speaker mode, her tone sweet as she asked, did you find anything out? Ming Sheng's astonished voice came through, Jun. How do you know this Gao Changming? What's wrong? Sun Xiaojun, though somewhat prepared for an unusual revelation regarding Gao Changming's identity, was still taken aback by Ming Sheng's tone and inquired, is there a problem? Xiao Yin, too, felt a sudden wave of anxiety. Ming Sheng took a deep breath before saying, this is a significant issue. He is practically a deity. Do you know that just a few days ago, he purchased the Mingyue Hotel outright? Furthermore, he acquired Mingxiao Commercial Street, an entire block. My goodness, that is hundreds of billions. This is merely what I've just discovered. I suspect there is much more I'm unaware of. Even more alarmingly, I found out that he has excellent relations with Wang Yuan and the other wealthy heirs. Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. My Gao Changming is that wealthy? I'm rich. I no longer need to learn acting or practice dancing. If I can secure Gao Changming, I will enter high society. Hundreds of billions. Sun Xiaojun was momentarily stunned, at a loss for words in response to the call. Meanwhile, Ming Sheng continued, oblivious to her astonishment. Junjun, you mentioned that this Gao Changming is Xiao Yan's high school classmate? Perfect. Let us have Xiao Yan arrange for him to join us for dinner tomorrow. Sun Xiaojun snapped back to reality. Alright, I'll let Yin Yin know. After hanging up, Xiao Yin was so exhilarated she felt nearly breathless, covering her mouth with one hand while clutching her heart with the other. Her eyes shimmering with tears of joy. Sun Xiaojun, witnessing her friend's overwhelmed expression, chose not to interrupt her reverie. Instead, she took her phone and stepped out of the dormitory into an abandoned storage room on the floor, dialing another number. The call connected swiftly, and Sun Xiaojun shed her previous playful demeanor, adopting a tone of utmost respect as she addressed the person on the other end, Elder San. I have an urgent matter to report. A saccharine voice responded from the other end. Speak. Sun Xiaojun promptly relayed the information regarding Gao Changming. After a moment of contemplation, Elder San instructed, find a way to make contact with Gao Changming and await further instructions from the sect. Understood. Sun Xiaojun responded without hesitation. After hanging up the phone, she took a deep breath, gripping her mobile device tightly, and composed herself before stepping out of the storage room and returning to the dormitory. At that moment, Xiaoyan had already regained her composure. Upon seeing Sun Xiaojun return, she cheered and wrapped her arms around Xiaojun's waist, exclaiming excitedly, Junjun, did you hear? Just now, your husband Changming spent several hundred billion. She was no fool and understood the significance of that vast sum, all of it representing cash flow. What kind of individual could afford such a liquidity? Was it thousands of billions? Or perhaps even more? Xiaoyan could scarcely fathom it. Likewise, Sun Xiaojun was quicker to grasp this notion, which is why she immediately called the third elder responsible for Nanjing to report the situation. Being embraced by Xiao Yan, Sun Xiaojun playfully remarked, Yin Yin, you are truly fortunate. When you strike it rich, don't forget your good sisters. Of course not. Ha! Xiao Yin was utterly exhilarated. But then she realized that there were 4 individuals in their dormitory, and with the lights about to go out, the other 2 roommates were still absent. Thus, she inquired, Junjun, where are Qingjie and the youngest? Sun Xiaojun replied with a smile, where else could they be? They're probably on the playground, flirting with their boyfriends. They should be back soon. Xiao Yin didn't think much of it. Her heart raced with excitement, leaving her feeling somewhat flustered. Yin Yin, I think you shouldn't celebrate too early. Sun Xiaojun had just received a new task from the third elder, and witnessing Xiao Yan's mixed feelings of anxiety and elation sparked an idea in her mind. Xiao Yan, holding her phone, hesitated on whether to message Gao Changming to ease her mind, but then recalled her previous act of feigning drunkenness, realizing that sending a message would betray her pretense. Just as she was caught in indecision, Sun Xiaojun's words dampened her spirit. Junjun, you're just envious of me. Sun Xiaojun, unfazed, sat beside Xiao Yan and laughed. Let me analyze the situation for you. You see, tonight, you didn't even pretend to be drunk, yet your Gao Changming didn't take you to a hotel. Instead, he brought you back to school. There are only 2 possibilities. Either he is a paragon of virtue, or he simply isn't interested in you. Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned. Sun Xiaojun's analysis was quite astute, but could there really be a man who wouldn't stray? She found it hard to believe, even though she was not a man. Sun Xiaojun, noticing her bewilderment, continued, I lean more towards the latter. No, that's impossible. Xiao Yan would certainly never concede, as it implied her charm was insufficient to captivate Gao Changming, leaving her with a nagging sense of loss. She explained, he was originally planning to take me to a hotel. It's all that wretched Shen Muting's fault. If he hadn't suddenly intervened, I might be with Changming right now. As she spoke, her frustration grew, and she tossed her phone onto the bed. Sun Xiaojun shook her head. Regardless of his interest in you, you've missed your chance tonight. Would you like me to teach you a few tricks? Sun Xiaojun said playfully, eyeing Xiao Yan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan immediately thought of how adept Sun Xiaojun was at handling men. Just look at her boyfriend Ming Sheng, who practically catered to her every whim. Thus, Xiao Yan responded, Junjun, you're the best. As long as you help me win over Gao Changming, I will never forget you. Sun Xiaojun wrapped her arms around Xiao Yan's waist and laughed. We are good sisters, after all. Yes, yes. Xiao Yan nodded vigorously, her gaze fixed on Sun Xiaojun. Sun Xiaojun suggested, how about this? Tomorrow, You call him out for dinner, and I'll bring Ming Sheng along. We'll meet up, and I'll analyze his character. Then we can tailor our approach accordingly. Xiao Yan felt a twinge of worry that Sun Xiaojun might swoop in and steal Gao Changming away. Sun Xiaojun lightly patted Xiao Yan, feigning annoyance. I'm helping you, remember. Besides, I'm inviting Ming Sheng. Do you really think I decompete with you? After some thought, Xiao Yan conceded that Sun Xiaojun had a point. If she intended to steal Gao Changming, she certainly wouldn't involve her boyfriend. Moreover, when she called earlier, it seemed Ming Sheng was the one eager to meet Gao Changming. With this realization, Xiao Yan no longer hesitated and nodded decisively. All right. Sun Xiaojun added, I've already thought of an excuse for you. Just say it's to thank him for bringing you back to school today. No sooner had they finished speaking than the dormitory door swung open, and two girls entered, chatting and laughing. Lulu is back. Qingjie, the youngest. Upon seeing the two girls, Sun Xiaojun eagerly pulled them over, excitedly recounting the events between Xiao Yan and Gao Changming. Qingjie and the youngest listened with wide eyes, their gazes toward Xiao Yan filled with envy. Xiao Yan reveled in this attention, her resolve to win Gao Changming intensifying. After some playful banter, Qingjie said, Sisters, let us discuss something serious. I was just out for a stroll with my dear, and I received some incredible news. A film crew is seeking several students, and the roles are substantial, with an investment of several $100 million. Who's interested? I am. The youngest was the first to raise her hand. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment and asked, Qingjie, when will it take place? She feared that filming might interfere with her pursuit of Gao Changming. Qingjie, sensing her hesitation, chuckled, Don't worry, the crew is still in the early stages. It won't start until after summer vacation. Plenty of time for you and your Changming to enjoy yourselves. Hee. Xiao Yan, hearing this, shyly laughed awkwardly a couple of times and said, Then I'll sign up too. Junjun, what about you? Qingjie inquired. Sun Xiaojun smiled. If you all are going, how could I possibly sit it out? However, I have another opportunity. There's a wealthy tycoon in Pingqing planning to throw a birthday party next month, renting a yacht for a seaside excursion. Are you interested? Pingqing? That's a bit far. Qingjie hesitated, adding, and summer vacation is approaching. I'm planning to travel with my boyfriend. Meanwhile, Gao Changming was taking a taxi back to his villa, already past midnight. He assumed Lin Feng had gone to bed and didn't linger in the living room with his phone. Instead, he returned to his room, showered, and went to sleep, completely unaware that he was being targeted by both Xiao Yan and Sun Xiaojun. The following morning, Lin Feng knocked on his door early as usual. Gao Changming casually sent her away, wishing to catch a few more hours of sleep, only to receive a call from the instructor. As it turned out, his leave had come to an end. Previously, in a fit of excitement upon acquiring the system, he had taken a week off, and now those 7 days had swiftly passed. Today he was due back at school for classes. Although he had come into wealth, if he failed to graduate, his parents would surely be displeased. Sigh. Isn't studying meant to secure a good job in the future? He couldn't comprehend why, despite his newfound wealth, he still needed to attend school. Gao Changming climbed out of bed, washed up, and stepped into the hall, where he saw Lin Feng engrossed in a book. Although she had qualified for the college entrance examination, she didn't have to report to school just yet. Nevertheless, the young girl treasured this opportunity and was making the most of her time studying. Gao Changming called out to her, Xiaofeng, I'm heading off to school. If you're hungry, feel free to eat at the hotel. If you don't want to go out, just have the hotel bring it to you. He had previously given Lin Feng the membership card he obtained, which contained 100 million yuan in dining credits. So he didn't feel the need to fuss over her. Regarding pocket money, Gao Changming had the intention of bestowing several billion on Lin Feng, hoping to earn some points in the process. However, he suspected Lin Feng would decline. Got it. Lin Feng replied without lifting her head, engrossed in her book. Pen in hand, Gao Changming continued, the car keys are hanging on the wall in the garage. Feel free to take it out whenever you need. Just give me a call when you run out of money. Understood. Lin Feng waved him off impatiently, exclaiming, You're becoming more and more like my dad. Gao Changming rolled his eyes at her retreating figure and left without further ado. Now that he possessed a driver's license, Gao Changming certainly wouldn't be walking to school anymore. He casually drove a sports car. He vaguely remembered the vehicle costing over 3 million. Though it was not the most expensive one, he didn't mind much. To be fair, the system was quite impressive. The driving skills he had exchanged for were nothing short of extraordinary. With a series of maneuvers, he managed to reduce what should have been a 30-minute journey to less than 20. As he drove into the school, he attracted numerous envious glances. Parking the car in a lot relatively close to the teaching building before heading to the classroom with his study materials. The first class of the day was a rather dull engineering mechanics lecture taught by an elderly professor. Upon arriving at the classroom, he realized that his 3 friends had collectively taken a leave of absence. However, it quickly dawned on him that last night, Bu Chongqing and the others had been soundly beaten by Long Xiaoming, leaving them with bruised faces. Although they weren't seriously injured, they had no face to attend class. Finding a seat towards the back, he settled down, ready to slack off a bit. As he placed his materials on the desk, he was about to message Bu Changqing and the others when, unexpectedly, his phone rang. Who could be calling this early? Most acquaintances knew he would be in class at this hour and wouldn't he call. He pulled out his phone, noting it was an unfamiliar number. He contemplated hanging up, but then recalled that he had given his number to a group of second-generation wealthy kids the night before, hoping they would present him with some investment projects. Since class hadn't started yet, he decided to answer the call. Hello, who is this? Hello, is this Fan Ge? A sweet, melodious voice responded from the other end. Gao Changming found the voice somewhat familiar, but couldn't quite place it. And what was this Fan Ge nonsense? I'm sorry, I think you have the wrong number. He replied. I'm so sorry. The sweet voice quickly apologized before hanging up. Damn it, Gao Changming muttered to himself. With a voice like that, she must be stunning. Just as he was about to send a group message to his dorm mates, he received a notification. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a message from Lulu. Fan Ge, I just called you, but realized I dialed the wrong number. So I'm leaving you a message. I'm back in Nanjing City. Do you have time for lunch? I'd like to treat you and return the money I owe you. Fan Ge, he exclaimed, realizing that the familiar voice belonged to Lulu. It finally dawned on him that she had always referred to him as Fan Ge after he had lavishly spent millions on a live streaming platform. He didn't mind the 5 million he had lent her, but with Bu Changqing and the others absent today, eating lunch alone felt rather lonely. Having a beautiful woman treat him seemed enticing. With that thought, he promptly replied, Sure, I'm in class. Just send me the address and a message. On the other end, Lulu, holding her phone, felt a bit dizzy upon reading Gao Changming's reply. In class? Could he be a teacher? In her mind, someone who could casually spend millions on live streaming and lend her several million should have been a greasy, middle-aged, balding man. She was taken aback that he turned out to be a teacher. Well, he is cultured. Age is no issue. Chapter 80, Beauty. April Fool's Day has long passed. As soon as Gao Changming hung up, the class bell rang, and the elderly professor entered the classroom punctually. After taking attendance, the lecture commenced. Although Gao Changming had taken a week off, his mental acuity was 5 times that of an ordinary person, making learning a breeze. He often found himself able to apply concepts learned in class to new situations. This realization filled him with exhilaration. It felt as if he had unlocked a cheat code. Am I really worried about failing? He chuckled to himself, astonished that enhancing his mental faculties could also aid his studies. Throughout the morning, Gao Changming diligently absorbed knowledge, quickly grasping concepts he had once struggled with. Wow, I finally understand the joy of being a top student, he exclaimed as he packed up his textbooks at the end of the last class. Since Bu Changqing and the others were absent and the final period was an elective, he only casually knew the names of the other students, lacking any real familiarity. Furthermore, as it was the last class, the moment the bell rang, the students dashed out like a pack of hounds, all sprinting toward the cafeteria, with a beautiful lady awaiting him. Gao Changming saw no reason to rush to the cafeteria for food. He took his time gathering his belongings and made his way downstairs alone. Changming. As he approached the parking area, a female voice called out from behind him. Who are you? He paused and turned around, only to see a beautiful girl clad in a sailor uniform smiling at him from a short distance away. However, Gao Changming's heightened senses realized he had never met this girl before. Bewildered, he gazed at her. Undeniably, this girl possessed a striking appearance and figure, easily scoring above 80 on any scale. Coupled with her sailor uniform, her long, straight legs beneath the short skirt undoubtedly enhanced her allure, pushing her score to a solid 90. Nevertheless, having just broken up with Lu Shanshan and having seen her true colors driven by greed, he was not inclined to pursue a new romantic interest at this time. Moreover, in recent days, he had encountered numerous stunning women, not to mention celebrities like Morong Xiao. Even the He sisters, He Ming and He Xian, could easily overshadow this sailor uniform girl. Seeing that Gao Changming did not react with the astonishment she anticipated from a beautiful girl greeting him, the girl felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. However, recalling what she had overheard from Lu Shanshan's phone call about Gao Changming's wealth, she suppressed her frustration, clasped her hands behind her back, walked gracefully towards him with a sway in her ponytail, biting her lip in feigned shyness, and said, It's all right if you don't recognize me. However, I have been following you since the day you entered the school. Unfortunately, just when I mustered the courage to confess, you started dating someone else. But I didn't give up. I waited for 3 years, and just a few days ago, I heard you broke up with that girl. To ensure I don't lose you again, I've been waiting for you every day, even aligning my schedule with your classes to see you. I just want to say one thing. After finishing her speech, the girl seemed to gather all her courage, looking up at Gao Changming with her big, watery eyes filled with affection, and declared, Gao Changming, I like you. Can we be together? With that, she fixed her gaze on him, her eyes resolute. Gao Changming stood there, dumbfounded, staring at this girl, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Wow, I actually have a beautiful fan. He felt a rush of impulse, nearly agreeing to her proposal. However, the extraordinary mental acuity possessed by him was not merely an enhancement of memory and comprehension. It equally augmented his formidable logical reasoning abilities. Just as he was about to utter a casual all right, he managed to restrain himself. Although he was handsome, he was not so narcissistic as to believe he possessed the charm capable of compelling a stunning beauty, scoring a perfect 90 out of 100. To wait for him for 3 years. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often conceal ulterior motives. This woman undoubtedly harbored some clandestine secret. Thus, he smiled and remarked, "Madam, it's already May. April Fool's Day has long passed. My apologies, but I have matters to attend to. Farewell." The beauty was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming inwardly, "What the hell? He can withstand this." This fellow was either gay or genuinely worldly enough to overlook her meticulous appearance after half a morning of preparation. "My name is Sidu Qing," she called out as she hurried after Gao Changming, declaring, "I have lost you once. This time, I shall not let you slip away." "Not let me slip away? What grievance do I bear against you?" Gao Changming nearly stumbled upon hearing Situ Qing's words, thinking, "Do I have a vendetta against you?" Situ Qing's declaration was not made frivolously. She believed in her beauty and figure, convinced that Gao Changming's refusal was merely a matter of pride. These wealthy individuals truly desire beautiful women, yet cannot humble themselves. She had refrained from introducing her name earlier in her attempt to ensnare Gao Changming. But now that he had rejected her, she aimed to lay the groundwork for their next encounter, at the very least ensuring he would remember her name. Though Gao Changming was unaware of whether Sidu Qing had genuinely pined for him over 3 years, he recognized that this woman was far from ordinary. Consequently, he chose to ignore her and opened the car door, preparing to depart. Sidu Qing had not intended to pursue him further. But upon witnessing him enter a Maserati Centenario, a car worth over 3 million, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She knew full well the car's value. It easily fetched a price of at least 3.5 million. Indeed, he is affluent. That Lu Shanshan is a fool to have discarded Gao Changming for that rustic Huang Zicheng. She deserves to see me thrive. With these thoughts racing through her mind, she disregarded any pretense of subtlety and dashed after Gao Changming. As he settled into the car and checked the location sent by Lu, he was taken aback when the passenger door was suddenly yanked open by Sidu Qing, who slid into the seat beside him with a radiant smile. "I told you. This time I will not let you go." Gao Changming was rendered speechless. "Madam, we hardly know each other." Before he could finish, Sidu Qing interrupted, extending her hand toward him. "It doesn't matter that we're strangers. Let us consider today our first introduction. Hello, I am Sidu Qing, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Is it customary for women to be this forward these days?" Reluctantly, he conceded, "Madam, I truly have no time to entertain you today. I have an appointment." Situ Qing detected a hint of danger in his words, but maintained her cheerful demeanor. "Fortunately, I did not give up. Otherwise, you might have ended up with another beauty today. I must accompany you." Chapter 81. Is this what they call a good match? Despite Gao Changming's initial reluctance to allow Sidu Qing to accompany him to his appointment, he found himself unable to withstand her relentless persistence. What could he do? Strike her? Truth be told, had she been a man, Gao Changming would have had no qualms about grabbing him by the collar and tossing him out. However, Situ Qing was a woman, a stunning beauty at that. Once a woman resorts to charm and persistence, it becomes nearly impossible for any man to genuinely express anger. With no other option, Gao Changming reluctantly allowed her to join him. As he started the car, his exceptional driving skills enabled him to weave through the streets with remarkable speed. What would typically require a half-hour journey to reach the restaurant agreed upon with Lu, he accomplished in a mere 19 minutes, with Situ Qing's excited praises inexplicably buoying his spirits. The establishment was a Western restaurant named Drew's Home. Gao Changming had little interest in Western cuisine, too expensive and hardly filling, but as his own Mingyue hotel also boasted a Western dining option, he refrained from voicing his disdain. He figured it simply. He was not lacking in funds, so if the portions were small, he would just order more. Upon parking, Situ Qing immediately latched onto Gao Changming's arm, as if fearing abandonment, which only served to heighten his sense of exasperation. As they entered the restaurant, they encountered none of the cliched scenarios involving unkempt attire. Lu had previously informed him of the reserved private room, and after confirming the location, they proceeded directly there. Gently knocking on the door, a melodious female voice invited, "Come in." Recognizing Lu's voice instantly, Gao Changming pushed the door open. Situ Qing raised an eyebrow. Having also heard Lu's voice, her heart tightening in response. Just from that voice, she conjured an image of a youthful beauty in her mind. She felt her audacious decision to accompany him had been astutely made. As a woman, she was acutely aware that had she not come along today, Gao Changming dining with this woman would likely solidify their relationship, making her pursuit of the affluent Gao Changming tenfold more challenging, perhaps necessitating some strategic maneuvers to succeed. Upon entering the private room, Situ Ching immediately spotted a fresh-faced girl dressed in a floral dress, a sight that even stirred her own heart. Similarly, Lulu was momentarily stunned upon seeing Gao Changming and Situ Ching enter. In her mind, she had pictured Gao Changming as being at least 30, only to realize he was remarkably youthful, clearly a student. The realization struck her when he mentioned attending class. He had indeed been telling the truth. What astonished her even more was that Gao Changming had brought along a female companion, further deepening her confusion. Does he truly harbor no other intentions towards me? Otherwise, no man would typically bring another woman along. As Lulu's gaze shifted towards Situ Ching, the latter scrutinized her in return, her wariness intensifying. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Lulu stood up and extended her hand toward Gao Changming, saying, "Fangirl, please, just call me Gao Changming," he replied, shaking her hand with a smile. "Changming Gu." Lulu beamed sweetly, then turned to Situ Ching, extending her hand. "Hello, I'm Lu Rian." While Situ Ching regarded Lulu as a potential rival, she refrained from acting out of line and politely shook hands with her. "Hello, I'm Situ Ching." The three settled into their seats, with the two women intentionally sitting together while Gao Changming took a position opposite them. Lulu retrieved the menu and handed it to Situ Ching, saying, "Sister Ching, don't hesitate to order whatever you like." Situ Ching, feeling unreserved, took the menu and ordered a fruit salad. Gao Changming opted for a steak, while Lulu chose a pasta dish. Each selected a drink, and casual conversation ensued. After a while, the server began to bring out the dishes. At that moment, Lulu lifted her drink and addressed Gao Changming. "Changming Go, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, today I would have had to express my thanks with tea instead of wine for your previous assistance." Gao Changming chuckled. "It's merely a trivial matter." As he spoke, he lifted his drink, and the two exchanged a smile before clinking their glasses together and taking gentle sips. To Situ Ching's eyes, this exchange instantly made her feel like an outsider. Although she had shamelessly insisted on coming along, she was indeed an outsider. And yet it left her feeling quite displeased. Consequently, Situ Ching took the initiative to strike up a conversation, asking, "What's the matter?" Lulu, smiling and unreserved, replied directly, "Not long ago, my father was hospitalized, and Brother Changming lent me 5 million. Situ Ching gasped, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Gao Changming. Realizing he was quite the affluent individual, she quickly pondered further and curiously inquired, "Lulu, what illness does your father have? It's quite serious if it required 5 million. Indeed, what kind of illness could possibly demand 5 million? A disease of the wealthy? Or perhaps a mental illness? Or even the 5 declines of heaven and man?" "Not at all." Lulu laughed. "Initially, I intended to borrow 500,000. But Brother Changming simply gave me 5 million. Gao Changming hurriedly explained, "I was a bit busy at the time and accidentally added an extra zero." Situ Ching gasped again in astonishment. Accidentally adding an extra zero? This was no longer just affluent. This was sheer opulence. "By the way, Brother Changming, I'll return the money to you first," Lulu said, pulling out her phone and swiftly executing a transaction. Gao Changming didn't refuse. Considering it was merely 5 million, a sum that hardly equated to a mere point exchange, Lulu quickly transferred the money back. Gao Changming's phone, resting on the table, lit up, and an electronic notification chimed. 5 million yuan has been credited to your account. Situ Ching watched in awe, just as Lulu received a bank notification, and she inadvertently glanced at it, momentarily believing she saw a balance with countless zeros. There must be at least several million. Who exactly was this woman to be so wealthy? Situ Ching stared incredulously at Lulu and Gao Changming, pondering if this was what they called a match of social standing. They casually discussed borrowing millions, while she herself meticulously counted every penny for a mere few thousand yuan purse. How absurd it was. She was the true jester. Situ Ching felt a bit dazed, but quickly regained her composure. Instead of feeling disheartened, she became invigorated, thinking, "You have wealth, I have my wits. I can forsake a woman's modesty. I can provide Changming with a royal treatment." As she was secretly motivating herself, Gao Changming's phone suddenly rang again. "Excuse me, I need to take this call." Once connected, a voice on the other end belonged to Xiaoyan. "Hello, Changming, where are you?" Gao Changming frowned, surprised to receive a call from Xiaoyan. However, given they were old classmates, he couldn't be too dismissive. "I'm out having a meal." Xiaoyan's tone elevated. "Really? Where? I hope you don't mind if I join." Well, with her words so direct, Gao Changming found it hard to refuse and glanced at Lulu, saying, "A classmate of mine is coming to eat." Lulu smiled and nodded, showing no sign of objection. Thus, Gao Changming informed Xiao Yan, I'm at Delu's place. You know? I know. It's south, just down the street from our school. Xiao Yan exclaimed excitedly. Wait for me. I'll be there in 10 minutes. At that moment, Gao Changming suddenly recalled that both Xiao Yan and Lu Lu were students from the Nanjiang Art Institute. By the way, Changming, my roommate wants to come along with me, Xiao Yan added, suddenly realizing that this call was instigated by Sun Xiaojun. Gao Changming had no choice but to agree. After hanging up, he turned to Lu Lu, saying, I truly apologize. A few friends are coming over. Otherwise, this meal would be on me. Lu Lu quickly waved her hands, laughing, but I insisted on treating. It's really no trouble. Previously, her financial struggles stemmed from her unwillingness to engage in morally questionable activities for the guilds. Despite her beauty, talent, and sweet voice, she had faced challenges in garnering support. However, since Gao Changming's arrival, the situation had dramatically reversed. Not to mention, Gao Changming had tipped nearly 100 million Huaxia coins in her livestream, making Lu Lu a sensation on the Cat Tooth live platform. With a share of over 30 million from that, she certainly had no qualms about treating, especially since it was for Gao Changming, a friend of the renowned meal brother. Gao Changming offered an awkward smile, feeling a bit embarrassed. Meanwhile, Situ Qing interjected, Changming, who are your friends? Oh, just a high school classmate and her roommate. Gao Changming seized the opportunity to change the topic, adding, speaking of which, you're all alumni. They are also students of the Nanjiang Art Institute. Is that so? Lu Lu smiled, that is perfect. The trio continued eating and chatting, but before long, Xiao Yan entered with 3 boys and 3 girls, knocking on the door. Gao Changming felt a bit helpless. What was supposed to be a lunch for just him and Lu Lu had turned into a gathering of many. Xiao Yan immediately approached, linking her arm through Gao Changming's, and cheerfully introduced, Changming, let me introduce you. Pointing to one of the girls, she said, this is Sun Xiaojun. Beside her is her boyfriend, Ming Shang. Hello. Sun Xiaojun smiled demurely at Gao Changming, extending her hand for a gentle shake. Her boyfriend, Ming Shang, was more enthusiastic. Mr. Gao, I've heard much about you. Gao Changming shook his hand and replied with a smile. Hello, Mr. Ming. Xiao Yan continued her introductions. This is our dorm's big sister and her boyfriend, Mo Qing. And this is our dorm's youngest and her boyfriend, Qiao Linlin and Gao Hanyu. After shaking hands with each of them, Gao Changming began to introduce Lu Lu. However, Xiao Yan and the others exclaimed in surprise, You're Lu Riyun? Ah, the campus belle. It turned out that Lu Lu was quite renowned at the Nanjiang Art Institute. Gao Changming looked at Lu Lu in astonishment, only to see her cheeks flush as she nodded at them. When it came time to introduce Situ Qing, he found himself at a loss. He had known her for less than 2 hours. Unexpectedly, Situ Qing smiled and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Changming's classmate. My name is Situ Qing. She considered introducing herself as Gao Changming's girlfriend, but since she felt she hadn't yet grasped his character, she refrained from being too bold, fearing it might backfire. Thus, she opted to introduce herself as his classmate instead. She realized that there was no romantic ambiguity between Gao Changming and this group of women. At most, they were merely friends, with the added history of being high school classmates. However, among this group of women, she felt that Xiao Yan was not a threat, but rather Lu Lu, the host of the day, posed the greatest potential danger. After all, she had casually mentioned that Gao Changming could lend her 5 million. What sort of relationship could that imply? Even ordinary couples wouldn't be so generous. As for Xiao Yan's other 3 classmates, they posed even less of a threat, especially since they all brought their boyfriends along. As the group grew larger, Lu Lu was generous, calling the waiter to order an array of dishes, including a bottle of red wine worth over 10,000. With the addition of Ming Sheng and the other men, the atmosphere at the dining table gradually became lively. Everyone present, except for Lu Lu, possessed varying degrees of awareness regarding Gao Changming's background. Even if Lu Lu was oblivious to the specifics, she certainly recognized Gao Changming as a formidable tycoon. The guests, either overtly or subtly, incessantly lavished praises upon him, making his dining experience exceedingly pleasant. Not only were they aesthetically pleasing, but their words were also melodious, rendering even the Western cuisine, which he generally found unpalatable, remarkably delightful. As the wine flowed, Gao Changming suddenly received a call from his cousin, Lin Fang. He excused himself from the private room to take the call outside. Lin Fang's voice was tinged with distress as she said, Brother, my close friend just called me, inviting me to dinner. That friend of yours? The one from last time? Tell her to take a hike. Gao Changming recalled the woman he encountered during his previous visit with Lin Fang, and his frustration surged. Lin Fang hesitated, stating, After all, we've known each other for years. She trailed off, realizing the futility of her argument. Gao Changming sighed inwardly. Despite his cousin's boisterous demeanor, she harbored a kind heart. The very friend who would betray her had now prompted a pang of sympathy within her. It seemed necessary to administer some tough love. What does she want? He inquired. She wants me to forgive her. Lin Feng naively believed her friend had experienced remorse. Gao Changming scoffed derisively. Fine. If you wish to forgive her, do so. But you must not dine with her, understand? Be discerning in your friendships. All right. Lin Feng recalled the previous incident and reluctantly agreed before hanging up. Gao Changming held his phone, preparing to dial again, skeptical that the woman would genuinely regret her actions. More likely, she had received a warning from Deng Shuang and was now desperately seeking Lin Feng's forgiveness. Thus, he decided to call Deng Shuang to inquire about the situation. Chapter 83. I encountered a celestial being. To his surprise, before Gao Changming could place the call, a woman's voice rang out behind him. Longming Ge. Why are you here all alone? He turned to see Sun Xiaojun smiling radiantly at him, her eyes seemingly sparkling with light, causing his head to spin momentarily. In that instant, he perceived Sun Xiaojun as if she were a celestial being descending to earth, her smile pure and unblemished. How could there exist such an enchanting woman? Gao Changming felt his cheeks flush, as if the entire world had shrunk to just her graceful figure. A surge of impulsive desire welled up within him. He yearned to dedicate everything to this innocent goddess, expecting nothing in return. Amen. Sun Xiaojun observed Gao Changming's dazed expression, her lips curling into a disdainful smirk. She approached him leisurely, letting out a soft laugh before asking, Longming Ge, could you enlighten me about your identity? How much wealth do you possess? I. Gao Changming was momentarily speechless, on the verge of responding. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming surge of mental clarity, his extraordinary mental prowess. 5 times that of an ordinary person, surged like a tidal wave, awakening him from the bewildering trance. Although he regained his composure, shock coursed through him. How formidable was Sun Xiaojun? Merely a glance had seemingly hypnotized him. Damn! Fortunately, he had recently enhanced his mental faculties, otherwise. As he scrutinized Sun Xiaojun again, he realized that while her looks were commendable, they could only be deemed above average. Not to mention, even his ex-girlfriend Lu Shanshan, with some makeup, could easily match her. With his heightened mental acuity, he quickly deduced that hypnosis could not be this potent. After all, he was a university student of the new century. Although he hadn't selected psychology courses, he had certainly encountered some knowledge of hypnosis online. If it was not hypnosis, then how had Sun Xiaojun accomplished such a feat? Could she possibly be some sort of supernatural being? In an instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind. With martial practitioners emerging, it seemed only reasonable for a supernatural creature to appear as well. Moreover, he himself was equipped with a system, making him the least rational element in this equation. His heart raced at the thought. If this woman were indeed a supernatural being, his current 5-fold strength would be insufficient to contend with her. No, direct confrontation was unwise. He must resort to cunning. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaojun fixed her gaze on Gao Changming, a blend of cold amusement and anticipation flickering in her eyes as she awaited his response. She did not believe for a moment that he could escape her grasp. Just an ordinary affluent individual, how could he withstand her 6 desires technique? Once she unveiled his true nature, she would discard Ming Sheng and have Gao Changming finance her limitless resources. Sun Xiaojun could hardly contain her excitement as she reiterated. Longming Ge, who exactly are you? How much wealth do you possess? Emerging from a reclusive sect known as the Valley of 6 Emotions, Sun Xiaojun was sent as a vanguard to pave the way for her sect's entrance into the world. Of course, self-interest was inherent. While providing financial support for her sect, she also sought to enhance her own power in secret. However, her calculations fell short, as she had not anticipated Gao Changming's mental prowess to be 5 times that of an ordinary person, thus escaping the grasp of her 6 desires technique. In fact, having lived a mundane life prior, Gao Changming had whimsically imagined her to be a supernatural entity. Seizing the moment, Gao Changming feigned being bewitched and declared, I am the noble reincarnation of the Southern Dipper Star Lord, a close companion of the god of wealth, Zhao Gongming, in my past life. In this life, I shall enjoy boundless riches and wealth. Sun Xiaojun listened intently, her face alight with expectation. However, upon hearing such an absurd response, confusion clouded her expression. A celestial being? The Southern Dipper Star Lord? She was familiar with the Northern Dipper, which seemed quite impressive. Could it be that he was truly a reincarnation of a celestial being? Indeed. Gao Changming, was this not evident? Who else could embody longevity, if not a celestial being? Sun Xiaojun's cultivation technique, known as the 6 Desires technique, was fundamentally about utilizing certain methods to enhance one's spirit. Once the spirit reached a specific level, one could influence others with their spirit, achieving a state of bewilderment. Although akin to hypnosis, it was vastly superior, and at advanced levels, it could even employ spiritual attacks, truly a formidable skill. However, as the saying goes, the Tao is 50. and the heavens and earth are 49. No matter how powerful a technique, it could never be flawless. The 6 desires technique was no exception. Any individual with mental strength surpassing that of the practitioner would experience a backlash, with the severity of the backlash proportional to the practitioner's skill level. Was Sun Xiaojuan's cultivation high? Certainly not. Otherwise, she would not have been relegated to the role of cannon fodder in the vanguard, paving the way for the elite. Thus, when faced with Gao Changming, whose mental prowess was 5 times that of an ordinary person, she unwittingly fell victim to her own 6 desires technique. Her desires were magnified to an infinite degree by the backlash of her own technique. I have encountered a celestial being. However, will I face consequences for attempting to engage with a celestial being? As these thoughts circulated in her mind, a wave of fear washed over her. Despite knowing that her sect was immensely powerful, ranking among the top 10 hidden sects, she felt that even if all 10 of those sects joined forces, they would not be able to contend with Gao Changming. At this moment, Sun Xiaojun was overwhelmed with trepidation. Offending a celestial being was nothing short of terrifying. Unable to suppress her fear, her legs turned to jelly, and with a resounding thud, she knelt before Gao Changming, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Brother Changming, I acknowledge my mistake. I am willing to serve you as my master. Gao Changming, taken aback, was equally stunned. Was he truly frightening? Indeed, the ancients did not deceive me. Only the divine can vanquish monsters. Each believed the other to be a creature of mischief, weaving a grand deception. One, due to the backlash of her cultivation, was swept away in a whirlwind of emotions and accepted the truth. Thus, a strange yet beautiful misunderstanding was born. In that fleeting moment of backlash, Sun Xiaojun wholeheartedly believed that Gao Changming was a deity, a conviction that could not be altered unless one day her spiritual cultivation surpassed his. Until then, this thought would remain immutable. Gao Changming, observing Sun Xiaojun kneeling before him, cleared his throat and said, "Let us keep a low profile. Please rise. When I achieve my divine merits and return to the celestial realm, I shall certainly take you with me." Chapter 84. In this day and age, are fairies so easily deceived? Are fairies truly so easily deceived these days? Sun Xiaojun trembled with excitement upon hearing Gao Changming's words and quickly stood up from the ground. Gao Changming thought to himself that he needed to promptly invest to enhance his attributes. Otherwise, when this creature discovered the ruse, the consequences could be dire. Thus, he instructed, "From this moment forth, let us pretend that nothing has occurred. You shall carry on with your daily activities and refrain from contacting me unless absolutely necessary. Understood?" Understood. Sun Xiaojun, now entirely devoted to Gao Changming, nodded without hesitation. "I shall remain discreet." Gao Changming nodded, feeling a sense of relief as he mused. "I never expected this fairy to be so naive. It seems I have successfully deceived her." Fearing that prolonged silence might lead to complications, he added, "Let us return to the private room swiftly." "Yes." Sun Xiaojun responded promptly with a bow. "All right, from now on, let us act as if nothing has changed." Seeing her continued reverence, Gao Changming waved his hand dismissively. "Yes." Sun Xiaojun bowed again. Gao Changming, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement, took the lead toward the private room, forgetting to call Deng Xuan. Inwardly relieved, he thought that it was fortunate he had chosen a secluded spot to take the call. Otherwise, onlookers might have mistaken him for a pyramid scheme leader. Sun Xiaojun hurriedly followed, and the two returned to the private room in single file. Initially, Gao Changming had worried that Sun Xiaojun would remain overly respectful, raising suspicions among others, but to his surprise, she resumed her previous demeanor. He silently admired her acting skills. Truly commendable for a performer. The meal proceeded with joviality, during which Gao Changming collected a business card from Sun Xiaojun's boyfriend, Ming Sheng, and they agreed to meet in a couple of days to discuss matters. Gao Changming, ever eager for investment opportunities, welcomed the prospect without fear of being deceived. Although he had no classes in the afternoon, he still intended to return to school, primarily to check on Bu Changqing and the others, though they bore only superficial wounds. As a good brother, it was essential to visit them. At the restaurant entrance, everyone parted ways, and Sun Xiaojun discreetly paid her respects to Gao Changming, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed, though luckily, no one noticed. He drove back to the school with Situ Qing in his sports car. Situ Qing understood the notion of moderation. Having shared a meal with Gao Changming was sufficient to fulfill her intentions, so upon arriving at the school, she obediently exited the car and departed. Gao Changming made his way directly to the boys' dormitory, returning to his room. As he entered, he suddenly remembered an important matter. He would no longer be able to stay in the dormitory and needed to apply for a commuting permit. Inside the dormitory, Bu Changqing was lounging on his bed, engrossed in his phone, while Wang Ding was soundly asleep under a blanket. Lu Fei, however, was absent. Upon seeing Gao Changming, Bu Changqing quickly set his phone aside, sitting up and exclaiming, "Old 3, Old 1." Gao Changming plopped down on his bed. Although he resided in a villa, his dormitory bed remained. Looking at Bu Changqing's face, he grimaced. Those rascals were brutal. They really did a number on you, turning your big, bright eyes into slits. Bu Changqing, upon hearing this, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. A beating in exchange for 200,000 is better than what my father makes in business. But enough about that. I haven't asked you. You're quite the enigma. Spill the beans. What's your background? Hearing Bu Changqing's inquiry, Gao Changming momentarily thought of Sun Xiaojun. However, he refrained from spinning elaborate tales for Bu Changqing. Naturally, he could not divulge anything about his system, so he feigned depth. I had intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, but I've decided to drop the facade. Before he could finish, Bu Changqing interrupted. Cut the nonsense and be honest. Ha! Gao Changming, realizing he couldn't bluff his way through, awkwardly chuckled and resorted to his usual ruse with his parents, saying, I won the lottery. Do you believe me? I do. Bu Changqing replied, albeit with a skeptical expression. After a moment of thought, Gao Changming recalled that Bu Changqing's family was also in business in Guangdong, and perhaps he could bring some investment projects in the future. Thus, he ceased the charade and smiled. It's just that I got lucky and inherited a fortune. He knew this excuse would likely be met with disbelief. So without waiting for Bu Changqing to respond, he continued, if your factory plans to expand or anything, just let me know. I'm currently lacking nothing but money. I plan for us brothers to establish an enterprise together in Nanjing after graduation. I'll provide the funding, and you all can manage it. United we stand. Divided we fall. Bu Changqing, hearing this, opted not to dig deeper, saying, yesterday, the three of us didn't sleep a wink. Partly due to yesterday's events, and partly because your sudden revelation caught us off guard. We were discussing how to interact with you moving forward. Should we still call you Old Three? Should we still eat at the food stalls? Stop. Gao Changming raised his hand. If you consider me a brother, let us dispense with the unnecessary formalities. Listen to me. Bu Changqing chuckled. The three of us deliberated half the night, and ultimately decided to treat you like a regular guy. Whatever happens, happens, huh? Ugh. You heartless lot. As the two bantered, they inadvertently raised their voices, quickly awakening Wang Ding. He sat up abruptly, only to inadvertently pull at his injury. Wincing in pain, yet feeling quite pleased. Upon inquiring about Lu Fei's absence, Gao Changming learned that the trio, bruised and battered, were too embarrassed to go out for a meal, so they resorted to ordering takeout. However, the school's policy prohibited delivery inside the campus, leaving them in a predicament regarding who would retrieve the food. Consequently, they had to compete to see who could urinate the farthest, with Lu Fei ultimately losing and being sent out to collect their lunch. Gao Changming could only facepalm at their antics. After chatting for a while, the school bell rang, prompting Gao Changming to take his leave. He still needed to go to the academic affairs office to apply for his commuting permit. Nanjing University upheld a strict academic ethos, and applying for a commuting permit was notoriously cumbersome for non-local students, requiring detailed proof of residence and local relatives. Nevertheless, Gao Changming was well prepared. He approached the academic affairs office, where the door was ajar. Gently, he knocked on the door from outside, though it was already working hours. The instructors from the academic affairs office had yet to arrive at the office, leaving only a handful of student council members occupied with their scribbles, seemingly engaged in tasks of their own. Hearing a knock, they turned their heads, and one tall, slender individual furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Who are you looking for?" Chapter 85. I have recently embarked on an entrepreneurial venture. Gao Changming was uncertain about their activities, yet after spending over 3 years at Nanjing University, he was familiar with this group. They were all members of the student council. Thus, he smiled and said, "Greetings, fellow council members. I am here to see Director Zhao." "Director Zhao is not here. Please wait a moment." The tall individual waved dismissively, eager to send him away. Gao Changming, aware of Director Zhao's absence, then asked, "When will Director Zhao return?" "That's beyond my knowledge. Please come back later." The tall individual, showing signs of impatience, gestured for him to leave, insisting, "Hurry along, and do not disturb our work." Ah, the ancients truly do not deceive. The king of hell is easy to meet, but the little demons are a nuisance. However, since Director Zhao was indeed absent, Gao Changming felt it unnecessary to press further. Even if that tall individual knew when Zhao would return but chose not to disclose it, there was little he could do about it. Thus, he resigned himself to returning later. As he turned to leave, he overheard the student council members behind him. "Brother Wang, why didn't you ask him to wait? Director Zhao will be back shortly from the restroom." "Huh." The tall individual scoffed. "I know that guy. He's from the civil engineering department and has a conflict with Huang Zicheng. Let him make a few extra trips." "The Huang Zicheng from Taekwondo? The one who treated us to dinner last time?" "Yes." Brother Wang chuckled. "All right, enough of this. Let us get back to work." They spoke in hushed tones, oblivious to the fact that Gao Changming, at that moment, was attuned to their conversation with an acuity 5 times greater than that of an ordinary person. His expression darkened. They were truly underestimating him. Consequently, Gao Changming turned back and strode into the office, plopping down onto a nearby sofa. Brother Wang frowned. What do you think you're doing? Didn't I tell you to wait outside? Hurry up and leave. Gao Changming shot him a glance, disregarding him entirely, and began to amuse himself with his phone. He had no intention of engaging in a debate with someone he deemed unworthy, considering he was merely there to apply for off-campus privileges, a matter beyond the student council's jurisdiction. Feeling ignored, Brother Wang's fury ignited, and he slammed his pen onto the table, advancing toward Gao Changming. What is your attitude? Which department are you from? Gao Changming shot him another glance before returning to his phone. You. Brother Wang fumed, nearly beside himself with rage. The other 3 council members, sensing their authority was being challenged, encircled him. Yet, Gao Changming remained unfazed, continuing to focus on his phone. This is infuriating. Brother Wang huffed, pointing at Gao Changming. Do you have any idea what we are doing? You are delaying our work, and I assure you, you won't leave unscathed. Gao Changming, dismissive of the confrontation, pretended not to hear. What are you all doing? Just then, a voice rang out from the office entrance. The student council members turned to see a young man entering with a furrowed brow. Upon seeing him, Brother Wang and his companions instantly regarded him as their savior, exclaiming, President Feng, this person came looking for Director Zhao. I told him Zhao wasn't here and asked him to wait, but he stubbornly sat down. Gao Changming recognized the newcomer as Feng Xingyang, the student council president, whose photograph he had seen on the university's website. He was also one of the 4 most handsome students at Nanjing University, alongside Long Xiaoming. Feng Xingyang's expression shifted to one of alarm as he recognized Gao Changming, the very individual who had left Long Xiaoming severely injured at the Royal City KTV. He felt a chill run down his spine and stood momentarily speechless, unsure of how to address Gao Changming. Seeing that Brother Wang hadn't exaggerated the situation, but had conveniently omitted the fact that he was unjustly targeting him, Gao Changming merely glanced at Feng Xingyang without uttering a word. Feng Xingyang felt an acute sense of embarrassment, unsure how to initiate a conversation with Gao Changming. The reality was that he couldn't afford to provoke this individual. A significant portion of the wealthy heirs in Nanjing City were closely affiliated with him, and as a mere student council president, he likely ranked below an ant in Gao Changming's eyes. Feng Xingyang opened his mouth, ready to offer some polite remarks, just as a middle-aged man entered the office, questioning the gathering. What is going on here? Upon hearing the voice, everyone promptly turned to greet him. Director Zhao? Director Zhao, this student has a matter to discuss with you. Feng Xingyang sighed in relief. Brother Wang stared in disbelief, wondering if his earlier signal to the president had not been emphatic enough. Why hadn't Feng Xingyang consulted with Director Zhao? Yet, he dared not contradict the words of the student council president. Director Zhao furrowed his brow and turned to Gao Changming, asking, Young man, what brings you here? Gao Changming rose and replied, Hello, Director Zhao. I am here to apply for off-campus privileges. Oh, Director Zhao inquired, puzzled. What is the reason for your request? Gao Changming explained, You see, Director Zhao, my name is Gao Changming, a third-year student in the civil engineering department. After the summer break, I will enter my senior year. Our university encourages entrepreneurial endeavors among students, so I wish to apply for off-campus privileges to facilitate the management of my company. This was a well-prepared excuse, after all. He had no relatives in Nanjing City and needed to follow the entrepreneurial process. Hearing Gao Changming mention his entrepreneurial aspirations, Brother Wang found it amusing. He imagined Gao Changming's so-called venture was likely just delivering packages or something of that nature. However, with Director Zhao present, he refrained from interjecting and merely observed with a cold gaze. Director Zhao nodded, acknowledging that while the school typically discouraged off-campus privileges for out-of-town students, it had been promoting entrepreneurial spirit among university students in recent years. If this student was genuinely starting his own business, there was no reason he couldn't be granted off-campus privileges. Curious, Zhao inquired, I understand your situation. I can provide you with the off-campus permit, but you must submit some of your information along with documentation regarding your company. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, I can issue you a temporary off-campus permit valid for 3 days. Please ensure you gather the necessary documentation within that time frame. Thank you, Director Zhao. Gao Changming exclaimed joyfully, surprised by how uncomplicated the process was. He had prepared an extensive array of justifications. As for the documentation, he had no intention of preparing it himself. He planned to have Zhang Wei compile the necessary information for Minghua Hotel later. Now, what about Himeng? He wondered how she was considering the situation. This was crucial for his financial plans. Should he also prepare documentation for Old Deng? Perhaps it was best to remain low-key and just work on a small project. That would suffice. He primarily feared the school would not believe him and would require proof that Mingyue Hotel was indeed his enterprise. It would be simpler to pursue a minor project, which would earn him points without complications.